Metro Labyrinth Volume 3, Grand Tournament Arc by Sasaki. Last translation by Lazy Translations. Text editing and audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, the world's most reckless challenge. Third-person perspective. Grand Tournament is about to begin. The rattling carriage moves forward, swaying at a steady rhythm. Right. He looks out from the hot and humid back of the wagon and tries to dry his sweat by catching a slight breeze. Well, I really want to replace my carriage with a one-wheel car. Recently, quite a few people in the same industry have switched to that. Kawahara, a merchant, a small, chubby man who was driving a horse-drawn carriage, turned round and spoke to me. He looks like he is in his mid-50s, and although his appearance is a little tired, he still looks like he is in the prime of his career. His partially bald head reflected the sunlight at the end of the rainy season. Well, if I had to buy a one-wheel car, it would cost twice as much as a horse-drawn carriage, but a wheeled cart is more maneuverable and easier to manage than a horse-drawn cart, he said. They will eat eggshells, banana peels, and anything else they can get their hands on, and they don't mind being treated roughly. They're a metro beast, after all. Really? But you know, my boss won't let me. I know how he feels, but I've had to get used to it. I understand how you feel, but once you get used to it, even that human-faced starfish starts to look cute. Kono, my business rival, names each and every one of his one-wheel. Chappie is in good spirits today. Is Hachitro in a bad mood? Come on. Let's have some dried fish. I hope they'll come up with a carriage that doesn't shake too much, whether it's a horse-drawn carriage or a one-wheel car. He was not accustomed to riding in a vehicle, partly because of the heat. He is getting dizzy. Haha. I'm sorry. We'll be at Shugamo in another hour, so please bear with me a little longer. They soon joined the main road and began to see other carriages in front and behind them. Some stop by the side of the road to give their horses water. The Shugamo Founding Festival is only a few days away. The people lined up here are tourists and the merchants who cater to them. The road running through the forest is already bustling with people as if it were a fair. Oops, I take back what I said before. It's going to be a while before we get into the city. There are checkpoints. I guess that's to be expected. If you go alone, you might get there first if you get off and walk. No, I'm not in a hurry. I'll be happy to join you. That's right. Today's job is to get my life savory, eat a lot of delicious food. I've come this far and I'm not going to say, do what you want. Boss will be unhappy with me. Haha, thank you very much. A few hours earlier, Kawahara's wagon had come across a group of wild thieves. Although there were confirmed cases of banditry in the vicinity of Shugamo a few months ago, the Central of New Tokyo considered the place to be a safe area. The fact that the bandits had attacked in broad daylight in the central area of New Tokyo was quite a surprise. Surrounded by ostrich-riding thieves and realizing that there was nowhere to run, Kawahara stopped his horse immediately and could only plead for his life. Then he passed by and said, "No hard feelings, huh?" With that, he rushed out and killed half of them, including the boss-like man, using only a knife and his physical strength. He shot the other half in the back with a Haifa bullet as they fled like spiders. In less than a minute, he had annihilated a group of more than a dozen bandits. He looked back with a friendly smile. "Are you all right?" Kawahara, who had wet his pants just a little bit, only smiled back at him. "The guy I told you about earlier, Kono, who is also a business rival of mine, was attacked by a bandit the other day. Like you, he was rescued by a passing hunter." Wow, he's a lucky guy. I never thought that I would be in the same situation and be saved in the same way. Was it because of my good deeds? Or was it the blessing of the god of threadweavers? I also heard that the founder will be at the next festival. Ahaha, I guess so. He gave a suitable nod and returned a smile. Ha, strange. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. That's what he thinks. A few hours later, the north gate of Shugamo finally comes into view. In front of the bridge over the moat, a military police officer stops passers-by and carriages to check their identities and to examine their baggage. "Hello, Mr. Kawahara." "Oh, it looks busy." Naturally, the local guards seemed to know the merchant. They were pretty much chatting with each other. Yes, I finally got mine too. There were some bandits on the road southeast of Atabashi. Huh? Are you alright? I thought it was finally my time to pay my tribute, but a hunter saved me just in time. He had come with me as an escort because he had something to do with Shugamo. The eyes of the local guards turned to him. Excuse me, but are you a hunter? Oh, yes. Do you have your ID card? He takes it from his pocket. Sujinami Tribe's Mr. Takagi? Yes. The guard's eyes darted back and forth between him and the identification card. Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't come with a picture of your face like Shugamo's, does it? No. It's still rare in other cities to have a photo of your face. But, excuse me, but your face is a little familiar. What? What's wrong? When Kawahara asked, the military police made eye contact and smiled wryly. Take out a piece of paper from his pocket. A while ago, there was a wanted list of people who are known to have done something wrong in this area. We haven't been informed of the details either. But, I just thought the description of this person and your Mr. Takagi looked a little like each other. The wanted list had a face of a man in his 30s or 40s wearing black glasses. His name is Kawataro. Oh. He smiled wryly. It's true that we do look a little like each other. His hair a little different, though. Really? Kawahara shook his head. He has a face that you can find anywhere, and he probably doesn't wear those mobster-like glasses. This person saved my life, and he's got an ID, so there's no way he's a dangerous person. He checked his luggage just to be sure, but there was nothing in it that looked dangerous. Takagi was then shown to the gate and told, "Sorry for the wait. Welcome to Shugamo." Once through the gate and into the city, he exits the carriage without being noticed by Kawahara. The city was already bustling with activity as if a festival had already begun. Merchants are running around carrying large loads of goods to prepare their stalls, craftsmen are decorating street lamps and trees, and children are running around with grilled skewers and candy in their hands. Everyone looks hectic, happy, and joyful. He doesn't see what he's looking for. He moves swiftly through the school of fish-like crowd, oblivious to his presence. He enters a park close to the center of town. It is an empty area, cut off from the buildings that line the street. He sat down on a suitable bench while looking at the children playing and kicking the ball. Freed from the crowds, his dizziness has finally subsided, and he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. There is a playground in the corner of the square. There is a seesaw and a swing, and there is a row of raised scaffolding like mushrooms. You can jump across the tops of them. I wonder what the name of that one was. When he was a child, he used to watch from afar as other children my age played on them. After he left his hometown, there was something similar in that village. A girl about 5 years old is trying to jump. She is doing well halfway through, but she reaches a distance that she can't reach even if she stretches her legs, and even though she tries to jump, she fails and falls down. A woman who seems to be her mother runs up to the child who is half crying while smiling wryly. He realizes that he too is smiling a small smile. After realizing this, he smiles to himself again. "Hey, you're late, Deputy Commander." Sitting next to him is the man to whom he has, albeit tentatively, handed over his position as commander. "Please stop, Commander. I'm supposed to be Takagi of Sujinami here." "Takagi? Oh, is that your fake identity?" Kawataro handed over the ID he had borrowed from a corpse in a metro somewhere several years ago. The commander quickly glanced at it and chuckled. "Cuckoo. What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Terasuke Takagi. Kawataro tilted his head, not understanding the meaning. "Kawataro of Kappabashi. It's a gold-colored kappa statue in Asakusa." A kappa was said to have lived in the Sumida River in the Edo period and helped with the creation of the river to repay the people who saved its life. Over there they treated them like a lucky mascot rather than a mischievous yokai. Huh? On the other hand, Teranosuke Takagi was a warrior in the Mizaki region of Hyuga province in Kyushu who had an anecdote about killing a yokai. There are paintings of him diving into the water and catching a kappa. It was a little funny to see him all alone with a yokai picture scroll like that. Huh? Well, I got all that from Wikipedia. I remember it all very well. Such useless knowledge. Kawataro had no idea what was going on. The man often brought up such stories, This was long before Kawataro was born, long before the current country was born when this country was called Japan. The Asakusa mentioned earlier is probably different from Kawataro's hometown of Asakusa. The name Kawataro, which he chose after being chased from that town, has nothing to do with being a kappa or the old tale. It is an ironic coincidence that it is the exact opposite of a mascot from Kicho restaurant chain. So, how did you get in so easily? Well, I had heard about the checkpoint beforehand. I had to kill some thugs and ingratiate a merchant to me. The old man was a nice guy, so I managed to get in. I was a little scared because the warrant was pretty similar to me. It was most likely the work of those guys who had escaped from the Ootsuka Metro. It was a good thing I took off my trademark sunglasses from the metro. Ha ha ha, frankly, that made me laugh. It wasn't even a few years ago, but hey, it was drawn like that. Well, it's not even a portrait, let alone a photograph. With so many people coming and going, there's no way you can identify a person with just a caricature like that. In an age without surveillance cameras or facial recognition systems, it's just like in a spy movie where a terrorist gets into an event. He still has no idea what the commander is talking about. It's not like the commander is asking for understanding either, so it's fine to laugh vaguely. Anyway, you're being threatened, aren't you? Of course, they would. After all, I've made such a disturbing move around the neighborhood before an important festival. It's like asking to get our faces. He didn't have to take the risk of sneaking in by climbing a wall under the cover of night. For an event as important as this, they would be on high alert day and night. Well, it was correct that I didn't ask you to be a courier. It would have been even more suspicious if you had been carrying such a suspicious-looking item. The commander then went through their bag. What they took out was a rough, blue-black, palm-sized sphere. Kawataro knows what it is. Perhaps that is why it seems to be pulsating in the hand of the commander as he gazes at it. Cuckoo, the leader laughs. His crescent eyes are fixed on the children running around the park, and the corners of his mouth are lifted up as if to slice his cheeks into bright red. If I release this here now, it's going to be really fun. When Kawataro realized it, the core of his body was trembling. Kawataro desperately tries not to show it, but instead puts a frivolous smile on his face and holds the commander's hand. Not yet, Commander. The fireworks haven't gone off, and the special guest hasn't arrived yet. Like a balloon on the verge of bursting, the color of the commander's madness subsides. Or maybe he's just making it look like it's settled. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I wanted to show you. He puts the sphere back in his bag and pulls out a crumpled piece of paper instead. Kawataro takes it and looks at it, wrinkling it out. The black and white printout listed the matchups for the grand tournament, which was to be held in 3 days. The paper lists 7 matchups, with exaggerated titles or catchy phrases. Cuckoo. The final match, which will be the main match, will be the last match of the tournament. The Holy Silver Puppeteer will be facing a young hunter from Shugamo. A name and photo are prominently displayed under a pop-up sign that reads, Shugamo's Golden Rookie, the world's most reckless challenger. The expression on his face as he strikes a fighting pose with his fists clenched is interesting because it oozes a sense of abandon rather than enthusiasm for taking on the legend. If you take a picture with such a rough image quality, the dull face looks even duller. Slime killer, huh? It's getting interesting, isn't it? The commander is also very excited. He gets up from the bench and stretches out. Well, I'm going to sleep for a while. It's the Founding festival and it has been years since I've seen their faces. I'm looking forward to it. Singing in an out-of-tempo tune, the commander headed out to leave. Kawataro follows behind their back swaying in a good mood. It's finally time, huh? After leaving the park, Kawataro turned his attention once again to the central area of Shugamo City. The city of Shugamo has a lot of elegant buildings that he has never seen before even in Asakusa. Shugamo City Hall, the City Council Building, the Mayor's Mansion, and the State Guest House. He looked at them as if he were shooting at them and flicking a finger in his chest. The moment when the white bullet will be released is just around the corner. Looking forward to it, huh? He murmured so as if to persuade himself before turning on his heels. Trick or treat, he felt like saying. Chapter 110, The 12 Master Threadweavers. Tamiko and I are at the Shugamo City Library. Acorn, squeak. Tamiko, be quiet. We're in the library. Squeak. That's not an answer. That's a promise, right? Tamiko lay down on the table and flipped through a copy of Viva the Bounty of the Forest, a big book of edible nuts. Incidentally, the melody she is humming in a good mood bears a striking resemblance to the theme song of a certain store from an ancient civilization. But is this a coincidence? But, content is almost the same. What I was reading is a book on the history of New Tokyo. There are 3 books on the same subject lined up on the table. The day after returning to Shugamo and reporting to Amoto and others about the quest in Ootsuka Metro, I decided to use the time until Noah returned for lessons, and thus came to the library. Both Shugamo and Uji have provided opportunities to study the knowledge needed in this world. But when I arrived here, I was confronted with a series of difficult problems that exceeded my capacity, such as demons, the 5 great beast kings, and the secrets of the new world. I decided to take this opportunity to learn more seriously. Lately, I've been feeling like I'm just going through the motions because I felt like I was being washed away. What comes to mind is the desperate situation at Ootsuka Metro. We were ambushed. My fungal skills was blocked, and we were surrounded by a lot of people. We somehow managed to overcome the situation, but it was largely due to luck. And so, the traveling shark presented me with a path to the truth about this world. I have to be stronger to be able to surpass any predicament. Before that, I have to be more knowledgeable to be able to choose my own path. I will consider the trip to raise my level after Noah's return. But until then, I will do what I can do. So, it's study time. Abe Shuu. This looks delicious, squeak. I want to eat it, squeak. I told you that you cannot eat anything with a skull mark on it. It's fine, squeak. Abe Shuu has detoxification, squeak. Don't risk your life for an acorn. Tamiko can't read, so she sometimes asks me to explain things. Reading and writing are important if you want to live in a human society, so take the time to learn them. We mainly rely on Professor Noah. Let's get back to our studies. The reason why the contents of all the history books I have read so far are similar is because the country itself has a short history and all the books are supervised by the Metro Church. It is better to assume that there is some bias toward information manipulation and historical revision. Though, it is as Professor Noah said, the Tokyo Judgment destroyed the city 107 years ago. Survivors who escaped from the superfungal contamination that spread on the ground survived by staying in the metro. It was 10 years later that the spores of the superfungi that had covered the earth disappeared, and it is generally believed that the number of survivors at that time was between 300,000 and 500,000. Over the next 5 years or so, settlements were established on the ground based on metros in various regions. By that time, human beings had mastered the power of fungal level and fungal class to some extent, although there was no uniformity in the names, and master threadweavers, who possessed exceptional fungal skills, inevitably became the leader of the settlements. This is the origin of the tribes. 12 tribes led by 12 master threadweavers: Shinjuku, Namurogawa Chuta, Senju, Oyama Masuo, Gotanda, Tabuchi Keikifu, Nerima, Akemasagi, Shinagawa, Ryuzaki Sukai, Kamaido, Shuman, Shibuya, Tatagami Pipin, Akubane, Aiam, Sujinami, Kiwami-kai, Ikebukuro, Tjuru Hashiminato, Akasaka, Inuzuka Teppei, Setagaya, Araita Housei. There were other similar authoritarian ruling regions, but these 12 groups are the only ones commonly referred to as tribes. As human civilization was rebuilt on Earth, conflicts in each community in each region became more frequent. From the perspective of the Japanese of old, armed struggle would have been something they would have most avoided. However, the people of that time were in a different situation, in a different environment, and under different conditions for living. People who finally got out of the hole-in-the-wall life had a strong desire and delusion for affluence. They had the power to fight on their own. As a result, Competition for resources and skirmishes with neighbors easily erupted and developed into conflicts between groups. Inevitably, each tribe had more military power and centralized force than other small and medium-sized settlements. Through repeated conflicts, each tribe, whether it wanted to or not, would expand its power and scale by swallowing up other settlements. The next stage would be an even greater quagmire. A grand battle that had begun to roll eventually developed into the most feared event of all, a war between the tribes. Burned villages, piles of corpses, and metro beasts roaming the streets scavenging for carrion. The most important issues of rebuilding civilization and peace were somehow relegated to a corner, and a bleak atmosphere prevailed, as if they were back in the Metro era. Good thing I didn't wake up around this time. It is difficult to say which is better, that or the Ootsuka Metro. It was the first chief of the Shinjuku tribe who put a stop to such a warlike world. He went around to each of the tribes by himself, called out to them, and brought the chiefs together. In a 3-day conference, later called the Okigaya Conference, he proposed the establishment of a governing structure that would span the whole of Tokyo. Finally, with the consent of more than a majority of the 12 members, he himself stepped down as chief of the Shinjuku and put together the governing structure. The year after the meeting, in the 20th year of the Tokyo calendar, the area sealed off by the wall was renamed New Tokyo, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government was born. A man named Nemuro Chiuta was inaugurated as the first governor of Tokyo. Later, the Akasaka tribe, strongly opposed to this, rose up in armed rebellion. After a month of fierce fighting, the situation was settled with the destruction of the tribe and the death of the tribe's chief. Akasaka chief Inuzuka Teppei became the first of the 12 master threadweavers to die. It is the 25th year of the Tokyo calendar. The Hunters Guild is established as an organization under the direct control of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. Its first general manager was appointed by Tatagami Pipin, a former Shibuya chief and ally of the Tokyo governor. His name and characteristic blonde hair and blue eyes indicate that he had roots in a foreign country. The 30th year of the Tokyo calendar. Beginning with this, the master threadweavers of each tribe stepped down one after another from their positions as chiefs. Some wandered around the country living for freedom after retiring from heavy responsibilities. Others stayed in the metro in search of greater strength, and still others became obsessed with the pleasure of using their power from the shadows. Despite the voices of those who feared a new turmoil, Tokyo steadily established peace and stability. The 40th year of the Tokyo calendar. While the peaceful time continues, the country has lost 2 great master threadweavers. Tabuchi Keikifu of Gotanda was killed in a duel with his rival Ryuzaki Sukai of Shinagawa, and Airita Housei of Setagaya mysteriously died at his mistress's house. The latter is still the subject of a gossip that could easily have been on a daytime talk show, but the truth is still in the dark. Half a century has passed since the Tokyo judgment. In the year that marked the 50th year of the Tokyo calendar, a major event occurred that shook the country. Shinjuku, the most advanced and powerful tribe, which had been striving to revive scientific civilization with all its citizens, was destroyed overnight. Demons. Cities such as Shibuya, Gotanda, and Shinagawa followed Shinjuku due to the 6 monsters, who will later be called demons. Shinagawa's Ryuzaki Sukai also lost his life there. The remaining master threadweavers gathered all their strength to discover the true identity of the demons and surrounded them, leading to an all-out war in the ruined city of Shinjuku. In the year 52 of the Tokyo calendar, the demon war broke out. 100,000 soldiers, regardless of whether or not they had a fungal class, were gathered to fight against 6 demons and countless metro beasts controlled by them. More than 50,000 soldiers and 5 master threadweavers lost their lives in the year-long, gruesome battle. They were Jiro Minato of Ikebukuro, Oyama Masuo of Senju, the benefactor of the Xolotl tribe, and Tatagami Pipin, the first commander of the Hunters Guild. It is explained that they did not die in battle, but stabbed by the demons in the back. The war ended with the defeat of the demons at great cost. After that, Shinjuku, which had become a battleground, was unjustly occupied by one of the 5 great beast kings, omnipotent elephant Watanabe. 50 years have passed since then, and his effective rule continues. The Kamido, Schumann, has established the Metro Church based in Akihabara, advocating 3 major taboos, including the development of the scientific civilization, in order to prevent the repetition of the misfortunes of the past. The first religious organization in New Tokyo rapidly grew in influence and is now a central organization along with the metropolitan government. Although everyone has been busy with conflicts and natural disasters since then, it has not suffered any major calamity that could shake the nation, and it continues to this day. If the book were a little newer, it might have included the Akabukura coup d'etat 8 years ago. Phew. I lean back against the back of my chair and rub my temples when I think how it's quiet. Tamiko plops down on the illustrated book and sinks into a sea of slobber. The pages are soggy that it may become a forced purchase. I quietly get up so as not to wake Tamiko and go looking for another book. I weave my way through the somewhat moldy bookshelves, my eyes sliding over the spines of the books that line the shelves. There are 3 surviving master threadweavers. Nemuro Gawachiyuta, the current governor of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Schumann, the Metro Church founder, and Akame Sagi, the current chief of Nerima. She is the only one who has never given up her position as chief and has remained celibate. She is truly the strongest single woman on earth. I mean, why is Schumann the only one without a last name? Or is it their first name? It only says Schumann. I don't even know if it's their real name or nickname. I mean, I only know that. The history of this country, which still has many questions and curiosity more than the history of this country, resonated with me. What struck me personally was the fact that even master threadweavers, who boast overwhelming longevity and vitality due to immortality, can die. Of course, I knew this, but when I was reminded that immortality is not really immortality, I couldn't help but reaffirm my belief that life is precious. So, I have to be careful in toning down my actions. Is it by cutting off the head? Or are they chopped up so that they can't regenerate? Maybe burned up until they are charcoal? Or even the curse from the other day might have a good chance of killing them. I get scared when I imagine such things. I can't try it in the field, so I'll have to learn about this in another book, if there is such a thing. I want to know more about the demons. As was the case in Uji, there are no specialized books on demons or demonic diseases here either. I also picked up a book that looked like the one Sate had mentioned, Ghost Shrine, and I flipped through it. But again, there was no mention of it anywhere. I heard that the Metro Church has the most advanced research on demons. There might be some clues there, but the Shigamo branch is not that big, so there is little hope. I doubt Noah's great-grandfather's notes would have anything either. She said that there were very few descriptions of demons. I mean, Noah's great-grandfather's memo is not perfect either. How could he gather that much information in this world without the internet? As I thought, I guess I'll just have to ask those who fought against them directly, the governor and founder attending the founding festival. The thought of making contact with them makes me nervous. It would be fine if I could keep my identity as a master threadweaver a secret. However, Sate found out quite easily, and so did Grin. I wondered if I would be able to keep my secret from the eyes of the great heroes who had been awake not just for days, but for a century. Hey, you're working quite hard. When I returned to my seat, a suave-looking white-haired guy was waiting for me. It's Shimoinagi. You've got all that skill, and now you're going to study hard. Your ambition is so dazzling that a delinquent like me can't even look at that. Thank you. Also, is this unusual? Not for me, anyway. So, I don't look normal in the library? No, I don't mean that. Sorry. It's fine. I haven't been in a library in decades. Basically, I get a headache if I see more than 3 lines of print. He sat down in the seat across from me and poked the sleeping Tamiko's cheek. Tamiko wakes up while mumbling, "Are you looking for anything?" "Well, that's right. I have something to ask you and this little girl." "What?" "Squeak. Yesterday, it was about the guys you ran into. It was a bit difficult to ask in front of Rin Representative Amoto and K. Ike." Shimoinagi moves closer to my face. I smell cigarettes. "Have you ever heard of the Cross-Border Brigade? Did they call themselves that?" Tamiko and I muttered at the same time. We looked at each other and tilted our heads together in confusion. No, I didn't hear that. Squeak. I see, thank you. Shimoinagi pushes his chair and stands up. Is that their group's name? Do you have any idea where they are? No. It's not that big of a deal. Even for me. It's like catching a cloud. He was still very casual. There is something that is bugging me, but I don't have any proof yet. I'm not sure what to make of it. I'm chasing after some stupid gossip, urban legend, or something of that nature. I don't mean to be a prick, but you guys don't go around yapping, got it? Yeah, but if such things really exist, they're not in the books you're reading. They're like ghosts buried among the shadows of this country. Shadows. You geese should be careful too. Festival music attracts those bad things. Damn it, why don't we sprinkle salt all over the city? As I watched Shimoinagi's back as he walked away with a grumble, I felt a pull in my chest. I can't quite grasp what it is. After that, I studied a little more before leaving the library. The illustrated book, now sticky with Tamiko juice, was to be purchased. I'll read it when we get back home, Tamiko said, looking so excited that she had to be shushed. Chapter 111, Shigamo Pride. The man in front of me, breathing hard with a katana in his hand, is Karasawa Yoshi. He is a level 55 knight, one of the most skilled and experienced hunters in Shigamo. Despite his bare fighting spirit, he is skillful with the sword. He trimmed down extra movements to the last possible moment, hiding his intentions by making slow and sharp movements, and then strikes the blow with his true intention. It is small, sharp, precise, and if not a peak strike, it is a trajectory that leads to a vital point. The second and third blows are delivered in rapid succession, and while dodging the reaching attack, I do not take my eyes off my opponent's movements for even a moment. The swing of the arm, bodywork, footwork, and timing of breathing. I can feel the skill he has honed over many years. Although this was a simple mox battle in which both fighters were using only their katana, the difference in level was directly related to the difference in physical ability. Karasawa was already out of breath right after fighting at full speed, but I was barely sweating. But perhaps it's not just a difference in level. I have a feeling the black Sporangium's status boost is having an evident effect. I am only barely attacking. Yet I am not letting even a single sword graze me. I am concentrating on evasion and defense. I dodge, parry, striking back, stepping back, and pushing back. It was not because I was convinced that I am superior. I am in the front seat observing all the skills that a veteran hunter has cultivated. Is that how you move? I'm learning a lot. I feel the gazes of the hunters surrounding the two of us, so much so that it pierces my skin. At first, there were cheers of "Go and do it" from the junior hunters who adored Karasawa, but now they were watching the fight with bated breath. Karasawa's body staggered to the side at the moment he was hit. Reflexively, he gripped the hilt to seize the opportunity, but just before he did, I realized it was a feint. He lures his opponent in with a sweet bait that made me throw my hand in. But he'd just connected a counter. With a click of his tongue, he twists his body and unleashes a strike that was supposed to be a counter. I stopped stepping forward and was able to dodge it with half a step. Karasawa took a ground-shattering step and then a full-force swing down. I caught it with my katana and turned my wrist to flick it away, knocking my opponent's sword away. Karasawa guards against a blow that should have been enough to knock him unconscious by striking him in the chest with a knife hand, but instead he moves his left hand to his chest just before the blow. Karasawa's mouth, covered with a gray beard, grimaces. Karasawa jumps lightly, opens his legs and wraps them around my back. He grips my right arm firmly with both hands and pulls it to the ground to a choke position. Jiggy. I don't fall. I pushed the ground with the soles of my feet and endured the pull with my core. This move reminds me of some pervert, so please don't do that, I added in my mind as I thrust my left fist into his opponent's side. The moment the restraints are loosened, I pull my arm out and slam a fist into his chest, pinning him to the ground. What a bummer. I moved the flat of the sword on his neck, and with a declaration of surrender, strength is removed from Karasawa's body. After confirming that, I stood up and wiped the sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. Thank you for the fight. Yeah, cheers, and applause rained down. I can hear lines, so please praise me more. Damn. You're a ridiculous rookie. I didn't think you'd be this insane. You even handled my secret moves with room to spare. Kurosawa scratched his head in frustration. I was a little worried that he might have a grudge against me for beating a strong veteran, but he shook my hand with a nonchalant smile. There was a guy I know who used a similar technique, but I am surprised to hear that Shugamo also has someone who uses a similar technique. It's just me and my daughter, but it's almost useless on the Metro. If you don't have the same skill as Kura, it may not work against Metro beasts. Or rather, it's definitely faster to them with a normal Hypha weapon. If you don't have a weird philosophy like Kura, there is little need to hone it. By the way, the lady is Amoto. Some senior hunters call her that affectionately. You're very energetic, Mr. Abe. A voice from behind me made me turn around to see Amoto standing there. The outdoor training field behind the Hunters Guild office. The space is about the size of a basketball court. Did you accompany the members of the guild during their training? As a representative of the guild, I am very grateful to have such a skilled trainer like you. She was so kind as to offer words of appreciation, but her eyes were firmly fixed on Tamiko, who had rushed over to me. On my way home from the library, I wandered over and was approached by her and agreed to buy her a beer. In fact, this was my third fight with Kurosawa. They seem to be inspired. That's good. The peanut gallery, which has grown in number since the beginning, is starting to get into the fights with their own hands. Immediately, angry yells began to fly around, and people passing by were sending quizzical glances. I learned a lot. Mr. Kurosawa, who I just fought, is even better than me in terms of technique. I have been self-taught and honed my technique against Metro beasts, but compared to other hunters, my skills are rather rough. I am somewhat aware of it. I don't think that the things I've accumulated in 5 years living a hellish life can be used at all just because I have changed. Nonetheless, it's also true that when I was up against a veteran like Kurosawa, or a master of interpersonal combat like Kura or Toroko, I am bound to find my rough spots standing out. I need to be able to anticipate my opponent's actions and make my moves less wasteful. It's not good to keep relying on my level and fungal skills. You were very worried that your legs were going to give when you were countered. It might be better to be conscious of when to relax your knees. No, it's going to be an easy lesson. I think I'll try learning swordsmanship in earnest. Fufu, you're that strong, but you're not arrogant and wish to aim higher. That attitude, I might have to learn from you. Putting Tamiko on my shoulder, Amoto and I headed to the resting area in the corner. There is a wooden bench and table, and Amoto puts her rucksack on top of it. A large rucksack like the one Noah carries on her back. It was filled with stuff. Ah, are you going somewhere? Going, squeak. A dark brown cloak is sticking out of the backpack. I can think of only one place I would take such a thing in the middle of summer. Oh, I'm diving into the metro for the first time in a while. Lately, I've been doing nothing but desk work. I'm going to have some friendly competition with the beasts and get rid of some of the rust that's been seeping into my body. But didn't you have to work until the end of the month? Things related to the festival. This woman fluffing off a squirrel girl who had been caught in a corner while explaining why she was going to the Ootsuka Metro. That's right, but this morning, I finally got a reply from my opponent. If that's the case, I can't show a shabby display as a representative of the branch, right? So I consulted with other guild members and staff members and was kindly sent off. I'm blessed with good colleagues. By the way, who is that opponent? Are they strong? Yeah, he's a big player worthy of the 6th fight, that is, the semi-finals. Actually, you know him well. No way. That's right. Kingslayer Silverwolf, Mr. Gruntachi. Seriously? Seriously, squeak. That devilish erotic wolf. Oh my. A masterclass holy knight who manipulates numerous fungal skills, including Flame Blade, a national celebrity and a flamboyantly handsome man. He is certainly a guest fighter worthy of livening up the event. Ah, but Miyamoto is definitely on the same level. Oh, I'm just 52. I believe Gurren is level 72. If the two are very different, it's hard to say out loud, but I feel like it's quite a mismatch. That's right. There's no shortage of opponents, or rather, to put it bluntly, I'd have zero chance of winning, but I would have preferred to be matched up with Mr. Grun myself. Why, as I may have told you before, the Shugamo branch is less experienced than others, and the average strength of the guild members is also poor. It is even represented by a young woman like me. Nevertheless, it is one thing to admit weakness, and quite another to be content with weakness. Aomoto's expression does not appear to be either enraptured by the heat of the moment or intoxicated by self-deprecation as she speaks. I love this branch. I love this city. I believe we can grow and become stronger. For that reason, we can't just pick the lowest tile and be happy with a false victory, even if it's on the big stage. Even if I lose, even if I am completely crushed, I must show my strength to those who are far stronger than I am. Ha! Squeak. In her gaze, I can feel that the determination and resolution hidden inside are quietly lit. She's taken aback, and she's pinched. Well, on the other hand, I don't have the gall to take pleasure in exposing my disastrous defeat to the public eye. With 2 weeks to go, I'll struggle at best to close the gap, even if it's only by 1 level. By the way, which metro are you planning to go to? That's, I'm going to have to put myself in a tough environment. I'm not sure if I'll be spoiled if it's a place I've been used to going to. From what I've heard from you guys, the Gillums in the lower levels and the Metro Beasts on the new floor would be perfect for me to level up. Oh, you're going to Uji. Oh, that's right. It's Uji. Huh? What's wrong? It's not what you think. It is not about the magic beasts over there. Solo something? I'm not going to Fluff. Oh no, I'm just going there for training. Fluff, right. I just want to make sure I didn't forget to bring the jerky. Fui. You ruined it. I don't know if the Xolotl will like this lustful miss, but I can only hope that they will have a meaningful exchange with each other. While thinking about such things, Aomoto wiped her nosebleed as if nothing had happened. Aside from what you have to say, what are you going to do, Mr. Abe? Eh? Have you made up your mind after thinking about it all night? Seeing your motivation just now, did you feel like accepting it? No, what she was talking about was about the Komagom witch, the 6th-ranked legendary hunter in the country. Maria Haku. When I was approached about it yesterday, I was afraid that I would be accused of carelessness as a member of society if I took on such a serious matter so easily, so I held off on giving a reply. I'm still thinking about it. If you could give me a little more time. Hearing Kaike's plea and Aomoto's enthusiasm, I was reluctant to refuse. However, I still need more thinking time. I'm not talking about consulting Noah, but I would like her to encourage me for the time being. I'm having a hard time because I haven't seen Noah lately. I see. I'm going to leave town today, but please let Kaike know your response. I know it's a crazy request. Even if you refuse, I promise you that no one will hold you responsible. Yes, I'm sorry. Well, Kaike might be a little disappointed. Aomoto grinned. Damn it. Well then, I'm ready to go. It's been a while since I've been on a crocodile bus, but first, may I have a word? Aomoto picked up Tamiko from my shoulder and placed her gently on the table. Aomoto opened her luggage and rolled an acorn from his pocket onto the table. Tamiko, who had become hungry for acorns because of the illustrated book, bit into one without a care in the world. Aomoto, with her cheek on her palm, looks on happily. It seems that time is not a problem. Since yesterday, I've heard a lot about the Holy Silver Puppeteer. Like stories of her bravery or a fighting style. Ms. Ootsuka, I see. I'm sure he knows a lot about her, being from the same town. Not only that, but their relationship doesn't seem to be well known. Then, just for reference, if you know the characteristics or abilities of other anchors, can you tell me about them? I see, so that's part of the learning process. It's mostly just rumors or second-hand knowledge, but I'll give you as much knowledge as I can. Aomoto said a few words to a nearby apprentice-like boy, and he rushed toward the guild office. Within a minute, he returns with a thin booklet in his hand, and instead of handing it over, he receives a thank you from Aomoto. His face is as red as if it had been boiled, and I wonder if it is just because he has been running. This is the list of the top 15 hunters in the country. It is published every March, so this is last year's list. She flipped through the pages, folded them up, and held them out to me. The ranking, affiliation, and titles are listed. Chapter 112, 15 of the Strongest People. This is the list of the top 15 hunters in the country. It is announced every March, so this is last year's list. She flipped through the list, folded the page, and held it out in front of me. The ranking, affiliation, and 2 names are listed. First, Meguro Headquarters, Kangjubai, the Transcendent. Second, Shinagawa, Nami Gabe, I am everyone's lizard. Third, Setagaya Kojamai Kid, Ultimate Bullet Dancer. Fourth, Deba, Hajiwara Diki, Eternal Summer. Fifth, Roppongi Shira Nuiki, Blade Beauty. Sixth, Komagom Haku Maria, Holy Silver Puppeteer. Seventh, Krakun Ibushi Mikio, King Tiger Hunter Connoisseur. Eighth, Akabane, real name not disclosed, Dignified Fungal Balls. Ninth, Senju Hanabusa Raiden, Thank You Muscles. 10th, Sujinami, Tida Smith, Jim Reaper. 11th, Iakigaya, Takahashi Ango, Peerless Purgatory. 12th, Meguro Headquarters, real name not disclosed, Spooky. 13th, Akihabara Kobe's Thatcher, Red Spider Lily Princess. 14th, Akihabara, Takata Howdu, Ghost Slayer. 15th, Setagaya Goyuko Sami, Setagaya's butt. It happens every year that the headquarters is strong. The Setagaya team did very well last year, as is the case every year. I'll start from the first place and explain. Wait, there's something strange mixed in here. It's mixed in with something like a game handle or from the late Heisei era. I'd like to make various comments, but for the time being, there is a misprint. Isn't it? The word thread is missing. Isn't it? No. This is correct. It's dignified fungal balls. Are you real? Balls, squeak. Pidgeot, the kid who likes dirty jokes, jumped up and down with delight. Akabane, like Nerima, was ruled by a female master threadweaver. So, women tended to have a strong position in the community and in the family. My mother's side of the family is also from Akabane. And even my uncle becomes a weakling in front of my mother and grandmother. The Shishkabare sisters, the Amazoness-like sisters who fought together with us in Uji, belong to the Akabane tribe. Come to think of it, the elderly duo who confessed in a trembling voice about the tyranny of their ogre wives at the barbecue must also belong to the Nerima tribe. I am sure that the old man and his wife were also members of the Nerima tribe. Meanwhile, he, the 8th rank, is trying to create a stir in the Akabane society with his title. In a guild where most of the staff are women, he does not allow anyone to address him by anything other than his title, and even ignores young newcomers until they reach a certain level of ability. That sucks. If this were the old world, he would be trashed on social media. He's a scumbag of the highest order, but he's also one of the strongest candidates for the top spot among all magicians in New Tokyo and has the greatest annihilation ability of all of them. Seriously? The mage is a higher rank fungal class of the illusionist, which means that, as the name implies, the mage is able to make full use of their Sporangium. In game terms, he is the most powerful wizard in New Tokyo. There are other funny names, but I guess the more powerful a person becomes, the crazier they get. I've actually met a few of them, including Balls, but they all have their own quirks, and it makes me realize just how boring I am. An ordinary person who is bound by conventional wisdom. I see. I turned to Tamiko, who was excited for the second time with the balls, as she kept shouting, "Balls, balls." I put aside the question of what was normal about this person who looking overly happy and excited. I looked over the list again. I thought I could learn a little more about their characteristics and abilities from their 2 names, but there was almost nothing that would be of any use. What kind of hints should I find in Eternal Summer? If you were to list the best of these people in terms of combat ability, whether against humans or beasts, killing, wounding or subduing, I would personally rank them 1st, 3rd, 8th, 9th, and 12th are a cut above the rest. The reason why they are not simply ranked from 1st to 5th is that the ranking is based on the number of quests completed and the difficulty of the quests, not on the order of ability, right? That's a good answer. Of course. Some of the rankers are monstrously strong, reaching level 70, 80 or having a naturally higher rank fungal class. Whoa. I knew that. It was a big fish swagger for the master class. The top of those with the highest level of the higher rank fungal class can be roughly classified into two. It is according to the tendency to learn an ability. The two types are the general purpose type and the specialized type. That's not the official terminology, though. An unfamiliar phrase appears. Tamiko and I just looked at her in confusion. The general purpose type is literally the orthodox hunters. The versatility of the higher rank fungal classes allows them to respond flexibly to all kinds of situations. The first, fourth, and seventh rankers are like this. I think Mr. Gurren and you are the same way, but only if they don't have any secret hidden skills. As she was staring at me with mischievous eyes, I smiled vaguely to brush it off. Thank goodness Ms. K. Ike was not here. The most common type of hunter, including me, is the general purpose type. On the other hand, specialized type hunters are those with unique skills and powerful fusion fungal abilities. Although they lack skillfulness and adaptability, they are able to push their luck with one trick or special technique. Although they are few in number overall, these types are inevitably concentrated in the top ranks. The fifth, sixth, and that girl named Toroko is also of this type. I understand unique, but what is fusion fungal skill? I've never seen this word even in the fungal skill encyclopedia. Fufu, you're really quite interesting, especially with the imbalance between your ability and knowledge. My bad. Sorry, squeak. When my beautiful superior smiles at me looking up at my face, I can't help but feel this way. Even if I know the other person is a crazed furball maniac, it feels alright. I know how any boy would feel at this moment. Once you have mastered a fungal skill, its properties and effects can change later on. It is evolution or fusion. The former is, as the name implies, evolved fungal skill is an event in which a fungal skill is reborn more powerful. For example, a fireball becomes a large fireball or a giant fireball. This is a change that can happen even if you are not a fungal genius. The growth and change of my warhammer, sensory spores, and Tamiko's squirrel avatar as the level increased changed, but this seems to be different from others. On the other hand, a fusion is an event in which multiple fungal skills are combined to create a completely different fungal skill. The most obvious example of this is the poison/whip used by Blade Beauty. This is a whip skill that combines a corrosive poison that melts bones and a sharpness that can cut through rock. She uses it in all directions, and her true strength is her one versus many battle. I didn't know there are skills like that. When I imagine it, I am intrigued by the sense of awesomeness. It's like, welcome to my realm. I'm not sure I'd be able to master such a dangerous thing in real life. Certainly, there are many cases where the fusion fungal skill is a powerful skill, but it's not necessarily always a benefit. The previous example is presumed to be a skill that fuses dagger and white whip or white string. But, you can't use the original fungal skills individually. In other words, the number of skills you have will decrease. If it was something you were used to using, you would be in trouble, wouldn't you? Even for an evolved fungal skill, it could be irreversible as well. It is true that it would be a problem if my frequently used katana and fireball could no longer be used. It would be nice if the ability could compensate for that, but that may not always be the case. And unique fungal skills and fusion fungal skills are often described as resource hogs. According to the guild's research, specialized types tend to have fewer and fewer fungal skills. The Holy Silver Puppet is a level 70 plus puppeteer, but even including the source of her title Makina, Magic Woman, she has only 2 or 3 fungal skills that she can use. There is a kind of capacity for each person to acquire fungal skills, and the more powerful it becomes, the greater the cost becomes, and that puts pressure on their capacity. Even if you don't have the knowledge, you are a quick learner. As expected of Mr. Abe, the more powerful the fungal skills becomes, the greater the cost will be and the more will be squeezed. I have no idea how such a thing has become a reality. Is there any particular timing that determines such a tendency? Like how to make fusion happen? As I said before, for the vast majority they are general purpose types. Only a very select few, it seems, shift in that direction during the process of leveling and physical growth. If we are talking about past trends, it is unlikely that your ability will change to that side after you have reached your level. Of course, I can't say for sure that it's zero, and it's interesting that anything seems to be possible with you. I see. I put my hand under my chin and thought for a while. Truly, Master Threadweaver is an absolute cheat. Sensory Spore was probably unique to me, and I was blessed with rare fungal skills such as Light Blade and Ashura. Starting with Immortality. The image it portrays is a type similar to that of a general-purpose type with an extremely large or unlimited capacity and no barriers akin to fungal classes. At the moment, I have not experienced evolution or fusion, and I am intrigued by special moves that are unique to me. However, accumulation compensates for these, and in fact, thanks to this fungal ability, it is a good combination of the two. If I want more, Noah will call me a cheat. For the time being, I think it would be a good to train in preparation to general-purpose top rankers, make the most of my own direction and potential for that. I think the multifaceted training required for the general-purpose type is suited for this purpose. Of course, I should continue to raise my level and acquire new fungal skills, and I should also actively gain experience, such as in Mox battles with Karasawa. A general-purpose type has a lot of things they can do, but they also have a lot of things they need to do. It is easy to put it into words, but it will be an issue that will haunt you for a long time. It is also necessary to study martial arts and body arts. The Holy Knight Grun is a good role model. He is an all-rounder with everything polished at a high skill level. It would be better if I could learn from my predecessors who are also master threadweavers, but such know-how would not be available in books, nor would I have the opportunity to learn from them. In other words, I have no choice but to learn from those who are closer to me. I will visit Ikebukuro in the near future and ask him to give me some sparring time. He owes me a lot, and I owe him a lot, so it will be easy for me to minimize my concern for him. And then there's that. In that sense, there's an opportunity. My thoughts return to the match. My opponent, Holy Silver Puppeteer, is the complete opposite of me. She's a fighter with a very powerful single skill. This is a rare opportunity to match up with a top-class hunter, and although it is a match, it will be a head-to-head fight. It won't come to a deadly confrontation. This is an opportunity that should be taken even if it costs a lot of money. But it is also true that I cannot easily turn its back on the idea. There are two reasons. The first is the risk of being exposed as a master threadweaver. I keep wondering if I will be able to hide it from my opponents, the thousands of spectators, and the eyes of the two guests of honor. Frankly, I have a feeling that I will be exposed. The other reason is, and this is the bigger one emotionally, that I'm frankly scared. I am scared of my opponent, but more than that, I am scared of the expectations of the people of Shugamo, and of fighting in front of a large crowd as the main match. Just thinking about it is enough to get my anxiety flowing. I would like to have at most be the third or fourth match instead of the main event, but that would be just like the original situation, and the opponent who went out of her way to nominate me would not be satisfied. So, I'd like to think about it a little more before the deadline. I have a feeling that I'll end up accepting the offer, but even so, I'd like to have a little more time to make up my mind. And you're like the number one, eh? The man who stands at the top of all hunters, the transcendent Kangjubai. He's a general-purpose type, too, though not on the same level as the rest of them. I've only met him once, but you seem to me to be somewhat like him, though you don't look like him at all. By the way, what kind of person, or rather what kind of hunter are you? Well, in a word, he approached or maybe surpassed the heroes of the founding of the country, the master threadweavers. He is a warrior who has such potential. Really? A human being who can rub shoulders with and surpass heroes over 100 years old, let alone a 5-year experienced me. What in the world would it take for that to happen? Perhaps he is also master threadweaver? In the near future, you will be in the top ranks of hunters, and you will surely come face to face with him. You have a background as impressive as his, and maybe I'm not the only one with selfish hopes of surpassing him. I'm sorry, I'm really on the side of being surpassed. And so on. Am I evening teeth? Squeak. The special squeak. Tamiko is cute and a one-of-a-kind. Shall we go to the woods afterward to look for acorns? Shouldn't you go to Uji? 2 days and 3 days passed from my back and forth between the library and the training grounds, and I was walking back to my house, sweating profusely and exhausted. It was around dusk when the red sun was tilting in the west. Tamiko and I noticed at the same time when we entered the alley leading to the house from the side of the bakery. Something smells good? The smell wafted through the slightly open kitchen window. The smell is the delicious, warm broth from a stew or casserole. Obviously, Ootsuka, who should be in charge of cooking, is a freeloader that we can't get rid of it. That means the two of us look at each other. It's Noah. Noah, squeak. Unable to suppress our excitement, we open the front door and rush in with the same momentum we had in our short run. I'm home, Jaiwa. Welcome back, Noah. Pidgeot of us screamed, drooling and mouth open wide. On the dining room floor, 2 people tied up with white string are lying face down. They are Ootsuka and Kura. And Kura is somehow bound in a tortoise-shell bondage. And Noah is standing in the kitchen. He is sharpening a knife in a devilish look next to a simmering pot. Oh, welcome back, both of you. I'll make you dinner now. Noah with a wicked wide grin and blood-curdling gaze. Her kitchen knife held up as a bright glint. My screams echoed. So, Noah and Kura are back. Chapter 113, Noah falling into the abyss. Noah, who has finished sharpening his knife, wanders toward Ootsuka and Kura with it in his hand. Hey, Noah. Those aren't ingredients for dinner, are they? Both pervert and lily hag should not be eaten. Squeak. If you eat them, you'll get a stomachache. Squeak. Tamiko and I hurriedly intervened to stop her. But Noah only looked back for a moment with a troubled look on her face, and immediately turned back to face the two of them. Ootsuka moans and groans, and Noah's hand reaches toward her, grabbing a paper bag that was lying behind her. The lady over here? Are you sure you two know each other? Well, yeah. Noah hasn't been home for a while and found a strange fake lily lying around like she owns the place, so I guess she mistook Ootsuka for a trespasser or something and detained her. The reason why even Kura was tied up remains a mystery. Well, it's a long story, but I'm a hunter of Komagom named Ootsuka Sue, and we're going to be working together for a while for various reasons. Is that so? Noah returns to the kitchen to resume cooking, saying nothing else. The sound of the chopping board and kitchen knife chopping the vegetables in the paper bag plays a nice rhythm. Tamiko and I breathed a sigh of relief and released the restraints of the two for the time being. The tight knot of white string is hard, so I have Tamiko bite it with her hardened front teeth. Phew. Hey, she didn't need to cover my mouth. We're not beasts. Didn't you explain things to Noah? I did. I was just trying to explain how close Shou and I are. Then she suddenly pulled out her dagger. I just told her about the two of us having an intimate lip-together night together yesterday. It's not intimate. You just got drunk again and threw up all over the place. Gross lily. Squeak. There was a chance she was lying, so I had to tie her up. Noah says without looking back. The particulars of this fake lily's criminality and nature convinced me that Noah's decision was not a mistake. So, why is Kura tied up as well? If you look closely, you can see that you're tied up in a tortoise-shell binding, or rather, a mesh binding similar to wrapping up pork chops. I was relieved to learn that Noah had not mastered abnormal techniques. Oh, I've been interested in this kind of thing for a long time. Why are you taking the time to come here? Idiot. This is certainly a new feeling. The feeling of the rope digging into your flesh, skin, and important parts. The catharsis of having your dignity trampled on like a ragdoll. I have to say this is a delicious feeling. But it's different. It still can't be Ms. Ikari. The act of binding someone is something that requires a bond, and that one has to be you, Shou. If it is not done so by your hand, it cannot evolve into the pure pleasure of love. Tamiko, you don't have to untie that thing. Tomorrow is burnable trash day. I'm sure this handsome man charm doesn't work on you. I'm not sure if it's a waste of time for me, but that kind of look isn't bad as a snack, you know? Can you please not make this more complicated than it already is? Bam! A loud noise came from the kitchen. Everyone turns around, startled. It sounded like Noah slamming a slab of meat onto the cutting board. Good luck against Noah, Squeak. I've never seen Noah so bent over something before. I wonder if the fake Lily's presence and the unreasonable behavior from Kira is so irritating. Whisper Kira. Did something happen to Noah? Is it about the transfer? Whisper. We've already completed the procedures at Ikebukuro. All we have to do now is to submit the documents to Shigamo. Well, it was a lot of work. Eh? What is the problem? Is that why they got back a little late? Is that really the reason for her displeasure? Whisper. Rather than that. But if you want it to stop, now is the time. Eh? Sweat trickles down Kira's forehead. The expression on his face is the color of fear. The real hell starts here. She looked back in surprise. The first thing that Noah did was to rummage through the bottom of a paper bag and pull out a huge amount of garlic, so much that she couldn't hold it in one hand. The look on her face, with the corners of her mouth twisted up in a devil-may-care grin, made me shudder from the bottom of my heart. Garlic cuisine is not so much a specialty, but it is said to be rather popular in the Ikebukuro area. Noah's love of garlic turned out to be a taste of her hometown, but according to Kira, even so, Ms. Ikari is extraordinary. A hearty garlic dish lined up on the dining table, using a generous amount of the souvenir garlic from Ikebukuro. The main dish is a miso nabe filled with grated garlic, followed by dumplings, fried garlic, grilled skewers, grilled fish, garlic pilaf, and stir-fried garlic sprouts and ribs. The garlic smell wafting through the living room stung my eyes to the point of it being painful. Tamiko has already evacuated the dining table. Well, Noah Ikari, I'm back, albeit belatedly. Noah says this to no one with a sad look on her face. We have a lot to talk about, but for now, let's eat first. Yes, then, let's eat. Thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal. Squeak. Us, 3 chicken hearts, however, did not take the initiative to reach with our hands. So, Noah takes the bowl from each of us and pushes back a large portion of miso nabe. Phew, the long-awaited Noah meal. It's delicious. So good. Tamiko was raving about the food Noah had prepared on a separate plate for her, since she prefers lighter flavors. It would have been nice if Noah had shared a little more of that kindness for the humans. I put the dish in my mouth. The taste is, I hate to say it, delicious. Everything was superb. Yummy. But it still packs a huge punch. And the strong punch on the gut never lets up. The smell of passes through my nose and pierces my brain. My taste buds are no longer working. Even Kira is sweating and in agony, while Ootsuka is floundering from the garlic content of the dumplings she has just eaten. In desperation, I chomped down the dumplings in one gulp. I nearly fainted in agony at the violent chaotic taste spreading in my mouth. I notice that my hand is about to reach for the next dish. Strange. Why am I still trying to get another one? It's difficult, very difficult. My tongue is numb, my burning esophagus and stomach are screaming. And yet, for some reason, I can't stop. Noah is not urging me to eat, but for some reason, my chopstick-clutching hand won't stop. My mouth accepts the food with a mumbled complaint, and my body is looking like a wet rag, but for some reason I am happy. The more I eat this, the more addictive it becomes. Kira mumbles as if he is being drowned in the heat. He is breathing hard, sweating profusely, pupils fully dilated, but still continuously gobbling the food. I can't stop. Why can't I stop? The figure of Ootsuka, who was sobbing but still kept on eating. I suspected that we might be on some kind of weird drug. After eating the noodles for dinner, we all lay down with our stomachs full. The smell of garlic and the sense of immorality that rises up from our stomachs fill our chests. If I burp, I feel like mosquitoes will die. You smell like a big garlic. Squeak. Don't you dare breathe. Squeak. A ferocious protest came from the lone squirrel that escaped from the clutches of the devil. I couldn't do anything about it. I'll have some mint mushrooms later. I was thinking of having you pick us up in the city tomorrow for the first time in a while, but that's impossible. I'm afraid I'm going to get a bad reputation, so can you please stop? I think it's best that he should refrain from going to the guild tomorrow. It's no way to be depressed if you're given a nickname such as a mouthy rookie or worse. Noah comes back after cleaning up. I put the tea on the table, and finally it's time to get down to business. There were a lot of things, and it's too long to talk about. So, I'd like to hear about Noah first. Once again, I encountered the shadow of a demon, and on top of that, I got up close and personal with a beast king. The content is too much and will take time to understand, so it would be better to put it later. At any rate, that means you can transfer from the Ikebukuro branch, right? Did you have some kind of trouble? First of all, I want to clarify the reason for the dark ambience. If not, the damage done to the body and mind will not come to light. Noah and Kira looked mystified. Noah takes something out of her backpack and lays it out on the dining table. It was a piece of paper with a circular pattern on it the size of a business card, the test sheet that Tamiko and I had used when we registered with the guild. There are two types of paper, one for fungal level verification and the other for fungal class verification. A dagger is pressed against one of her fingertips. The finger, beaded with blood, is placed on the test paper for the fungal level verification. The blood slowly and stretches further out as if drawing a thread. The red line that follows the scale stops at exactly 30. Oh, level 30. 30. Weren't you 28? When we first measured it at the inn in Shugamo, it was 24. Then she went up for Inuji. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 28. Yes, even by my calculations, it should be 28. But, as you can see what's going on inside her head, Tamiko and I looked at her confused. Continuing on, Noah also pressed her finger on the fungal class test sheet, a hexagonal shape showing the 6 fungal classes. The red line extends to craftsman in the lower right corner, and reaches the end. As I recall, the last time she did this, it stopped about 2/3 of the way down. The craftsman a basic fungal class that stops in the middle, and the puppeteer its advanced class reaches the very corner. The night system at the top and the illusionist system at the top left are also growing, as before, but there is also a small growth in the healer system at the bottom left. This was not the case in the previous test. Why is it different from before? Unless this is a bug, it means that Noah is now a puppeteer and can learn from the healer system as well. Yes, at this moment, it seems that I am now a puppeteer, the advanced class of the craftsman system. Wow. A class change. Is that possible? I think I heard a glimpse of it before. Was it Obuchi who said it? As I recall, he said that basically the fungal class is inborn and never changes throughout one's life, but on rare occasions it can change to a higher rank fungal class. As expected, the three of us, with the exception of Tamiko and I, looked at each other with serious expressions on our faces. I've never seen it before, at least not with Ms. Ikari, Kura said. I've heard rumors about it, said Ootsuka. Most of the time it seems to be a case of an error in the initial registration or a defective piece of test sheet. But if that's the case with Ms. Ikari, if that's the case with you, it could be with my first time, too. Why did such a rare phenomenon suddenly happen to Noah? With that in mind, I can only think of one thing. I clenched my jaw tightly. Tamiko looked around at everyone. Noah, you are getting stronger, squeak. Are you not happy, squeak? I am. Noah closed her eyes. Her face is filled with emotions like confusion and fear. Not the anger and frustration she had before. 5 days ago, around the time that Tamiko and I arrived at Rikugi village after accepting the quest, Noah and Kura had also arrived at Ikebukuro by the crocodile bus. That same day, they went to the branch office and applied to be transferred to Shugamo, since she had no appointment and the staff was not available. The examination and processing were to take place the next day. In her spare time, Noah looked around the territory and visited her parents' home in a former settlement outside the territory. It had been 6 months since she had been there, so she was not as nostalgic for her hometown. I will be looking for something at my parents' house. Is it something important? Well, something like that. Kura was not a constant companion to Noah, and he was able to enjoy his first visit to Ikebukuro to his heart's content. The first time he went to Ikebukuro, he went to a dojo that teaches swordsmanship and martial arts to test his skills and check out some of the city's good-looking men. I'll let that pass slide. The next day, the examination was held as promised. If there were no problems, the procedure would be completed the next day at the earliest. But a problem occurred. The applicant's test paper was required to be attached to the documents to be submitted to Shugamo, so Noah used the paper as she was told, but found that she was fungal level 30 and fungal class puppeteer. Both the fungal level and the fungal class were different from what she had reported. The most surprised person was Noah herself, but the problem was not that her level was not the same as when she registered as a hunter. Since the test sheets from 3 years ago were kept together with the documents, normally, used test papers are often discarded, but apparently the staff at that time kept them diligently. She was not suspected of reporting a false fungal class at the time of registration, but for the time being, the branch was to deliberate the matter. This was an unprecedented change to a higher-rank fungal class in the Awoke branch, which has a long history. Although Noah herself had no idea what was going on, she was interviewed in detail about her past activities, as much as she could tell them, of course, and her physical examinations and fungal skill test was also conducted. There, once again, a new revelation was made. Noah had acquired a fungal skill that she did not remember ever having acquired. Oh, seriously? What kind of ability? I asked her, but a shiver ran down my spine as I thought of it. No way. The spirit ball from that time? Noah stands up silently, spreading her palm, showing the back of her hand to the others and me. She lightly waved her hand in front of her chest. Then, I could see something glittering in the light of a lamp in the living room. Whoa, no way. It is a spore dispersion type skill. No way. Even Noah has charm. I immediately covered my mouth in panic. Even the fake Lily was secretly confused, and I have no confidence that I would not fall if Noah used it on me. It's going to be so embarrassing. Abe, this is not charm, said Ootsuka. I think it might be life spores. It's in the healer system. Yes, it seems so. I take my hand away from my mouth, believing that it was not charm. What is this life spores? When inhaled, it strengthens the body's internal organs, temporarily increasing energy and endurance. Ah, so it's a buff type ability. It is tasteless, odorless, and hard to tell, but as I was told, I did indeed feel a little less tired, though it may have been a placebo effect. Tamiko, who inhaled deeply and loudly, started shadowboxing. It is Overflow wing squeak. A series of squirrel punches cut through the air sharply. Hey, Noah, you know what? A healer's dust skills is a natural ability, you know, compared to strengthening spores. It's said to be plain, but if you're going to dive in the metro for a long time, you should have one in your team. It will come in handy. 9 Kura. Before we knew it, Kura was calling Noah and frowned, but she sat down without saying anything. Unlike my Herculean strength, Kura said, since the target is not limited to yourself, the effect is slightly weaker, but it's more convenient for party cooperation. I see. Anyway, should I say that I'm glad it wasn't Spirit Ball? It seems to drain her physical strength tremendously, and strange memories cross my mind. So, you don't remember learning it, Noah? I mean, didn't you notice that your back was hot while we're in Uji? I would have noticed if I had, but I don't have any idea. I see. So, the Awoke branch began to question the credibility of Noah's various statements, such as the fact that she had acquired fungal skills that she didn't remember, and the Awoke branch was shaken as to whether it was okay to issue a transfer permit. They seem to have a close relationship with the Shugamo branch, and if they pretend not to notice that they handed over the seeds of trouble without hesitation, it will affect the trust between the branches. They even planned so far as to provide the guild headquarters with information and consultation on how to deal with the situation. In the end, however, the situation did not turn out to be so serious. It was the word of one of the branch's leading figures. Yes, it's Gruntachi. He came to the defense of Noah's personality and work ethic and offered very plausible speculation that perhaps the harsh experience in the Ootsuka Metro's depths had brought out her latent potential. He also graciously encouraged her transfer, and today all the procedures were finally completed. Mr. Grunt told me that, but I had no idea what I was getting myself into. It's not normal. I don't know why this happened to me. I just don't know what I am anymore. I could only put my elbows on the dining table and held my head. So, when I came home, I was surrounded by strangers. They said something about Mr. Shu's mistress or something I didn't understand, so my head was already in a mess. I opened my eyes and glared menacingly at Ootsuka. Ootsuka shakes her head from the uncomfortable stare. Even with the food just now, I really wanted to serve the taste of my hometown in a normal way. However, somehow it turned out to be a mess, and I gave you a bad impression even though we are finally back home together. I'm sorry. Noah hangs her head with a few tears in her eyes. No, Noah, it was not your fault. I don't know if it's a normal mindset for girls around the high school age to be so anxious that they start blasting garlic dishes. I finally understood Noah's feelings. A mysterious power dwells in her that she doesn't even know where it came from. She must have felt fear and anxiety as if she were no longer herself. She was so anxious that she hurried back home, where her friends were waiting for her, only to be greeted by a stranger, a fake Lily. It looked like I took advantage of her absence to bring a woman into the house. Not knowing what to expect, no wonder she was so desperate. I knew I should have taken her with me, even if I had to force her. It was a regrettable error in judgment. I should not have let her out of my sight after all. As it turned out, it was a lot more difficult than I thought. What's even more frustrating is that the pervert wolf scored good points. I feel grateful that it's all thanks to him. But I also have a selfish repulsive feeling that I'm being presumptuous like a creep. Or rather, feeling jealous. Damn it. I'm sorry, Noah. Why is Mr. Shuu apologizing? That apology includes the fact that I had kept things a secret from her. Yes, I already had a guess. The reason for the strange things that have happened to her. The shadow that lurks inside of her. A shadow that looks like a demon has revealed itself in Uji. There is no other explanation. And surely Noah herself has unconsciously sensed this presence. That is why she is so anxious. I sat down in front of Noah and grabbed her face with both hands. Disregarding the bewilderment, I brought her face closer to mine. Hey, Mr. Shuu, what are you? When I look directly into her face, she turns red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I can smell the garlic. It's mutual. Behind me, the three of them are screaming three different things. Tamiko, you're a virgin, but you're sexually harassing her. Squeak. Kura, why only Mizukari? It is not fair. Me too, me too. Ootsuka, oh, I'm going to go prepare the bed. I glared at them to shut them up for the time being. I'm sorry, but I'm actually serious. I'm going to say something weird now, but Noah, will you be quiet and listen to me? Yes. I inhaled and once again peered into Noah's eyes from the front. Sparkle. Sparkle, come out if you're there. For a moment, the room is silent. Mr. Shuu. Sparkle, I know you can hear me. You're there, aren't you? Noah stares back at me with a puzzled look in her eyes. What could I be talking about? What? Come out. I'm here. I want to talk to you, Sparkle. The puzzled Noah suddenly closes her eyes. Then, her body has gone limp, and she doesn't even move. I gently let go of her hand and watched with bated breath along with the other three. Shuu. The same voice as Noah came out from Noah's lips. Did you call for me? But it sounded completely different from Noah's usual tone. Sparkle. Noah opened her eyes. No. Sparkle smiles serenely. It's a smile that borrows Noah's face and is full of mysterious charm. Me? There. She stops speaking and is stunned. She puts her hand over her mouth and huffs out a breath, and in a flash, her face contorts into despair. Bad breath. Impossible. Coming back like this. Wait. Chapter 114, Sparkle's Confession. The talking demon, temporary, started to run away, but she was stopped by me. So, with a quizzical look on her face, Sparkle, temporary, talking demon is chewing on a large number of mint mushrooms as if they were snacks. New Tokyo's fungal civilization surpasses even the ancient scientific civilization in a small part due to the mysterious efficacy of some things. Mint mushrooms are bean-sized dried mushrooms that at first glance look like chocolate candy and are literally chewed and swallowed to make your breath smell good. One can only guess why our house has a large stockpile of these mushrooms. Whisper, Shuu, she is. Whisper, Abe, what's going on? What's going on with Noah? Kura and Ootsuka whispered in my ear. Tamiko, Gurren and I are the only ones who know about Sparkle's existence. I'll tell you the situation later. Putting aside Kura, who vaguely guessed something from my expression. It might have been a bad move to do this in front of Ootsuka. The fact that she finds out means that her master, the Beast King Sate, will also be privy to the secret. I don't know what the circumstances are, but that shark hates demons and he hates them very much. If possible, I wanted to get the information out of him without telling him about it, but if it became known, in case he became an enemy of mine. No. I shook my head. I'll think about that later. For now, I have to focus on the person in front of me first. For now, let's eat some of this too. The air smells bad when it's so crowded. The three of us nibble on mint mushrooms. The mint mushrooms are shooting cold through our noses. Tamiko, the only one spared from the garlic, dares not touch them. Not because she doesn't need it, but because minty mushrooms are still too early for her childish palate. I'll teach her about chocolate mint later. Sparkle seems to have recovered enough to stay here for the time being. The smell of garlic is not going to disappear immediately, but she checks her breath carefully and relaxes her shoulders, looking satisfied with the results. She calls me Sparkle, Sparkle said with a mysterious smile, regaining her composure. The eeriness and fear are all gone due to the garlic shock, but I don't want to mention it. Of course, there is always the possibility that they might suddenly start acting up, so I take the utmost precaution as I sit across from them. I mean, it's completely different, right? Noah's face, Noah's voice, but still, when I face her like this, I can clearly see that she is a different person from before. We have only known each other for a short time, but we have spent a life-threateningly intense time together. We have interacted with each other as flesh and blood human beings. That is why I can tell just by looking at her. I can tell that the person smiling mysteriously in front of me is a different unknown lurking inside of her. Well, why did you say Sparkle when we first fought? The assumption is that they are the ones possessing that boss bandit. But, it's not me who sparkles, it's Shuu. I guess they are not denying it. What do you mean by that? What about me Sparkles? Sparkle poked Tamiko on the forehead as she sat on the dining table and giggled. I've been watching you. I've been watching you since you and Tamiko were in that place Ootsuka Metro. Eh? I turned round and narrowed my eyes. It was as though she was thinking about a distant place that stretched far behind me. At first, it was that white-haired monkey. Shuu fought with him, and you were both torn to pieces, but you still struggled and survived with Tamiko. A shiver runs down my spine. At the same time, the memory comes back to me. More than 4 years ago, on the 50th floor of the Ootsuka Metro, it was about half a year after the start of survival, when I was still under level 20. I encountered a huge white ape, a wraith estimated level 50 or above. At the time, it looked like a god of death, and I was completely beaten down, while Tamiko was seriously injured on the verge of death. Although we managed to escape with my desperate suicide attack, I almost shiver just remembering the horror I experienced at that time. Were you there? If I remember correctly, I had only told Noah about that time, that I had almost been beaten by a wraith when I was weak. I glanced at Tamiko, but she shakes her head. I couldn't speak or think freely like this back then, either. But I thought you were beautiful. Beautiful? Your opponent was so powerful that it was almost impossible to compare, and you were dying the way it should be, and yet you were struggling to survive until you blew your own hand off. That was the first time emotion grew inside me. As for myself, I have bitter memories of struggling through the mud, a small, bloody mess, but I never thought I'd get that kind of recognition. Putting that aside, no doubt, they can't talk like this if they just overheard a memoir. In other words, they were really there at that time and saw the whole thing with their own eyes. I was inside a wolf at the time, watching from afar. It was very nostalgic. I saw you there many times after that. Constantly changing lives in that place, and I lived and died among many hosts. If we take the word host as it is, then this something that is now borrowing Noah's mouth is like a parasitic organism that has invaded from the outside. The drawing a line that it is not a separate personality created by Noah herself disappears completely. Sometimes I was your prey, seriously competing with you. Oh, it wasn't my intention. I was just looking through the host. Like that time with the one-eyed white-haired monkey, And finally that giant slime. You were among them? The wraith that I encountered again as a mature individual. The wraith that I had a history with. The boss of the 49th floor, aka Satan Slime. Both of them were traumatic beasts that had once beaten me to death. The revenge match against them was one of the most tremendous death matches for me, even only within my time inside Ootsuka Metro. So, can you change host easily? It's not that easy. The basic rule is that I can't get out of my host unless I die, and back then I hadn't grown up enough to enter a host on my own. The numerous beasts that I had defeated, in other words, Sparkle was lurking within some of them. When I heard that, I felt like it wouldn't be strange for them to be extremely resentful. But it seems that's not the case. I mean, besides that, they can't leave their host until they die. It is a line that cannot be ignored. If that's true, then Noah. Sparkle dipped her finger into the water in the cup and dropped the water droplets onto the table. At that time, I saw the fight with you within the slime. Although I couldn't touch you, but through the host I saw everything. I felt everything. It was a marvelous fight. They poke the squishy ball of water with the tip of their fingernail. It spreads out and soaks into the grain of the wood. My hands were scraping you little by little. You also slashed at me with your shining blade. You were really beautiful at that time. Each of your movements sparkled like your soul was on fire. Well, I was using light blade. Was the sparkle derived from light blade? When you killed me at the end by your hand, I thought I would go after you. I wanted to see you again, and this time, as the real me, I followed your scent and presence, changing many times into various creatures, desperately, as I searched for you. So that's how they followed me to the surface. They are a stalker who is not only a Yantia, but also a very capable stalker. But while I was taking a break on my search, my host changed to a bat or a mole, and when I came to, I found myself on the surface. I completely lost the scent of Shuu and Tamiko, and I was in a great panic at the time. But then I found my first human host. It was a man without arms. A former hunter that became Yudiochi. The former hunter who captured Noah, the leader of the bandits who trapped me and Obuchi. No way. Did you manipulate them to attack us? No, it was a coincidence. I was the one who was most surprised when that man found Shuu. However, to borrow some human's words, don't you think it's fate? Fate is the third most important word that should not be used by a Yantia. I'd like to gently tell them it's all in their mind. That guy was on a pretty good streak, though. I'm sure he was a pretty good fighter, but he couldn't compete with Shuu. Thanks to him, I got to be with you in my true form. Your true form, huh? The horrifying monster that appeared immediately after killing the bandit boss looked like something out of a horror movie. The actual awakened body of a demon. If I integrate Gran's story, is an immature failure on something that was to become a demon. Well, I went a little crazy for the first time and exposed my shameful side. But it was fun. As Shuu and I collided with each other, we both scraped the life out of each other and then we just melted into one. It felt really good. I was at a loss as to how to react when Noah said those words in such a sensual tone with ecstatic eyes. I was left speechless. I should not be aware of the gap between the two. It's not allowed. So, you went to Noah after that? Well, I don't remember the details, but when I woke up, I was inside her. Ever since then I was by your side, watching you. Looking through her eyes, feeling through her feelings. I put my hands behind the back of my head, looked up at the ceiling, and took a deep breath. Sparkle suddenly appeared out of the blue after the initial chaos on the surface. Just when I thought that was the end of it, I didn't know that they were hiding inside Noah, and apparently they have been chasing after us from Ootsuka Metro. I had no idea that they had been under our radar since I was living savagely in the depths of the metro. From before, for the time being, we have made a connection with our own causal connection, the story of how they came to appear in front of me. It's hard to digest right away, but there are more important things to think about right now. There are so many things I want to ask. I'm at a loss as to what to do. For now, there are 3 things I want to ask you with the highest priority. Are you a demon or not? Are you our enemy or an ally? And, what do we need to do to free Noah from you? It's the equivalent of asking them to leave Noah's body. But Sparkle doesn't break their smile. It's as if everything is normal. Sparkle demon. Get out from Noah, squeak, Sheila. Tamiko rides up on Sparkle's thigh and gives her a back and forth slap on the Mount Fuji's. They swayed like boxing speedballs. The exorcist who boldly stood up against the demon was grabbed by the demon and the exosqueak was flipped on her back and rubbed. The exosqueak was instantly destroyed with, "Oh, this finger skill, it's Noah's." "How?" And she immediately fell apart. "Hey, Shuu." While running her finger on Tamiko's belly, Sparkle looked up at me. "I want to go outside." "Eh? I want to look around the city with my eyes." With Shuu. Chapter 115, Abe Shuu's Impossible Situation. The city of Shugamo, which is somewhat long and narrow from north to south, is divided into 4 districts by the main streets that run crisscross the city. The city is divided into 7 wards, including the Central Ward, where the Shugamo City Hall and the City Council building are located, the Industrial Ward outside the North Gate, and the Agricultural Ward outside the West Gate. Although the term city generally refers to the area inside the city walls, the 2 outer wards are also city territory, and many people live there. My house was located in the Northwest Ward, close to the main street near the West Gate. Along the main street, where 2 or 3 horse-drawn carriages can pass at once, there is an orderly streetscape. On the first and second days of each month, the street becomes as bustling as a street market, with stalls lining the street during the daytime. The traffic has calmed down after dark, but if you step off the street and into an alley toward the downtown area, you will immediately feel more excitement than during the daytime. The downtown area of the Northwestern District is usually lively, but recently it has been getting busier and busier day by day, as if in anticipation of the birthday festival. Tourists and merchants are probably gathering here in preparation for the festival, which is just 2 weeks away. It is the exotic atmosphere of an old Asian downtown. The lights of lanterns and lamps spilling from the eaves, the bustle of people passing by, the smell of teppanyaki, fried food, and liquor wafting from the many stalls. Wow, there are a lot of people here. Pulling on my hand, Sparkle, who has borrowed Noah's body, is walking in front of us. I struggle to hold her hand back as if controlling an excited dog on a walk. I don't have time to worry about the softness of her hands or my own sweatiness. She may have seen it through Noah, but still, of her own volition, Sparkle makes no attempt to hide her curiosity at the sight she sees in her eyes. She looks around curiously, her shoulders bouncing. "It smells good." "Hey, can I have something to eat? We just ate a meal a while ago." "It's okay, it wasn't me who ate it." "There's a dessert stomach. You share a stomach." "Look, there's soup dumplings over there." "Well, it smells very delicious. It's a good idea, right?" Sparkle's innocent smile was dazzling. Ignoring my advice, she took a bite of the small package and, as expected, fainted in agony. From the outside, do we look like a close brother and sister? Or is it like a date between lovers? "Hold up." "Hey girlie, you're a bubbly one. Come over here and drink with me. I'll buy you a drink and your boyfriend too." Her smile disappears for a moment as she is accosted by a drunk holding a beer mug from the food stall. I was chilled inside, but Sparkle didn't seem to have much interest in the drunk men. She turned away and immediately started walking again. This is not the time to be distracted. I pulled myself together. Certainly, the current Sparkle is different from when she went on a rampage in the bandit boss's body. Even with her help in the fight against the demon Naruto. Hold up. And from the feel of the words we just exchanged, I really don't feel that she should be exterminated right now. Besides, she herself firmly swore that she would never do anything dangerous or cause trouble to anyone. So, after consulting with Kura and Ootsuka, I allowed her to go out for a little while on the condition that she never leaves my side and that she answers all my questions when she's done. However, I wonder how much I can trust that oath. It doesn't change the fact that we are parading around downtown with a biological weapon that could go off at any moment. From the standpoint of a hunter, or even as a citizen of the country of threadweavers, it may be a clear act of treachery. If a traitor to mankind is found out by the guild, I will not just get fired. If this guy tries to do something strange, just in case. If she transformed into a monster like that time in the midst of such a large number of people coming and going. Even though she was in a berserk state, she had eaten and killed several bandits at that time. I should. So now, I will never let go of this hand. I will not take my eyes off her every move. I'll spread sensory spores and keep an eye out for any unforeseen circumstances. Abe Shuu, I want to eat a chocolate banana too. Squeak. How can you be carefree? Tamiko is on my shoulder and Kura and Ootsuka are standing by a little behind us. Both of them haven't grasped the details of the situation yet. But even so, they probably have a rough idea, and they're watching over with a grim expression just in case. No, they're not. Ootsuka is scrutinizing the men passing by with a serious look, while Kura is glaring resentfully at our clasped hands. Why are they being carefree? Despite my anxiousness, Sparkle was in the best possible mood. She stared at everything she could see, inhaling the drifting smells to her heart's content, pulling my hand and smoothly slipping through the crowd. Yup, this is fun. They certainly look happy, even if they aren't ecstatic. The city at night is so beautiful. Thank you for taking me here, Shuu. She doesn't have a big smile, but she certainly looks happy. However, I don't take my eyes off her. So, I don't miss anything. What is that mysterious profile she sometimes shows? After walking around, eating and drinking a lot, she took me by the hand and we arrived at the watchtower in the central district. This brick building is the tallest in Shugamo and was built at about the same time when the city of Shugamo was born. It is almost 30 years old, and for the citizens of the city, it is a symbolic presence that is watched over the entire history of the city. It is open to the public until 8 p.m., and each person pays 100 yen to enter, and Tamiko has a fee as well. Kura and Ootsuka will also come with us. There is no elevator, so we take the stairs up to the observation deck on the 5th floor. It seems that the usual girl's favorite date, a stroll through the city followed by a night view at the observatory, has not changed even 100 years later. It's hot and humid and I've been walking around, so I'm sweating as it is, but when I go out to the terrace on the north side, the wind is somewhat cool. Yup, it's beautiful. Sparkle leans over the railing and looks at the cityscape. I turned my gaze to the same scenery a step behind her. There is no moon or stars due to the light overcast, but there are countless scattered red, orange, and yellow lights that bleed into the humid air. In the industrial area near the north gate and beyond, whitish smoke still rises dimly from the chimneys at this hour. Some factories are probably still in operation. It's amazing. Each one of these was made by a human, yet smoke from the chimneys is still dimly visible at this time of the day. How do they do that? Well, that's what you call 30 years of hard work, isn't it? In the beginning, the city was not this big, and the population was small. The city has been able to grow steadily in this way thanks to the efforts of the chief and his son, who preceded him in office. Our house and the bakery could not be seen from the angle, but the downtown area and the plaza they passed earlier could be seen perfectly. There was so much light that we could even follow the flow of people passing by. The large, flat shadow in the northeast is the Shugamo Martial Arts Center, the venue for the tournament. It is said to have a capacity of about 5,000 people. Sparkle rested her elbows on the railing and stared at the scene in silence. Satisfied, I called out from behind her. Yup. Thank you, Shuu. I understand. Sparkle replies without looking back. You understand? I think it's beautiful. I think so. But when the time comes, I may want to destroy this place too. Her short glossy hair sways in the wind, and the city lights give her a mysterious silhouette. I think I'll become a demon. Probably. Someday. I could only gasp, my throat parched. Become a demon? What do you mean? Sparkle pauses for a moment as if searching for words. In the beginning, there was nothing. Vaguely living on instinct. There was no consciousness or ego or anything you could call like that. My host became a beast with a more advanced brain, and it was only then that something resembling emotion developed. I grew up by absorbing my host's intelligence and knowledge. I am a creature like that. She turns her head halfway and her eyes narrow. When I inhabited that man, I was finally able to think using language and logic. The scenery, objects, and creatures I saw were given symbols, but not long after that, Shuu defeated me and I went straight to Noah. From then on, it was the first time I stayed so long in one host. Thanks to this girl, my world has expanded so much. What am I? I've been thinking about that question all the time. She looked down at her palms. The world I see through her eyes is nothing like mine. There is no living thing in her knowledge that corresponds to it. The words demonic disease, but I don't even know how it is related to those other words. Shuu asked, "What are you?" But really, I was the one who wanted to know the most. Until I heard about it from Gurren Inuji, I had no idea whether the demonic disease was actually related to demons or not. In that sense, we had no information to link themselves to the demons. It was like a child born and raised alone on a deserted island. They may have the intelligence to recognize the world, but they have no one like themselves, no words to define themselves. It is a situation that ordinary people would not be able to relate to. When we imagine our state of mind, we can only come up with cliched phrases like loneliness and anxiety, but in reality, even these are only interpretations on our side. But when I met that demon in the Ootsuka Metro, the moment I saw that awakened body, even at a glance, I knew right away that it was the same thing as me. I was like that thing in front of Shuu. It's the same nature as the immature figure I showed. That's when I finally understood that I was also the same as the things called demons. So, the first answer is that I am a demon. Without a doubt. When she borrowed Noah's mouth and repeated those words again, I felt something tightening in my heart. I'm the same as that. I have no doubt. But, the core of the demon that I've heard about and the current me, I just can't make the connection. What do you mean? A demon is the destroyer of threadweavers. They take pleasure in killing people and bringing chaos to the human world. That demon Arito was just like that. I'm sure the other demons were like that too. But, I just don't understand. I don't have that kind of strong hatred or destructive urge in me right now. Well then, you're not a demon, aren't you? You're similar creatures, but you're completely different species. Something like a blue goblin and a red goblin. I don't like that analogy. My bad. It was not a metaphor that should be said to a lady. Well, still I don't feel like I'm an ally of humans. I like this scenery because it's beautiful, and the food was delicious, but the drunks are annoying, and I wanted to kill them a little. I know how you feel, but please don't. If anything, I'm on the other side of the fence. I'm sorry for being a disgusting adult. You know, I recently realized something. I'm not only made up of the knowledge and ego I've absorbed from the outside. I contain something like a core that makes me who I am, and inside that core, there is something that is still tightly sealed away. I am sure that this is the answer to my true identity. Sparkle put her hand on her chest and narrowed her eyes. The key will unlock it one day. And I may become the real me. I may grow an ego as a demon, awaken to my instincts and mission as a demon. And I may want to destroy this scenery, the people who live here, and everything else. If that happens, what about Noah? That person wasn't the church member. She was completely Arito. So that might be what would happen. I clenched my fists tightly. My palms were left torn and bleeding. Before that happens, how can I release Noah? According to Gillen, the real body of the demon is a fungus stone. It enters the host's brain, takes over the host's body, and turns them into a demon. Your body is like a stone, right? Isn't there any way to get it out or get yourself out? If there was a surgical treatment, it would solve the problem at once. But I wonder how far the medicine of this world can touch such a delicate organ as the brain. If the fungal stone is embedded in a part of the body that cannot be removed in the first place, then there is nothing that can be done. If this is the case, we have no choice but to ask Sparkle to leave on her own volition. Sparkle apologetically lowered her shoulders and shook her head. I'm sorry. I don't even know if there is a way to get out of the host other than dying. I don't know if I can do something about it myself. Or maybe I'll know something when I grow up. At that time, I might have already become a real demon. How much time is left? That too, I don't know. But I don't think it will be soon. I still don't have Arito's strength. Not right now, maybe. I want to believe in that hunch. But the time will come sooner or later. Maybe in a year, 2 years, or even a month. I clenched my face, closing my eyes tightly and stifle the tremors in my body. Abe Shuu, Tamiko's hand touches my neck. Warm hands. First, I have to look at the whole picture. Is there anything I can do? Now, eh? If you want to kill me, now is the time. When I lifted my head, Noah. No, Sparkles was right in front of me. If I stretched out my hand, I could touch her cheek. Actually, I still haven't regained my strength since I used that fungal skill in Uji. Or rather, if my main body isn't about to die, I wouldn't be able to show that form. So I don't have the power to fight Shou right now. And so, if you think I'm dangerous, now is the time. Sorry about Noah. Sparkle spreads her hands as if to offer herself. I'm sorry. There are no other hunters around, but I can't use katana in the city. I clenched my right hand and hardened it with iron fist. Shh. Wait a minute, Abe. Perhaps sensing the dangerous atmosphere, Kura and Ootsuka, who were a short distance away, run up to me. Sparkle points to her head. Do it properly. If you don't break me, I'll become someone else next time. If that happens, I'll probably not be the person I am now. Are you okay with that? I feel like if Shou kills me, I wouldn't mind. From a hunter's point of view, and as a person of this country, it's a duty. You can even call it a mission. The first choice you should take, and there is no room for any other consideration. In recent years, I have almost died many times in every contact with demons. I may be able to break that strange connection. Above all, Noah, what does she want? What would she wish for after knowing everything? That kind of thing. How could I know without asking? Damn it. Abe Shuu. Bam. A dull sound echoed. The silver fist struck my forehead. Blood dripped into my eyes, and I could see Sparkle's stunned, worried figure. While holding back tears from the pain that exceeded my expectations, a smile appeared on my mouth. I don't know what to do. There is no way I can do it. Noah is still here. Because Noah is still alive. I breathed a sigh of relief and wiped my forehead with the back of my hand. The wound healed by itself with a faint creak. Immortality is convenient, but it doesn't let me wallow in the pain at times like this. You know, I still have a few questions. At that time, why did you help me? Even though you realized you were a demon, I was fighting against your kind. Sparkle sat down and scratched her head and looked contemplative. That's because you are different. Shou and Tamiko. Squeak. Hesitating to say more, Sparkle paused for a moment. Maybe it's the influence of this child, Noah. Maybe not. But either way it's fine. As Sparkle, I like both of you. The smile that she suddenly showed was different from many of her previous smiles, younger and more innocent than Noah's. I don't hate myself, who makes me think that way, and Noah, who makes me think that way. But I wanted to save only Shou and Tamiko, and only you two. I want to be on your side. I sat down and scratched my head. It was dark, which helped, because my complexion can't be seen. If possible, I'd like you to be on the side of humanity if you can. I'll try not to kill, even if they piss me off. I knew she's dangerous. Squeak. Everybody has their dangerous moments. Noah herself is kind and devoted to our group, but she is by no means a benevolent saint. Rather, she is a strong advocate of killing bandits, and she is rather cold toward those who are not her friends. I wonder to what extent Noah's influence is reflected in Sparkle's actions. At any rate, as long as Sparkle is not the enemy of mankind, there is still time to save the day. Not yet. Yes, there is. There are things we can do. Sparkle's head swooned. She places her hands on the floor to support her body. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired and sleepy. I grabbed her by the shoulder. I certainly can't feel strength in her limbs. Next time, I don't think I'll be able to come out for a while, but it's better that way. A weak, shaky smile. Because I don't want Shou to hate me. I lowered my head, desperately tried to string together words in a flash, and raised my gaze with determination. Sparkle, let me be clear. The most important person to me is Noah. Sparkle's heartbeat was transmitted to my arm. I'll do whatever it takes to save Noah. If there is a way to get you out of there, I will definitely do it. So, until then, even if you are an enemy of the country or a super dangerous creature, I'll take care of you. I'll put my body on the line as much as I have to. The words came out of my mouth before I could formulate them. My face grew hotter than ever. Still, I continued to speak, looking straight into Sparkle's eyes. But if you'll help me free Noah, if you'll protect her until that time, I'll protect you, too, Sparkle. Not just for Noah's sake, but for yours. It's a convenient thing to say. I inwardly mock myself. But still, it's the truth without any pretense. Her eyes are wide. Her pale lips are quivering. You're sure, really? I'll be honest, my first impression of you was terrible, but other than that, I'm fine with you. The first time you meet someone, you should be out there impressing them. But I'm not sure if that's a good thing to do for a member of society, but if that's the case, it's too late. I think I take my job seriously, but in reality, I have a lot of things to hide, and my shins are covered with scars. If it weren't for my good behavior, Ms. Ike would have reported me to the police by now. What about Tamiko? Hey, demon or not, if you want to be my disciple, the price is acorn mochi. Squeak. In short, become a spare cheek pouch. The party consists of an incontinent squirrel, and a high schooler who likes to eat garlic. The extra members, a macho pervert and a slutty fake lily hag, and the one who brings it all together is a secret master threadweaver, who is not a virgin, who is over 130 years old. What does it matter if there is now an additional squirrel apprentice Yandia stalker? I want you to promise me that Noah, you, me, and Tamiko will work together so that everyone will be rewarded. If you can't, the only thing I can think of is to seal Noah by feeding her garlic. If you can, I'll take care of you from this day forward. Sparkle smiled softly. She clung to my chest and nodded. The garlic. I had enough of it. Okay, the contract has been completed. Hey, Sparkle. And then the strength leaves her body. She doesn't respond when I call out to her, and she leans languidly on my arms, almost trying to not close her eyes. It seems that she is going to fall asleep in my arms again. Hey, wait a minute. Miss Sparkle? Last but not the least, me too. Ootsuka cuts in. Before that, tell me, if you're a demon, the ghost shrine, do you know it? Do you know where Izanami and Izanagi are? You should know where they are, don't you? Her eyes flutter open. She catches Ootsuka's gaze and shakes her head very slightly. Then, in a voice that almost fades away, she replies, I'm sorry, I don't know. Her gaze wanders from Ootsuka, who bites her lip, to me, and her lips move slightly. Then she says faintly, see you later, Shuu. Her eyes suddenly close. Then her head leaned back against me. For a dozen seconds or so, no one speaks. The place becomes quiet, and the bustle of the downtown area can be heard in the distance. When the night gets a little deeper, the sound changes to the sound of insects. Ms. Ootsuka, what was that earlier? I had heard Ghost Shrine from Sate's mouth, but Izanami and Izanagi were words that had never appeared before. I know that Izanami and Izanagi are famous deities in Japanese mythology, but what do they mean? It is not as if they refer to the same god. And I wonder what something with such a big name has to do with this country. It is too bold, and I can't help but be curious about it. I don't know much about it either. However, I've heard that they are important words related to this country and the birth of demons. I've heard that the demons are likely to know about it. But Miss Sparkle didn't. You couldn't help but confirm it for Sate? You are a disciple who is surprisingly faithful to her mission. Well, I'm sorry I interrupted the once-in-a-lifetime confession scene. It's not like that. The squirrel and the pervert's gazes are hot as laser beams, but I ignore them. A staff member comes to inform us that the place is closed. They look at Noah, who is lying on the floor, and ask, are you all right? But when I tell them that she was just a little drunk and fell asleep, he makes a quizzical face and goes back downstairs. Noah's breathing was regular and her complexion was not bad, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with him. She just seems to be sleeping normally, says Ootsuka, who is taking care of Noah. I was lying cross-legged and was looking down for a while. How should I put it? I feel like my spirit has been chiseled more than the boss battle. Tamiko, who had been with Noah, gets on my lap and looks up at me with a stern look. Do you not think with that all, Squeak? Haven't we been together for a long time? Squeak. I was asked with an unexpectedly serious tension. I smiled dryly while stroking her head. Remember, you're important. A part of the same team. Right, buddy? So, who is the wife? No way. Squeak. She climbed up to my shoulders at high speed and gave me a slap to hide her embarrassment. What about me? What level am I? If you carry Noah home, I'll promote you next to Blue Goblin. Disregarding the expression on his face that didn't know whether he was happy or not, I just stood up. Tamiko, Ms. Ootsuka. About Noah, please. What about it? Abe? Where are you going? Squeak. It's a bit dumb, but I won't take that long, so you go back first. After lightly touching Noah's head, I stood up and left the watchtower one step ahead. It's only a few minutes walk to the destination. The night air will cool down your body and your head at the same time. Well, what can I say? I feel like I've been spouting out some really embarrassing things. There weren't many people around, but my friends listened to me. But I will be the one cringing in my futon before I sleep. I'll do whatever I have to do. I have been super ultra unstoppable mode. There are too many things, too much information, and the capacity is already at the limit. If it's true, I want to go home as soon as possible, take a bath and go to sleep. But there is something I have to do before that. And to declare it, I will need more super ultra unstoppable power than before. I have to keep up this momentum I have now. Because tomorrow, I may have to push through again. That's all I can do. I would be lying if I said I have no hesitation. I've been trying so hard to keep it under wraps until now, but then it occurred to me, I swore I would do anything. I can't spit on my promise now. My position, reputation, etc. Such a thing, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I took a breath in front of the doorway to make up my mind. I also check my breath. There is a slight garlic smell lingering behind the minty aroma, so I decide not to talk at close range. As I push open the door, the eyes of the customers, who have been chatting with each other in the background, all turn toward me. The first floor of the guild's business area is a dining area where alcohol is served in the evening. Sitting around a drinking table and sipping from beer mugs are hunters who have finished their work for the day and have come to enjoy a drink. They have been at the training grounds for the past few days, so their faces are well known to him. The words that Guy and Rookie are mixed in with the conversation that leaks out. I am still nervous, but I head for the counter regardless. As I expected, even at this hour, Ms. K. Ike is working at the desk in the back. As soon as I call out to her, she gets up from her seat and comes to the counter. Good evening, Mr. Abe. It's unusual to see you here at this hour, and all by yourself. Hello, I'm here for a consultation, or rather, about something you asked of me. Something asked of you. Is it about the match? I nodded back, keeping my back straight so that my face is not as close as possible. Ms. K. Ike's expression suddenly brightened. Did she guess it with mind's eye? So you came to accept it? The grand match, the not to tie loose ends. In other words, the final match of the day, the main match. A match against Taku Maria, who ranks 6th in the Hunter rankings. Before that, I have only one condition. There is something only I can do right now. I'm not sure what I can do for Noah. If that's the case, I can't just pretend to be something I'm not. If there's someone I want to save, as I recall, there will be a celebration party for the participants, separate from the awards ceremony after the competition. I heard that His Excellency the Governor of New Tokyo and the head of Metro Church founder will be there. Oh, yes. What about it? In both cases, their schedule during their stay is strictly regulated, and it is said that they are always accompanied by dozens of secretaries, attendants, personal guards, and other followers. The only time they get a chance is when they are asked for something. I'll participate. In exchange, it doesn't matter if it's a high-ranking person from headquarters or the mayor. I wish to talk to them. Ms. K. Ike tilted her head, but I leaned forward. I didn't care. Be a man. Super ultra and unstoppable. Abe Shuu. I don't care if it's the governor or the founder. If I win against the 6th place, please grant me a private audience. Interlude. Cross-border brigade. Third-person perspective. I just wanted to give you a quick update on Mr. Hiya's request. Shugamo City Hall, Mayor's Office. The man sitting deeply on the sofa across from Shimoinagi here is Ayukawa Dan. He is the second mayor of Shigamo. Facing him like this, Shimoinagi feels as if he is twice as old as he is. Ayukawa's skin is so lustrous and his hair so dark that it is hard to believe that he has reached the age of 40 this year. Only his body shape has plumped up somewhat. But since he was morbidly thin to begin with, he looks rather healthy. The rounded contours of his face give his a slightly more childlike appearance. In contrast to his predecessor, who possessed the sharpness and style of an astute merchant, his face has a charming and approachable appearance, although it can also be seen as fragile and unreliable. It was 20 years ago that Shimoinagi moved to this city. This younger brother, whom he has known since that time, seems to have responded seriously to this prodigal brother's reckless behavior. Shimoinagi felt like buying him a drink later. I have been trying to gather information from my contacts for the past week, but the answer is no. Neither the metropolitan government nor the Metro Church seems to have any knowledge of the existence of the cross-border brigade. I see. Well, it's as expected. Shimoinagi pulled out something from behind and placed it on the table. I've been going through all the used bookstores in Shigamo and finally found a copy. The ink had faded about halfway through, making it unreadable. It's a thin book, about 100 pages. True story. 100 Years of Darkness in New Tokyo. 20 Truths Erased in the Cracks of History. The cover is black and white. The binding is rough. And the book looks cheap, but the contents are quite shocking. The book is about a group of people who plan to escape to the outside world by crossing the wall that surrounds New Tokyo. Cross-Border Brigade. At the same time, they are an armed organization that aims to overthrow the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Metro Church, which have declared interference with the wall to be one of the 3 major taboos, and to liberate all people of the thread. In other words, it was to be a terrorist group aiming to overthrow the state. As he turned the page, the smell of the second-hand book wafted. The middle of the page is opened and turned toward Ayukawa. The 100-odd members who gathered around the same ideology were sniffed out by the country's top brass and were purged by a strike force just before they were to launch a full-scale terroristic act. The idea never once saw the light of day, and was quietly erased without being known. Ayukawa sits up and picks up the book. He flipped through the pages and frowned for a moment at the smell. I also happened to look through the book when it first came out, but even putting aside the cross-border brigade, there are too many wild and ridiculous hoaxes in the book. At the time, it was a hot topic as a conversation piece, but the second volume was cancelled due to a flood of complaints to the publisher. Yeah, I thought it was fake too. Shimoinagi himself snickered at most of the stories when he first read them several years ago. He had never recalled any of the 20 episodes, which could only be described as a mixture of distorted fantasy and wishful thinking, until just recently, when that mysterious little carbuncle's mouth said, "Thread is a curse." Then it's like she heard the phrase, "Thread is a curse. A wall is a binding prison." Ayukawa's eyes twitch. Shimoinagi continues. It's a slogan that the Cross-Border Brigade has adopted. It's like a copy of the Hunters Guild, but it sounds like the antithesis of the country of threadweavers. I thought the author of the book wrote it appropriately, but I never thought that such crazy people would actually appear. I'm surprised you could remember it so well. Memory is inversely proportional to age. Shut up. You may look young, but you're an old man. According to this insane book, the Cross-Border Brigade was hiding out in a community of free folk in the eastern part of New Tokyo. The book also overlaps with the testimony of that old lie. Is it a coincidence that they are linked by an uncertain code to a phantom terrorist group with some kind of purpose deep in the metro area? You mean to say that neither the Metropolitan Government nor the Metro Church acknowledges the existence of those guys or the fact that they were purged? Yes, they seem to recognize that it's just another one of those bad, tasteless urban legends. I'm a little hesitant to tell you this, Dan, but it's not sure if there has been any manipulation or cover-up by the two organizations. Shimoinagi nodded with a wry smile. Well, even if the purge was true, there's no reason for them to cover it up. If it is terrorists who are plotting to overthrow the state, I think it would be more beneficial to publicize their suppression to show that they are deterred and was united to the cause. That's true. Or maybe there is some reason why we can't do that. For example? No. Nothing. And what about the possibility of a cover-up? I had a friend who got to sneak a peek into the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and they told me that the Metropolitan Government is clean. They were able to talk to someone rather high up, so I think they are a credible source. What about the church? It's hard to say. The upper echelons of the Metro Church are very secretive. I wouldn't be surprised if they are doing something behind the scenes. I can't even say this out loud. I agree. They are one of the most dubious groups in the country. Please don't say that in front of people at Shugamo Church. In the eastern part of the country, the influence of the Metro Church, which has its headquarters in Akihabara, is strong. In addition, the church has a powerful shadowy secret service unit called the White Mole and a purge unit called the Black Worm. In their hands, a small settlement of free folk could be wiped out without leaving any evidence. That's, in the end, they were unable to obtain any information to support the existence of the cross-border brigade or any connection with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government or the Metro Church. Is this nothing more than an urban legend or a delusion? If so, however, the group that Abe Shuu and his colleagues encountered was, I wonder if they are survivors or related somehow. Or maybe some copycat who got too excited from reading that book? Ha! You've thought of something crazier. A misunderstanding is still more realistic. This crazy book only briefly touches on the thoughts and true intentions of the cross-border brigade. I wonder if there is a person who can get overly excited just by reading this book. No, but Mr. Hio's intuition is quite accurate, isn't it? Especially if it's in a dangerous direction. In this case, it was not a compliment, but a nasty nuance. Shimoinagi snorts in dissatisfaction. I'm most concerned that the cross-border brigade is the actual organization and that its remnants or those who carry on its legacy might be targeting the governor and founder out of resentment. The two of them have not been seen together in one place since the 100th anniversary of the Tokyo calendar, right? The timing is too good. On that day, His Excellency the Governor of Tokyo and His Holiness the Founder will be accompanied by dozens of escorts. People from the guild headquarters will be coming, and we are asking everyone from the Shugamo branch to guard the city. Can they even attack? Deep Emperor is the highest rank of the church held by Schumann, the leader of the church. Aside from public positions like the mayor, ordinary citizens who are ignorant of doctrines do not use the Deep Emperor or High Priest much. It is usually impossible. After all, the two people escorting him are the most powerful and monstrous pair in the country. Normally, it would be difficult to even approach them, let alone touch them. Yes, normally, it would be. The administration has already shared information with us about the situation in Rikugi Metro. Whether it's that outlaw group or the suspicion that they are related to the demons, the fact that the visit was not cancelled must mean that they have considered the matter and decided that there is no problem. I thought that when it came to the subject of demons, the Holiness would have been scared to death. Baphomet, the family of a demon. The Black Spirane with the Baphomets pointed out the possibility of them being family of demons, but according to an inquiry made to the guild headquarters, there have been several other cases of family with a color similar to black. This does not immediately support the involvement of demons. There is also no evidence that the group encountered by Abe and his colleagues would meddle with Shugamo or the founding festival. In light of all this, does that mean that neither the governor nor founder had any reason to avoid the visit? Or well, there are things that relate to vanity. Can't let the people and the religious see a man who is frightened by an unknown threat. That's one thing, but they're more like rivals than comrades in arms, aren't they? In other words, it's a game of chicken. Ayukawa said nothing about that, only smiling vaguely. The important thing is what we are going to do about it. The city council has agreed to increase the number of security personnel on the day of the event, and the guilds will cooperate as much as possible. It is better if nothing happens, but let's work out a security plan so that if something does happen, we will be ready to deal with it. That's right. We have no choice but to do what we have to do. I hope it's not a pattern. It's not just about them. When it comes to a big festival like this, there will always be people who would cause trouble. It's everyone's job to fend off such attacks. The security officer accepted that it would be better than participating in the grand tournament, but it seems that he can't relax until the festival is over. When this happens, he had no choice but to bribe or threaten a few of his promising colleagues to get them to work. He's going to get sick from drinking a lot of booze with them. But if it's really troublesome, you wouldn't be digging into such a cloud-catching story, right? He looks at me with ironic eyes. There aren't many men in their 40s who look like this kind of mischievous kid. You are more suited to this side than to the hunting side. For the past 20 years, you have done more for this city than for personal gain or fame. It's time for you to retire from the metro and help the city grow. No way. I'm happiest when I'm drinking cheap booze in the corner of the guild. Then, please go out with me for a drink today. That's everything for this topic. Awoke got up from his seat and went to the bookshelf by the wall. He took out a few books and found a bottle of amber liquid and a glass in the back. Is this allowed? This is the mayor's office. If they find out, the city council will hang you. It's after hours, you know. We are a clean office, and Mr. Suzuyama has already left. In fact, the mayor's predecessor also hid his liquor in the same way, and Shimoinagi was invited to join him on several occasions. Awoke may have learned of this and imitated him, but to be honest, it didn't suit this second-generation baby-faced non-drinker. It's unusual for you to ask me to have a drink with you. Well, I have a nice topic to talk about. Nice topic? Yes, about Mr. Abe. Yeah, I heard he will take care of it. He's taking on that black-bellied devil woman. The holy silver puppeteer or witch of Komigom, Haku Maria, is a legendary hunter representing the neighboring town. Shimoinagi is no stranger to her. In fact, he has a delicate relationship with her that he can't talk about to others. And once, about 10 years ago, they dueled each other under the anything goes rule. He was the first to settle the matter, so it didn't turn out obvious, but in terms of the content, it was a complete defeat. Shimoinagi wonders if he would be here now if they had continued like that. Thinking about sends shivers down his snipe. I never expected him to accept my offer after I asked him. That's a lot of guts, and I'll never be able to duplicate it. However, as a condition for participating in the tournament, if he wins, he would like to have a one-on-one audience with the governor of Tokyo and His Holiness the Founder. Oh, I've never heard of that. That's quite a bold request, as expected of the Shugamo Pride Golden Rookie. He is quite an ambitious man, contrary to that plain face, to request an audience with the heroes of the nation. I wonder if he has some other agenda. If Kaike is the one who approved the request, then it's probably not a sinister scheme. I have been consulting with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Church, and I have just received an official response. Both of them have given their consent. I was honestly relieved to hear that the conclusion of the ceremony had been decided without a hitch. I am grateful for the thoughtfulness of His Excellency and Holiness. Seriously, the Governor of Tokyo, and the Founder too? How could the Founder, who rarely interacts with anyone other than the pious and dignitaries, agree to meet with a single hunter? The Governor of Tokyo, too, was surprised that his aide, if not the governor himself, allowed the meeting. Both of them must be interested in people with promising futures. Since he reached level 70 at the age of 28, it's not a dream to reach the top of the rankings. I'm sorry, I was ranked only 19th. When he came to the interview, he was level 68, the same as Shimoinagi, but when he came back from Uji, he had leveled up twice, so he easily surpassed him in that short period of time. It was about time. Finally, could I finally give up the title of the best Shugamo to someone else? Shimoinagi had thought it was out of character for him, but he really wanted to take it easier. He's getting older, and finally ready to take a load off his shoulders. However, as a member of a legendary party, he has a little bit of pride. It would be irresponsible for him to give it away for free. If possible, he would like to hand over the reins of power by his own hand. By the way, do you think he has a chance of winning, Mr. Hiya? I think so. In terms of level, experience, skill, and ability, the Damned Witch is by far the better player. Without any favoritism, I'd say that after 10 rounds, I'm not sure if I could bring it to a draw. Abe is a holy knight with orthodox fungal skill set. The fact that he is able to show his strength stably in any situation. There are few surprises, However, the Holy Silver Puppeteer, who has fought 100 battles, has kicked out many of those types of fighters. To put it bluntly, there is no way he can win, unless Abe has a special secret trump card. I see. It looks like it's going to be a tough battle. I can just see the smug look on Komagom's mayor's face. In terms of both population and economic scale, Shugamo now outranks Komagom. On the other hand, Mayor Komagom, the old pygmare, flaunts the strength of his hunters, one of the few advantages of the city, more than necessary. As the strongest member of the Shugamo branch, Shimonai Agi is not happy about it, but the difference in ability is insurmountable. It is not right to put such expectations on Abe Shuu, but Shimonagi personally cannot help but wish for a miracle that would break the nose of the arrogant black-bellied witch. Well, I am grateful that he agreed to do it. I'm really glad he came to Shugamo, that Mr. Abe both as the mayor and as a parent whose daughter's life was saved. He saved Higumi's life, right? Yes, absolutely. Ayukawa's daughter, Higumi, has suffered from mycelial failure, a problematic disease that is difficult to treat especially with children. To cure disease, a unicorn horn is needed, and Shimonagi has been diving in metros all over the country in search of one, but they come from a rare, phantom beast, that he has never been able to see. And yet, that rookie who appeared out of nowhere just happened to have it in his possession, although it has not been made public yet. The long-cherished wish of the citizens of Shugamo was easily fulfilled. He is an extraordinary man. He is like the hero of an old adventure novel. I'm sorry, but I haven't had a chance to thank him directly yet. Dr. Nomaguchi said that by the eve of the festival, she will be almost completely healed and will be able to go out, and I will bring my daughter to thank him again at that time. My daughter would be happy to cheer for the man who saved her life. Well, that virgin will become 100 times more energetic with the cheers of a cute girl. Yes, a girl. Shimonagi pours a few centimeters of whiskey into the glass, taps it lightly, and brings it to his mouth. We old men can't lose either. Right. It's only 10 days until the festival. Let's do what we can. The rich aroma of the drink passes through Shimonai Agi's nose, and a numbing heat burns his throat. Ayukawa, however, groans in agony. Ugh. It was indeed too much for a person who is not a drinker. Chapter 116, Kanimcho Metro. I moved to Tokyo from my hometown, Joda, when I entered university, and it was in Kanimcho, Toshima Ward, where I first started living alone. My first castle. A 30-year-old 1K6 tatami mat apartment. For 4 years, I took the Irakuchu line, and rode my bicycle during months when I was short of money, to attend law school in Iidabashi. Although the apartment was reasonably old and had some problems with soundproofing and heat insulation, the rent was more reasonable compared to the market rate, transportation was convenient, and above all, I could walk to Ikebukuro, which was a privilege, a characteristic of a Saitama resident. After graduation, I joined a web advertising company in Shibuya, but I never moved out of that apartment. I didn't feel dissatisfied or inconvenienced with the apartment as it was, and I didn't have any women to invite. Even though my body and the mind were getting tired from my new life, which had become 10 times busier and harder than when I was a student, the house still accepted me and healed me. I wish I had 5 minutes, or at least enough time to talk about those fond memories. Abe Shuu, a hunter in the country of the Threadweavers, would like to say to the Abe Shuu, who was enjoying his life in Kanimcho at that time, "Your basement will be a dungeon in 100 years." Kanimcho Metro is an advanced version of Ikebukuro Tribe's proprietary metro for training affiliated hunters. Although there are only 4 underground floors, it is ridiculously deep at the first underground floor. It is necessary to descend as many as 3,000 long flights of stairs, and that alone is too much of a training experience. When you finally reach the destination, the floor is as wide as the deepest level of Uji, and from the very beginning, you will encounter a lot of beasts that are estimated to be over level 20. And of course, the lower you go, the more powerful the metro beasts become. If that were all, it might be an exaggeration to set the entry condition to be level 50 or above at the first floor, or the majority of the team has cleared that floor. but there is a reason why it is designated as an advanced level section. This is due to the presence of extremely powerful metro beasts that are distributed throughout almost the entire area from the first floor to the fourth floor. They're coming. Get back in formation. Gurren, standing at the front of the group, shouted just as we entered into a melee with a mixed force of metro beasts in the 30s, including a Gaki, hungry demon, a hunchbacked, skinny carnivorous ape, and a manticore, a lion with a face like an old man. I am aware of this without being told. Then a black shadow floated on the surface of the subterranean lake and began to rise. Soon, the huge body appears in a flash, a behemoth, a powerful monster, a familiar foe in fantasy. It has sharp horns like a bull, muscular limbs reminiscent of a large feline, and a hippopotamus head. It may look silly, but it has inherited the potential of being a candidate for the strongest monster on the surface of the earth in my original era. Behemoth shudders, sending the water everywhere, and its feet pound heavily as it rises to the ground. It is a four-legged beast, but it stands more than 4 meters tall. It is 2 times larger than the grown-up catobulpas of Ootsuka, and in terms of intimidation, it is close to the Uji boss Met. Its average level is over 55, which is an exceptional level here on the 3rd underground floor of the Ootsuka Metro, and even that rating is not enough in terms of killing power. In both name and reality, it is the pinnacle of this metro's ecosystem. The lower you go, the more powerful and huge it becomes, and it seems that there are only a handful of hunters who can challenge this 3rd floor, even the current Ikebukuro. Me and Abe will do it. The rest of you guys, please. Squeak. Yes, Tamiko and Noah responded, and Kira responded by snapping the manticore's neck, which was in a bed chokehold from behind. I stand alongside the furry silver-haired werewolf and confront the behemoth. We glance at each other. We have faced death together to the extent that we can communicate just by glancing at each other. I know. I'm sure when this is over, it will be time for Ms. Ikari's homemade lunch, right? A girl's homemade cooking is always exciting, no matter how old you are. That's true, but not for you. The behemoth rushes forward with a roar. Gurren jumped back and took a big leap to the side, while I stooped low and braced myself. I dodged the charge of its right horn, then grabbed both horns while using Iron Fist, and dig my fingers into it. I continued to dig my heels. The muscles in my back and lower body scream, but I still managed to kill the momentum. When I was pushed about 10 meters, a shadow jumps in from the side and slashes at the beast. It was Gurren with a night sword covered with a flame blade. A flash of reddish-orange was aimed at the neck, and the behemoth twisted its body and caught it with the shoulder of its front leg. Bua! The behemoth groans in pain and shakes its head to throw Gurren off as I grab its horns. The flame blade is inferior to light blade in terms of sharpness, but the pain caused by the high heat of the attack is unimaginable. Sorry, I missed. Gurren, standing beside me again, said. This is pretty exhausting, I said with a bit of resentment. Behind you, it looks like they're in good shape. Tamiko, Noah, and Kira are steadily reducing the number of enemies in the crowd. Kira kills them one by one with his grappling skill, and Tamiko and Noah protect everyone's backs. Cooperation is also quite stable thanks to Noah's level up, but we can't let him head that way. I'm counting on you, Blocker Shuu. Babe, I hate it. Don't call me that. My 2 great shields then clashed against the metro beast. The behemoth turned round with a shudder and stared at us with eyes overflowing with anger and pain. It sniffs hotly and exhales steam, its paws plowing the ground. With all my strength and weight on the ground, I caught the charge with my shields, which are covered with light blade. I am not allowed to avoid it, since this is also my training. The front legs swinging down, biting, cleaving with its horns, and kicking up. The behemoth attacks in all directions, with such violence that the terrain of the metro changes. I dive headlong into the onslaught of the strongest monster of Ootsuka Metro. Gurren's attack goes through, and the damage accumulates. Even as the weight of the behemoth forces me to turn my body toward him, I focused on its front and push it back. The ground is scraped under my feet, but I still pushed back forward. My spirit, guts, and muscles will not betray me. This was my 10th battle against Behemoth, since I was forced to play the role of a wall that takes the opponent's attacks head-on. My shoes have long since fallen off, and I now wear socks made from behemoth skin. They are thick, tough, and resistant to friction, but the soles of my feet still hurt. When my body starts to creak all over, the behemoth finally gets down on one knee and continues to fall to the ground, its eyes filled with resentment. It still seems to be trying to hold on to life. Gurren lands the final blow. Whoa. Back at the campsite near the stairs, he stuffs 2 softball-sized spirana of behemoths into his stomach. A strange feeling comes over me. It's finally here. The body is creaking. It is the sign of the long-awaited level up. Oh, yes. It came and I leveled up. We did it. Well done. As expected of my Padawan, Squeak. Pidgeot. Both man and squirrel are too excited and danced. Noah and Kura applaud and celebrate with us too. While the other members were getting along well and moving up one level at a time, only I was lagging behind. Today was the last day of the training camp, and somehow I made it. Congratulations. You are now level 71, Gurren said. You've improved your level in just a little over a month since your last visit, and you've also evolved one more fungal skill. You being a master thread weaver, I envy your ability to grow. Good job, Shuu. Squeak. In the end, though, I couldn't close the gap with Mr. Gurren. This man was also leveled up to 73 the other day. After that, the behemoth Sporangium was mine. He says, it's the first time I've felt this in 2 years. To tell the truth, I had half given up on the idea and believed that I was at my limit, but it seems that I can aim a little higher. He tried to keep his composure, but it was probably no coincidence that his howls the next morning were twice as loud. As a result, we sent salt to Amoto's opponents, and as the Shugamo group, we felt sorry for them. We can only hope that she has improved more than that during her training at Uji. I don't know if she's been hanging around the Chihuahuas more. But you have already surpassed me in power and toughness, maybe speed. You're so stupidly strong that I wonder if you're buffed by Beast Warrior, especially in your level range. Perhaps it's the Black Spirana that have boosted my stats, or perhaps it's the fact that I have been beating up ogres, golems, the boss Met, and other monsters that pride themselves on their strength. It seems that I have grown stronger in such an environment. However, the growth of a hunter's physical ability status is largely dependent on the fungal class, but there is no data on this in the case of my case, and when I realized it, I was 1 foot in the brain muscle type. As for me, I was hoping to be a speed type, which is common in manga, but this is something that can't be helped. It's not something I can directly control. Anyway, I gained a lot of experience in actual competition during the week, and my level has gone up 1 notch. I think we're all ready for the real thing, right? Yes, that's right. Squeak. Very Squeak. How can we become as strong as possible in a short period of time to prepare for the upcoming big tournament? A week ago, we came to Ikebukuro to have Gurren train us in order to hone our skills against other people. It was the first time for me and Tamiko to visit Ikebukuro and the first time for us to explore the tribe's territory. We were just walking around the town, which was a little older than Shugamo, feeling like tourists when we ran into Gurren at the guild branch office. And so began the Hyuumaria special training camp. During the day, we hunted metro beasts, and at night we had mox battles against Gurren and Kura at the same time. The training was as hard as a university athletic team's schedule, and the students were able to hone their skills. Gurren was in a serious attack mood, and Kura was looking for a different way to attack me. It was extremely difficult to get past both of these skilled fighters at the same time, but if I couldn't do it, I wouldn't be able to compete with Hyuumaria's main skill Makina, the magic woman. The continuous attack on the behemoth, where I was called Blocker Shuu, was part of this training, and it was no longer a form of training, but rather a form of abuse. Even in Ootsuka Metro, I had never trained so hard in such a short period of time. The Spartan werewolf chastised me repeatedly, and I couldn't help but remember how painful it was to grow and be angry. How many times did I wish to go back to Shugamo? And yet, somehow, I made it through the week. The results are my level up and the evolution of my fungal skill also came with the week. I felt a sense of accomplishment. Well, you've been waiting for me. Noah and Kura returned with bowls of steaming bowls. The menu for lunch was sueton soup with gaki meat and wild plants, a recipe from Kai in Rikugi village, fried wild plants and mushrooms, and tempura made of dried sweet potato. It's all so yummy. Echoed through the caves. By the way, frankly speaking, Mr. Gurren, do you think I have a chance to win now? Honestly, a week ago, you would have had little chance of winning, but now I believe that you can do it if you can time your secret weapon right. The odds were still against me, but I still have a good feeling about the situation. I am proud of the fact that I have done all I can do. All that remained was to put it all to the test to the best of my ability. Now then, my level has risen at the end, so it's a little early. But let's head to the surface after eating. We should be able to return to Ikebukuro tonight. Tamiko, why are you even nibbling on my tempura? The cave echoes with hey, I'm still eating. Noah, thank you for the meal. It was delicious as always. Oh, yes. Please leave it to me. The profile view of Noah washing the dishes with the water is her usual self. Only on the surface. She herself does not know about the conversation between Sparkle inside her and her companions. We did not tell her about it either. She has been in a tense mood for days, and I guess she let out all her anxieties and stuff, and then she loosened up and was more relaxed. For her, nothing had been resolved about the sudden changes, but I forced her to accompany us on this training. I also thought it would be better for her to exercise and vent rather than worry about things. By the way, Yutsuki is staying at home, saying, it's been a while since I've been back in a clean house, so let me enjoy it a little more. I made her know that if she brought a man into our house, she would be permanently banned, and I see a 50-50 chance of that happening. As I had hoped, Noah's mood gradually improved while she was busy in the metro. She is a highly ambitious hunter by nature, and it seems that she has become more proactive in utilizing her newfound abilities. Sparkle has not appeared in front of the group since then. However, how long can I keep it hidden? I can't keep it hidden from her forever. There will surely come a time when I will have to tell her everything. How will she take it? I think your decision was not a mistake. As if he had read my mind, Gurren speaks to me in a whisper. I don't know if it was the right decision or not. We'll have to wait and see. But, as long as you're trying to protect her, I'm on your side too. You don't have to carry too much on your shoulders alone. I chuckle. It was a line I had heard somewhere before. Mr. Gurren. So? I've never had a chance to hear about Noah's life story or the relationship between Mr. Gurren and Noah. Why are you so protective of Noah? Mr. Gurren pauses as if choosing his words, then rubs his whiskers, which has grown from side to side, with the palm of his paw. Not so much about herself, but about her great-grandfather and my relationship. Noah's great-grandfather? He's already dead, isn't he? Yeah. I killed him with my own hands during the coup 8 years ago. I gasp. It's so sudden that it takes a while for the words to sink into my brain. That's Mr. Shuu. Noah is standing behind us. Mr. Gurren and I jumped back in a panic, but from the look on her face, it seems she didn't hear us. We're leaving soon, aren't we? Both of you get ready. Make sure you don't forget anything. Yeah. When I was about to ask Mr. Gurren to continue, I saw Kura trying to snatch my pants, which had been washed and hung out to dry. He defended himself saying, I was just trying to get them washed and folded for you. I ignored his defense and began with my final training session. I wanted to ask him about the rest of the story, but he said, it's a long story. We'll talk about it over a drink after the festival. Soon after, we departed for the surface. The journey was a bit of a blur due to the serious face of the werewolf who made me here. I killed him and it's a long story, but my anguish was purged as we silently climbed the long staircase like pilgrims, all sweating, fight. Oh. And oh. To each other as we continued to raise our legs. By the time we reached the entrance, it was night time, and we went straight to an inn on the estate and fell asleep. The softness of the bedding after a week's absence does not even allow me to dream. The next morning, July 22nd, Only 2 days to go until the tournament. The creatures, both graduates of Ootsuka Metro, were eager to go sightseeing in Ikebukuro and enjoy the famous garlic ramen after their visit to Ikebukuro. But Noah grabbed us by the neck and said, "We have to get back to Shugamo early." So we had to leave. We were told that crocodile buses take extra time because the streets are so crowded, so we decided to walk those hours to Shugamo on foot. As Noah had said, the road was jammed with horse-drawn carriages and ostriches, and the progress was sluggish, as if it were a high-speed train on a consecutive holiday weekend. We arrived at Shugamo before noon and breathed a sigh of relief. The pre-meeting for participants in the tournament starts in the evening, so we didn't have to rush back that quickly, did we? I was a resentful 130-year-old who wanted to eat ramen. "What are you talking about?" said Noah. "Didn't we hear they'd be arriving around noon today?" Oh, yeah, that's right. I know. I was just testing you. The main street to the west is so crowded that the carriages can't go on. Instead of stopping at a house, I followed the flow of people and headed toward the Chu district. I wade through the crowd of what looks like a parade of Olympic athletes to get to the front of the line of spectators lining the street in front of the city council building. It's a bit ill-mannered, but I have to watch the parade out of pity, so I hope they'll forgive me. Soon, a trumpet-like sound echoes through the summer sky. The crowd cheered. Is that a limousine? Slowly emerging from the south street was a huge wheeled car with 6 wheels and tires. Its pitch-black body reflected the sunlight. Around it were men dressed in black suits who looked like guards. The man riding in that vehicle is the man who rules this country. He is the head of the government of New Tokyo, the governor of Tokyo. The limousine stops in front of the Capitol building, and the back door is opened by the black-clad man. Chapter 117, New Tokyo Governor Namuro Gawachita. The cheers of the assembled crowd only increased. Yet, to my ears, I could hear the sound of the soles of my leather shoes landing on the streets of Shugamo. When I caught sight of them, something inside of me jumped up and down. That's the government of New Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Governor Namuro Gawachita. I am a master threadweaver just like Namuro Gawachita, and a living witness of the ancient era that has lived more than 100 years since the Tokyo Judgment. At last, I was able to see him with my own eyes. Blood rushes to my body as my heart beats fast and loud, and my body heats up. At the same time my brain is slightly chaotic with shock and confusion. If I had not had any prior information, I would have been surprised to the point that my eyeballs would have popped out of my head. He is wearing a tie, or rather a red bow tie, which is unusual for a person from this country. He was wearing a white shirt, a checkered vest, and mouse-colored short pants. He was dressed as if he were at a child's 5th or 7th birthday party or entrance ceremony. A child. He looks to be in the upper grades of elementary school, 10 years old or so. He has neatly cropped hair, plump cheeks, and dull eyes. He is a cute boy with charm rather than a beautiful boy. It's possible to be like that, isn't it? Immortality is semi-immortality. I have hardly aged 100 years, just as I was when I was a newly graduated working man 100 years ago. Namuro Gawa was probably just an ordinary elementary school student before Tokyo was destroyed, but he gained the ability to become a master threadweaver and lived 100 years in the new world as an eternal child. In terms of the number of years he has lived, and in terms of his magnificent life experience, he is far superior to me. I've never seen him before, said Noah, standing next to me. I was a little surprised when I saw him in person. He's almost 120 years old. I saw him in Sanju once, Kura said, when I was about the same height as His Excellency, and the big man in charge of our village was so smiling respectfully at him that it was kind of strange. I see. There are certainly incredible things. Although he had the potential of being a master threadweaver, he was not the standard bearer. He survived the Tokyo Judgment and lived in the metro for 10 years, became a tribe chief on the surface, united the people, established a government, ended the war, and created a country. Is it really possible for an ordinary elementary school student to accomplish such a feat? In my mind, I don't think I can imitate him. I wish they would not ask such a reckless act from a newbie. The governor turned around at the sound of cheers calling out to him, and, holding back the black-clad men around him with his hand, took a step or two toward the group. "Good day to you, people of Shugamo City, my dear citizens." As he waves his hand and says these words, the cheering around stops. His voice is dignified, strong, and clear, while still retaining the childlike quality that he had before a change in his voice. The 30th anniversary of the birth of Shugamo City. The reason why we are able to celebrate this day like this is because everyone's wish for eternal peace has been woven one step at a time. Congratulations, Shugamo City. Congratulations, everyone. A beat later, the cheering explodes. Your Excellency, the Governor of Shugamo. Hooray, hooray. And as well as Kaiawa. Cute. No one was heard yelling curses, and it seemed that the support of people of all ages and both sexes was solid. There, a skinny man with a familiar face, Suzuyama, Mayor Shugamo's secretary, a petite, slightly chubby man with runs at a trot towards the governor. Finally, I saw the real person for the first time, the mayor of Shugamo. The mayor shakes hands with the governor and is photographed by a group of reporters holding up a large camera and a shiny umbrella-like object. As the mayor leads the governor's delegation into the Capitol building, the frenzy around them slowly dies down, and the crowd slowly begins to thin out. Abe Shuu, Mr. Shah. Well, I'm still a little nervous. I'm not saying that I've woken up to being a Shotakan or anything like that. That kid, he may be 10 or so years old on the outside, but mentally he's more an adult than me. I know that, but, even with that appearance, atmosphere, expression, and tone of voice, I felt like I was being sucked in. I wonder if that kind of attractiveness called charisma, or is it some kind of fungal skill that makes him be that way? Of course, it must be something that has been cultivated over 100 years. But I am sure it was also due to his own extraordinary ability. The man he is now, having been perfected in this way, looks as much of a monster as Satan or demons. Suddenly, there is something caught in the corner of my head. Have I seen him somewhere before? Not in this world. Of course, it was around the time of the Heisei era, when Tokyo has not collapsed, a memory of 5 years or a little more ago, excluding the period when I was asleep. Did I see him anywhere? No, I don't have elementary school acquaintances back then. TV or internet? Yes, I think so. Was he a child actor in a TV drama or something? Did you get scared, by any chance? No, not really. He certainly had a great aura about him. I tried to think it may be a few tricks in my head, but no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't get the image of one. I would love to fight him once. Kura licks his tongue. I don't know if you can really measure a fighter's strength with such an underground fighting style, but I'm not so sure. Oh, Tamiko, have you seen the level of the governor of Tokyo? Wait, squeak, said Tamiko. Impossible. He's over 130. Squeak. What? 130? Seriously? Seriously. I don't even want to know how. Squeak. I was so surprised that I didn't even think of his level. Of course, it's only natural, but it's the highest record, excluding Sate and the demon Naruto, who I couldn't see the level. The last time I heard from Noah it was level 98 and 28 fungal skills, right? That's a few more than that, and he's the strongest fighter in the country. He was, said Noah. That's what my great-grandfather wrote in his notebook. Even though they are the same master thread weavers, there is such a big difference between them. 5 years since my awakening and 100 years since he became the governor of Tokyo. A simple comparison would suggest that the difference in level and time is out of proportion. However, this is only because I was thrown into the blessed environment of Ootsuka Metro, mostly for raising the level. The difference of 60 levels from here on, is it just my imagination or does it seem endlessly far away? Will the gap ever be filled? Is it possible to fill the gap? I can't even imagine it now. I mean, how? I want to be stronger, but should I even aim to be the strongest or something? You were in a place like this? Welcome back, Mr. Abe and everyone. I was startled when someone called out to me from behind. Ahead of me. I turn around and see a beautiful woman with long black hair standing there, a chihuahua clinging to the top of her head. It's Amoto. The eating and drinking space of the guild branch is wrapped in a festive atmosphere. Of course, the festival is near, but it seems that many people were watching the moment when the governor appeared earlier. I was surprised to see you back. I thought you were the actual person, and you are. The way she rests her elbows on the standing table and sips her coffee so elegantly, he is truly a beautiful boss. If it weren't for the fluffy white thing on her head. Foo. The Xolotl tribe's stuffed toys are being mass-produced immediately by craftspeople with an eye for detail. They say they are the new Uji specialty, following the onsen tamago. I thought she had kidnapped one in Uji. She had the potential to do it. The stuffed animals are that well made. It's already out of stock, and unfortunately I can only buy 4. They're for the bedroom, living room, storage, and transport. So I prepared some sweets separately as souvenirs for you guys. Later, in my office, you can come to get them. Tamiko, who had been nibbling on a vegetable stick for lunch, started fidgeting on the table, and Amoto glanced at her and chuckled. Why do you have that carry-on your head? I'm glad you asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Abe, but the depths of Uji are no longer under your control. The beef jerky offering caught their hearts. Actually, it's my sincerity and spirit of camaraderie. They have opened their hearts to me. I've given them so many rides that the word happy no longer adequately describes my feeling, and I know what my reason to be born into this world is. The way he strokes the stuffed animal above his head and smiles ecstatically is about to reach a level where he can be described as a dangerous. When I go to bed, they sneak over to my hut to sleep with me, not to beg for a snack, but to sleep with me. When I left, they smiled and waved at me until the end. I promised them that I would bring new delicacies the next time I saw them. I'll have to check out some of the other food I've ordered from around the country. I'm sorry. You've already told us, it's all about the food. The inconvenient truth seems to fall on deaf ears as Amoto hugs her stuffed animal and begins to walk down memory lane. So, did your training go well? Oh, of course. I've been hunting from the 32nd floor onwards, based in the Xolotl tribe village. I heard that the frontline survey team is looking for stairs to the 40th floor, but I went up to the 35th floor with a volunteer from the Xolotl tribe. A lovely young lady named Mako also came to see me, and asked me if I fought with you guys. Oh, Mako. The two of us looked at each other and nodded. Mako, daughter of Xolotl chief Nei. The two of them had fought together with us against the Bosculum and had saved my life. I'm glad to hear that she's doing well. The Xolotl tribe seems to have kept their promise not to tell other people that I am a master threadweaver. Considering what will happen in the future, the secret seems to be a dying star, but I want to keep it hidden at least until the grand tournament. The deep level is a different world from the 30th floor. Not only golems containing rare metals but also powerful enemies such as toros and zoo, birds with human hands for feet, were waiting for me. It would have been tough on my own, but thanks to the support of the Xolotl tribe, I was able to raise 2 levels in this short period of time. I've been stagnant lately, so I guess the wave came all at once. They're not only pretty cute, but they seem to have brought me good luck as well. Oh, congratulations. Truly. I confessed that I had been training with her opponent until yesterday and helped him raise 1 level. Amoto involuntarily balked, but it was short-lived. Well, it's only a difference of 1 or 2 levels. It's a challenge that can be too much for me to begin with, so don't worry about it and I will just go for it with all my might. As one would expect from the guild representative, she was very dignified. If only she didn't have a chihuahua under her arm. That's right. Ms. Ikari. Oh, yes. Noah, who was nibbling on vegetable sticks with Tamiko, looked up in surprise. I heard that while I was away, you completed your transfer to us. Welcome to the Shugamo branch. Welcome. I'm sorry to be such a poor representative, but if you have any problems, please don't hesitate to contact me. Yes, thank you very much. Please take care of me. The transfer process was completed before we left for Ikebukuro, and Shugama's insignia was drawn on the side where Ikebukuro's had been. Not only is she a member of Ikebukuro's branch, but he is also a hunter here in Shugamo, both in name and in reality. Incidentally, Kura, the only outsider, is talking to Kurosawa, a veteran hunter who has been drinking and eating at another table for some time. From the overheard conversation, it seems that he is inviting Kurosawa, whom he considers a skilled hunter, to join him for a hand-to-hand combat. Now then, Mr. Abe, the pre-match meeting is at 4 o'clock today. I don't mind if you come with everyone else, so don't be late. Also, be very careful with her. You've probably heard rumors about her temperament. Shugama's largest building, Shugamo Martial Arts Center, is located along the northeastern wall. It's a design that's a little smaller and simpler than what was in Kudenshita. The octagonal roof, on the top of which has the city emblem of Shugamo, not an onion. Kudenshita had a golden onion-like thing on the apex of its roof. In the plaza in front of the main entrance, there were people who looked like employees wearing name tags that read Grand Tournament Guiding Committee, and they would guide us inside if we asked them. I entered the related parties area from the first-floor corridor of the three-story building, and after walking along a dimly lit corridor for a while, I arrived in front of a double swinging door. The stage hall is at the end of the corridor. This is where the players will meet each other and confirm the rules. Everyone else has already arrived. It was only 10 minutes before the appointment, but everyone was early. Or perhaps the lowest-ranking player is the worst in time management. It was not that I was late, but I felt a little awkward. The door is pushed open with a heavy thud, as if the air was filled with sand, and I closed my eyes for a moment. Oh, the room is a large octagonal space surrounded by a 2-meter wall. The ceiling, which seems to be retractable, has an atrium, and the still bright summer sky illuminates the hall like a spotlight. The hall is about 50 to 60 meters to the other end, and there is sand underneath. There is a neat row of wooden benches on the wall, an auditorium. It is empty and deserted at the moment. A red rope has been placed in a circular pattern in the center, like the boundary line of a ring. A dozen or so people are gathered inside it. Are they the players who will participate in the tournament? Noah and the others are waiting near the entrance, and only I join the players. Some of the faces on the Shugamo side look familiar, and I am somewhat relieved when Amoto waves to me and calling, Mr. Abe. Gillen, with his familiar wolf head, is also there. Sorry, I'm late. Don't worry about it. It's not yet the meeting time. Oh ho, you made your seniors wait before you appear. You must think highly of yourself. The woman who mumbled this in a spiky tone was about the same height as me. She folded her arms, put the back of her hand over her mouth, and looked at me with a snide grin and eyes as if she was sizing me up. She is a beautiful woman with sharp contours and slanted eyes. She has the slender figure of a model, and her breasts are almost bursting out of her body. Wrapped in a pure white hunter's jersey, her skin is dark and tanned, and her hair and eyes are silver. She wears pink makeup around her eyes and lips, and her ears are pointed. She doesn't seem to be a Jaiaru girl. Even though she is over 40 years old, she still looks like Ootsuka because of her demi-human traits, the so-called dark elf. Well, I'll give him credit for not getting scared and running away. Shugama's Mr. Golden Rookie. Ho 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 ho. This person is. She's my opponent, the holy silver puppeteer Haku Maria. Yeah, they don't look alike at all. Not many people know this, but she is Ootsuka Sue's half-sister. Chapter 118, Begin. Now that all the players are here, I will begin by explaining the rules. All matches will be single-point matches with no waiting. A referee is assigned, but as a rule, he does not intervene other than to signal the start of the match and during the match. If the referee deems the fighter incapable of fighting, he declares a decision. The same applies when a fighter offers to surrender. A decision is valid even if the opponent dies. However, it is a foul to act despite the restraint by from referee, and if it causes death, a serious penalty other than compensation will be imposed. A fighter loses when his body is outside the ring. Aerial attacks are also not allowed. No more than 2 weapons or tools other than basic equipment such as jerseys may be brought into the ring. Prior inspection is required. Certain flying tools and poisonous items are prohibited, as well as the transfer of other people's Haifa weapons. The first time a player is found to be using such a weapon, he or she loses by disqualification. The female staff member of the management committee continued to explain the rules in a calm tone. I have no objection up to that point. Although I am very scared about the ring accidents, the problem is that the rules prohibit the use of bullet-type fungal skills. Also, the use of long-range attack skills using spores, balls, and similar unique skills, which may cause damage to the audience, must be reported in advance. This is it. Bullet-type skills are sniper skills such as white bullet, and there are ball skills like ball skills such as fireball. In short, for the protection of the audience, do not use abilities that could become stray bullets. A whitish wire mesh fence is set up in front of the seats on the wall. Also, on the day of the event, there will be a few security personnel in the front row who can use the barrier, a spore-type fungal skill used by Bishop in the Ougi depths. Even so, however, this will not prevent all stray bullets. It is said that this is an unavoidable rule in order to balance serious competition and public entertainment. In many ways, this would be unthinkable in the former world of martial arts. It would be fair to say that sniper and illusionist are at a significant disadvantage in this situation, and that they are not suited for this kind of hard-fought competition. There are also shooting contests for snipers only, rapid-fire shooting contests, and magic dueling contests for illusionists only, apparently. And this rule was painful for me. A strategy with the highest chance of winning the method of creating a large amount of accumulated white bullet and fireball in advance and then completely blowing them off at the start of the match is not viable. Well, let alone disclosing about the fungal ability, the venue could be partially destroyed, so it doesn't change at all. That's all for the explanation, so if you have any questions, please contact the committee. Yes, then we will continue with the schedule for the day. Huh? I tilted my head. I somehow counted the number of people here, and somehow there are 16 people. There were supposed to be 7 games and 14 people. Miyamoto, aren't there one too many pairs? Are they an alternate or something? No, while you and I were away, the committee was asked to add one more match. It's a special match between those who are not in the Shugamo camp. Incidentally, it will be announced later. I see. An exhibition match, huh? When I looked around to see who it was, my eyes were suddenly drawn to the person standing next to Mr. Gurin. A woman? No. Standing next to Mr. Gurin is a young man, a little smaller than me. I must not have seen him in Shugamo, because once I had seen him, I would have surely remembered him. Kura with an androgynous face and good-looking enough to make women turn their heads in the street, though he is a macho man when he is undressed, but this young man has a more soft and feminine face. Were it not for his wide shoulders and flat chest, one might have believed he was female. His long green and white hair is tied back, and over his hunter's jersey he wears a blue happy coat. A festival clothing with the country emblem, the symbol of a tree with 12 wings, printed on the back, and at the waist. The wrists peeking out from the sleeves are quite slender, looking even more so alongside Mr. Gurin, whose fur makes him look wider. Ah, there he is, Aomoto said. He seems to be the treasured son of Meguro headquarter. I was surprised when I heard his last name. Huh? At a glance, he honestly doesn't look strong. He doesn't seem to have the tough job of being a hunter, as do Ootsuka and others. But, for some reason, I could not take my eyes off him. Under the sunlight that pours down on him, his figure is like a transparent crystal of something, and I can't quite grasp its substance. It is such a strange sensation. And he also turned his eyes towards me. Our eyes meet. His eyes are soft and smiling. Shocked for some reason, I hurriedly averted my eyes. Miyamoto. What's his name? Oh, he's Kang Yoshitsune. Kang? Kang, the #1 ranked hunter, Transcendent Kang Jubai. He is his younger brother. After the explanation, the match cards were read out. One by one, the names and affiliations of the fighters were called out, and those who were called out lightly bowed, while the players and staff outside clapped their hands. I, too, was introduced just as Miyamoto had said, and those who did not seem to know me were a little surprised. After the main match, mine and Hakumaria's cards were read, the venue ended with the closing words. Please compete fair and square to your heart's content on the day of the tournament. The players headed toward the exit, calling out to each other. As I was about to return to Tamiko and the others who had been observing the event, I heard the following words. "Rookie, can I have a word?" I was stopped by a velvety voice. I knew who it was, so I looked back cautiously, and as expected, it was Haku Maria. "I'm sorry I was so rude to you earlier. Thank you for accepting my nomination, Abe." "Oh, no. It was my pleasure as well, Miss Haku." She asks for a handshake, and I comply. The moment I shook her hand, she squeezed me. I am scared of the harassment, but she shakes my hand back in a normal way. Contrary to my impression that she is a strong fighter who has kicked out many enemies, her hands are soft and beautiful. "I've heard a lot of rumors about you. The real thing is, well, it's a little more than I imagined, but I'm relieved that you're not an imposter." "Ha. Oh ho ho. So, there's something I want to ask you, Mr. Shuu." Noah and Kuro approached. Tamiko climbs over Shu's body one step ahead and arrives at my shoulder. "Oh, you're with your cute little furball." "Where's my sister?" Haku looks around with a fidgety look on her face. "It's Sister Sue. I heard from the Shugamo branch that you brought her back and are working with her after I lost touch with her for so many years." "Oh, right. I'm not sure if that's correct, but she's been following me around and staying with me on her own." I thought she might be wandering around somewhere. "I went home before I came here, but she wasn't home. I checked the bedroom to be sure, but there was no sign, or none left, that she had brought a man into the house." "Are you and your sister close?" It didn't sound like that from the way Ootsuka was talking. In fact, Ootsuka even seemed to be avoiding seeing her again. This may have been one of the reasons why she never once tried to return to Komagom. It's not obvious. Is there a younger sister who doesn't respect her older sister? There is no such thing as a younger sister who is better than her older sister. Miss Haku's face was very serious. In my mind's eye, I see a fake Lila who drinks, throws up, and slobbers all over a handsome man on the side of the road. If I search from one corner to the other, will I find a respectable side of her? I don't know when it started, but my sister doesn't open up to me much anymore. We used to be so close. Could it be that you nominated me as your opponent because I have something to do with your sister? No, it was a coincidence. I didn't know she was with you until after I nominated you." "Oh, I see. But it is perfect actually. I have a feeling that if I crush in front of a big crowd, sister will come back to me. And I'm sure she'll come back very in love with me." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, let's have a good match on the day. The winner will be able to have an audience with the governor of Tokyo. And although it pains me that your request has been fulfilled, there is something that I wish for too." The smiling beauty's eyes were filled with vicious, murderous intent, as if she were a snake facing its prey. Feeling that, I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. I have a feeling that she wouldn't win that, but if I go out of my way to correct her, that would be asking for a knife on my back. "Abe Shuu, is she the distress Lily Hag's little sister?" Squeak. "Oh, yeah. That's rude, Tamik." At that moment, Haku's smile disappeared, and my spine was chilled. A hand stretched out without a sound and stopped right in front of Tamiko. The slender middle finger is released by the thumb holding it down. Her fingertips flicked out at high speed and snapped on Tamiko's nose. "Pidgeot." Noah catches Tamiko who is flung in the air behind me. "Sis." "Tamiko." You. Tamiko lies on Noah's palm and holds her nose. There are tears in her eyes and red blotches on her coat. Her nose is bleeding. "How dare you insult sister, you little worm. I'll skin you alive and skew you, you worm." The moment I heard the velvety cursing voice from behind me, blood that flows through me instantly boils, and I see red. An unprecedented violent urge jumps up my body. Almost unconsciously, I turned around and released my fist. Just before it slams into the tip of her nose, I was pinned down from behind. "Hey, Shuu." "Stop." A voice in my ear belongs to Kura. Mr. Garin, who had also appeared before I knew it, said, "Abe, calm down." "Calm down." And he was trying to me push back. Hakuho, who was to receive my fist on the tip of her nose, still did not move an inch. Nor did she change her expression. She only provoked me with a fearless smile. What's the matter? Miyamoto and a female staff member of the guiding committee rush over to me. Still, I struggled to get in front of her. I exerted all my strength and tried to shake off the two men who were trying to hold me down with all their might. Ho ho ho. What a killing spirit, what a beast. Miss Haku, said Miyamoto. What happened? No, it's no big deal, said Hentai Siskon. Your hairy friend insulted my sister with her filthy mouth, so I gave her a gentle poke. Miyamoto looks at Haku, at me, and at Tamiko, and bites her lip, just barely, as if she understood what was going on. If one of us behaves disrespectfully, I will apologize as the representative. Oh, there's no need for the leader of these chicks to bow her head. If someone like you did that, your pathetic head would just get buried in the sand. The air around them is tense. The Shugamo group surrounds them with devil-like expressions, saying, "Don't you think?" On the other hand, Haku shrugged his shoulders as if to say something like "I'm sorry." It is the fate of beautiful women to be pestered by gentlemen, but it doesn't make me at all happy to be pestered by mosquitoes like you. Or what? You think you can beat me with a bunch of them? Haku lifts the edge of her lips with a grin and slowly opens her hands. The pressure of a single person is enough to overcome the surrounding rage and is about to engulf them further. The pressured Shugamo backed away. "Oh, that's enough," said a staff member. As a member of the guiding committee, I would like to say something. As I explained to you earlier, any harm to other players by players or officials will result in immediate disqualification. Mr. Abe, Miss Haku, if I may? Yes, I'm fine for now. I nodded in agreement. The time Miyamoto intervened, I had regained much of my composure. Mr. Garin, I'm sorry, it's already over. Thank you for stopping me. That's enough. Yeah, let go. You can let go of me. Finally, I hit him in the side with my elbow and pushed him away. Even though he lies on the ground, Kira looks somewhat satisfied. I take a big breath in and a big breath out. I repeat it twice. Then I look up. Miss Haku, I'm sorry that our Tamiko said rude things about your sister. Well, this one is causing her trouble, or rather, harm, but that has nothing to do with you. That a good look good. Rookie, I know something that my sister will like. Haku takes a step forward. Your face just now wasn't bad. I'm sure I'll have fun tomorrow after all these years. I'm going to dedicate to my sister and the man behind you the sight of you lying on the ground covered in sand. I'll make my own declaration then. I also take a step forward. The distance between our toes is only a step apart. I'm going to make your nose bleed and grind your head in the sand. Remember that, you fucking old hag, Siskon. I made my plain face as hard as I could and dared her with all the strength I had built up from all these years. Haku's nose twitches for a moment at being called an old hag, but then she returns to her original fearless smile and slips past us. I'll show you how far we are. I'm looking forward to it. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 cuck. Cough. Mr. Grin rubs her back after choking hard. Miss Haku, you did not laugh like an idiot in the past. Excuse me, wolf boy. Those who stand above have a duty to demonstrate the ideal to those below us. The tension in the air is finally released as the two bickering individuals exit the hall. Miyamoto's sigh signaled that everyone else had also relaxed their posture. Tamiko, are you alright? Squeak. Tamiko is still sitting comfortably in Noah's palm. Her nosebleed seems to have stopped, but she's still holding her nose, showing that it still hurts. So I crush holy healing and squeeze juice for her. Tamiko licks it, saying, "So yummy, Skishu." Her hand, which is still clutching my hand, is getting stronger. She looks up confused at my shaking fist and says, "Abe Shuu." The blood on my head has subsided. Still the heat that burns through the body continues to burn deep in the chest. Hidden quietly, I think this may be the first time I've ever had a match where I wanted to beat my opponent to a pulp. Turning my attention alternately to Tamiko and Noah, I murmured, "I've got one more reason why I can't lose." Third-person perspective. On the night of the day when the group attended the rematch meeting, Kawataro was at the fort in the northwestern district of the city. Kawataro is sitting on the roof of a building near the city walls in the northwestern district, gazing blankly at the cityscape. Kawataro was startled when a voice called out to him from behind. He was completely defenseless. A girl with a bandana wrapped around her forehead, Toroko, appears out of the darkness. Toroko, it's time for the children to go to bed. Isn't it only 9 or something? I mean, it's too noisy downstairs to sleep. The brigade is currently divided into 2 groups. The first is Kawataro and the surviving children of the village he led, a total of 9 people. The other group is made up of more than a dozen of the commander's children, or the riffraff he has gathered for his next project. The Mujar army were also from this group. It is the latter who are making noise on the first floor of this building, which the commander has somehow recruited. They were having a booze party every night, and Toroko and the others, who had joined the group a few days before Kawataro, seemed to be fed up with it. However, most of the preparations for this event were done by them. To be honest, there was little camaraderie among them, but it was also true that Kawataro and the others could not have carried out this plan on their own. Toroko sat down next to Kawataro. Her head rests on his shoulder. Finally, isn't it? Oh, well, I guess it's heavy. Kawataro jerked his shoulders, and Toroko resented it as she moved her head. Finally, I'll be able to rid myself of the elders of the village's regret. With this, I'll be able to take the weight off my shoulders. I won't have to babysit you guys anymore, either. Don't say that. Spend more time with me. I can't. You're a lot stronger than I am now, and Akagai and the others don't need anything for me to teach them. The only people who know about the whole plan are the commander and Kawataro, and they only tell Toroko and the others what role they would play. When everything goes well, Kawataro's final duty is to let Toroko and the others escape. These very bright students will do well wherever they go. For that reason, he must do everything in his power to finish them off without having their hands covered in blood. It would be an insurance policy to protect them in case of emergency. Kawataro chuckled inwardly as he thought about what would happen to him after that. Finally, I can be alone. It's so refreshing. It all began 8 years ago in the winter. A man and his 8 children, who had escaped the purge, began their journey of revenge. Many times he tried to dissuade them. Still, they did not stop. All Kawataro could do was equip them with the strength to defend themselves and watch over them to make sure they did not take the final step. Kawataro gently reached out and touched Toroko's head. He rubbed his hand over Toroko's head, thinking how much he had grown. Finally, the cross-border brigade will disappear from this world. The stigma of the past will be wiped away. The souls of the dead will be put to peace. Only then will the future open up, at least for these children. Third-person perspective. Around the same time, Kajita Heroes, a hunter belonging to the Deba branch, is walking alone in the downtown area of the Northwestern District. He had a few drinks at a food stall earlier, but as expected, he couldn't get drunk at all. Poison resistance, it's a tough thing to overcome. Geez. He is not drunk, but his steps are heavy. It's all because of the pre-match meeting for the Grand Tournament a few hours ago. He's also a competitor in the tournament. Why, of all people, it was about a week ago that Kajita was asked to join the tournament. The nomination came directly from a representative of their guild branch, who wanted someone around level 60 who was good at fighting against other hunters. It was not a match against the Shugamo branch, but a special match between the nominees of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Metro Church. The opponents were to be announced at the pre-match meeting. In other words, they were requested to participate in the tournament without knowing who their opponent would be. The rewards were not bad, but he didn't like the fact that he had practically no veto power. Well, it was a simple job, just to have one fight with some other hunter of a similar level, so Kajita decided to accept it with some dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, today, the truth finally dawned on him. The purpose of this special match was to unveil the next generation of promising young talent from both camps. When Kajita heard this, he did not feel bad, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of discomfort. At level 60, Kajita had reached master rank before his peers and older colleagues. He was also proud of himself for being one of the fastest rising members of the Deba branch at the age of 31. However, the higher he goes, the more he becomes aware. He learns about reality. He is better than most. He is brilliant, but he is not one of a handful of geniuses or monsters. Even if he spent his whole life, he would never be able to reach the top rankers like Eternal Summer in the same branch. There must be one or two people at the same level who are younger and more promising than him. But why was a humble existence like his chosen for this sunny stage? Knowing that his opponent was the younger brother of that transcendent, Kajita finally understood. In other words, I am Kanyoshitsune. That name is not as known as his brother. If the rumors are true, he is definitely from the other side. He is a player who will eventually be on the same level as the top rankers, so it means I am just a sacrifice. The church knew in advance who their opponent would be. They were aware that no one at the same level could compete with them, and that is why a half-baked genius like Kajita was chosen. The reason why they didn't choose from Akihabara headquarters is that they wanted to reduce the damage as much as possible in anticipation of a sure loss. Already, I can't do it, Kajita murmured. When he saw the real thing with his own eyes earlier, he was convinced that they were the real thing. In other words, no matter how hard he tries, he has no chance of winning. It's not that he is disappointed to lose, but that he was in a different dimension and was not a target for competition. However, being beaten up in front of 5,000 spectators is not a horrible thing. However, he doesn't think the work is worth the reward. Even if he tried, he would lose 10 times out of 10. But now that it has been announced to the world, he can't just walk away. He will never be able to step on Daba's grounds again. This is a pain in the ass. No matter how much he worries about it, there is only one option, and it is unpleasant. He doesn't like the deceptive tactics, the unspoken assessment that he is a sacrifice or any of it. Heavy feet stagger away from the hustle and bustle, through narrow alleys, and into the less popular darkness. That's how he arrived at a vacant lot surrounded by buildings. Building materials are placed in the corner, so it must be a site planned to have something built on. Hey, it's about time. Come out. He had known for a long time that someone was following me. He couldn't just take him back to the inn like this, so he decided to clean up the mess here. He heard footsteps approaching. The man stopped just before a vacant lot. The outline of the man's face is hidden in the shadows, but he can't see his face. I assume you are Mr. Hiro's Kajita of the Daba branch, a contestant in the grand tournament. It was a man's voice. Yeah, that's right. And who are you? What do you want from me? I want you to bet your spot in the special match against Kanyoshitsune and stand down. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? In short, if I win the match, let me fight in your match. It was an impossible proposition. There was no way players and outsiders could decide such a thing on their own. The stronger player will go on the stage and excite the audience. That's what an exhibition is all about. It's a show, right? He, Kajita laughs. The feeling that had been stuck in his mind becomes a little more pleasant. Hey, you want to say you're better than me? I'll beat you to a pulp, so show me your face after that. The man suddenly takes off his jacket and pulls something out of his pants pocket and puts it over his head. Kajita looks on quizzically, but as soon as the man steps out of the darkness, he is startled. The man, whose muscular upper body is on display, is wearing a green ape goblin-like mask. My name is Goblin Mask, and I'm a masked wrestler passing by. Geeky. And then July 24th, the day of the Shugamo City Founding Festival, the eve of the festival, and the day of the match. The longest day in Shugamo begins. Interlude, summary of fungal classes and their abilities, and a list of fungal skills for each fungal class. Fungal skills and effects. The ability to manipulate and exercise mycelium in the body. Fungal skills can be broadly classified into 6 systems. The aptitude of which of these is the strongest is called a fungal class. There are 6 types of normal fungal classes and 5 types of higher rank fungal class in which more powerful and varied fungal skills can be learned. 1. Ability to harden fungal skill to make weapons, called hard hypha weapons and armor. Katana warhammer round shield dagger etc. Fungal class. Knight, higher rank fungal class, Holy Knight. 2. Ability to create variable and manipulable mycelial objects, called soft hypha and hypha manipulation. White string avatar sticky thread etc. Fungal class, Craftsman, higher rank fungal class, Puppeteer. 3. Ability to strengthen and change the body with mycelium inside the body, called physical manipulation skills, etc. Leaping, hearing, self-regeneration, etc. Fungal class, fighter. High rank fungal class, beast warrior. 4. Ability to create mycelial bullets, called hypha bullets or mycelial bullet, white bullet, spiral bullet, curved bullet, etc. Fungal class, sniper. High rank fungal class, none. Sniper itself is said to be a higher rank. 5. Ability to disperse spores with various effects, called spore dispersion or dust skill. Sensory spores, beast repellent, charm, life spores, etc. 6. The ability to create cocoons of mycelium with various effects, called mycelial balls, ball skills, fireball, holy healing, thunderball, etc. In the above 5 and 6, fungal classes are categorized as follows according to their specialties: specialized in attack or cause negative effects. Fungal class, illusionist. High rank fungal class, mage. Those that cause positive effects, such as healing, purification, or strengthening of others or oneself. Fungal class, healer. High rank fungal class, sage. Why are illusionists and healers not classified as those who are good at mycelial balls or those who are good at spore dispersal, but as their efficacy and role? A clear conclusion has not been established. One theory is that all fungal skill holders have the ability to create small mycelial objects such as hypha balls and spore dispersal, and illusionists and healers are different. It is also said that it is the quality that enables the synthesis of its inclusions. In that case, however, it would be difficult to explain why a healer can use healing but not healing spores, or an illusionist can use fireball but not burning spores, etc. List of fungal skills by the above classification, partial. 1. Fungal skills of hypha weapon system, knight, katana, hypha katana, war hammer, hypha hammer, war spear, hypha spear, odaki, hypha odaki, piercing needle, hypha throwing needle, dagger, hypha knife, round shield, hypha round shield, medium size, great shield, hypha square shield, large size, cudgel, mycelium cudgel, hatchet, hypha hatchet for throwing axe, white armor. The upper body is covered with the hard membrane of hypha, morning star, hypha morning star. Thorn armor, a spiked armor of hypha on the upper body. Iron fist, harden the fist with hypha. Iron leg, harden the leg with hypha. White arrow, arrow made of hypha. Light blade, hard hypha is covered with light spores and is strengthened. Flame blade, hard hypha is covered with burning spores. Thunder blade, hard hypha is covered with electrifying spores. Light blade, flame blade, thunder blade, etc. are combined techniques with spore dispersion. 2. Fungal skills of soft hypha, craftsman. White thread, thin thread of hypha. White cord, cord of hypha. White whip, a cord as thick and tough as a whip. Thread ball, hypha ball, strong, heavy, and bounces well. Sticky thread, sticky threads ejected in a radially dissolving thread, dissolving threads ejected radially. Burning thread, burning threads ejected radially. Poison thread, poisonous threads ejected radially. Avatar, alter ego formed by hypha. Finger enlargement, creating a finger of mycelium on the hand. False face, creates a false face with mycelium. Mimicry, mimic whole body with mycelium, super compatible with false face. Thread hair, reproduce long hair with mycelium. Warclaw, create hypha claws at the fingertips. Razor, thin and soft hypha blade. White wings, hypha wings on the back, short distance flight, gliding. 3. Fungal skill of physical manipulation skills, fighter. Self-regeneration, enhancement of natural healing power, medium. Leaping, instantaneous enhancement of jumping ability. Large. Toughness, sustained strengthening of muscular strength, small. Arm strength, instantaneous enhancement of arm strength. Large. Instant response, sustained instantaneous force, small. Perseverance, sustained endurance and pain reduction, small. Hearing, temporary enhancement of hearing. Telephoto, temporary enhancement of long-distance sight. Smelling, temporary enhancement of the sense of smell. Heat sensing, perception of surroundings through serpentine heat detection. Extended arm, momentarily extension of the arm. Enlarged arms, momentarily enlarges the arm. Pain reduction, permanent reduction of physical pain. Permanent strong heat resistance, gain resistance to high heat. Permanent cold resistance, gain resistance to high heat. Permanent poison resistance, ability to automatically neutralize poisons in the body. Permanent berserker, temporarily increases physical ability instead of reducing judgment and thinking ability. Adversity, temporary increase in physical ability in response to injury. Azura, creates multiple hypha arms on the back. Combination fungal skills with soft hypha. Immortality, strengthens natural healing power, extra large, and has an immortality effect. Official classification unknown. 4. Fungal skills of hypha bullet, sniper, white bullet, normal mycelial bullet, spiral bullet, bullets with high power and distance, exploding bullet, small explosion upon impact, curved bullet, trajectory changes depending on the angle of the firing arm, etc. Shotgun, scatter finely along the trajectory. Snake bullet, heat sensing bullet. Ricochet, bounces when it hits a hard object. Impact bullet, a bullet that transfers the impact when it hits. Strike bullet, rubber bullets with low killing power. Silver bullet, silver color, so-called turn undead effect for undead. Light bullet, a bullet trapped in light spores. Burning bullet, bullets that burn the target they hit. Electric bullet, a bullet that electrocutes anything that hits. 3. Fungal class of spore dispersion, dust skills. For illusionist, charm, spores with brainwashing effect to make the target become attracted to you. Mirage, spores that can create a hallucination. Burning spores, spores with a burning effect. Paralyzing spores, spores with paralyzing effect. Hypnosis, spores with hypnotic effect. Guidance, guide hypha balls freely. For healer, life spores, spores with stamina recovery effect. Strengthening spores, spores with muscle strengthening effect. Healing spores, spores with injury healing effect. Step, wall of spores, scaffold for the feet. Purification, neutralizes toxins in the air. Muffling, reduces or eliminates the sound of movement when covered. Transparency, allows light to pass through when covered. Gravity spores, spores that apply a load. Others. Beast repellent, keep low-level metro beasts away. Barrier, a wall of spores. Barrier comes out of the hand. Sensory spores, detects the outline and distance of covered objects. 5. Fungal class of ball skills. For illusionist, fireball, burns with a pillar of fire when it bursts. Iceball, freezes when it bursts. Thunderball, electricity runs when it bursts. Windball, compressed hair explodes when it bursts. Smokes ball, smoke spreads when it bursts. Lightball, a hypha ball that emits light and becomes a flashbang when it bursts. Shock ball, a shock wave spreads when it bursts. Poison ball, contains a toxic liquid. Acid ball, contains very corrosive acid. Puppet, embed a hypha ball in a corpse to turn it into a zombie. Training, feeding metro beasts to make them obey. For healer, strengthening ball, muscle strengthening effect, ingested orally. Oxygen ball, keeps oxygen production in the body, ingested orally. Dragon ball, upward compatibility with training. Healing, has a healing effect. Medium, holy healing, has a healing effect. Large, divine healing, has a healing effect. Extra large, detoxification, has a detoxification effect. Spirit ball, combined effects such as increased physical strength, increased muscle strength, healing, etc. Fungal skills that can be acquired. Knights mainly learn the first system, but can also learn other systems, depending on their qualities. For example, Noah, as a craftsman, learns from the first system dagger and the sixth system lightball, and Kura, as a fighter, learns from the first system white armor. The way to confirm these aptitudes is to use a test sheet, and if the blood pressed to the paper extends in multiple directions, there is a possibility that other systems than the main one can also be learned. However, in normal fungal classes, the rare ability from a system other than a main system, high-cost ability as Shou and Almoto call it, basically cannot be learned. Only higher rank fungal classes can achieve this. The higher rank fungal classes may be able to acquire rare or unique fungal skills in the main system, or reasonably rare fungal skills in other systems. Chapter 119, Opening Ceremony. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still daylight on a weekday, but the Shugamo Martial Arts Center was packed beyond its capacity. First, the governor of Tokyo stood on the podium in front of the distinguished guests section in the middle of the auditorium and gave a happy opening speech. Then came the short address by the governor, Be with the Metro, followed by a short address by the Metro Church's Deep Emperor, Be with the Metro. The crowd was excited to see the top two leaders of the country in one place. But it was not until the girl who took the stage with the mayor of Shugamo, Ayukawa, gave a speech that brought the crowd to its highest pitch, even before the game had even started. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm here to inform you that my daughter Hagumi, who had been ill, has completed her treatment. The podium is equipped with mic-helial loudspeakers, their mushroom caps shaped like megaphones. The shy loud voice of the mayor is drowned out by the cheers of more than 5,000 people at that moment. Even me and the people waiting near the entrance and exit of the arena involuntarily cover their ears. Standing next to the friendly-looking mayor is a girl, rather petite for an 8-year-old, dressed in a pink dress and red ribbon. And as the crowd laughs and weeps in celebration, I am reminded once again that I made the right choice. The mayor and his family came to greet us before the opening ceremony, and it seemed that today was the day to announce that their daughter's incurable disease had been completely cured by Old Man Uni's horn and that she could now walk. By the way, according to her doctor, Nomaguchi, the boy is also recovering well. The mayor, covered in tears and snot, repeatedly thanked me. He held my hand clinging to it, and his voice was almost hoarse even if he was about to give a speech. He was so distraught that I was tempted to worry that he might not want other citizens to see it. The daughter, who at first was fidgeting behind her beautiful mother, was a petite, pretty little girl who was aptly described as doll-like. She stood in front of me and bowed with cheeks flushed red, saying, "Thank you, Brother Abe," and glanced at Tamiko, who was riding on my shoulder, with interest. Incidentally, the fact that I have saved her was not to be disclosed in this greeting. The reason for this was that I was a player in the next match, and the organizer made the decision from a fair standpoint to avoid excessive favoritism from the spectators or jeers to my opponent. That could become a handicap. I can't help but think, please introduce me in front of everyone, praise me for my achievements. Well, that's fine, but hey, Kira, what is it? I can't see much from a distance, but it looks like there's a squirrel-like thing on the mayor's daughter's head. Yes, I can see it. It's Tamiko. As expected, I think Tamiko is also on the stage with the mayor's daughter. I guessed that they must have hit it off after that. The innocent little girl with a squirrel on her head was photographed by the cameraman. If there is any other press coverage besides Shugamo, Tamiko will make her national debut. Well then, thank you for your patience. Here they come, today's fighters for the grand tournament. The Shugamo camp is standing by the east entrance of the arena hall, while the rival New Tokyo camp is standing by on the west side. One by one, they step into the ring as the MC, a cheerful-looking bow-tie man, reads out the following words. Starting, the first match. The dainty young buds born in the north. Akubane girls, Blue Madly. Akubane branch member, Katsura. Fighter, level 20. As soon as the girl stepped into the arena on the other side, there was a whoosh, a puff of dry ice smoke is released. It's a fine trick. On the other side of the arena, there is a staff member standing by the doorway with a mushroom in his hand, which seems to be the item that produces the smoke. Against, a 19-year-old born in the Nanto ward of the city has come forward as the leader of the raider party. Son of the rice ball shop, sees the victory. Shugamo branch member, Ishinoto. Knight, level 21. The son of the rice ball shop on the east side of the ring receives cheers and ridicule words from people who seem to be his relatives. On the other side are the Akubane girls, and so the 16 of us line up in a row. The further we go, the more we move toward the middle. Second match. The assassin from the tropical Shinagawa. Despite his tough face, His hobby is making sweets and it is delicious. Shinagawa branch member, Hamugenta, healer, level 29. Against. He's been a naughty boy since he was little. And now he's a splendid hunter. Bring honor as much as you cause trouble. Shigamo branch member, Shimadei Ike. Fighter. Level 30. I am convinced that the first person to create this entrance sculpture was someone from the Master Threadweavers. It was definitely an underground fighting manga nerd from the previous era. Third match. Ever since he was a little boy, he has been playing at the Dragon's Mushroom Den. Here comes the young dragon hunter who is rapidly gaining popularity. Yakuga branch member, Kirishima Yamio. Puppeteer, level 35. Against. From the village of Rikugi, a girl with strong legs who grew up with ostriches will run around the ring. Don't miss this beautiful speedster. Shigamo branch member, Chatan Yami. Fighter. Level 37. Fourth match. A giant like an ogre. He is as powerful as a master, but by day, he is a single father of 3 boys and 3 girls. Go for it, Dad. Sujinami branch member, Junya Uki. Beast warrior. Level 45. Against. The pride of Shigamo, a skilled hunter and bartender. Toying with his opponent with mycelium cocktails, but be sure to flirt with women in moderation. Shigamo branch member, Inoanen, illusionist. Level 46. When all 8 players were lined up, the announcer paused for a moment. The 5th game was a special match. 2 of the best talents from all over the country. Young talents who will lead the next generation will clash with each other. The legend begins here tonight. The hall is abuzz. The audience was buzzing, eagerly waiting for the names that had already been announced to be read out. First to enter from the west side, one who shares the strongest genes. The younger brother of the #1 hunter, the transcendent Kang Jubai, a super genius who made his brother say, "He's already surpassed me when it comes to swordsmanship." New Tokyo's strongest swordsman, Meguro headquarters, Kang Yoshitsune. Holy Knight. Level 57. A cool, super handsome man enters gracefully. Waving his hands with a smile, he looked like a movie star or an idol. The loud cheers exploded, and I thought that the handsome man should also explode. The challenge came from the east. He took over the baton from Kajita Heroes, a fierce fighter from Deba who was originally scheduled to participate, entered the match in a hurry. The Phantom of Senju stands in the ring to prove the strongest of in grappling. Will his polished body and technique break the strongest sword? From Senju, Goblin Mask. Fighter. Level 52. Geeky Eye. The audience was stunned by the appearance of the masked man in the green monkey mask, who let out a strange cry. The wrestler, who had already cast off his jacket, slips past the 4th Shigamo fighter and stands in front of Kang Yoshitsune, jutting his chin up and glaring at him. From my perspective, it's a bit of a chest-thumping pro wrestling move, but perhaps noticing the lackluster reaction from the crowd, he just shakes hands with him and returns to his designated position. It was the night before last when Kira challenged a Deba fighter to a match and successfully defeated him. When he came back covered in blood, I was wondering whether I should shut the door on him. After some discussions with the committee and the church, it was officially decided that he would participate in the tournament. I don't know the details of how it happened, but Kang Yoshitsune agreed to take part in the competition. I had heard rumors about him, and I really wanted to be there. Yufufu. I am really glad to be with Sho and his friends. I never thought I would get a chance to catch such a big fish. As a person who turned down the initial request to participate in the tournament, I was humbled by his courage and conviction to stand up to a man stronger than himself without fear. Let's continue. 6th match. The sword of the Queen of Nerima takes off her veil. What will the mysterious warrior have to say in the ring? Nerima branch member, Kainita Pompoko. Beast warrior. Level 59. Against. A super veteran who has supported the guild since the early days of Shigamo have entered the tournament. At 58 years old, he is the oldest active member of Shigamo, but he still retains his smoldering skills. Let his back speak for you. Shigamo branch member, Ide Kenso, illusionist, level 61. He is one of the 5 masters of Shigamo, excluding me. The oldest here, but don't tell anyone. 7th match. The hero of Ikebukuro descends. The Kingslayer Silver Wolf howls at the moon of Shugamo. Can he offer victory to the young king who is watching from the guest of honor's seat? Ikebukuro branch member, Garantachi. Holy Knight, level 73. Against him. Our Shugamo branch representative. The young leader has turned her blade to the top to usher in a new era. Now raging, Beast Berserker. Shugamo branch member, Aomoto Rin. Beast Warrior. Level 54. Beast Berserker is her title. Yoko's Uniqueen is just nickname, apparently. It is said to be derived from her rare fungal skill called Berserker, but I suspect that it rather comes from Animal Fanatic. And then, yeah, the time has finally come. The staff urges me to stand by. My heart begins to race like never before. And then, the 8th match. Today's final match. On purpose, the announcer lowers the tone of his voice and left a long pause. The audience of over 5,000 people is holding its breath. The beautiful witch has come to lay waste to the Shugamo. Ranked 6th in the National Hunter ranking. The Holy Silver Puppeteer. From Komagom, Haku Maria. Puppeteer, level 78. Lady Maria. The call of what seemed to be her fans, since they were in the next town. There seemed to be a lot of audience from Komagom. Waving her hands in the air, she has the air of a queen, a supernova who suddenly appeared 2 months ago, the strongest rookie in the history of New Tokyo. There is no doubt about his ability. Tonight, the most reckless challenger in the world. I lose sight of the timing as the announcer builds up the tension again. I move back and forth. From Shugamo, Abe Shuu. Holy Knight, level 71. Whoosh, and finally, while being bathed the smoke mushroom, and enduring a coughing fit, I stepped into the arena. At that moment, a loud sound, almost like a shock wave, slams into my entire body. I stop for a moment. The majority of the guests are probably citizens of Shugamo. This is evident from Aomoto's appearance. Nevertheless, the applause and loud cheers from the entire venue were no less than that. Even though the match had not yet started, the audience was clapping their hands as if they were expecting more. They are chanting my name, Shuu. Like dying cries. They probably don't know anything about me. I think the overwhelming majority of people have only seen me for the first time today, and yet, so many people are looking forward to seeing me. Each expectation and each encouragement made my every cell tremble and generate a fever. I have never felt this way before. It's as if my feet are floating as I step on the sand. I stand next to Aomoto. On the other side is Haku. The 16 players have now gathered here. Let's give them a big round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And the applause is now becoming more distant. The podium in front of which I am facing, near the podium, is the guest of honor's seat. Their gazes are directed straight at the people with me, but it is as if they were looking right at me. Nemuro Gawachita, Tokyo Metropolitan Government Governor. Schumann, Metro Church founder. The governor looks almost the same as when he arrived. He looks like a child who would look good holding takoyaki and candy apples, but instead of smiling, he folds his arms and stares at us with a pensive expression on his face. The founder, he came in secret, so I saw him for the first time today, was a bearded man in his 50s, dressed in a strange white robe that is neither Western nor Japanese in style. His hair was long, and his cheeks were hollow, and he certainly had the air of an out-of-this-world religious man. He is leaning on his elbow rest, looking down at his cheekbones. Both of them have eyes that seem to judge me. Of course, to them, I was just a naive rookie who had told them that if he won, they would let him meet with them in private. I swallowed, unconsciously gripping my chest tightly. Mr. Abe, are you all right? Aomoto next to me asks in a whisper. I'm doing fine. I was thinking how I could drag to the ground the 6th place hunter in the country. Did she hear that? When our eyes met, Haku's mouth curved into a smile for a moment. Third-person perspective. Look, Sister Tamiko, Brother Abe is there. Hagumi, the daughter of Mayor Yukawa, is excited in the general seating area, a short distance away from the distinguished guests' seats. Although she has only known him for a short time, she has become very comfortable with both Tamiko and Noah. She seems a little awkward with Ootsuka, or perhaps she is still a little wary of her, which may be a result of her upbringing or a woman's intuition. HMPH, don't be a little scare, squeak. If I was over there, I would have given that black-hearted hag a bite, squeak. Tamiko, sitting on Noah's chest next to Hagumi, folds her arms like a director and slumps over. Miss. The other person, Nomaguchi, overheard her, then said, "When the game starts, let's go back to the officials section where your father is." I want to stay with the big sisters a little longer. Being here will make you stand out. The game is about to start and the crowd is going to heat up. The young lady's health isn't quite up to normal yet. Are you still feeling unwell, squeak? Said Hagumi. I can take a walk now, but I can't play yet. Or else, my legs will start to buckle. You need to get your legs stronger before you can run. When you're strong enough, I'll play with you, squeak. You can even play with my tail, squeak. Really? I love you, sister. Hagumi plucks Tamiko and rubs her with her tiny fingers while rubbing her cheeks. Noah and Ootsuka stare blankly at the squirrel, who is about to be demoted, saying, "Oh, don't rub me like that, squeak." "Well, if we watch it together here, we'll take care of you," said Noah. "We're girls." Hagumi. "Let's eat squid roast together," says Ootsuka. The 48-year-old elf's "we're girls" comment notwithstanding, Hagumi was naturally grateful for the suggestion. Hagumi, who has very few friends, is very friendly and seems to be having a lot of fun. It is reassuring to have two professional hunters and a furry animal with her for safety. "Well then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to join in the midst of your girls' party." "Miss, even though you are having fun, I will make sure you take your medicine." "I don't want to take the medicine, but I do want to feel better, so I'm going to take it." "If you try hard, you'll get a castella cake," squeak. "It's like a chestnut, but fluffy and sweet," squeak. "Sis, we got some pocket money from Mr. Shuu today." "By the way, are you single, Mr. Nomaguchi? It's nice being a doctor, right? Why don't I come and sit next to you?" "Stop you, squeaking Astroslalai hag." After the introduction of the fighters were sent away by the final round of applause. When Shuu's back, which was walking slightly awkwardly at the end, disappeared into the depths of the entrance, the women also stroked their chests in relief. For the time being, there was nothing up to this point. Ootsuka sighs and Noah nodded. Noah had also heard about the Ootsuka Metro case from Shuu and his party. The Baphomet colony, not far from here in Shugamo, was artificially made to run amok, the dark activities of a group of outlaws who may be related to demons. Perhaps in response to this report, checkpoints in the city and security in the town are being conducted more strictly than in previous years. At the venue where the two heroes during the founding of the country were gathered, careful checks were being conducted on their personal belongings and identification. Of course, it is impossible to prevent all suspicious people from entering the venue. Even so, the venue was heavily guarded, with black uniformed hunters stationed throughout the auditorium, keeping a close eye on things. "I hope the tournament ends without incident." "Well, sis, have you seen anything suspicious?" Tamiko has the rare ability to see the level of others. If there are unnaturally high-level people wandering around, they will catch her eye. In a sense, it's a high-level spy detection system. Tamiko climbs on top of Hagumi's head and starts to scurry around. "There's no one near here, but there's someone who's been bothering me since the beginning," squeak. "Eh? What do you mean?" Noah and Ootsuka nod their heads. "It's not that they're strange, it's weird," squeak. "Weird? You mean, where?" "Who?" They look around, whispering in each other's faces. The tension is suddenly rising. "That old man," squeak. Noah and Ootsuka gasp as they turn to where the tiny squirrel hand is pointing. The top row of the guest of honor seats. Two luxurious sofas are lined up in a row, spaced far apart. A man in a white robe sits on the left side. Tamiko's fingertips point to him. It is Schumann, the Metro Church founder. Chapter 120, Faith. "Where are you going, Shuu?" The waiting room is a large room with all the members of each branch together. "I was sitting in a chair in the corner, but I met up with Kura, who had gone to the restroom, in the hallway." "Ah, no, I've got nothing to do until my match, so I thought I'd watch someone else's match." "You're more nervous than before the opening ceremony." "Why are you nervous now?" "Why is this man so perceptive in this kind of situation? Is he sharp because he is a pervert? At the opening ceremony, my eyes met those of the governor and founder. After returning to the waiting room, I suddenly realized that I was under unprecedented pressure. I realized that I had to do something. I knew that I had to win this match, no matter what it took, and that there was no other route. I had to act very vain and make a ton of unreasonable demands, and I had to get the guild, the city government, and other people involved to get the top two to agree to my demands. If I had gone this far and lost easily, I would have disgraced not only the people involved but also the faces of the two founding heroes. The governor of Tokyo would say, "Oh, what's that? We looked like fools for agreeing to it," and the founder would say, "Aha, I'll let it pass." When that happens, will there really be any place left in this country for such a disgraced rookie? I can imagine myself dragging my wounded body to Ootsuka Metro, meeting old man Uni again, hugging him, and saying, "I missed you so much. Let's live together forever this time," and then getting stomped to the ground. But I'm not going to eat my words now, either. My resolve to stay strong remains the same. There is a reason why I cannot lose. In order to save Noah, he must get information about the demons directly from the two Master Threadweavers, or, to create a foothold, I will also bet my own Master Threadweaver secret in the balance. I will make that giant elf hag who hurt Tamiko howl. Make her scream in regret. I'm going to make her nose bleed and jackhammer her head against the ground. Damn it, the point is to win. I will win, or, even if I come up short in the end, everyone will see that I did my best, but my life will be zero. So I have to try my hardest even if I lose. Shh, are you thinking of something pathetic? How can that be? I was thinking about how I could pull down the 6th place hunter in the country. I'm not going to sit still, so I'm going to watch the other games for reference. I'll settle down near the entrance and sneak a peek. We will now begin the first match. Entering from the west, Suricate of Akabane. Next to enter from the east, Ishinoto of Shigamo. Both fighters entered the ring with loud cheers. The referee, dressed in a short-sleeved kimono-like outfit, confirms the rules with both fighters. There are no ceremonies such as washing hands with water or sprinkling salt. He encourages them to shake hands and let them keep their distance from each other. Positions, ready, start. The referee swings his fan vigorously, and at the same time, a gong echoes. The two opponents kicked the ground. Shigamo fighter versus New Tokyo fighter. The curtain has finally been lifted. Before coming here, I had trained a lot in the battle against others, but I had never had a chance to observe a battle like this. It was quite instructive to observe them. The first match was fighter versus knight. Both of them are mainly in melee combat. Their specialties are slightly different. The Akabane girl, who uses her extended arm, a fungal skill that literally extends her arm instantly, to strike from a medium distance, and the rice ball store boy, who wants to close the distance in order to wield his war hammer. They had 1 or 2 fungal skills each, and there was little difference in their skills. The two fighters continued to exchange blows without any decisive moves, but the match started when the rice ball store boy's swing hit Akabane girl's extended arm, hurting her dominant arm. Rice ball store boy calmly caught up with Akabane girl without swinging too hard, finally forcing her to her knees. A follow-up kick hit her in the face, and when she fell on her back, the referee intervened with his fan in hand. Gong. The signal bell signaled that the match is over. Winner, Ishinoto. The shout of the announcer echoed. Rice ball store boy responded with his arms raised in a burst of cheers. Akabane girl was supported by the staff as they left the venue. Her face was swollen and she was covered in sand, but she was applauded warmly. "You know, Kira." "What is it?" "It's obvious. It's pretty intense. No need to show mercy to girls." He was kicking her in the face with all his might, and the audience didn't blame him. "That's right. It's a serious match between hunters." "I see." "By the way, is it like that when people die? Don't you think the audience would be disappointed or angry if the fight is too brutal or gruesome?" "That's one thing." "Basically, they pay respect to the fighters, regardless of whether they win or lose. It's very rare that a fighter, unfortunately, loses his life, but both the fighter and the audience know that. In the old peaceful times, this would be a major incident that would be nothing short of a firestorm. But this is sacred because it is a real, serious fight, and because it is in this harsh world. It is a way of looking at life and death. Anyway, this is a win for Shugamo, thanks to Haku Maria. Isn't everyone except Sha fired up? That's true, although it was originally a competition. The other side was a collection of individual branches, and the Shugamo side was probably not that focused on winning. Then, when Haku insulted Amoto at the preliminary briefing, the Shugamo branch members became much more united. Before the opening ceremony, they formed a circle under Amoto's command, and Amoto, who had previously said, "We are more determined to challenge than to win or lose," became enthusiastic, saying, "We will win at all costs and bring dreams and excitement to the citizens." Maybe it was worth it. The team won its first match. However, the opponents were selected from the various branches. Even though the opponents were all on the same level, it was going to be another tough battle. Second match: Hamugenta from Shinagawa vs Shimade Ike from Shugamo. This is a match between a healer and a fighter who is a former delinquent. A rearguard healer and a vanguard attacker. The result would have been obvious, but it was a duel between hunters that was not so simple. The healer, who is supposed to be physically inferior to the fighter, is a bit more aggressive with a hyper ball in his mouth, and he meets the fighter, who rushes headlong into the fray. The former delinquent wields a bat or a club, but the sweet sky catches it with a heavy shield he brought with him. He may be a healer, but he has the defensive strength of a tank. The former delinquent, who has ignored the numbness, forcibly drives him to the edge of the ring with a fierce attack. He slams Sweet Sky's guard, destroys the shield, and pounces on him as if he were trying to win the war. "Die, motherfucker." The swinging with all his might aims for the Sweet Sky's head like it's a watermelon on a beach. But just before he does so, Sweet Sky dives into his arms. Hugging him tightly, he lets out a wild yell, "Ooh." He lifts the former delinquent's body up, like a ball of dough. The former delinquent was slammed into the ground. The gong rang just as fighter was about to get up and fight back. The referee pointed to the spot outside the ring where fighter had fallen with his fan. The dejected former delinquent is jeered at by those who seem to be friends, saying, "Dumbest Ike. You're getting too carried away. And where is the respect for fighters?" Anyway, it's a win and a loss. Third match: Kirishima Yamio from Yakagaya vs Chartan Yami from Shugamo. When Chartan, a female hunter from Rikugi village, appeared on stage, a section of the audience was excited. The old people of Rikugi village occupied that corner, and the village chief, Kainozomi, was in the front row of the cheering crowd. She came. "Sister Ami, do your best." The same weird accent echoed through the hall. Chartan responded with a raised fist. Perhaps sensing the enthusiasm, the match became heated and passionate. Kirishima, as a puppeteer, a higher-rank fungal class fighter, toys with Chartan with a variety of fungal skills such as threadball, piercing needle, and shockball, even though they are level 35. In contrast, the fighter Chartan is willing to be injured and uses agility to desperately catch up with her enemy. It is a short-lasting leg enhancement different from leaping, but thanks to her ostrich upbringing, her speed and sharpness far surpassed those of Akabane Girl in the first round. The audience could only watch with bated breath as the two fighters engaged in a fierce battle. Chartan's full-body tackle, which was intended to push her enemy out of the ring, sent both fighters tangled with each other and out of the ring. The judges, including the referee, decided to give the win to Chartan. "We won everyone." The accent of their voice even in the battle cry was amusing. In contrast to the three heated matches, the fourth match was decided rather easily. Setagaya's Junyuki vs Shugama Zenoanan. This is a one-on-one match between a handsome illusionist and a handsome beast warrior, a fight between good-looking men, a vanguard versus a rearguard. The distance desired by both fighters was the exact opposite, with one handsome guy scattering hyper balls and spores from a distance and the other handsome guy using his huge body to push his way in. The ground explodes and sand is scattered. It was like a special effects drama, as if Home and Visitor was reversed. Most of the cheering was directed at the man who was moving forward with determination, while the insult and curse was directed at the other handsome man. It may be true that the long-distance attack style may lack the excitement at the box office, but it also seems to be simply a difference in character and virtue. As evidence of this, some women have asked for their money back. "You two-timing bastard. And give me back my money, you bastard." The handsome man, covered in scorch marks all over his body, finally catches the other handsome man, and with a full combo of fists and kicks, beats him on the ground to win the match. He was battered and bruised, but he said, "Hey, guys, Daddy did it." And the audience applauded as he dedicated his victory to the 6 children in the audience. The loser, on the other hand, was escorted away by a few girls near the entrance where he was being cared for. I hope both handsome of them exploded instead. After 4 matches, there are 2 wins and 2 losses. It can be said that it is a good fight for Sugamo. After a long break, it is just before 6 p.m. The summer sky was still bright, but it was getting closer to night. Even so, the excitement surrounding the venue only increased with each game. It's no exaggeration that the 5th match was the start of the highlights of the day. "I'm off then." "Oh, I'll get your corpse later." The masked Kira points to his cheek and lifted his chin as if to say, "A kiss, good luck." I slapped him with some force. Perhaps that got him fired up. He yelled "Kikiki-I," and heads for the ring. Kang Yoshitsune was already standing by on the west side. He is standing there with his hand on the wooden sword at his waist and a cool expression on his face. "Before we begin, may I have a few words?" After explaining the rules and shaking hands, Kang Yoshitsune spoke. Kira stops where he is about to go. "Yesterday, after what happened, Mr. Kajita told me about it. Yesterday, Kira, Kajita, and others had discussed changing opponents, and it was finally left to Yoshitsune's decision. He reaffirmed that it would be based on an ordinary victory or defeat in a duel, and gladly agreed to it. He seemed rather pleased with the decision. "You have outmatched Mr. Kajita in terms of level and experience. Mr. Kajita told me that your style, let's see, Kura style life or death technique, it's a body art that specializes in throwing, grappling, and finishing. I heard that you did not use any punches or kicks in your body art." "Why?" "Because that's my belief and style." Yoshitsune tilted his head at Kira, who answered as if it was only natural. "You're not saying you can't use it, right?" "Well, yes." "So, you didn't think of using it against Mr. Kajita?" "No. He was strong." "What are you trying to say?" "No." "I apologize if I offended you. I'm sorry." Perhaps sensing the irritation behind the mask, Yoshitsune lowered his head slightly. "But I just think that fighting while keeping your power sealed is lacking respect. As a hunter, I think you should show your skills to the opponent in front of you. I'm not going to have a debate with you. All we have to think about right now is to beat the opponent in front of us and please the audience. Are you sure you don't want to use it against me as well?" "I have heard of your ability as the strongest in swordsmanship. That's why I'm going to bring it down with my Kura-style life or death technique." The smile disappears from Yoshitsune's face this time. "I'm honored that you took the trouble to challenge me, but it's just a little unpleasant to be underestimated and used as grappling practice. I've had a lot of people make that kind of complaint. Most of the time, though, I end up in a hospital bed afterwards, thinking that I did the right choice." Yoshitsune pulled out his wooden sword and swung it lightly. The tip runs smoothly, gracefully drawing a beautiful semicircle. "I understand. Whichever you choose is fine. Whichever." "Should I break your knees and drag out everything you have?" "Will you be knocked down unceremoniously before that?" "At least let's play a match without regrets. It seems you can't imagine yourself rolling around with broken limbs." "Okay, I'll use my skills to deny you the future you envision." The referee, who was timing with the conversation to have it cut short, felt the air between them distort limply. He could not stop sweating. After the question and answer, with the murmur of the audience in the background, the two take their positions. A few seconds of stillness and silence. The audience forgets to even flinch as they are confronted by the murderous atmosphere emanating from the two men. "Positions, ready, start." The referee shouts and the gong rang. At the same time as the sound of the gong, the two figures who kicked the ground disappeared from the audience's gaze for a moment. Back in. A cracking sound pierced Yoshitsune's eardrums. Chapter 121, Indestructible Sword. Third-person perspective. The founder of the Kura-style life or death technique and further of Kura-Zuho, Kura Hijiki, used to say, "Martial arts are for the weak." As a shield to save the weak and as a spear to threaten the strong, one should train in these martial arts. His philosophy is a sound argument that traces the history of the martial arts culture of mankind, and has been supported by some people, especially the peasants. However, in the Senju tribe, where strength is often sought not as a means to an end but as an end in itself, it was more often snickered at as an empty title or nostalgic idealism of the weak. In fact, it originated from the desire of Hijiki because he, too, was one of the weak peasant. The Kura style of fighting, advocated by Eric, Izuho's grandfather, was an all-rounder martial artist that included striking techniques and weaponry. When he realized that his eldest son, Hijiki, was not capable of practicing it, he had him turned away from the martial arts at an early age and adopted an orphan he had picked up from somewhere else. While secretly jealous of and hating his adopted brother, who was the heir to his father's favor, though in reality it was not such a simple thing, Hijiki nevertheless continued to search for his own path in martial arts. As both man and beast are living creatures, there are always gaps and weaknesses in their physical structure. In order to overcome these weaknesses with a minimum of force, a technical system centered on grappling techniques was established as the core of Kura-style life or death technique. He left his father and opened a dojo in a corner of Senju. I knew that it would take many years to perfect both the technique and the theory, and he was also concerned that it would end up being a pipe dream. At that time, the dojo was more of a self-defense technique for the weak, but it gradually began to attract more and more students, especially from the peasants who were fond of it. Eventually, he and his wife, a childhood friend, had a son, whom they named Izuho. They named him Izuho, and he was born a level 10 fighter, with dazzling talent, even for a child of his own, Hijiki thought with a wry smile. I'm sure this child will be able to take the path I could never take. He will be able to reproduce my philosophy at a higher level. While watching over Izuho's development, Hijiki also worked even harder to manage the dojo. Those few years were probably the most fulfilling years of Hijiki's life, but it did not last long. Hijiki fell ill. His body could no longer move as he wished, and he could no longer stand in the dojo. The dojo was originally a small one, but it lost its liveliness as if it had never existed. The fire that Hijiki had spent more than a decade protecting was about to be completely extinguished. I will take the child. I will raise him to be a fine martial artist. As the third generation of the Kura-style martial arts, the one who reached out to him was his father, Eric, who was supposed to have severed ties with him. The red and blue curves of Kura's bare upper body run like blood vessels. It was a sign of the activation of Herculean strength and instant response. In addition, a film of mycelium covers the top of his body. White armor of hard mycelium that covers from the upper arms to the thighs. The monster of Senju, transformed into his foreign form, opens his bloodshot eyes, lowers his body, and takes a stance. Positions, ready, start. The fan is swung down, and the gong rang. At the same time, Kura leaps forward. He leaps forward, low and sharp like a ferocious feline beast. Yoshitsune also takes a step forward. Holding the wooden sword in his hands in the upper position, he swings it straight down without killing his thrusting power. To dive into the bosom of an opponent with a weapon requires more than speed. It requires judgment and courage! That split-second decision brings Kura's body to a halt just in time. The tip of the wooden sword grazes the masked man's forehead. It was an attack that exceeded the speed he had guessed from the initial movement. If I had stepped in a few more centimeters, I would have ended up with a direct hit to the head. Kura forced his center of gravity, which had been lowered backward, to the side, rolling to the side, and dodged the side cleave Yoshitsune's follow-up attack. It's a strange sword stroke. It was different from any opponent he had fought before. There is almost no sense of power in his appearance. The movement is minimal, as if it has been thoroughly stripped down to the bare essentials. The acceleration of the tip of the sword is completed the moment it starts moving. The slash comes at you without any preliminary movement. No advance prediction can be made, no rhythm can be measured. This is the most powerful swordsmanship in New Tokyo. Kura, who has devoted nearly 20 years to the martial arts, understands. It is a level of perfection that is out of the ordinary. And perhaps, even with this, he has not yet reached his full potential. His eyes widen and his whole body senses the presence. He keeps moving his legs. Even so, he is still doing all he can to avoid it. It's not enough to get near him. The tip of the slash grazes his exposed arm and the white armor. Flesh is gouged, his armor is cut, and blood flies. Right. The ability to learn is the quintessence of Kura-Uzuho. The trajectory is understood. Speed measured. Timing corrected. I've already seen it. The hand swung the sword up and to match the swing down and restrain the opponent's wrist. He grabbed his wrist just before that Yoshitsune landed a front kick. It's not a blow that kicks to damage the body, but a kick that pushes the opponent away. As soon as Kura stepped back after absorbing the kick, Yoshitsune drew his wooden sword and put it under his left armpit. He holds the handle with one right hand, and his left hand is attached to the blade to act as a scabbard. A quick slash. The tip of the slash is released so that it draws a straight line instead of an arc, and is sucked into Kura's right side. Bog. And a dull sound is heard. Both recognize it directly from the point of contact, from the hand gripping the hilt, from the side where the ribs were cracked. In that instant, Yoshitsune's eyes widen. Pieces of the shattered wooden sword are flying in the air. A gap of less than 1/10 of a second. In that time, Kura is entangled in his right arm. The arm is reflexively pulled back, but Kura stretches it out with a backward roll. The contact is instantaneous, and that is enough. Crack. The bone in his elbow breaks with a snap. Feeling it, he lands on his feet and simultaneously jumps backward on all 4 feet. Distance between the two. Kura, who was crouching down on his side, and Yoshitsune, who had his unnaturally bent right arm hanging loosely, both of them stared at each other without taking their eyes off of each other. The moment the wooden sword hit you directly, but you snapped it between your arms. You're the first person to match such a trick with one of my swings. Well, in exchange for my rib. So, is one of your arms a bonus? Kura said it lightly, but in reality, he just barely did it. If he had not been prepared to take the blow beforehand, he would have been deprived of the power to fight back. The fact that the arm was taken was a fluke, or perhaps a stroke of luck. It wasn't something that would break easily. Oh, I don't mean my arm, but the wooden sword. It's a top-quality piece carved out of the sword tree Masamune. Well, it did something bad. The hard Haifa armor, white armor, on the right side is shattered like an eggshell. The degree of tingling pain indicated that 2 or 3 ribs had been fractured. He knew that from the beginning. But it's actually different, isn't it? Eh? You said I was looking down on you, but you came in with that tree branch. Now who was the one making the fool of the other? Yoshitsune glanced at the remains of the wooden sword on the ground and chuckled. It's a weapon meant for that, and it wasn't my intention. Use it. A Haifa weapon. You're a holy knight, aren't you? You can bring out a sword or whatever. You can even use all your Haifa balls and spores. On top of that, if I don't overpower you with that, there's no point in me standing here. They stare at each other while measuring the other. Yoshitsune sighed. I didn't want to use it, but I knew it wouldn't be enough for this match. Extend his left hand forward. From Yoshitsune's palm, Haifa grows and takes shape. A single sword that draws a gentle curve. Katana. The color of the blade is different. It is a shiny black iron color. Indestructible sword, so named. It's my unique skill. Yoshitsune kicked a piece of the wooden sword. The black sword flew straight up, and at the same time, the black sword ran with a crack. The black sword, which Kura had used all his strength to break, easily cut him without any resistance. It is literally a sword that can never be broken. Even when I fought with my brother's light blade and the beloved sword of the governor of Tokyo, not even a single dent appeared. Kura has heard that the governor's favorite sword is made of the strongest metal, Hirakan. So, this sword is stronger than that one. From the dull, glittering blade, and from the way he held it, Kura was convinced that it wasn't a false threat. As a warrior he trembled. I like that. It's so overwhelming. He rips off his mask and throws it away. His red hair spills out, exposing his handsome face. The audience was even more excited. Show me more of your power. If you want to see mine, then show me yours, Mr. Kura. I see, you are. Seeing his slightly exasperated expression, Kura finally guesses the thoughts hidden inside the genius young man in front of him. All that you have, unbound by any beliefs, with his broken right arm angling. Yoshitsune holds his left arm in the upper position. Kurazuho, I'll defeat you. Kura takes an even lower stance and rushes forward like a cannonball. The decisive moment would come a few minutes later. Chapter 122, Match End. Third-person perspective. When Kura woke up, he found himself in bed. Kura slowly looks around. The ceiling is unfamiliar. The mats feel softer than they have in a long time. The curtain partitions, the beds equally spaced. The clean white walls, the smell of disinfectant. He is sure he is in the martial arts center's infirmary. Oh, you're awake, Mr. Kura. Do you know where you are? A middle-aged woman in a white coat called out to him. She was wearing an armband with a red cross mark. The infirmary? Yes. It looks like you are fully conscious. How are you feeling? He touched his body here and there after being told that the numerous wounds from being stabbed, slashed, and gouged are closed, leaving only slight tingling and welt-like scars. His right ear feels numb as if he was anesthetized, and his right arm is numb from the elbow and cannot move properly. A red scar remains as if to indicate where it was joined. Other than that, he is hungry and somewhat lightheaded. I seem to be fine. There you go. Flexing his arms and showing his biceps, the female nurse's eyes widen. I'm glad to see you're doing well. All of your wounds have been healed, and your amputated limbs were successfully connected by holy healing. Although divine healing is required to regenerate a missing part of the body, it is possible to join body parts with holy healing if the section of the body is joined soon after amputation. It is possible that the blood vessels and nerves will connect. It may seem a bit difficult to move. The doctor says, even if there are numbness or tremors, you will return to normal in a few days. I see. Thank you. I hope you will rest here for a while. There are some nourishing skewers in the basket there. If you get hungry, feel free to take one. He took one without hesitation and nibbled on it. It is a nutritious ration for hunters. A long, thin mushroom coated with a thin layer of chocolate. If you eat it with your eyes closed, it might seem like a chocolate banana without the sweetness. I see. Kura tries to squeeze the tiny piece of food, but he can't even do that. Kura rests his head on the pillow and closed his eyes. The end is in sight. Until the last moment of the battle. Until the moment he collapsed. Kura remembers it vividly. The 5-level difference in physical ability is made up for by the Herculean strength and instant response. It should have been dodge, cut, block. The moment he passes through the upswing, the downswing is imminent. Evasion is one step behind, and a sound that cuts through the air passes by the side of Kura's head. When he steps back and land, he notices that the sound on his right side has disappeared. A large amount of blood spills onto his shoulder in a dribble. He sees his right ear just fall to the ground. After changing his weapon to indestructible sword, his slash's speed has only increased. Kura can't keep up with the timing correction, and even if he learns it, Yoshitsune can still go past it. A follow-up diagonal slash, cleave, and a thrust aimed at Kura's right chest. The right shoulder is shaved off from the top of the white armor. Without care, Kura takes his first step aiming for a tackle. He forcefully pulls his momentum back and backsteps to distance himself. He was inviting me to a counter. If I had stepped in, I would have eaten a decent knee kick. Here, his ability to respond to Kura's body arts, or rather, to Kura's techniques, is also sharpening. Without any preliminary movement or sign of movement, the slash comes at Kura with unparalleled accuracy. A barrage of blows that seem to have read 2 or 3 moves ahead, as if to throw Kura off. The sword dart was so complete that there was not a single opening, and it even seemed as if he was dancing smoothly. Yoshitsune was not handicapped by his broken arm. On the contrary, he had not even shown the depths of his ability yet. I didn't know he was this strong. There are many sword masters in Senju as well. and Kira has faced them many times. Even if he puts them all together, they are no match for this man. I may be wrong, but he may even be stronger than Shou and Mr. Garen. Kira himself thought he had improved his level and skills through his training at Ikebukuro. Even so, he was not able to reach his target, but only just barely managed to avoid a fatal wound. His breath was a wheeze, his blood was running out, and his energy and stamina were being drained. Yoshitsune stopped moving and furrowed his brow. What is it? Then Kira finds himself laughing. I'm sorry. You're so strong. To tell you the truth, I don't see an acorn's chance of me winning. Acorn? If you feel that way, just fight, and do it without any pretense. Otherwise, there's no more use in going any further. Kira let out a big sigh. Letting his arms hang loosely, he leans forward. For the weak to challenge the strong. That's what Kira-style life or death technique is truly longing for. Blood trickles down to his feet. Kira's life that is steadily draining away. At that moment, it burns brightly. Adversity. Activate. The body of Kira is bursting at a speed that surpasses anything before it. At such super speed that it leaves his image behind. A tackle that floats over the ground, and dodges Yoshitsune's late-reacting swing. Just before Kira's hand takes his ankle, Yoshitsune leaps forward, slamming his broken right arm into Kira's head. Kira clucks his tongue, rolls up the sand, flips over, and comes at Yoshitsune again, who lands on his feet. A slash is swung by Yoshitsune. Trying to push Kira away, he crouches down like a beast, twisting his body back and forth, left and right, to avoid the attacks. His hair, skin, and blood scattered. Kira is cut even further. I'm just in time. It is now the right timing. He guides Yoshitsune's wrist as he swings down. Kira-style life or death empty throw technique. With just a push and no force, Yoshitsune's body flew through the air. He could not catch himself in time and crashed down on his back. Yoshitsune gasps for air. Kira goes to hold him down from above, and then he stops moving. His right arm falls off with a thud. From the elbow onward, I couldn't see it. Had he swung his sword without taking a passive stance while doing a somersault? Yoshitsune aims at Kira's leg while lying down. Kira is shallowly cut in the shin, but jumps back in time. If he had been a moment too late, the whole bone would have been cut off. Blood spilled mercilessly from his right arm. We could hear the groans and screams of the spectators. The referee is yelling, "Do you still want to continue? Are you giving up?" Yoshitsune slowly stands up and readies his sword. Enough. Match over. Maybe. Kira's knees shake. His vision seems to be getting narrower. It's getting harder to breathe. Before he knew it, he is no longer sweating. He's cold. Kira has long passed the threshold of damage that can be repelled by adversity. Once the fire is extinguished, there will be nothing left but cinders. So, holding the stump of his left arm, he sinks low, breathing in. Phew, and he's ready. This is the last one. Got it. Both kick the ground, both of them doing their fastest charge. Yoshitsune sent a diagonal slash. The tip of the slash is precisely aimed into Kira's right collarbone. Just before it reaches it, Kira's figure disappears. His body rolled over and his left hand is on the ground. While standing upside down with one arm, he grabs Yoshitsune's elbow with both feet. He twists his whole body and spins around. With that momentum, he throws Yoshitsune. Yoshitsune is blown off his feet and lands with his sword in the ground. He stomps on the sand, and behind his stationary heel is the red rope from the ring. Yoshitsune steps one step outside the place, and his eyes widen. There is Kira below him. He is bent before Yoshitsune's waist. Got you. At this moment, the distance between the two is finally reduced to 0. This distance is not the distance between the sword. It is the distance between Kira and Yoshitsune. Kira stretches out like a spring and extends his arm. His hand grabs Yoshitsune's right sleeve. He pulls him diagonally downwards, and then meeting him with his body, mowing down his legs from the outside. Damn it. The blade is pressed against Kira's chest, to stop him from pressing down on him, but Kira kept getting closer to him. It's not in time to swing the blade through, it's just being hit. If it were a normal blade, that alone would be meaningless, and moreover, Kira is clad in white armor. However, this is not a common Haifa weapon. It is a black iron-colored, dull and shimmering indestructible sword. If his words are correct, this is the strongest sword in the country. In an instant, the blade pushes into the white armor like butter. It reaches the skin beneath it, and then into the flesh. Kira realizes it from the pain. If only my right arm was still there, I could have stopped his left hand, too. He simply turns his wrist and lowers it, accepting it with the blade. From his left shoulder to his right hip, blood spurts out from a slanting cut in his white armor. Thank you for the fight. At the same time as Yoshitsune's line, the fire in Kira is extinguished. The hand that had been gripping the sleeve is released, and the strength is drained from the shoulder and the knee. Yeah, thank you. Kira's tongue is tangled, and he is unable to speak. He's speechless. Kira then collapses forward. He kneels down and leaned his head on Yoshitsune. Gently. Without force, without any sense hostility or harm. Gently. As if hugging him, he wraps his arms around Yoshitsune's right leg. Then, Kira lifts his leg and pushes it with his head, putting his own weight on it, just quietly and casually. That's why I can pierce the void. Whoa. Yoshitsune panicked and fell on his buttocks. Kira grins as he clings to his lower body. Did I win? The referee yells, match end. The gong rings along with the thunderous cheers. With blurry eyes, he watches Yoshitsune's hands and buttocks outside the ring rope. After that, Kira lost consciousness. On the bed in the infirmary, Kira reaches down to take a bite of his second piece of nutritious skewer. He sniffs. Stretching out his upper body, he sniffs around the area and spots a chair by the bed. I can smell Shu's scent. He was here a while ago. From the strength of the smell, it must not have been long since he left his seat. Mr. Abe Shuu. He was waiting for Mr. Kira to wake up. He heard that the 6th match was over, so he went to prepare for his entrance. The nurse replies without wondering, since a fungal skill of the physical manipulation system has a sense of smell enhancement ability called smelling, but Kira has not mastered such a thing. What's more, it's just his own sense of smell, specialized for the smell of just one man. Is that so? Fufu, did he come to visit me? Or could it be that my wounds are healed by Shu's holy healing? I received Shu's balls? No, just a normal healer doctor who belongs to the church, said the nurse. Perhaps suddenly feeling something disturbing is happening, while desperately trying to hide the twitching of her mouth. Oh, that's right. He's going to have his match soon. I can't afford to use my physical strength, but if the game ends safely, it's different. While wishing him a good fight, Kira planned to beg for Shu's balls, saying, my body still hasn't fully recovered. I've worked so hard, so he won't let me down. Those thoughts bring back the heat to his body, mainly in one body part. The pervert, squeak. The pervert is alive, squeak. Pidgeot, are you okay? You looked so gross just now. Was your brain cut too? Good job, Kira. It was a very passionate match, wasn't it? The clash between handsome men was a sight for ladies to behold. The women who knew each other rushed into the doctor's office just before Kira's fantasies was about to progress. Noah, Yutsuki, and Tamiko, who is on the mayor's daughter's head. What happened, everybody? What happened? We're here to visit you. In the 6th match, Mr. Ide hustled so much that the ring got all messed up, and we have about 10 minutes of break time left. By Mr. Ide, I assume he means Shugama's Ide Kenso. He was a veteran illusionist, and if Yutsuki's words are to be believed, he may have scattered Haifa balls around. Even so, in a way, you were like Mr. Shuu, continuing the game even if you were covered in blood and had his arm slashed. It's the norm with Abe Shuu. Squeak. The audience was a little bit surprised, but when the match was over, they cheered loudly. A while ago, a boy was begging his parents, I want that mask. Kira smiled shyly and scratched his nose. There is some embarrassment or shyness, since he didn't expect that they would even visit him. Well, I won the match, and we're going to go now. We're going to run out of time to buy yakisoba at the food stand. I think you should just stay here for the night, don't you think? To tell you the truth, someone sleeping in the kitchen can be a nuisance in the morning. You won in the last minute, squeak. I brought you an acorn, squeak. An acorn is smashed against Kira's cheek. The women were leaving the doctor's office in a hurry, Tamiko taking one of the nutritious skewers as a trade for the acorn. When the noisy girls are gone, the infirmary falls silent. Before he knew it, the nurse from earlier has also left the room. The only two people in the room are Kira and, they were a lively bunch, weren't they? Are they friends of Mr. Kira? Well, something like that. There is only one bed with the curtains closed. It was Yoshitsune who came out of there. He changed into a hunter jersey. Your arm seems to have healed. The doctor said it's a clean fracture, so it should be an easy one. I honestly wondered if I really had a broken arm, Yoshitsune said as he swung his right arm around. He sat down in the chair Sho was previously sitting on. Hello again. It's my loss. Yoshitsune lowers his head. Kira shakes his head in reply. No, it's called winning the game and losing a tournament match. If that was a normal duel, I would not be alive today. You may be right, but you won because you didn't give up until the very end. Wins. After my big talk, this just shows how inept I still am. Even if you said that without showing your best at all, it won't be any different for me. Once the conversation stops, the silence returns. Kira rubs his numb right elbow. Even so, even though it's unique, I didn't expect you to be that strong with just that single sword. You only have that one fungal skill, right? Yoshitsune's eyes widened, then he gave a small nod. Yes, I only have one fungal skill, indestructible sword, nothing else. Even if I raise my level in the future, I might not be able to learn another fungal skill. Also, the stamina consumption is very bad. Until just now, I was too exhausted to move. It is indeed a powerful fungal skill. At his current fungal level of 57, it was more than equal to the light blade of Transcendent. It was quite frightening. However, powerful abilities also have disadvantages. Unique skills and fusion fungal skills will eliminate the future where you could have been able to acquire other fungal skills. He is the so-called specialized type. That's why I've just been honing this one thing. I'm still in training, but I'm still to the point where I'm rumored to be the strongest swordsman. Oh, it was more than I expected. With my current level of skill, we could do it 100 times and I could lose 100 times. But this is all I have. That's why you. Yoshitsune clenched his fist and his head hung low. Kira also vaguely guessed. Why was he so irritated by Kira not using anything but grappling throws? Yoshitsune was given only one path, and he had no choice but to continue to refine it. Kira dared to fight only on a limited path. This must have appeared as a kind of arrogance in Yoshitsune's eyes, though I don't think so. I feel it is like the grass is greener on the other side situation. He is so gifted that he has reached the top of his field, and there is no need to look down on himself. It is true that I have other fungal skills that I have learned, but not using them does not mean that I am being lazy or belittling others. I've honed myself to be able to fight through without them. Yes, I understand. But it's true that I've wavered a little. Eh? This time Kira was the one at a loss for words. With his palms facing up, he tried squeezing and opening them a few times. If it was me just a little while ago, I never thought I would be afraid enough to think of surrendering my beliefs. I have thought that I would be fine with living without the Kira-style life or death martial arts with the sword in front of me. The truth is that somewhere in the back of my mind I was afraid of your sword. I didn't want to die there. It is difficult to determine whether that emotion had a positive or negative effect on the match until I cooled down a bit more. The origin of my beliefs are full of contradictions. Well, it's a long story. But anyway, I had a lot going on back home, and I've been alone my whole life. Until now, I have had no one behind me. Martial arts are for the weak. He almost turned away from that belief, refined his skills just for himself, and lived only for himself. But now I have someone who is important to me. Someone more than a friend. It's surprising to me, but I'm comfortable with them. So, I kind of think about it. I wonder if this belief is enough to save them when they are really in danger. A few months ago, I would not have worried about this. I had no idea that the encounter at Uji, my defeat, would change me so much. I'll take my time and think about it. Don't hold it against me if I am a different me the next time I challenge you, okay? You're more than welcome. I won't lose next time. Yoshitsune laughs and holds out his hand and Kira grabbed it back. Me too. I won't lose next time. And then there is a commotion outside the room. The announcer can be faintly heard announcing the event and the cheers of the audience. Oh, it looks like 7th match will be starting soon. I should be recovered by the time the 8th match starts. I have to go cheer for Shuu. Can I ask you something? What is it? I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but the important person you were talking about earlier is Mr. Abe Shuu. Yes. Yoshitsune had an indescribable expression directed to Kura, who nodded with a light of hunger. It's only been a little over a month since we met, but I've been watching his boo back all this time. You tried to say but, right? He is, in a sense, was the polar opposite of me. No matter what kind of adversity he faced, no matter how strong his opponents were, he would struggle for his own sake and for his friends. Even if he was exhausted, he was for me, the strongest, most beautiful person that I've ever known. Did you mean his butt? Chapter 123, The First of the Ties. The sky peeking through the open ceiling has completely changed to the color of night. Lights are turned on here and there in the museum. Spotlights, probably light ball or oil lamps, since they are not supposed to be electric, directed from the audience seats dazzle the ring. At the center of the ring are Amoto Rin from Shugamo and Garuntachi from Ikebukuro. I saw Amoto, who was in the infirmary a few minutes ago, but from what I heard, the 6th match turned out to be a spectacular battle that could have been fought at a magical academy in Europe. The illusionist-eyed Kenzo from Shugamo was throwing high-powered Haifa balls, and the beast warrior Kainuta Pompoko from Nerima was showing his ability to deal with a wide variety of mycelium. The back-and-forth battle excited the audience, and in the end, it was Ide who outclassed Kainuta with his veteran cunning to take the win. The Shugamo team now has 3 wins and 2 losses. They are aching for a win. Naturally, Mizumoto was very determined to continue the streak to a win by her own hand. She was so tense before entering the ring that I hesitated to talk to her. I could feel an aura rising from her back as she faced Gillen. I briefly confirmed it before, but it seems that the Wolfman Garen is just a human male to a fluff maniac like her. There seems to be no worry that the fluff spirit will get the better of her during the match. Positions, ready, start, the referee shouted, and the gong rang. Mizumoto draws her war spear and Mr. Garen draws his knight sword, and the battle is set off with a violent clash. Mizumoto, a level 54 beast warrior, has mastered 8 fungal skills. She is a close-range fighter with abilities that is comparable to Kura's. In contrast, Holy Knight, Mr. Gillen is a level 73 fighter with 11 fungal skills. He can not only fight at close range with his powerful combo of Knight Sword and Flame Blade but also at medium range with Throwing Axe and Roar. In addition, he is also highly durable with his self-regeneration and perseverance fungal skills, etc. A high-level, well-balanced all-rounder. Or was it Mizumoto herself who described him as such? Difference in fungal level, fungal skills, and experience. If we were to compare them on the basis of specifications alone, the difference might be as great as that between a professional baseball player and a high school or even junior high school baseball player. However, it is not only the numbers that determine the winner, it is the persistence to win, the spirit to realize their desires, and the courage to face the odds without fear. These things can sometimes work miracles. Mizumoto was so desperate to win that she made many spectators believe so. And then match end. In the end, she ran out of energy. But there was no upset. Sending her away with thunderous applause, the stretcher carrying Amoto returned to the entrance where I was. As she passed by my side, her hand, which had been hanging slack, grabbed my sleeve. "I'm sorry, Mr. Abe." Her hair is frayed and covered in sand, her face is sticky and blood-stained, her eyelids swollen blue, and her eyes wet with tears of frustration. She says this in a trembling voice. I took her hand and held it. "Nice fight, Amoto Seki." "Leave the rest." There was no strength left to grip my hand back. She had left everything in the ring. I bent down and put my hand on her forehead. I feel like I can take something from her. Yes, I accept. Third-person perspective. Good job, Garen. You fought a brilliant match. One of the waiting rooms for guests. The man standing in front of Garen, who is kneeling, is Margame Donta, the 4th head of the Ikebukuro tribe. Behind him are 2 guards, both juniors of Gurren. I am extremely pleased to offer this victory to my king. I'll accept it gratefully. Then, there was one thing that bothered me. Gurren looks up. Donta has a smile on his face. Why did you not use Flame Blade in this match? If you had used it from the beginning, even that brave lady hunter would have been unable to get a hold of you. Master Donta, there is no one around us other than us. Do you mind if I use my usual words? Oh, sure. Donta breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his shoulders. The mask of awkward authority that has been pasted on his face is peeled off, and the childishness that is appropriate for a 17-year-old returns. I'd been at the VIP table for a long time, so the king's words seemed ready to collapse. I was so nervous because all the people around me were amazing, and I was in no mood to eat yakisoba or grilled corn. It is said that the Ikebukuro clan chief called himself king and started using roundabout royal language from the second generation Funito, the son of the first tribe chief Juru Hashiminato, a master threadweaver. In the old days, it seems to be the style of Akasaka, the first tribe to perish, and it seems that Funito tried to imitate it to show off his own authority. After the overthrowing of the third king Yoto and the ascension of Donta as the fourth, the defenders of royal authority who escaped the purge forced him to act like a king, and as a result, this old and rigid ritual still remains. Donta can only relax in the presence of those he knows well, including Gurren, where he can shed the robe of authority. Yes. Why didn't you use Flame Blade? That is a power that is a bit too dangerous to be directed at a person. The other party was a woman who was not yet married. It would have been unfortunate if I had left scars that would last for a long time, as expected of Grin. You are quite sweet with women. Well, I was confident that I could overwhelm them, but I honestly underestimated how far they would go to get a win. I have met Amoto several times in joint training sessions, but I did not have such a strong impression of her. However, she used her trump card that was never usually shown in training, Berserker. Her spirit and persistence were tremendous. The rare skill of this physical manipulation system impairs calmness and logic in exchange for a significant increase in physical ability. This is a disadvantage that can be fatal in a fight against a man, but she used it better than expected. She even maintained the cunning to guide her position and aim for a counter, even though she was charging headlong into the fray with her canine teeth bared. I thought about using the flame blade in the middle, but toward the end, it was like a battle of wills between us. I'm glad I managed to win. He underestimated Amoto Rin as a hunter. Gurren's assessment was that she was an excellent fighter in her own right, but that she was at best a close middle-range fungal skills. She was raised as a representative at a young age and must have had to bear a lot of hardships. However, there may come a time when she will break out of her shell and become an amazing fighter. It may not be a dream to become a hunter in the upper ranks like the master class shooting Willow. I see. Even though she's an enemy, she really impressed you. I'm glad Grin wasn't seriously injured. You're tired, aren't you? Sit down on a chair. Excuse me. Suika, please hurry up with yakisoba and grilled corn. For the number of people here. The vouchers? It's on me. Please do it before the final match starts. Suika Mizutani, who plays the role of bodyguard, leaves the waiting room, and Donta sees her off with a kind smile. Gurren almost smiled dryly at such a situation. It's become a very kind place. In the old days, I'm sure they would have reprimanded and punished me for struggling against a lower-ranked opponent. 8 years ago, at the age of only 9, the boy was carried on the palanquin of the revolution and became the fourth king. His father, a leading figure in the tribe, was ousted and executed, and his family went into exile to escape the oppression directed at his family. He had such a tumultuous childhood, yet, in a sense, it is almost a miracle that his gentle spirit and endearing charm, which endeared him to everyone, remained unaffected. In a short time, he was able to rebuild the internal administration, which had been on the verge of collapse due to the corruption and oppression that had continued since the second generation, as a result of the efforts of many of the people of the tribe who joined together for the sake of our kind king. It will be a while before the games begin since I and Mistress Amoto have stormed the ring again. We may have a little time to savor the food. The dance performance in between the matches was quite spectacular and kept the audience entertained. Gurren, if he did not have to report to the king, would have been looking for a girl to go around the festival with him. Mr. Abe, he was the one who fought with Grin at the Uji, right? You mentioned he is your benefactor, so I will have to support him. My own benefactor, not that he's the only one. Dante nodded his head. Oh, no, there was a Nikabukuro hunter there, too. She is Ikari Noah, who recently moved to Shugamo. Mr. Abe's party. Somehow her fungal class has changed. It's a shame. I hope she does her best at Shugamo. When you take a break from your official duties, I would like to invite them over and have a sit-down with them. I would like to introduce them to Master Dante. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, and the Carbuncle girl was on the stage with the mayor's daughter, for some reason. She's quite adorable. I hope we will become friends. As long as you're careful when to prepare the acorns and how to pet them, I think you'll be fine. The king laughs innocently, and Gurren returns a vague smile. When you were still a baby, I'm sure you don't remember. She, who had changed her name to Ikari Noah, even her looks. I'm sure he won't remember the girl he met when he was still in diapers, the girl who was a potential bride of his. Show's perspective. The women in their gorgeous costumes were dancing to the rhythm of the drums. I watched them with my arms folded. Miniskirts swayed, leotards shimmered, and cat ears and tails flicked. It was hard to tell if they were in costume or real demi-humans. If it weren't for these circumstances, I would have looked at them with a more devious eye. In the middle of the arena, the ring is being adjusted, but I try not to look at it. The time spent waiting for the games to start is painful, as if I was being killed alive. I wish I could just barge into the dance and get myself thrown out. I see the referee talking with someone at the entrance on the other side of the hall. The other party, Maria Haku. That's not a jersey, is it? I can't see her clearly because I can only see her between the dancers and ring maintenance workers, but before I know it, she too has changed outfits. Her dark skin seems to be exposed here and there, so I want to get a little closer to observe her. The referee now runs across the ring toward me, his slightly overweight frame jiggling. Mr. Abe, may I have a word with you? Yes? Miss Haku has a proposal for you, and we'd like to discuss the rules of the match. The referee gave me the rundown. Since I couldn't answer immediately, he let me think about it for a while. Yes, I have an announcement for the audience. The announcement by the MC echoed through the hall. The dance time has already ended, and the maintenance staff has gone to the back. The 8th match of the day, the first match of the day, will be held from now on, and I have an announcement to make. Maria Haku has just proposed a change to the Gakinko, serious fight, rule. The audience was divided into two groups, one groaning and the other cheering. The Gakinko rule is a rule that eliminates the boundaries of the ring, meaning that out-of-boundary losses are virtually eliminated. In other words, there will be no more out-of-boundary defeats, and the winner will be decided by a decision if either fighter is incapacitated or if the match cannot be settled in 30 minutes. The crowd's surprise grew louder. According to the referee, there is actually a possibility of losing outside the ring. If a fighter escapes or is thrown into the audience or the entrance, he loses after a count of 10. The one who is still standing until the end wins, and the Gakinko rule, which makes it clearer who is the stronger fighter, was agreed upon by the committee and judges of the tournament, applying it with the agreement of both fighters. So, when I consulted Mr. Abe about Ms. Haku's proposal, Mr. Abe said, a pause here, or rather a tension build up. I agreed because the audience was excited. The best way to conclude is the tournament is where the Gakinko rule is applied. The audience was even more excited. And amazing. And you guys are the best. I turn my attention to the other side of the entrance. Maria Haku is standing with her hands on her hips, looking down at me confidently. I'm glad you're okay with the rule change. I've rethought it a little bit. I entered the ring with loud cheers. In the center of the arena, where the ring ropes have been removed and the arena is now just a sandy field, I face Haku. Well, it won't be a disadvantage if I do it this way. Oh, you have a chance to beat me except by pushing me out of the arena. It's not a very funny joke. But with her magic woman, There is a higher possibility that the space in the ring that is already limited could be used to push her out. Still, it was easier for me to fight without the constraint of being outside the arena because of my overwhelmingly inferior experience in such tournaments. But, as they said, it was more difficult to win now that the victory condition was to beat a superior player. But you're right. Now there will be no more half-hearted resolutions. I'll make it clear who is the better fighter. We'll see, but I'm not sure what to say. But to be honest, I'm more concerned about something than that. Are you going to fight in that outfit? She is dressed in a tight-fitting gold and silver glittering bodysuit. The sleeves and hem are short, exposing her healthy, toned arms and thighs. On both arms are engraved the emblems of the city of Carbuncle and the Guild's Union, and it is strange that even these look erotic for some reason. If that were not enough, her valley is wide open in the shape of a heart, and her ample Mount Fuji's peaks out as clearly as the clear winter sky. There is also a bold slit at the waist. I have only seen such impractical costumes in manga and anime, but I never expected it to be realized in a world 100 years from now. It's a serious competition, but at the same time it's a show to please the audience. Wouldn't it be a bit of a turn-off for a star like me to be fighting in an immodest outfit? Is it okay for practical use? Fufu, you're 100 years too young to care about me. The material is dozens of times more expensive than your ags, so don't worry about it. I think the exposed area is more of an issue of design than the material. Anyway, this was an unexpected obstacle. Even though the other party was already a super beautiful dark elf with silver hair, when dressed like this, my instinct forced me to take a sneak peek. It makes me realize that men are sinful creatures down to the core of their souls. This is not good, I tell myself. I must concentrate, I must be serious. I remind myself that my opponent is a ferocious costumed ogre, and what's more, its true nature, its elegant skin peeled off, is that it's a girl in her 40s who's a mixture of a Lilican and Shotakan. I've heard all about it from Ootsuka and Mr. Gurren. Gurren seems to be a junior colleague of hers from Meguro headquarters. I've heard from Ootsuka and Mr. Gurren that her unusual obsession with the fake Lilihag is due to her blind adoration of her unchanging childhood appearance as a young teenager. If anything, she believes that her decision to enter this year's tournament must have been to approach that gentleman, the eternal Shota governor of Tokyo, whom she has been in love with for so many years. A 100-year-old Lilihag whose appearance would have violated the laws, all but drools when she sees a good-looking man, and her younger sister who, despite having beauty that foreign celebrities wouldn't be able to match, keeps chasing after lolis and shotas even if she's 42. How can I say it? They are sisters who are deeply perverted. Wait a second, please don't look at me with such sticky eyes. It's too obvious, and it makes me uncomfortable. No, I don't, not at all. Well, that's pretty much what I'm getting at from your plain face and your fidgety self. You have no experience in pleasuring a woman, have you? No, of course not. What about you? There is actually a rumor that your age equals the number of boyfriends you've never had. Of course not. I've had a lot of men come onto me, but I've torn them up and thrown them away. Haku, who was talking rapidly, stopped suddenly. The referee's expression is indescribable as he follows her gaze. Haku and I stared at each other. We realized that further talk is futile and will not bring any benefit to either of us. For the first time, Haku realizes that we are communicating with each other. I give a small nod, and she does the same. Talking about your love life in public, it's harassment. Well, it's a fool's errand to decide a person's worth by such things. We have more important things to do. Both of us laughed at each other. We will talk with each other's fists from now on. I will borrow your face, Miss Haku. We're about to start. Let's see what the strongest rookie in history can do. The final match of the Grand Tournament begins. Chapter 124, Magic Woman. After the explanation of the rules by the referee, Haku and I distance ourselves from each other. With the elimination of the ring, the entire sandy area, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, is the ring. Standing like this, it seems much wider. The enthusiastic cheering for Maria Hake was as loud as ever, and there were even people chanting Marie, Marie. The momentum of the Komagom cheering section, convinced of victory, only increased as the game was about to begin. Abe Shuu, Mr. Shuu, and, interspersed amongst them, familiar voices. If I look in their direction, I can easily spot them in the packed stands. Noah and Tamiko at the top of her head. Next to them is also Ootsuka with a complicated look on her face, perhaps wondering which of us she should cheer for. Mr. Abe, goodly you are, a familiar voice from another direction. When I turned around, I saw a huge pig demi-human holding a cat with one arm and waving his arm about. It was Obuchi and Yui. They had come, too. In his waving hand was a chihuahua, or rather, a stuffed toy of the Xolotl tribe. I wondered if they had bought it at Uji, or if they were the ones who had set this up. I would like to hear their story later if they were both safe after the match because Yui bit him on the throat as if he had touched the cat's don't touch their switch. Get a virgin. If you lose, for the rest of your life you'll be a virgin. Two women's voices with a rude filter, exactly the same voice tone. Were the Shishkaba sisters there too? I didn't look back. Mr. Abe Abe bro that weird dialect is Mizkaya, and the Abe bro is Kurano at Sushi, a fellow Shigamo member, and are those the younger members of the Rikugi Village Patrol? I don't know where they are, but Mr. Kono and the landlord should be here. I would like to think that they are not so dishonest as to bet their pocket money on the other party. Ike, the guild staff, and even my fellow hunters. The same was true at the opening ceremony. People who should never have seen each other or spoken to each other were cheering for us. They were raising their voices to Maria's call. They were calling our names. Most of them called out, a B-E-E-E-E-E-E. Or, following the twins' example, Virgin. There is also a little boy who is yelling like the twins, but I can tell that they are really feeling it. You're pretty popular, too, even though you have a forgettable face. Well, I am the local favorite, athletes and idols often say. The cheers of my fans have given me strength. I had never had such an experience, but I had always thought dismissively that about 90% of such statements were just pretty words or lip service. I had never had such an experience, and I thought I never would. But actually, like this, receiving the voices of thousands of people, how could I not be inspired? It can't be helped at all, you know? I clenched my fists, gritted my molars, ready to confront Haku straight on, bracing myself. At that moment, I forget about the two heroes who are watching from the guest of honor's seat. The rest can wait until afterward. Now is the time to face the opponent in front of me with everything I have, and see the same look on your face as when I punished that pipsqueak. I'm sure I'll be entertained. Haku held up one hand. Each of the things she had propped up on the ground thick, vertical, iron-shaped great shields, about the same size as my great shield. I guess it's called a riot shield. Two of them, one in each hand. The silvery white surface of the shield shimmers in the light. It is made of holy silver, in other words, mithril. I clear my throat. This is the Holy Silver Puppet Shield, from which her title, Holy Silver Puppeteer, is derived. Is it just my imagination, or does it seem as if the intimidation she exudes is increased several times over just by holding the shields? The referee looks at the two of us alternately. Are you ready? Are you ready? Positions, positions. Just like that. He swung his fan. I caught something with sensory spores. Sight, consciousness, is poured straight ahead. Ready. I bend into a crouch. Haku simply stands arrogantly in front of her shield. Start. Finally, the gongs ring to start the match. Before the reverberation ended, my fist was about to reach Haku's sight. The unique skill synonymous with hers, the magic woman, is well known, even to the children of Komagom. The essence of it is almost completely laid open. And for those who oppose it, it is the greatest chance until it is completed. I must win first. An ambush. It's a pity to not even pull out the katana. While jumping horizontally with leaping, I clad my fish with iron fist. With a roar, I slammed my silver fist into Haku in a straight line. The sound of the clash of metal against metal, and the response of the fist that struck with my strength and weight. Haku's eyes widened. Fufu, you're impatient. Haku is laughing on the other side of the shield. I cannot move. It wasn't because I was surprised at the unexpected hardness of the mithril shield I hit with my hardened fist. I never thought I could destroy it with a single blow. In order not to give a chance for Magic Woman to come out, or rather, I intended to rush until the shield was broken. But the reason I couldn't land a second blow was because my arm was firmly gripped by a mithril arm that had sprouted from her shield. Fuck. Just as I readied my left hand and was about to strike the mithril arm away, there was a thud from the side, and a side impact punched me in the face. My body was blown high, and I fell to the ground and rolled around. Goo. I leapt to my feet and stopped by gouging the sand with one knee. Being beautiful can be too much. Men cling to me before I'm ready. Sorry for pushing you away. Even though I've never done that to anyone in real life. Don't make jokes about me being needed to be pushed away. I will never do such a thing in real life. Still, it seems like I'm going back to a battle of attrition. More than that, I kept my eyes on her shield. Not only from the left shield that caught me but also from the right one. An arm was growing out of it, the one that hit my face. A failed surprise attack, huh? But this was to be expected. Just as I had chosen to take her by surprise based on my previous information, she had also prepared a counter to such an attack. She was prepared to take that risk as well. I'm going to make your nose bleed and grind your head in the sand. Didn't you say that? How does it feel to have your words come back to you? I did not respond but roughly wiped the blood from my nose with my sleeve. The bleeding has already stopped thanks to the immortality. The first blow you just struck, though, was quite good. It's been a while since I've been able to get serious. So don't be in a hurry and let me watch for a bit. Haku spreads her shield, which still has arms, to the left and right. And countless lines run across its surface, creating an uneven surface like Jenga. The shield is disassembled and reassembled into a completely different form, making clinking and rubbing noises. Arms, torso, legs, and head. A body clad in silvery white armor materializes, with the dizzying speed of a robot in a science fiction movie. Thanks for the wait. This is Magic Woman. What was completed was two mithril dolls standing side by side with Haku. The holy silver puppet shield of the puppeteer Haku Mirai is a board made of puzzle pieces of mithril alloy, and Magic Woman is the name of her fungal skill that produces thread doll, and at the same time, it is also the name of the armored doll that reconstructs the disassembled holy silver puppet shield and wears it. The puppet is a hypha mannequin the same height as her, which is controlled by strings connected from her fingertips. It is in the same category as Tamiko's squirrel avatar and the Craftsman System's avatar, which, without the armor, might be exactly the same size as her. But her puppet is not only more powerful and faster, but also more precise in its movements. Much tougher, but her power, speed, precision of movement, endurance, all of these things set her apart from the rest. She has a unique skill derived from the fusion of fungal skills, leaving her with very few. It is the highest ability in the soft hypha system of puppeteer. However, because of the soft hypha body, they are inferior to hard hypha in terms of durability. That is compensated for by the mithril armor that covers their entire body. Isn't that unfair? The regulations may be that only two pieces of armor can be brought into a match, but it is true that there is some kind of loophole. I'd like to give a shout out to the judges who allowed this. I mean, just how much mithril are you using? I've heard of alloys, but the mass is so great that I suspect that this woman's monopoly is the cause of Uchi's mithril depletion problem. I'm starting to feel resentful that I had to go to the depths because of her. Well, thanks to that, I got my Hyro can. I also got mithril, and I ordered protective gear for Tamiko and Noah from the Shugamo craftsman. I created a katana and then great shield and clad both in light blade and hypha weapons. Haku continued, as I heard, you have the ideal style for a general-purpose holy knight. But you should understand, right? You've fought those kinds, haven't you? Correct answer. So, if you want to beat me, you'll have to exceed my imagination. As she lightly raises her fingertips that are connected to the hypha thread, the Magic Woman's hand had hypha sprout and formed a weapon. The fact that dolls can use fungal skills is also different from Tamiko's squirrel avatar. It's more like my Azura. It might be similar to something like an extension of the limbs, The magic woman on the right has a spear with a blade at the tip, something called axe spear. On the left side, there are thin needle-like swords in each hand. If I'm not mistaken, it's a rapier. The weapons used by the puppets are not made by Mithril but by their own Hypha. In that sense, I have a feeling that they are subtly trying to comply with the regulations. Anyway, it seems that she is fully prepared for battle. She has 3 fungal skills, including the magic woman. So unless there is a hidden gem that Ootsuka and Mr. Gurren don't know about, she should now have all of her skills in place. Now let's get started. A battle worthy of tonight's main event. The 2 magic women, their mithril fragments rubbing together, set up their weapons in front of them. I, on the other hand, moved half of my body behind the great shield and prepared for the attack. Oh, now you want me to initiate the attack? Phew. I let out a big sigh. I've prepared a lot of things here, so I thought I'd show you the results first. I haven't had a close fight with Mr. Gurren and Kura in Ikebukuro for a while. I was in danger of Kura being too close in the true sense. It was a 1-on-2 training for this moment. Okay, I'll give you a ride. However, Haku grinned and twitched her fingertips with the strings attached to them. If it's something boring, I'll end it quickly, okay? The next moment, the 2 magic women ran out as if they were bursting out of the room. In the blink of an eye, they close the distance between them and me and attack with their weapons raised to their fullest. Haku Maria, 42. Puppeteer level 78. Fungal skills. Magic woman axe spear rapier. Fungal ability. High speed formation. Improve the formation speed of Hypha objects made by fungal skills such as hard Hypha and soft Hypha. Chapter 125, I'll give it all out. During the guild interview, I presented 10 fungal skills out of 17. I also presented the following skills: Katana, Round Shield, Great Shield, Warhammer, Light Blade, Self-Regeneration, Leaping, Holy Healing, Detoxification, and Beast Repellent. These are the official skills of Shugama's Holy Knight Abe Shuu. I wonder how many people in the audience realized that my first attack with Iron Fist was the 11th fungal skill. It was probably only the guild staffers who knew about my skill composition, or Amoto and Shimoinagi if they were watching the game right now. Haku didn't seem surprised. She did not seem to have done any research beforehand. When this match was decided, I prepared myself that this battle would not be so easy that it could be done without using my everything. Iron Fist and Fireball are still good though. Since I am an all-rounder, high-rank fungal class, it is well within the range of excuses such as having learned it recently. On the other hand, the only 2 that could easily expose me are the fungal skills White Bullet and Azura. The former is against the rules and must be sealed, but it is also a pain for me to be unable to use the latter, which is a favorite skill of mine. Azura, an extremely rare fungal skill in the physical manipulation skill system that can only be acquired by fighters. Using this skill, which is clearly visible from the outside, would surely destroy the all-rounder Holy Knight setup. In addition, after leveling up at the Ootsuka Metro, if I am revealed to be a master threadweaver in front of the governor and the founder, I may not be able to get information about the demons for Noah. In addition, what would happen to my current life in Shugamo? That's why I won't use Azura in this match. I will fight through with only 2 arms, and I will definitely win. I've made a lot of preparations for that. There was a time when I was thinking like that. I had done it too. Axe Spear, a long-handled mycelial weapon with an axe head on the tip for stabbing. The thrust of the axe spear that magic woman delivers scrapes the surface of the great shield. The blow is so sharp and heavy that it bears no resemblance to the slender female physique. I deflect and smash the shield against their body, and without a moment's pause, it swings its axe spear against the back of the shield. The other magic woman crosses her sword and catches my side slash. The slender rapier bends but does not break. Rah! I swing with all my might and fling it out, knocking the body forward 90 degrees with the same momentum. Boom! The axe head is swung down, and I roll to the side in time to avoid it. Whoa! There was no time to catch my breath. If I look up, I am sure to see the rapier user descending on me. I dodged my first backstep by getting up, but the puppet immediately closed the distance and pursued me. I clenched my teeth, stopped, and struck it head-on. Two rapier draw countless trajectories and attack like they had made up their mind to scrape away my flesh and pierce through my vital points in small, precise attacks. Goo, you! I blocked with my shield and shrugged it off with my sword. I was able to catch them without allowing even a single slash hit me, or at least that was all I could do. The number of moves and the rotational force are more than I imagined. I cannot take my turn. This is too much. Fast and precise. I can't make a move. Their speed is almost equal to that of my current self. But the precision of their attacks is not human work. It is not a puppet, but a robot. The puppet twists and turns, its silvery white armor creaking. A side-sweeping attack comes, or rather, the axe spear extends from the middle, slipping through my side. The axe spear cut near my hip bone, and I let out an unintentional groan. This is the second wound following the first one. You have good instincts, don't you? About 10 meters behind the dolls is Haku. She is busily wiggling her arms and fingers. Even the first pincer shot looks like you have eyes on your back. Gah. Instead of replying, I swing with my whole body and hit him. Guy. And a dull crash. I tried to hit the axe spear user while I blew away the axe spear user, but the axe spear user dodged it and approached me. TSK, Mithril Gang. While striking against the axe spear user, a slight numbness remains in my right hand. The blow was fired with the intention of cutting it in half at once, but from the response, it was only a little dented and scratched. It seems that the top rankers use the highest quality products. The puppet swung its axe spear right behind me. Thinking I would be pushed away if I took the swing, I backstepped, and at the same time, the axe spear was swung right at my side. Boom. The rapier user's legs are entangled in the tip of the large swing that cut the air. NGG. The puppet's combination technique, which can be called acrobatics, and the katana that I swung at once collided. My right arm was repelled greatly and the katana danced in the air. Fuck. The moment when I regained my posture, I was able to stand on my feet and legs. Oh, here I come. Two puppets and their manipulator. They were simultaneously approaching from 3 different directions. I was surrounded. An escape, stab, full swing, and dropkick. Just in time. The axe spear is caught with the great shield. The rapier swiped at my left shoulder, and the sole of the witch's shoe kicked through my stomach. The creaking of my ribs and spine can be heard. My body, which had been folded in a crooked shape, swoops backward and rolls on the ground. At the same time, a puff of smoke is dispersed around Haku. It was a smoke ball that I shot as a souvenir when I realized that it was unavoidable. Spitting out the bloodied sand, I drop to one knee and create a new katana. A wind whistles up in the center of the gray fog. At the center of the clearing of the smoke, the puppet thrusts an axe spear, which was spinning like a propeller, into the ground. How weasel-like. Aren't you a little vulgar for a lady like me? Haku flapped her palms in front of her face. I want to reply, ladies don't do drop kicks, but my side hurts, so I don't. My opponents usually slip past these girls and go for me. I invited myself to play with dolls because you were so absorbed in playing with them. Haku put the puppet by his side and elegantly folded her arms. It seemed that she was going to take a break, and in the meantime, I was also trying to recover and sort out the information. Abe, don't lose. Take care of yourself. Please, I'm betting all my money on you. I'm sorry, the doll was harder than I imagined. I knew that even without the puppet, she possessed the same level of melee combat power as Mr. Gurren. By daring to get closer to her, she may have been trying to show that I had no chance to take advantage of her. I was surprised as well. I felt that your strength and endurance were above my level, and I could see how much effort you had put into studying me. Above all, not many men have been able to take the coordination of my puppet so well. Thanks. If it weren't for the Sparta training and the pairing of Gurren and Kura, it might have been difficult to handle that onslaught so well. If I was going to fight an opponent who somehow manages to really be their name, it's a natural plan to aim for the main body. No matter how skilled she was, it would be better than 2 mithril battle dolls, which feel no pain and are tireless. I always tried to get past them, but I couldn't find a good enough opening between the two. How is it that you can dodge every attack from a blind spot? Is it because of some kind of fungal skill? A man's intuition, something like that? If it weren't for the sensory spores, I might have been hit 3 times. I know, it's more than tough. 2 puppets similar to jaguar golems from Uji attacked at the same time, so it's not something that can easily be defeated, and that's not the point. The 2 were so perfectly synchronized that it would not be too much to say that they were working in perfect coordination. Even the twin Shishkaba sisters, the most skilled team I know, could never have pulled off such a feat. It is probably only possible because one of them is controlling the other, but it would be impossible for a normal person to control 2 radio-controlled cars at the same time. If one of them takes the bait, the other one will take advantage of the blind spot. You have to read your opponent's 2 or 3 moves ahead and then move your pieces in such a way that your opponent is always forced to make 2 or 3 choices. It is easy to say, but how many brains does it take to pull off such a feat? I can only describe it as an achievement of her talent and experience. Right now, I can't see any openings. I then created a katana in my left hand. Oh, it's not a shield? I'm not sure if you can get a girl just by pushing hard enough. Then I guess I'll just have to create an opening, won't I? Ha, ha. And I adjust my breathing, perhaps sensing my aggressiveness. Haku returns to a serious expression and takes a few steps forward with the dolls. After a few seconds of quiet this time, Haku launches herself with the dolls. I strike the rapier user with a downward swing, and then, without a moment's pause, unleashes a winding strike at the axe spear user on the flank. It's an attack that puts a lot of effort into knocking it off, but the 2 puppets staggered only slightly. But they covered the gap and did not allow any follow-up attacks. I used my legs to turn sideways, like searching for a path that leads to the manipulator, but the puppet immediately stands in my way. It seems that the puppet is thinking that direct close combat is too risky, which will not allow me to easily enter near her. Circling around Haku, the puppets and I fight fiercely. With my shield down, I was hit more often, and my wounds were carved here and there. Ra-ga. Still, with an animalistic roar, I continue to attack, continuing to swing my arms, spraying blood. To break this stalemate and to pull the thin threads that lead to her. Threads, yes, she and her puppet are connected by threads. Threads from her 5 fingers attached to the puppet's shoulders, the base of the thighs, and the torso. At first, I thought she was using strings to control her movements like an ordinary puppet, but her movements are too precise for that. Her fingers are not moving so fast, and those strings are not taut to begin with. In other words, she is not pulling the strings to move them. Perhaps they are controlled by her own brain waves like Azura? Thoughts? It seems that they are doing something like that. The strings are merely the cables of the controller that transmit the information. While desperately handling the 3 weapons, my legs wobbled as I dodged a thrust from the rapier. I slipped on the sand. In order not to miss the chance, the 2 bodies approached with breathless movement. I grinned while my side was gouged out by the thrust of the axe spear. I hold the axe spear between my left arm and armpit and catch the rapier with the katana in my right hand. Where is my ball? The axe spear user's mithril mask would not have been able to see the hyperball that flew above his head in a gentle arc. The puppet did not even give you an opportunity to close the distance between you and the manipulator. If I try to use leaping, the moment I positioned, it will be crushed. Even if I could have done so, I have to consider the possibility of a trap that dares to lure me in. I would have been surrounded from 3 directions. In other words, even if I were to hit the manipulator, it would be meaningless unless I stopped the puppet first. Boom. A pillar of fire rises up behind the axe spear user. With a flick of my fingertip, a fireball burns away the strings connected to the puppet's back. The puppet's shoulders slump. Through the axe spear in my grasp, I am sure that its power is gone. Here it is. Ga. With all my might, I brush the rapier aside, take a step to the side, and run my left katana. The thread connected to the rapier user is severed! Exclamation mark. Haku's eyes widen. The distance between me and her is about 10 meters. I gathered strength in my thighs and used leaping horizontally, straight at her. TSK. Haku releases strings from the fingertips of both hands. She intends to reconnect them. I read it. too. I cut off the threads that pass by my side with my katana. Sure, she is unarmed, but I do not hesitate. This is my only chance to win. With my momentum, I slammed the shiny blade into her body fast. Convinced that the match was won, the blow that was supposed to slice from her left shoulder to her right side. But, however, my katana was caught by blades. The two rapier we swung, created just in time. It was almost instantaneous. An impossible high for weapon formation speed. Ooh. So what? I silenced the puppet. All I had to do was to go at it with her. With a quick slash, I pushed her off and struck my two swords against her two swords. The two swords would exchange blows, with quick slashes coming at her like a beast, and her overpowering me with skill. As her reputation has shown, she is strong in swordsmanship alone. She is a master of swordsmanship, and she is probably on the same level as me. She is as skillful and accurate as her puppet. She seems to be a defensive fighter, using her slender sword to parry her opponent's gains and deliver counterattacks in small increments. Still, much easier to fight than the two puppets. After we had fought each other, I understood firsthand that the difference in physical ability was not as great as the difference in level. I may not have the speed, but I have the power. I will not let the Holy Silver Puppeteer connect with the Holy Silver Puppets. I'm going to push through. You think you can win? A grinning Haku. At the same time, my spine felt shivers. I ducked to avoid a high-speed thrust through the area of the sensory spores. The thrown axe spear passes right in front of my nose. At the same time, the silver-clad rapier user comes down from the sky. I leap forward and swing down with my sword, but a split second later, I am slashed in the back. It is Haku. How? The puppet, which should have been disconnected, is moving. They are attacking. No way. Need to escape. Same as before. The two Holy Silver Puppets and Haku approached from the front, behind, and above at the same time. There is no escape. Crack. A flash of light is heard with a high-pitched explosion. When Haku and the puppets are out of their momentary stun, I use my leaping to keep my distance. I fail to land and am still crawling on the ground. At the same time I was surrounded. I created several thunderball and fired them at the axe spear user who was closest to me. Just before the electric shock was released, I used leaping, but I couldn't dodge my opponent's attack, and my right cheek and left thigh were slashed. The wound on my back is also deep, painful, and bleeding badly. Fuck. I stood up, thrusting my sword into the ground with a sloppy motion. I'm still cramping in my legs and feet thanks to the electric shocks I've been subjected to as well. I'm really surprised. Even now I can't finish you. Haku regained her composure and stood still with her puppets serving her. Can you manipulate them, even if they are not connected? I ask questions to buy time. Regardless of the wound, I have to get rid of the numbness. That's right. I can't move it as precisely as I can when it's connected, though. It had been wired all along, so I thought cables were a must, but I didn't realize that they are even wireless supported. I should have suspected that possibility. Even Squirrel Avatar can be operated remotely to some extent. I'm not trying to hide anything, but this is the first time I'm showing this off in public. I must give you credit. You've driven me to the point where I had no choice but to do so. Laughing with her chin up, Haku quickly thrusts her arms forward. Tonight, I'm going to give you a big treat. I'm also going to show you this. A special gift from the Holy Silver Puppet Haku Maria. The threads from the fingertips are bundled together to form a human form. The magic woman, if you can call it that, is a white heifer puppet without the mithril male. Its body is also female in shape. The third puppet, by the time I thought it was possible, the fourth and fifth puppets had already been born. I involuntarily stagger on the spot. Are you serious? That's the limit of what I can control at the same time, although I'm sure it will increase as my level goes up. In addition to the two silver-white bodies, there are 5 white dolls, each holding an axe spear or rapier, stood side by side to protect their creator. That even 2 puppets are so strong that it's ridiculous, but there are 7 of them. On the contrary, it makes me laugh. I wonder if that's all. I wonder how extraordinary the 6th-ranked hunter in the country is. Come on, stand up. A woman has exposed herself this much, right? I won't allow you to run away in fear now. Once again, I stood up, straining my legs and feet. My body wobbles. Is it because of the repeated damage and bleeding, or no good? I'm no match. Impossible. I don't feel like I can win. I don't hate honest men, but if that's what you really mean, it's a little disappointing. Yes, I'm serious. I can't win. As Shugama's Abe Shuu. The audience was filled with a variety of voices. Not only the groans and cheers for Haku, who first demonstrated her hidden skill, but also the unchanged voices pushing back against me. So from here on, I will fight as Abe Shuu, as I really am. Winning itself was not the goal. It's just a tool, to save Noah, revenge for Tamiko. It was not just about winning. If possible, I wanted to protect my own position and life. Even if I lost, I would be able to find another way. I knew that. What do you mean? For the sake of the girls, of course, that comes first, but there is a part of me that is burning with the desire not to lose. There is me, who thinks that losing without any means to do this is as disgusting as death. For those who hoarsely cheer for me, more importantly, for myself, what an idiot, I thought. Just do it, says the inner Shuu. First of all, I'm going to win. Absolutely win. Then we'll think about what comes next. Isn't that good, Abe Shuu? Isn't it good? What's with the plain-ass face? What is that expression? From now on, I'm going to give my all. With the numbness gone, I firmly grasped the ground, spread my arms shoulder-width apart and let my arms relax. Oh, did you notice? My back was cut earlier, but there were holes on the back of my jersey. Sleeves on your back, huh? Haku must have guessed from just those words, and her eyes widened. No way. I came back from Ikebukuro and had my girls sew me up 2 more sleeves and then added them to my back. Gently I close my eyes and focus on my back. Threads come out from around my shoulder blades. 2 places. 2 threads are also produced from about 2 fist lengths below the shoulder blades. 2 places. The white threads bunch up and weave through the forearms. The 16th fungal ability of Abe Shuu. Ashura. Its evolutionary ability. True Ashura. Chapter 126. True Ashura vs Magic Woman. Shuu Abe. 28 or 130. Master Threadweaver level 71. Fungal skill. Publicly used. Katana Round Shield Holy Healing Detoxification Great Shield Warhammer Leaping Beast Repellent Light Blade Self-Regeneration, Immortality. Fungal Skill, Hidden, Fireball Thunderball Smokeball Sensory Spores White Bullet Iron Fist Ashura, True Ashura New Fungal Ability, Accumulation. Third-person perspective. About 80 years ago, it was some time after the Hunters Guild was established in this country, which was designated as New Tokyo. In order to research and verify the concept of the fungal class proposed by Pipin Tatagami, the first guild master, the guild was collecting data on the abilities possessed by the people of the thread and their skills learned from all over the country. After that, an official uniform term will be given to the names of individual abilities that were scattered in each region. Katana Fireball Healing. The names of such fungal skills, which are nowadays quite common, was given by the founding members of the guild, including Tatagami and Nemurogawa, the governor of Tokyo at the time. The names were given in order to be easy to understand and straightforward, taking into consideration the fact that they would be passed on to the new Tokyo-born people, who would be forced to degrade from the previous civilization in terms of knowledge, culture, literacy, and so on. The ability to produce multiple Haifa arms from the back, also used by Governor Nemurogawa and Oyama Masuo of Senju, seemed to be one of the rarest things that could be mastered. The name Ashura was Tatagami's idea. It is the name of the guardian deity of a religion other than the Metro Church, which existed before the Tokyo Judgment, a god of war with 3 faces and 6 arms. No, just 2 additional arms? Multiple arms is easier to understand. Nemurogawa disagreed. Even the origin of the name is knowledge that will disappear in the new world. No. There are times when they are personified with 3 faces and 4 arms. So, there is no problem with Ashura. Tatagami countered. Isn't that cooler? Isn't it more edgelord? Tatagami said. It's cooler that way. In the end, Tatagami's playfulness won him support, and the ability was called Ashura. without knowing that Oyama's concern that then what will happen if a skill with 6 arms comes out becomes a reality. Not long after that, several Ashura, including Oyama, evolved into 4 arms. Tatagami, who was at a loss for a name, decided to add true to the name and call them True Ashura. This is the origin of the naming of Ashura and True Ashura. The Tatagami read in a library document, including some of Tatagami's childish delusions. Shu's perspective. Long, white, slender arms grow out on my back, the fingertips close and open with a faint whisper. True Ashura. The mycelial arms have doubled in number from 2 to 4 through fungal skill evolution. Ashura is a rare skill of the fighter system, but only the beast warrior, the higher rank fungal class, can be further evolved into True Ashura. Like the Holy Knight's light blade, it was, so to speak, a mysterious ability unique to the higher rank fungal class. The audience's excitement reached its peak as the $7 of Haku were followed by my transformation. Most of the peasants in the hall had no knowledge of the fungal skill. Not all of them, even the hunters, would have a detailed understanding of core information, such as the tendency to learn the fungal skills of higher rank fungal classes. So I wonder how many people in this hall are aware of the fact that this is something that should be impossible for me. True Ashura. I thought you were a holy knight. Are you really? Naturally, Haku is one of them. The combination of light blade and True Ashura is considered an impossible one. Similar unique skills, or even if so, with such a wide variety of skills. No wonder she is puzzled. The most common reason for this is that the number of people who have been using the same type of fungal skill system for a long time has been increasing. Or if I insist that maybe there was no precedent before me, no one will be able to deny me. However, if I was told, then, let's check your fungal class with the test sheet again, then I would end up showing off that chaotic red line test sheet. What are you? Even though she was convinced of my abnormal fungal skill composition, Haku remained calm. No matter how enigmatic the enemy is, she does not get upset in the face of it. If she had been a little closer, she might have noticed the blue-black mold clinging to my wound. Or someone in the audience might have already noticed it. Especially the 2 people in the guest of honor's seats. I let out a long sigh. Wiping the caked blood stuck to my face with my sleeve, I thrust my hands out in front. Is a long story, but now is not the time to tell it. Haifa spins from the palms of my hands. My right hand holds a katana and the left hand holds a great shield. The 4 arms on the back also follow suit. Katana are held in each of the widely spread arms. That's right. The 7 magic women stand in a dignified line in front of their master, each holding a weapon in their hand. I'll visit you in the infirmary. If you can talk to me at that time, I'll listen to you. She is smiling as an absolute strong man who does not doubt her victory. She looks nobler, more beautiful, and more terrifying than anyone I have ever met. The cheers gradually fade away. I hold my breath so as not to miss the moment of recollision. Somewhere a child is crying. Go for it. To which direction was it directed? In any case, using that as a signal, I and the $7 kicked the sand at the same time. Left and right, in front, above my head, the 7 puppets unleash a barrage of thrusts and slashes at me. It is an incessant, torrential rain of attacks. They are striking from all directions, accompanied by strong winds. When many people surround one person, the number of people who can jump on him with a 1-2 is limited to 4 or 5 due to space limitations, and if they are carrying weapons, it becomes even more difficult. It is the same with the magic woman, but it never ends. There is no such thing as a break. 7 of them switch positions at a dizzying pace, and without giving me time to rest, they unleash a hail of attacks. It was as if I was dealing with a small army rather than a single team. Always looking for blind spots, they protect each other's openings. They are small and steady, like an elaborate clock being assembled. They seem to be devoted only to scraping my body, draining my strength, and making me bleed. Is she controlling them all by herself? Is she a monster? As the number of control dolls increases, it seems that the precision is clearly inferior to the time when there are only 2 holy silver puppets used. There is no decline in power or speed. Even so, their reactions to my attack and defense are a 1/10 of a second slower. The accuracy of their slashes is a few centimeters off. and they have lost the cunning that made them able to read my moves 2 or 3 moves ahead of time. However, the density of the attacks more than compensates for this. Pressure rushes in without a chance to catch one's breath. While maintaining a mechanical cool-headedness, one can even sense their will to completely subdue the opponent in an unabashed train of violence. It is the pride of those who stand at the top of the puppeteer world, isn't it? If I had been the same person I was when I left the Ootsuka Metro, I would have been pushed aside in less than a minute. I wonder if I could have endured it for about 5 minutes when I passed through the hell in Ootsuka Metro. What if it had been before we went to Kanimcho? The result might have been the same. But, what about my current self? I spun around and swung my hypha arms to the side, cleaving away the entire area around me with the forearms. The puppets still came close to me, but I blocked it with my great shield and then pushed it away with my katana. At the same time, my 4 hypha arms slash at the puppets behind and above my head, twisting my body to avoid the pursuit. I thrust my hypha arm to right my balance. The upper arm crosses the swords and catches the axe spear's helmet splitter, while the lower arm bisects the body of the puppet at the same time. It has been handled. I was able to handle the viciously completed coordinated attack. They are hitting me back. A breathless wave of attacks. My flesh arms and hypha arms, pushing back from the front, exerting my power against each one, were defeated by the puppet's coordination. It doesn't look like it's going to work, doesn't it? Hughes exclaimed with a smile. I didn't have the leeway to respond to that. Well, the rules were the same. It was on the first day of the Kanimcho training camp, after defeating the last behemoth of the day, that the fungus evolved in Ashura. The sign was a hotback. At first, of course, I was puzzled. The doubling of my Keely alarms simply doubled the amount of information I had to process, and even moving my 2 original arms became confusing. I wondered what part of my brain I could use to control it. It felt like I had forgotten everything I knew, and I had to start all over again. Moreover, as Amoto had said, evolution is irreversible, and it was no longer possible to only take out just 2. So much so that I thought, at this point, let's just seal it off completely this time. I didn't feel comfortable using it in public in the first place. Even so, just to be sure, in order to make an effort in between Mr. Grin's rigorous efforts, it's the seriousness or timidity of a former Japanese corporate slave. Once I got used to it, I was able to get a good feel for it sooner than I had expected, so I decided to train myself in actual combat. I also borrowed the furry body of my training sergeant before bedtime and cultivated my delicate rubbing skills after every hellish training. Day 1, let's go. Stop struggling, you virgin wimp, squeak. Day 3, you're getting pretty good. Day 5, we're even now, squeak. Forgive me. So, although not completely perfect, I was able to become proficient to the extent that I can control it in a way that is not different from before evolution. I am glad I did the Tamiko training technique. When I am fighting against a cheat boss like the 7 of them, I can clearly feel that they are clearly stronger than the Ashura. The arm's range of motion interferes with each other, so the operation inevitably requires great care and concentration to the point that my brain feels as if it's about to wear out. The physical exertion is also more than double. However, the benefits of overcoming this challenge are great. The number of moves is more than doubled if I think about the combinations. And yet, the situation was not even. Even if I become more skillful, they have more hands. It is not possible to defend against all of their attacks. The flesh is gouged, blood is splattered, my lungs are aching, and the back of my head is throbbing. The damage is steadily piling up. Pain and exhaustion erode your thoughts. On the other hand, the reality is that not even a single blow has yet reached the puppeteer herself. Even so, I clenched my teeth and swung my sword, and cut down the second one with all my might. Attack density is clearly reduced. Should I continue to kill them one by one, or should I close the distance to the puppeteer all at once? 2 new units rushed in from the direction of Haku, and it was once again 7 against 1. If the main body is still alive and well, It can be replenished as many times as it takes, and it would be too scary if such a setup like that was used in reality. Replenishment was done quickly and without hesitation. She must have understood that the war could be overturned if she lacked strength. That is the power of my skill. I mean, are you starting to be wary? The white puppets are the main ones rushing forward. The holy silver puppets takes a step back and concentrates on checking from a medium distance. I guessed that it was a positioning to protect the main body. She was wary of me closing the distance and attacking her. At the same time, it's the same as acknowledging that her own close combat power is no longer enough to match me. Her face has lost its composure. She is gritting her teeth with an expression stern and sharp like never before. Conversely, my mouth curves into a smile. I can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, in a way, at having brought out that expression. 5 white puppets for continued attack and 2 silver puppets as support. The formation has switched to an endurance battle strategy. Rather than pushing through and finishing me immediately, she seems to be concentrating on steadily draining the strength and vitality of her enemy. It was somewhat surprising that she, with her high pride, decided to stop pushing so hard, but she is indeed an expert from her many matches. It was the right decision, and it was going to be even more difficult for me. The true Ashura does not just have 2 more arms. Maintaining and operating it requires more than twice as much physical strength. Not only that, a sticky nosebleed spills out, but there is no time to wipe it off. My brain is burning hot. My vision is flickering. Is it just a lack of familiarity, or is it over-engineered for the human brain in the first place? It's getting out of control. The sword of the mycelium on the upper left is repelled, and the puppets rush in while the guard is relaxed. The great shields is not enough to protect me, and I am cut down here and there, forcing me to retreat. Ahaha, you've already reached your limit. I thought your movements were slowing down. Haku with a devilish expression on her face gestures and the puppets follow. I survived the dizzying 5 seconds with the preparedness of being hit. One is aiming at my lower body and setting up a tackle. Just before my leg was taken, I stepped on their head and jumped, then stepped on another puppet like a stepping stone and jumped high. For all of you, I endured the dizzying 5 seconds. The upper left mycelium fires an accumulated fireball at the puppet below. The moment it hit the ground, it exploded. The expanding hot air blows the puppet away, and the pillar of fire engulfs the 2 closest to the direct hit. As one would expect from a fungal skill that is 100% mycelium, it burns very well. The effect was excellent. What great fireball! I, who had landed, approached the wide-eyed Haku. Even so, it still didn't work. The holy silver puppet became a wall, buying time for the other puppets to join. At that moment, Haku once again took some distance. I didn't miss the sight of her breathing hard as she pulled out threads to replace the charred puppet. Regarding Magic Woman, I discovered 3 qualities that could be called weaknesses. The white puppet attacks without feeling fatigued or in pain. Its killing power is too threatening, but the durability of its body made of soft mycelium is not so high. Although I am unable to use my light blade due to fuel consumption, I am still able to cut down the puppet with my bare katana. The puppet, which has no internal organs or brain, has no vital organs or brain, and its vital point is probably near the center of its torso. It doesn't matter if you cut off its head or pierce its chest. It will come at you. But if you cut it in 2 with a diagonal slash or a helm splitter, it will no longer move. Whether there is some kind of nucleus there, or whether it stops after a certain amount of damage, I have no time to make sure. And, in order to add a new puppet, Haku is also draining a reasonable amount of physical strength. There is no way it is inexhaustible or risk-free. As evidence of this, the new puppets are picking up hyper weapons from their destroyed comrades. It's a stingy act that doesn't suit her queen act, but she's also cornered to the point that her physical strength to produce it is being conserved. Compared to me, will I run out of strength first, or will she run out of strength first? No, I don't intend to go down before you. Combining savage courage, turning the pain in his whole body into fighting spirit, I rushed forward. If her visible exhaustion is not a bluff, she, herself, is nearing her limit. I forcefully slash and cut open a path where a squad of puppets stands in my way. I do not stop. I do not stop thinking. I continued to move, gorging on oxygen and burning my cells. A blade passes right in front of my eyes and nose. Dust is flying from the slash, and splattered blood and fragments of mycelium mingle together. Gua. The groan is not from me but from Haku. Obviously, the puppet's movements are slowing down. Is she also in pain? Is her mind being scorched away? Stepping in with all my might, mowing them all. The white puppet in front is blown away and a bloody path is opened. Haku is about 10 meters ahead. The momentary pause because of leaping ended with a sense of discomfort. My arms, both my real arms and mycelium arms, creaked and didn't move. Haku sticks out her hands in front of her. Thin threads extend from the fingertips and connect to 6 puppets. That thread was entangled in my arm, surrounding me and pulling the string, restraining me. Then, the remaining one rushes forward. It holds its axe spear in the upper position. Oh! With a yell, I exert all my strength. Every vein in my body seems ready to burst. I pull back the puppets by the threads that clamp down on my arms, twisting and turning my body like swinging a fishing rod. The puppets fly through the air like an amusement park ride and crash into each other. Then, I close the distance and strike the puppet with my katana, cutting the strings at the same time. Damn, that ridiculous strength. Haku, who had cut the threads from herself just in time, stepped back. I was also leaping in line with that. With a short breath, I swung down my katana. She dodges with a hair's distance, but I immediately swing my great shield, finally hitting her face. At last, my first hit. Haku lying on its side and rolling on the ground. A holy silver puppet entered to interrupt me, who was preparing to pursue her, and she immediately stood up. The promise. First one. It's done. Then she notices her own blood dripping from her nose, as if the time that had stopped had come back to life. The venue was enveloped in a deafening cheer. Was it for the breathless battle that had just ended? Or was it for me finally getting my revenge? Haku spits out blood, proof that the inside of her mouth is also cut. I should have realized it earlier. Your true strength is not light blade, much less it is true Ashura. Your most important skill is that you have the zombie-like endurance to survive the injuries that would normally kill someone many times over. Indeed, if it weren't for immortality, I would have been out of combat long ago. It's also true that thanks to it, I'm close to running out of gas. The wound under the bloodstain is already pretty much closed, isn't it? The speed of your recovery, which is impossible with self-regeneration, that bluish scab, I doubt it. But, as expected, it's almost time for me to end this. I cut off the next words. It's not something we should talk about now. Haku smiled and muttered, yes. So am I. I haven't been cornered this far since the duel with the first ranker. First rank, Transcendent Kangjubai. Has she ever stood up to him? As a reward, I'll show you. Only he knows, my strongest. The white puppet was about to break due to my attack earlier. Those who were staggering and on the verge of rising suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if their strings had been cut. What was left behind were 2 holy silver puppets. They close in from both sides of Haku and wrap their arms around her in an embrace. My magic woman is, I can only produce dolls of the same shape and size. Most of the soft hypha can be adjusted in size. I wonder who resembles their stubbornness. As she speaks, the threads are unraveling from the puppet's body and entwining with hers. But, for some reason, I was able to do this. I don't know. I didn't even practice. The clattering mithril armor envelope breaks down and covers her body. It's really a mystery how fungal skills works, isn't it? It's so fickle. It doesn't always work out the way you want it to, but coincidences are so interesting. The audience fell silent. Then, Haku Maria, who had fused with the magic woman, appeared. She is a 6-armed witch clad in silver and white mail over her entire body. The arms extending from her shoulders and armpits belong to the sacred silver puppet. It looks as if she is imitating my form. It is certainly too good to be coincidental. That's the end of playing with dolls. Let's settle this, you and I. Her intimidating presence, and the murderous aura that she wears, is not a sign of bitterness, as she said. This must be her true secret. And surely, this is the last card. Can I show my last card too? Oh, is there still something to enjoy? Show me. I threw away the great shield. I gripped the katana with both hands and focused. Hypha flows from the palm of my hand. My stamina is being squeezed out. The hilt becomes thicker, and the blade sharpens and spreads out. That's right. It wasn't great fireball. It was accumulation fungal skill. An accumulated katana, a three-sword fighting technique, swinging all with my bare arms and swinging left and right Hypha arms. Phew, phew. I was breathing heavily. The giant katana feels heavier than usual. It's not just because of the mass. Me too. I'm going to end this. I don't think I have any energy left to use other fungal skills, or to heal serious injuries. So, I'll bet everything on this melee. This is the only way to punch through that mithril armor. That's unfortunate. If you were 20 years younger, I would have made you mine, Haku says with a smile. She picks up the rapier and axe spear that have fallen to the ground and takes a stance. If only I was 20 years younger. Imagining myself as a boy of 8 years old, I carry a large sword on my shoulder. 2 swings of the mycelial arm spread out to the left and right like the wings of a butterfly. We don't need a signal. Kicking the ground in perfect harmony, the two of us clashed head-on. Chapter 127, In the Heart of the Dust Bowl. Sometimes, after I have been on the surface, I suddenly wonder why an ordinary person like myself was given such a grand fungal class like a master threadweaver. Why now, at times like this? While blocking the slashes of the 6-armed Haku, receiving them with the flat side of my 3 accumulated katana, I thought for a moment that I was in the wrong place. Shaking off the distracted thoughts that crossed my mind for a moment, I opened my eyes and focused my attention on evasion and defense. Hey, if you keep running away, I won't get wet. Due to the weirdness of the complex Cradle Raider hag, I am pushed back more and more. Even though she jokes like this, Haku approaches me in pursuit, trying not to let me swing my huge katana. The tip of the blade is waiting for her as he passes through the diagonal slash. The tip of the axe spear flies at the same time as I jump back while my cheek is scratched. As soon as I think I've deflected it with the belly of my large katana, the rapier grazes my open flank. The blade curtain was unleashed continuously and I could not even blink. Boiling my brain, squeezing my lungs, and my vision flickering, I am in a state of overheating. I dodge, flip, and parry the blades that are just a few millimeters away from me. I am not allowed to do anything other than evade and defend. That is the only way to go now. I don't get it. How many times have I thought this? She's strong. So strong that it almost makes me laugh, to the point of being nonsensical. She thought she would have a better chance to attack than a perfect pair of mithril puppets or a platoon of 7 puppets, or that she would have to smash through using mithril armor to win. That's why I chose to use long-range and maximum firepower accumulated katana. But it's impossible. This fusion with the puppet is neither a desperate attempt nor a last-ditch effort. It's a real move that makes her the queen of the hunter world. Just when I think I've somehow managed to keep my distance, the rapier and axe spear are thrown directly at me. She managed to repel my attacks ready to skewer me, and as I thought that, she had already picked up another weapon that had fallen and returned to her 6-weapon style. She is manipulating 6 weapons with 6 arms. The density and precision of her attacks clearly exceed those of the mithril puppet duo. Her greatest advantage, in my opinion, is her spatial grasp, which allows her to manipulate the puppet with unparalleled accuracy from a distance, and her predictive calculation ability, which allows her to read her opponent's movements several moves ahead and then layer the puppet's actions on top of them. It is no wonder that her precision and agility in the movement have improved dramatically, as she is freed from the overuse of her brain, which would have surpassed that of my true Ahura, and can manipulate the puppet that has fused with herself as if it were her own limbs. In fact, it doesn't seem like she's imagining it. She's noticeably more lively than when she was concentrating on the puppeteering. The corners of her mouth are up, his eyes are bloodshot, and he clearly enjoys wielding his weapon. This feels good. Her breathing is ragged and her expression is intoxicated with excitement. the ruthless violence, as if he is taking out all the frustration he has felt up to that point. This is what it means to have your skin peeled off. I should have done this from the beginning. Please don't die until I'm satisfied. Even if you're satisfied, I don't want to die. The little bit of strength I had muscled out was sucked into the Haifa arm, and it became a ball of mycelium at my fingertips. You said you were going to stop eating. That was a lie, although you didn't mean it. And I am close to my limit. A smoke ball from close range, thrown with a flick in the narrow space between the strikes. The ball is already cracked, but if there is an opening even for a moment, it can be folded up at once, and, in the space of a breath, the rapier picks up the Haifa ball just before it falls to the ground with its belly, and quickly disperses it to the side. Boom. Smoke explodes in the direction of the day after tomorrow. Are you serious? The Haifa ball did not even pop. She must have read the moment the Haifa arm let go of the ball, but the skill with which she was able to do so in the midst of the exchange of blows was unbelievable. However, as expected, the rhythm of the attacks was broken. Immediately, I took a step forward and unleashed a wide sword swing. The blow smashes through the crossguard of the rapier, and Haku leaps up softly using the force of the blow. Kicking my sword, he leaps over to the back of the sword, spinning around and slashing acrobatically. Ga ga ga. The swords of my true Ashura that catch it let out a deafening screech. Fuck. The eyes on your back. I want to know the identity of that skill. Just as I thought, as we face each other again and strike, I come to a realization. She is aiming for my Haifa arm. The reason why she went behind me earlier was because she wanted to do that. There is no way to restore the damage once created from Haifa, including true Ashura. If I want to regenerate my missing arm, I have no choice but to cut it all off and create it again. Probably Magic Woman is the same. Haku must be aware that I have immortality, or have near indestructible regenerative capabilities. Rather than inflict enough damage to render me incapable of combat in my current state, she intends to defeat true Ashura and subdue me all at once. Certainly, if I lose even one arm, it will be difficult to handle my attacks. She won't even give me the chance to recreate it again. In other words, she is acting like a raging tyrannical queen and is steadily trying to choke me out. Without even finding a clue to counterattack, the wounds on my body and Haifa arms only increased. Blood spattering down onto the sand in reddish-black patches. I'm being pushed further and further back. The sensory spores is letting me know that the wall of the auditorium is closing in. Being in almost the same conditions, I am reminded of this, the current situation, in which I am gradually being pushed closer and closer, is the difference between her and myself. What is this? I knew it from the beginning. I have heard this from her sister Ootsuka. She is unquestionably one of the top 10 geniuses in this country. Not resting on her talents, she has worked harder than most people behind her pompous queenly behavior. She has passed through countless metros to accumulate levels, bloodied herself to the bone to hone her martial arts and swordsmanship, and over the course of more than a decade, she has sublimated the Magic Woman into an invincible ability. You're sloppy. If you keep running away from such a nice girl, you will remain a virgin for the rest of your life. Shut up. Don't break the code. Her eyes are blazing with joy, but behind the arrogant expression on her face, you can see that she is determined not to be defeated. In each of these continuous blows, which are delivered without pause, everything she has cultivated is carried without reserve. The weight is different. The thickness is different. No wonder. No wonder. There is no way she can lose. No, I can't lose. I am the same. The voices of the audience are almost overhead. I dare to catch her full force swing and use the recoil to leap backward. I land on the wall. Without looking back, a momentary pause in the leaping, and the wall cracks open. I swing my huge sword and rush in a straight line toward Haku, and at that moment, seriously? She is already right in front of me. Her eyes widening with joy, she crosses her 6 weapons and leaps into the fray without hesitation. It was as if she had read the counterattack from me. As if she was trying to squash my initial action, she comes straight at me as if she has no intention of escaping or avoiding me. It's just that. Yokozuna sumo. Ga. With my teeth bared like a beast, I kick at the wall. Staring only ahead, I swing the 3 swords in my grip, At the moment of impact, my vision is blown white. The vision spins as if thrown into a washing machine. The sensation of being swung around as if your body is about to be torn apart. When it stops, I am lying on the ground. A cough escapes from my mouth, brushing against the sand. It's over. I look up at the voice. Maria Haku is standing a short distance away. The two mycelial alarms of the magic woman have fallen off, and the mithril mail has peeled off from her chest to her waist. Her hair is frayed and blood is pouring from her forehead. Using the axe spear as a staff, I had fun, but as expected, you can't do it anymore? Cough. I tried to reply, but a liquid that smells like iron rust begins to overflow from the back of my throat. A rapier grows on the left side of my navel, like an umbilical cord penetrating all the way to the back. Abe, can you still move? Do you surrender? Immediately, I can hear the yelling of the referee from above. Come to think of it, I wonder if I can do it? The other hunters were not as tough. Kura was also quite bloody, but it would be impossible to keep the windpipe open in the side, as expected. I really think about it. Including all the injuries I had sustained up to this point, I would have died 5 times if I had not been a master threadweaver. I mean, I've lost everything except my fungal class. They have the level, the skill, the talent, the years of experience, the nerve, the pride, the popularity, and even the good looks. If I had not been a master threadweaver, I would not have been able to compete with them to this extent, and I would not even have been able to step into the same ring with them in the first place. Well, there's no end to the list. Why me? Having this kind of power? If I had been in another fungus profession, I would have been a mediocre hunter without much merit. I would have been a mediocre hunter without much talent or sense like Haku. In the world 100 years ago, I was an ordinary man at heart. Even in this world, my roots would not have changed. Why was I chosen for this power? A question that I have pondered countless times since I came to the surface. I can do it. The earlier collision left me with only one arm left. Gripping the lower left handle with it that was safe, I gritted my teeth and pulled out the rapier. The pain is so intense that tears are oozing, and blood is spilling. I got on my knees with my hands on the ground. The cheers are mostly mixed with screams. Are you an immortal? Haku also gulps and regains her posture, but her damage is also serious, and the axe spear looks heavy. No, well, I can die. Boo. Open holes are slow to close. Feelings of fatigue and hunger all over my body. My body is starving, and at this rate, I won't be able to fully recover. Then, why are you standing? That's. I can hear them, from behind the cheering in the arena. I can hear the screams of the girls who are screaming to the point of exhaustion. Because I can't lose, the skin of my face is not so thick as to be able to be overjoyed with the cheat that was given to me. Alternatively, it would have been nice to claim that this is also a talent, but unfortunately, there is no basis for such a claim. But I was not humble enough to decline the offer, saying, "That's why I don't want it." In the end, the only way to overcome the wall in front of me is to climb it, using everything I have. Abe Shuu, Mr. Shuu. When you take away the master threadweaver from me, is there really nothing left? Even if it is only 5 years in the eyes of the top-class seniors, there is the time I have spent risking my life to accumulate it. There are the bonds that I found on the surface. There are those who are more important to me than I am. There are those who have fought with me to the death. There is a will that cries out not to be broken. All of these things are connected by a single thread, and they continue here and now. Because I don't want to lose, the wounds don't need to be closed anymore. Squeeze out all that's left. 1 more minute, 30 seconds, doesn't matter. I don't care what happens after that. Something deep inside my body is released. Something like the core of your being. What the hell is this? Power pours into my trembling limbs and shaking back muscles. It is as if my soul itself is burning and generating heat. I have never felt anything like this before. An impossible power like fire? The hypha arm, which is almost a wreck, peels off from my back. Immediately, new threads are produced and spun. 4 hypha arms, true Ashura. The 4 arms are covered in a blue-silver shimmer. Iron Fist. Hakuho is stunned. The referee immediately turns on his heel and moves away. The crowd is no longer roaring. their voices shaking the arena. You're not human. I'd like to say it's mutual there. Sorry. This time is the last time. Thank you for the fight. Yes, I've enjoyed it a lot, but I've had enough of this. The axe spear held in her hands and the rapier held by the magic woman's haifa arm were pointed at me. I can't lose because I am the same. Don't you dare to take advantage of me, the Komagom Queen. Haku smiles with dignity. I thought you were a witch. I grabbed the sand and stood up, taking a deep breath. Oh, I screamed and started running. My haifa arms clad in iron fist flicks off the axe spear and deflect the rapier. Haku's hands are down by 2. The fists of the haifa arms cut through the counterattack, which has clearly weakened. Each time a fist slams through the blade, fragments of mithril armor scatter. Still, Maria howls like a beast and does not retreat a step. Her eyes widen and her teeth flare, and she is determined to drown in despair. Blood spurts out of her eyes and nose. It wasn't because of my attack. At the same time, my sensory spores catches several shadows approaching from behind. The white puppets, the almost half-destroyed wreckage begins to move again, rushing in to save their master from danger. You can still move them? There is still more than one that can move. Dolls that lost their limbs and heads come over. It is a mass operation without regard for precision movement or coordination. Blue and silver fists hit. They repel. On the contrary, I am hit but I held on, and enter the scrapping fight. This time, the limit is approaching. Although I was able to bring out my haifa arms by invoking my mysterious power in my gut, as expected, I am all ready. Did it stop? No. It's a lie. You're lying, aren't you? I howl from deep inside. At the same time, my clenched fist is covered with light blade. It is fired from the front, and the whole piece of mail is smashed through the rest of Haku's mycelium arm. Fragments of silver and mycelium scatter, but as expected of the champion. At the same time, a counter front kick punches through the wind pierced my belly. I was hit squarely and knocked off my feet. The magic woman, rolled over backward and gotten up and readied itself, came at me head-on in desperation. I grinned because the sensory spores caught the movement of Haku behind the magic woman. Haku kicked the magic woman and jumped up, brandishing the axe spear. Before it is swung down, I used leaping and grabbed her in the air. What? Promise. Part 2. Whether or not my murmurs reached her ears, it was time to settle the score. Hey, let go of. Haku and I entwined in midair. While entangled in midair, Haku struggling, I forcefully overturn her body upside down, legs up, head down. I grab her wrists with my lower haifa arms and her ankles with my upper haifa arms, holding her torso with my arms round her. Hey, what is this? What's going on? Don't bite your tongue. Her head is hammered into the ground. Putting aside the nosebleed as the first promise, the second was meant to be a metaphorical expression. That's why I didn't even think about how I was going to do it before the match. It was just a coincidence that it came out this way. It was a coincidence, but that's fine. It was a suitable move to conclude the fierce battle in front of a large audience. Oh, the ground comes closer. The magic woman rushes toward me with their hands outstretched to catch her. But I am not letting her escape. What should I name the technique? I wonder if such a technique existed in mangas. Well, whatever, just scream. Just do what your heart tells you to do. True Ashura drive ear. Kaboom. And a shockwave shakes the arena. More and more sand is pouring down. In the center of the ear-splitting silence, a cloud of dust clears. Hakuo Maria is impaled head first in the sand. And I, Abe Shuu, am standing there, propped up by my haifa arms. Haku's body collapses like a rod in a sand pit, falling on her back. The referee peers into the distance, but Haku remains motionless with her eyes peeled back, revealing the whites of her eyes. I breathed desperately with my lungs which were about to collapse and put the last strength into my rattling arms. The haifa arms are looking quite bad. It is my own fist that I thrust into the night sky. A miraculous win. Match end. Along with the referee's scream, cheers explode. Interlude, Sister's thoughts and farewell. Third-person perspective. Overwhelming, squeak. Abe Shuu is amazing, squeak. Pidgeot, he really won. Mr. Shuu is so amazing. Kawa, Tamiko and Noah were hugging each other and crying since Shuu had been in a pinch the whole time. But now they forgot about themselves and were overjoyed. Brother Abe, he was so cool. He was so fast that I couldn't see him at all. Higami's face turned bright red and she applauded with her small hands, while Dr. Nomaguchi, who was standing next to her, looked a little exhausted but relieved. The young lady was more excited than ever by her benefactor's fierce battle, and her doctor was probably on edge, worried that it might affect her health. The excitement was at its peak as most of the spectators around them were also Shugamo people. Super. Well done. Shugamo's star. Abe Shuu, you are the star of Shugamo. And Master Shuu. Some jumped on their seats and made strange noises, others squared their shoulders and called out Abe, while others started chugging their barley wine. A few of them looked like hunters with twisted necks and difficult faces. As for Ootsuka, she is leaning back with her mouth tight, watching her sister being carried away by the medics. Shuu is being carried by the staff as well. The two of them are being carried to the hospital by the medics, while others are celebrating and applauding. No way. I didn't think Maria would lose. Ootsuka was well aware of Shu's strength and ridiculousness. Even so, she did not doubt her sister's victory inwardly. That was one of the reasons why she gave Shuu the information about the magic woman. It seems that not many people know this, but this is not the first time that Maria has been defeated in a public combat tournament. In her younger days, she had repeatedly taken on challenges that could be called reckless, and through defeat and humiliation, she had worked her way up to the position of absolute queen. However, as far as Ootsuka knows, she has been undefeated for more than a decade, except for a duel with a transcendent in a field match. Ootsuka is more shocked than she thought she would be to actually see her unable to leave on her own. Hearing that Maria hurt Tamiko, she was thinking of taking Shu's side this time, as a way of apologizing as Maria's older sister and to give her a good scolding later. However, once the match started, her heart was naturally rooting for her sister. She couldn't openly cheer for her in front of Tamiko and Noah, though. Ootsuka, are you okay? Squeak. Before Ootsuka knew it, Tamiko was staring at her. I'm sorry, Ms. Ootsuka, said Noah. Even though the other party was your little sister, we acted insensitive and got too excited. No, someone you cared about won the biggest prize. I think you should be happier. Ootsuka's younger sis is also doing her best. Squeak. Because of that, I will let go of the grudge. Squeak. Thank you. I'll also take it back for calling you an Istraslalai hag. Squeak. Okay, but it was really a great match. The result turned out like this, but it wouldn't have been surprising at all if Ms. Haku had won. Well, you see. Maybe it was the first time I cheered for her this strongly. The relationship between half-sisters is complicated. At least, this pair of sisters think so. Their mothers were childhood friends. Maria's mother was the legitimate wife, but Ootsuka's mother had a child first, after an affair. Nevertheless, the wife did not blame her husband and her best friend, and Maria was born 6 years later, creating a strange family of one husband, one wife, and 2 demi-human daughters in Komagom, where polygamy is not practiced. After losing her father and mother in a terrorist attack in the city of Nippuri 37 years ago, Ootsuka took Maria's mother's place and raised her. Her father did not have much money left for her, so she got a hunter's license as soon as she turned 15 in order to earn money for their living expenses. A few years later, Maria became an apprentice to a hunter who was a friend of her father's, and she quickly rose to prominence. By the time she made her debut, she was far above her elder sister in both level and ability, and her earnings were soon surpassed. The younger sister was so talented that she was regarded as the best in the history of Komagom, while the older sister was mediocre except for her elf traits. The younger sister did not care about such disparity and adored her like a god, saying, "My sister is the most amazing. And my sister is the prettiest." This frustrated and annoyed Ootsuka even more, and she eventually began to distance herself from Haku. That was one of the reasons why she started to chase after men. She was just inheriting her late father's slovenly nature. She didn't mean any harm, Did she? I'm the one with the complex, just me. Although she had lost touch with her sister for several years since she became the traveling shark's apprentice, it seems that her sister's Siscon spirit had not yet waned. Even though it was somewhat rooted in her own peculiar proclivities, it was still true that she continued to think of Ootsuka as she always had. When the festival is over, let's have a drink together for the first time in a while. Ms. Ootsuka, all right, let's celebrate with Abe when we get back together. I'd like to try Noah's food again. Please lower the garlic content. I know. All that's left is the closing ceremony. Just then, an announcement is made in the hall. It is the announcer's voice amplified. Please wait for about 20 minutes to prepare the venue for the closing ceremony. According to the program, the closing ceremony was to be held with His Excellency the Governor of New Tokyo and His Eminence the Founder descending to the arena to make speeches. The ring was in a state of disrepair from the fierce battle that had just taken place, with Haifa weapons and magic woman puppets scattered about. The famous Shugamo cleanup skill is on full display. 20 minutes. It will take quite a while, huh? While saying that, Ootsuka looked around. Everything went smoothly from the opening ceremony until now. For Ootsuka, who was involved in the Ootsuka Metro case, the existence of the rogues they met there remained stuck in the corner of her mind. The closing ceremony was the only occasion at the Shugamo founding festival where the governor and the founder stood in the same place at the same time. If Gawatro and the others were really terrorists with some kind of political purpose, would they have missed this opportunity? I hope nothing happens. The venue is well secured, and they know that Shimoinagi and the security are working behind the scenes. And the other two are not some powerless politicians, but two of the most powerful people in the country. No matter how well known they are, I don't think they will be able to make things happen easily. I might not be able to relax until the festival is over. At any rate, I'd like to go home and take it easy today. And Tamiko, who was sitting on Noah's, hateful to Ootsuka, chest, starts squirming, holding her crotch. Noah, I want to go to the bathroom, squeak. Tamiko, you went to the bathroom before Abe's match started, right? Don't you dare pick on the tininess of my bladder, squeak. What's wrong with you? Said Noah. The women's restroom was really crowded just now, wasn't it? I wonder if I can make it back before the closing ceremony. Well, you can use that to drain your bladder. You can use the old man's paper cup of beer by Arwach. I'm not going to do that, skeek. Sure, Tamiko says while holding her crotch. You don't mind doing it on Abe, but not on a cup? That's separate, squeak. This is the first time I've heard of a separate pee in my life. That Higumi intervened, raising her hand in the air. I probably know an empty toilet. I want to go too. Dr. Nomaguchi returned to the mayor's office, so he took the 4 girls and 2 black-clad private security guards to pick flowers. Interlude 2, Show Awakening. Even so, what's going on? I mean your body, the infirmary, Melancholy and Haku are sitting on beds facing each other. It's a situation where you're alone in a closed room with a dark elf beauty. But as someone who knows a little about my tendencies and personality, there's no way I'll be in that mood. I can enjoy my delusions later. How is it possible that the wound in your stomach can be closed in less than 5 minutes? Are you a slime? That analogy is triggering a traumatic experience. The 2 of us were taken to the same infirmary to be treated by a sage belonging to the church. Haku's injuries are less severe. Her neck hurts a little, and she doesn't seem to have dizziness or nausea. As soon as she received some holy healing and replenished with some food, the queen is revived. As for me, although my injuries were far more serious, I apparently have vitality on par with that of a slime. Although I got the help of holy healing for the wound on my stomach, after that, I recovered by chewing on a single nourishing skewer bought by an adult. Even if my stomach is full, I still feel like it's not enough. And I'm reminded that Sporangium is an excellent nutritional supplement, except the taste is terrible. Both of us were wiped clean of blood and sand and changed into alternative shirts and jerseys. I, the winner of the match, will later attend the closing ceremony as the representative of the participating fighters and will receive a certificate from the governor of New Tokyo. Haku, who is in the midst of a change, is also planning to attend the ceremony. The closing ceremony will be held in a little more than 10 minutes at. I never thought that I would be deprived of the opportunity to be in His Excellency's presence. This is a mistake of a lifetime. I'm embarrassed and nervous, and to be honest, I don't feel like it. Haku fell face down on the bed. I wonder how long it's been since I lost in the grand tournament with my face in the sand. I can't remember at all. Frankly, I'm surprised I even won. I agree. I never thought that I lose against Rookie. The biggest reason for my defeat was my own pride and carelessness. Thanks to that, I looked unsightly in front of His Excellency and my sister. I exposed it. I want to curse myself. Haku grabbed her head in frustration. She acts like a queen, but she doesn't make any excuse for losing. I'm sure if we had another match with the same rules, the result wouldn't be the same. It would be a different story if the ban on White Bullet could be lifted. Fufu, I understand. You did well. And you can be proud of yourself for the rest of your life for beating me, but don't be so smug that you've completely surpassed me at this point. If you are who you say you are. Once the conversation was interrupted, the infirmary fell silent. The sage and the nurse have already left the room, and the other staff and visitors have been ordered by Hakuho to stay out of sight until the time to stand by for the closing ceremony. I realized that it also meant consideration for me. The eyes of the people he passes on the way here are a mixture of excitement, celebration, and about 20% confusion. If it had not been for Hakuho's words, Aomoto and the others would have rushed here. As I was thinking about this, I heard a voice from the other side of the door shouting, "Shh! I've peeled an apple. I'm going to give it to you. Can I ask you something?" I don't know the person with the strange voice just now. Are you a person from the same era as His Excellency? I nibbled on the skewer. I want to chew it to buy time, but I am afraid of her gaze and silence, so I swallow quickly. Me being a master threadweaver, it's not concluded yet, right? You think you can still get away with exposing the blue-black mold to the public eye? The founder was also staring at you hard, you know. You're mistaken. So, the impossible combination of light blade and true Ashura is also a mistake? No, it's just that people didn't have it until now. Maybe it's just a special once in a million chance. I'm just going to cut to the chase. Then why don't you use a piece of test sheet later? I can't wait to see what your blood will do on the piece of paper. Yes, I'm trapped. Damn. Fun. Haku smiles devilishly. I don't feel like forcing her to stop questioning me, but I don't think she'll stop pursuing the answer if I dodge any further. Well, hypothetically, you know, just in case it happens. I don't like men who go around in circles, but I know how you feel, so I'll go along this for now. If my fungal class turns out to be something else, this match won't be invalid, will it? I have already confirmed that there is nothing in the rules about fungal classes, but it would be a pain if someone started to argue with my win. I've already confirmed that there is nothing in the rules about fungal classes. As long as you don't use prohibited fungal skills, it doesn't matter what kind of fungal class you have. However, it is inevitably a big scandal among the branches, which is why almost no one does it in official competitions. So that would be a problem for the Shugamo branch as well. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I know my followers will rant and rave about different stories and fungal class scams, but I'm not going to let them get away with that miserable howling of a loser. I don't care who you are or what you are. The outcome of a serious match is still the same. So queenly. Rather than that, if you are a real master threadweaver, then it's not the time for a tournament scandal. It's the biggest news since the founding of this country, and it's enough to turn the whole country upside down. Not only the Hunter Guild, but the tribes and Metro Church will be in a mess. Right. I was prepared for it, and I still don't regret it. But, when I hear it again, it makes me want to run away far, far away. Well, I'm not really familiar with politics or anything like that, so I don't know much about that kind of thing. Oh, and did it have something to do with the condition of an audience with His Excellency and His Eminence? No, it had nothing to do with that at all. I had a personal matter I wanted to discuss with them. It's a long story. Well, it doesn't matter. The only thing I'm interested in is you. Is that so? I'm sure that's not what he meant. but the way he said it made me a little bit nervous. More importantly, I'll give you one piece of advice. I know there's going to be a lot of trouble, but be careful with people, especially with the first place. First place? Transcendent? Kangjubai, the Transcendent, is the #1 ranked hunter in the country. He is the older brother of Yoshitsune, who played against Kura. He is obsessed with master threadweavers in a different way than I am. He dreams of becoming a master threadweaver. Becoming a master threadweaver? Yes. He wants to go beyond the barriers of higher rank fungal classes and become a master threadweaver. He's a masochist who trains all year round, morning and night, to achieve this. Is it even possible? Change in your fungal class. It's a story that happens very rarely, but Noah, for example, is super irregular. That being said, it's also similar to a basic fungal class to a higher rank fungal class. I wonder if it is possible to change class to a master threadweaver. It is said that no new master threadweaver have been born in the past 100 years. Well, at least there is no precedent. However, if anyone could make it happen, it would be him. He's the man at the head of all the top fungal classes, of all the hunters in the country. I see. The first place is probably a more extraordinary person than she is, since this prideful Haku says so. What do you think would happen if someone like him found out about the existence of a master threadweaver who just popped up? Answer carefully. He is not at all capable, and he is also very confused. I'm a little scared for them. I don't have any answers to satisfy such a person. I'll never be able to convince them that I used to be a salesman for a small business before I changed jobs. Well, you can just come clean before you do that. You sort of answered my first question. How did you become a master threadweaver? No, I haven't admitted anything. You're not very clever, are you? I can make you throw up the answer by force, you know. Hey, threads appear from her fingers, and a white female doll is completed in an instant. It takes shape as fast as ever. I immediately got up and tried to escape, but the two dolls pushed my body down on the bed before that. There's still time for the closing ceremony. Now one covered my face, and the other clung tightly to my lower body. Damn it. When I touch them again with my bare skin, they feel warm, even though they are dolls. The surface is surprisingly smooth, and the flesh is soft and elastic. Above all, it has the same proportions as Haku herself, so it hits all kinds of right notes. The magic woman is a fearsome skill. Just when a new door is about to open, something unexpectedly crosses my mind. Suddenly, I feel a small tremor. What is that? I wonder if Haku felt it, too, or if it was just my imagination. Did you also hear that? It sounded like fireworks, like a small bang in the distance. Or rather, I felt it just a little while ago. Oh, I didn't notice. Fireworks or something? I don't think it was on the program list. Excuse me. The staff member comes in along with a loud knock. Mr. Abe, it's almost time for the closing ceremony. The young staff member's eyes meet the eyes of the someone who is having a frenzied moment with a female doll. The door gently closes. He looks through the door as if nothing has happened and says, "Please get ready." Chapter 128, Moldy Bread Man and Barren Man. Third-person perspective. Phew, I feel refreshed. Squeak. I feel very refreshed. Squeak. At the same time Noah exits the restroom. Tamiko, next to her, unlocks the door with a click, and then walks over the top of the door and lands on Noah's shoulder. Good work, sis. Don't leak any residual pee from the impact of the landing. Hey, what are you talking about? I've got everything out, and I'm ready to get it on. Squeak. The squirrel punch hit the sky with a small, lively whump. If this was Shu's shoulder, she would say yeah and moved to his left shoulder without saying a word. Noah was a little envious and a little not envious at the same time. At the wash basin, Ootsuka and Hagumi were washing their hands and fixing their hair. They are having a lot of fun. Ootsuka is slightly taller than Hagumi, and they seem to be friends, with 40 years difference in age. Hagumi, you look like you're having fun, Noah asks her smiling face in the mirror, and she blushes. No, it's my first time doing something like this. Like this? Such as going to the toilet together with everyone, or chatting in the restroom. Hagumi, you've never been to school. Have you? In fact, she doesn't even have friends who are close to her age. Noah, who became a free folk, couldn't go to school either, but she didn't feel particularly lonely because she had some childhood friends in the village. But it's almost over. It's over for today. Noah doesn't miss the lonely mutter under Hagumi's breath. Hagumi turned to face the three and lowered her head. Today it was a lot of fun. Thank you, big sisters. Ootsuka immediately turned her head away and sniffed. It seems to be true that the older one gets, the looser one's dear glands becomes. Noah bends down to meet Hagumi's gaze and gently touches her shoulder. I'm grateful to you, too. It was fun being friends with you, Hagumi. Friends? Yeah. We played together and ate yakisoba. We're friends now, right? So, let's play again. Again? Tamiko jumped into Hagumi's palm. This time you can go watch the tournament and have a good time with friends. Squeak soon. You're going to be as healthy as everyone else, and you're going to have a good time with more people. Squeak. Yeah, promise, sis. A dazzling smile returned to Hagumi's face. Noah holds Tamiko close to her chest as her tail twitches and sighs. Ah, what a nice fingery. Third-person perspective. After the 7th match, it was time to prepare for the closing match. Many spectators were out of their seats, and the aisles behind the stands were crowded with people. The joyful bustle of the crowd is just like a festival itself. Lines for the restrooms and concession stands. People are raising paper cups to each other in the eating and drinking areas and ranting loudly about their impressions of the game. The savory smell of yakisoba and takoyaki, the smell of alcohol lingering in the nose, and the smell of cigarettes wafting from the smoking area. Come on, the final match is finally here, the first day to tie the knot. Who wants to bet on Abe Shuu? Kawataro, who was leaning against the wall, was slightly distracted by the sound of a voice announcing the deadline for betting on the winner of the final round. The odds are 1.2 and 5.3, huh? That's a big difference. Naturally, there seemed to be a much larger number of people who were betting on Hakumaria. If this were not Abe Shuu's home city, the difference might have been larger. If it were me, I would bet on him. I'll bet on that man for sure. In terms of ability and performance, Haku is definitely the better player. Everyone understands that, and Kawataro agrees. However, the true nature of that young man Abe is, if their commander's guess is true, it would explain his mysterious strength and explosive power that could do anything. He has the potential to blow away any differences in level or experience. However, Kawataro is aware of his lack of luck. Gambling is like throwing money down the drain, and he can't bear to get himself involved in it. Well, it might not be a bad idea to harass him, but unfortunately, I don't have time for that. Hello, boom, boom. It's time for the commander's dispatch. Check. Suddenly I hear a voice in my ear. If you can hear me, do an imitation of Mr. Mujarami, who is at the base. Yes, make a bad face and say kihahi. He must not be able to see it, but Izaki, who is standing next to Kawataro, is making a serious, vulgar expression. Whispering. It is said to be an ability to attach hypha to the eardrums of a target and deliver their voice even at a distance, but this is the first time Kawataro heard or seen it. The fungal skill usually loses its effect after an hour or two, but this one, which was attached before the opening ceremony, is still in effect, perhaps because it is such an ability or because the user is that man. The moment of the show is approaching, and the commander is about to make his move. For those of you who are getting anxious as the moment of execution approaches, here's some good news. Toroko and I have secured the target piglet. Let's go with Plan A. Izaki looks surprised. Kawataro's mouth relaxes slightly. Somehow, is it really possible to go with Plan A? Plan A was originally a low-probability plan. Secure hostage candidates related to high-ranking people in the venue without being noticed, and the closing ceremony will be held. It's easy to say, but no matter how they do it, it's haphazard. In a venue crowded with such a large number of people, they had to capture a target whose movements they did not know, and in order to minimize the possibility of them being discovered, they could only move at the last minute, just before the end of the tournament. Even so, the reason why they have always placed the highest priority on A is because it is the plan that requires the least amount of sacrifice. If we do B or C, I don't know how much damage those will cause. I know Piglet is the biggest name among the targets, but it doesn't have much of an impact on the picture. So, I'll continue to go for Miracle Girl. If you guys catch a target too, please bring them along. It may be a waste, but the more pieces we can use, the better. They haven't been able to get the combination of Kawataro and Izaki yet. In the end, Kawataro was annoyed that he was relying on that man. But now he doesn't have to push himself too hard, so he is relieved. The meeting time is 5 minutes before the closing ceremony. If it's business as usual, there will be an interval of 2 or 3 minutes after the last match. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Ngawa and Kohada. It looks like they've been caught by security. The two take a deep breath at the same time, their faces stiffening. I could only see them from a distance, but I'm sure they've been captured. I have no idea why or what the charges are, but I'm sure they won't release them, at least not until after the festival. Whoops. Hey there, Deputy Commander. Don't try to rescue them, okay? No, don't look that scary. They won't be killed anytime soon. He is not beside him, but he has been right about everything so far. So just barely. Kawataro just ground his molar. I'm sure Ngawa and the others are thinking, go over my dead body. The festival is going on as usual, and there are no signs of the bigwigs sneaking off to take shelter. That means Ngawa and the others haven't spoken up yet, right? They're watching over us from the other side, waiting for the moment your long-cherished dream comes true. They're not dead. If it wasn't for the crowds around them, Kawataro felt he might have raised his voice. He was even more annoyed by the commander's carefree happy tone. For that reason, we will carry it out with only the faces gathered at the appointed time. If I were the only one, if it were just me, I might get a little sidetracked. But please forgive me if that happens, okay? That's all for the commander's dispatch. Next time, Cross-Border Brigade finally gets their revenge. Duel Sutando by. The voice trailed off with unintelligible words. Mr. Kawa, Ngawa and Kohada. Izaki's face paled. Kohada and him are best friends of the same age. We can't do anything right now. They don't even know where they are, and there is nothing they can do to help him. From the beginning, this is not a battle that looks ahead. Kawataro thinks about the two of them and believes it's better for them to remain restrained. Let's be quiet. If we can secure Piglet, they won't overdo it. At that moment, a chill ran down Kawataro's spine. His eyes met those of a man standing in the crowd a few meters away. A tall man, older than Kawataro, wearing a flashy silver jersey. He has a fearless face with tanned stubble. His long white hair is slicked back and he wears sunglasses on his forehead. It was a face he has never seen before, but he heard a lot about its features. The most famous hunter in this city. He was found. He doesn't hear his voice, but his smiling mouth certainly says those words. Shooting Willow, Shimoinagi Hiyo. Izaki. Run. When I turn around, Izaki is assembled on the floor. It is another hunter. He immediately produced a white bullet and grasped it with his thumb to shoot it. And at the same time, he realizes that Shimoinagi is approaching right in front of him. He was so close that Kawataro could smell his cigarette breath. That's no good. You can't just pull that out here. Kawataro's thumb was caught and twisted. He grimaces in pain as he attempts to produce a white bullet in his left hand. But before that, a knee kicks up between his legs and knocks him to the floor while writhing in agony. All Kawataro could do was groan from the intense pain and shock. He felt the rush of onlookers gathering around him, and Shimoinagi replied with a smile, saying something like, "I'm sorry for bothering everyone. They were a little tipsy and got a little drunk." "You should all drink in moderation." The citizens who knew him laughed and said, "Mr. Shimo, you're tired. You get drunk and rowdy all the time, too." They were all laughing as they left. "Well, I guess you guys can come with me. I'll serve you a pork cutlet served on top of a bowl of rice." Kawataro is on his face, his arms twisted, and the thumbs of both hands firmly connected with special rings for restraints. As one would expect from a veteran hunter, he knows how to restrain a sniper. Perhaps it was because they were so far above our level, but they were restrained efficiently and couldn't even move. We didn't do anything. Is this some mistake?" "Oh? It's bad manners to act ignorant here. Suddenly, his vision darkens. His sunglasses are on Kawataro's eyes. Ha ha, it suits you. Doesn't it look just like your wanted list? Right, Kawataro. Why and how? The one next to you is Russell. I guess it's this, Izaki. That Lily hag has a good memory despite being ancient. The other kids were just like her description. Other kids? Coincidence? Or, well, it's no mystery. I was sure you guys would come here, so I took the time to look around steadily with people. That's all. In a place this big? With this many people? What the heck? As expected of a middle-aged man who's on the brink of senility, it's an unreasonable idea. But I have help. A pair of pink athletic shoes appear before Kawataro's eyes. When he looks up, he sees a woman with soft hair standing in front of him. Mr. Shimoinagi. There is no doubt about it. The moment you said his name, the colors of turmoil and fear swelled up. This person is the person on the wanted list. Mind reading, huh? Kawataro has heard of such a fungal skill or fungal ability. The commander of their group has a similar ability. It looks like you didn't get caught in the checkpoint at the entrance, but it's finally the end of the festival and you're ready for your scheme? It looks like your true nature has leaked out. Hey, Ike. Yes. I could clearly see a dark determination and conflicted colors of his determination turning to malice. Several other people with similar powers have been dispatched by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Metro Church. I feel sorry for you. Kawataro grinds his molars. I know that. But it's unpleasant to have someone else pointed out. You know, do not let them cancel the festival is an order from the top. We've caught every suspicious person we could find, and most of Rikugi Metro's friends have been thrown in jail. They're eating katsudon in the jail right now. Katsudon is perfect because it is a symbol of justice and equality. Mr. Kawa. Izaki looks at Kawataro with tear-streaked eyes. Kawataro can only do a little shake of his head. Hey, did those guys throw up anything? I don't know. Well, I don't know. But we're going to find out. After all, Kawataro raised them with great care. There is no way they would fall for a cutlet over a rice meal. The Hunters Guild and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government basically do not use torture and other rough methods. They understand that it is not cost-effective, although it is rumored that the Metro Church still often does it. However, they have their own ways of getting suspects to confess, if they are taken in for questioning. I doubt they will be able to keep their mouths shut until the closing ceremony. Think of some way. At least a way to let the Izaki escape. And the sound of footsteps rushing toward them. Kawataro is suspected to be security staff. Kawataro was forced to stand while being restrained from behind by Shimoinagi. They were surrounded by 7 or 8 people. As expected, there is no way for Kawataro to overturn this situation. Kawataro, Shimoinagi said. Have you ever read Moldy Bread Man? It's a very popular series of picture books for children. I don't particularly like it, but I've at least read a few of them. I've wondered about it ever since I was a kid. Why doesn't Moldy Bread Man move before Baron Man kills the mushrooms? Every time he shows up after the residents and the forest have been damaged, he just throws a moldy punch and that's it. We just have to make sure they can't do anything bad again, and the world will be at peace. There have been series in which the old nemesis and the hero teamed up to fight a huge evil, but it is true that 90% of Baron Man's job is to harass society. The world doesn't revolve around you villains. We're crawling around on the ground protecting the city, just like you're sneaking around in the shadows. Whatever you guys are up to, I'm sorry, but we're going to crush you with everything we've got. The cross-border brigade. The expression on Kawataro's face disappears. Cuckoo, and a low chuckle welled up from the back of Kawataro's throat. He just rocks his body, and he laughs quietly. What's the matter? What's funny? I've been thinking about this too. How can Moldy Bread Man think he is righteous without any doubt? Maybe Baron Man's evil deeds are for the greater good of the country's future or the planet's environment, right? He seems just to enjoy doing bad things, doesn't he? Well, you know. So it's a matter of what if. Baron Man is an annoying bad guy, simply portrayed as such in the story while yelling out an incomprehensible line, "Io no hito." He even has a line, "I'm mech in this world Baron and conquer it." What exactly does he have in mind when he sets out to conquer the world? Kawatro does not recall any in-depth description of this, at least not in his memory. He does not give a clear motive, or perhaps he is deceiving even the readers. No, what I'm trying to say is, maybe the important thing is to talk about it. Find out why they are doing what they are doing. Find out why they are doing what they are doing. Work out a solution, and try to reach a settlement. If you just punch them in the face with a moldy punch every time without asking them what's going on, you'll just accelerate the vicious cycle of hatred, won't you? That's a very villain-like excuse. Your top priority should be to avoid doing evil things, Kawatro spat out. He shook his head repeatedly. That's not true, it's not true. Then, who'll judge the evil done by the righteous, I wonder? He strained to tear the restraints from his thumbs. The ring bites into the skin and flesh, and blood drips down the arm. But it doesn't matter. Cross-border brigade did not exist in the beginning. Third-person perspective. When Noah and the others left the restroom, two guards were waiting for them in the corridor. The first is a small, skinny guy. A small, thin man in his 40s with a slightly thinning head of hair. It is a familiar face. He is Suzuyama, secretary to Mayor Shugamo. He was there when Old Man Uni's horn was transferred. Oh, young miss, you've come to this place? I'm sorry. I had to use the restroom. This is the third floor of the Martial Arts Center, the southwestern, reserved area for the important parties. The octagonal shape of the Martial Arts Center is roughly divided into 8 sections. The shaded areas are reserved for management and security staff and are not accessible to the general public. The entire third floor is off-limits to the public. The entire east side is reserved for the governor and founder, while the west, south, and north sides are VIP areas for the exclusive use of guests. The southwest area, where Noah and the others are now, is also not a normal place for them to enter. However, because of the power of the mayor's daughter, they were allowed to enter together. Perhaps because the closing ceremony was about to take place, there seemed to be no one there but Noah and her friends, and they were able to enjoy the luxury of using the private restrooms. I'm glad I found you. Your father was looking for you. Why are they look for her? Noah inwardly questioned the words. They had told Dr. Nomaguchi that she was going to the restroom here, and he had returned to report to the mayor. Maybe they simply did not meet. And the moment Noah's eyes met Suzuyama's. What is this? I don't understand it myself. I don't know, but I feel something tightening in my chest. Something in the depths of his eyes. It's indescribable, and it makes my heart flutter. I can't look away, as if I'm being sucked into it. Come on, the closing ceremony will be soon, and I will take you to your father. Yes. I'm going. Noah turns her head around. Hagumi behind her is gripping the hem of Noah's jacket. What is the problem? Noah asked in a whisper, bringing her face close to Hagumi's. I don't know why, but Mr. Suzuyama is a little strange today. Hagumi replies in an almost muffled voice. Strange? I don't know, but neither Papa nor Mama have noticed. He's kind of scary recently. When Noah looked up, Suzuyama only smiled softly. He doesn't look much different from her impression when he cried with joy when she handed over Old Man Uni's horn. Or perhaps it is because they are so close, and because they are children who are sensitive to the moods and attitudes of adults, that they can sense something about him. Hidden, squeak, Tamiko mutters on Noah's shoulder. Hidden, what is? Tamiko's hair bristled in alarm. That old man, his level is hidden, squeak. The smile disappears from Suzuyama's face. Looking dumbfounded, his eyes are wide, and he nods his head several times, his body shaking in laughter. I see, the Carbuncle tribe's discovery. I was completely off guard. I thought I have a perfect performance. His tone changes drastically. Then his gait changes, like he is someone else. Well, there seem to be users. Nowadays, they almost never go outside, so I thought it was impossible. I'm really bad at this, Mr. Suzuyama. What? Suzuyama's hand grabs the two guards by the neck as he speaks to them. In a short moment the two men, choking for breath, try to grab Suzuyama's hand to pull them away. A dull thud echoes out. Oh, I killed them. I was trying to hold back until the show. It's your fault. The two men's bodies crumple helplessly, and they are kicked aside by the man's feet. In the meantime, Noah and the others move out of the way and position themselves to protect Higumi behind them. But, oh well, it's almost time for the show. So, let's get our heads back on straight. Noah pulls out a dagger, Tamiko bares her front teeth with a shower. Ootsuka pulls a red heifer ball on her fingertips. The man who imitated Suzuyama's appearance. Let's go, Operation Start, kidnap the target miracle girl. He spreads his arms wide and a menacing inhuman grin sliced his face. The rest of you so, do you want to die? All right. Io and Ahohito. Chapter 129, Research. Third-person perspective. Even Tamiko's risk counter cannot see the level. As far as Noah knows, that is the same irregularity as the Beast King Sate, whom she said they met some time ago along with the Demon Disease Bandit and in Ootsuka Metro encounters. She was told that the two guards were not professional hunters but were level 20 or so. Although they were beginner-level hunters, someone would have to be at least an expert-level hunter to grab the head of the men without giving them time to make any resistance. A middle-aged man in a suit with thinning hair stands in front of them in a clownish pose. Is this Suzuyama's true nature that has been hidden from them until now, or is it something else entirely that is pretending to be Suzuyama? They don't know anything at this point. Hey, are you still going? The man said coolly. Don't the weak warblers realize that this is a frightening falcon in front of them? That's Aesop's fable, you know? They don't know Aesop's fables, but Noah does. A mysterious malice emanating from the thin body. An ominous bloodlust that seemed to crush you just by standing in front of him. They know that this man is unfathomable. It is as if a blade is being placed against her neck, and Noah cannot even move her body. Tamiko on her shoulder and Ootsuka behind her feeling the same. Well, I don't have time to worry about you. If you give me the young lady, I will let you go. But if you really want to die, run away, Higumi. Run, squeak. Ootsuka and Tamiko spoke weakly. But her voice is weak and trembling. Higumi is crying. Higumi says she can't run yet. Her physical stamina and muscle strength had not yet caught up with her recovery from the illness, and in the first place she had never ran since she was born with the serious illness. Sisters, please go get someone. This time, Higumi will be the one to save us. Squeak. Words to push her back when she is frightened or to wipe away the guilt of leaving her friends behind and running away alone. Go on. Run, squeak. Yes. Higumi's feeble footsteps move away, encouraged by the two girls' angry voices. But the man, for some reason, he is not moving. Even to try to stop Higumi from escaping, even if to attack Noah and the others who are standing in his way. Oh, so, are you declaring that you will let my prey escape? He just pasted a wry smile on his face while fiddling with his jaw. Well, that's foolish. The miracle girl kidnapping plan. Foolish. Noah is confused of his words. Well, it's not foolish. However, to be frank, it's a high priority, but it's not an essential plan, and I'm more interested here. Here? Oh, I mean, like, retrieving data from research that's been left unattended for a long time? Noah does not understand what he means. But, why? For quite some time. Why are you looking at me? The guards will be here soon, Ootsuka said from behind Noah. If you want to escape, now's the time to do it. Unfortunately, Shugama's and the headquarters elites are all here today. They'll beat up a kidnapper like you to a pulp. It was a bluff. But the way she kept her voice from sounding like a bluff, as one would expect from a seasoned veteran. That's right. With that girl's legs, it will take at most 2 or 3 minutes for reinforcements to arrive. Pop Suzuyama tilted his head, and it made a loud popping noise. We don't have much time either, so let's finish this quickly. So, they won't miss. 2 daggers thrown from Noah's hand interrupted Suzuyama's words. The tips of the 2 daggers, with slightly off timing, come close to his nose, but they slipped through without a second thought, as Suzuyama slightly moved his head from side to side. Oh, the white string attached to the end of the dagger's hilt with sticky thread caught on his neck. Oh! Noah's hand swung the dagger around, and at the same time as the string was entangled in his arms and torso, kaboom! And Ootsuka's fireball that hit the man directly exploded. What? The moment Noah feels the loosening of the restraining cord in her palm, she cuts off the cord and pulls out a new dagger faster than Noah can pull one out. A fist has been extended, bursting through the explosive flame, grabs Noah's head. Extended arm. Before she can shake it off, Noah is slammed into the floor, her forehead hitting first. The stone material shatters and scatters, and at the same time, her vision and consciousness go dark. Noah, Pidgeot, whack. Two short screams are heard one after the other. As Noah gathers her strength and raises her face, she sees in her flickering vision that Tamiko is lying limp on the floor in a pool of blood, and Ootsuka is covered in piercing needles all over her body like a hedgehog. It's over. Just a few seconds, that much time. She is grabbed by the hair and her head is forcefully lifted up. Suzuyama's face is right in front of her. He crouched down and looked into Noah's face. 20 points, eh? The combo was a typical craftsman fungus combo, but the sharpness and technique were on another level. I admire the guts it took to realize the difference between the two of us and to surprise me. The biggest downside is that you didn't have the guts to take a swing at me. I'll give you points for that. Fufafu. There is not a single scratch from Noah's attack. On the contrary, even though Ootsuka's fireball hit him directly, there wasn't even a single burned mark on his skin, or even his suit. Isn't it too much to rely on the training method? Hey XXXX. For a moment, Noah's thoughts stop. Her face and wide eyes is reflected in Suzuyama's eyes. How? That name? At her question that is barely whispered, Suzuyama simply smiled without answering. Rather than that, I'd like to ask you a question. How did you feel just now? I told you earlier that I would let you off the hook if you gave me the girl. What did you think then? Didn't you think that was the best thing to do? What? You were having a good time in the toilet, you know, friend. Ever since you lost your foster parents, you've lived a lonely life without trusting anyone. Wasn't that your way of playing friend to get the better of the children? Suzuyama licked the blood that was dripping down Noah's cheeks. When that lily and the hairball tried to let the young lady escape, you were the only one who was not surprised. You were calm and cold, and you were just observing my behavior. Of course it's unnatural, right? Rather a hunter. It's rather natural for a hunter, since you were the one who was closest to me. But Noah wanted to shake off his hand, and she wanted to stick a dagger into it. Is it because of the injury, the fear, or the fact that she can't move her body? Since you are still a skin and bone kid, you've been taught the harshness of reality and how to survive on your own. At the same time, outside the metro, you were always told to hate evil and be a good person. Have you ever had any doubts in your mind? Did you ever have any conflicts? Did you really want to risk your life to protect your friends? For a moment, Noah felt a chill in the pit of her stomach. Her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. Impossible. How could? Well, should I ask you something a little easier to understand? For example, thwap, and his left hand grabs something in the air. A bushy tail hangs from his hand. Agigigigi. Sis, the tanuki is sleeping. No, a squirrel was sleeping. So, it's an avatar lying over there? Isn't it a cunning trick to disguise furballs? Noah tries to tear off the hand that grabs her hair. But her hands are weak. Her nails can't dig into his skin. Noah is tossed and smashed headfirst into a wall. You've been getting along so well with this furball, haven't you? Is that right, Miss Jaya? His fingers squeeze. Tamiko desperately struggles to break free from his hand. Jiggy. So? Just like a rat. This is harder than before. Are you level 40? Oh, I have it too. Discovery? Hi, Higai. Here, hey. Do your best, keep doing your best. What was the thing you said before? Run, squeak? His hand is squeezed harder and harder. Whoa, is this thing important? More important than yourself? Just a few more seconds before it pops like a tomato. Don't you feel unlucky you didn't buy your safety? What do you think, huh? Pidgeot. Tamiko's face contorts, and blood spills out of her mouth. You can hear a crisp, dry sound. Sis. And then, kaboom. The man's back is in flames. At that moment, as if the spell was broken, Noah jumps in. She slashes Suzuyama's wrist with her dagger and rips Tamiko's body from between his loose fingers. QQ. Guidance. as if the fire on his back is nothing to worry about, and Suzuyama flaps off his suit and gets to his feet. I thought you were just a bonus, but you have a rather good fungal ability, don't you? Lily elf. Ootsuka, covered in blood and full of needles, stands in front of Noah when she turns around. At the tip of that finger, a number of mycelium balls are circling in an arc. Throwing hypha balls in the ball skills are covered with a very small bit of spores, an amount and size barely visible to the naked eye. When the mycelium ball is released, it follows the caster's intention and corrects the trajectory until it reaches the target. Without knowing this, a caster who throws a hypha ball for the first time and sees it land on the target will usually have the mistaken impression that they have surprisingly good control or sense. Such was the case, for example, with amateurs from the deep metro area. In reality, there is an auxiliary effect of the spores. Of course, it is not so powerful that it can forcibly correct the trajectory if you throw it willy-nilly, and it is only a very slight assistance that even the person himself is unaware of, and it is usually said that there is no way to train its efficacy, except for those who have the fungal skill of guidance. Guidance is the ability to increase the effectiveness of those spores to an extreme degree. Once proficient, it is possible to greatly increase the range, or even make them fly through the air like luminous insects or fairies. It is one of the rare abilities that hunters in the illusionist system are eagerly wishing for. At the signal of an outstretched index finger, red hypha balls fly in a swarm in formation. They diverge up and down, left and right, and land on Suzuyama from all directions. Flames and pillars of fire fill the corridor, and hot air scorches Noah's cheeks as she lies on the floor. Ms. Ootsuka. When she got up and ran over, Ootsuka's body swayed. Noah hurriedly grabbed her shoulders and supported her. Noah, take Tamiko and run away. Tamiko is passed out in Noah's arms. Her limbs are bent, and she is weakly breathing. But the hot air blows once more. The two girls look up and see a man standing right in front of them, still unharmed. Kakaka. Are you finished playing with firecrackers? You can do that kind of thing at the Arakawa riverbank. Barrier. I guess it's a bit impossible with my fireball. Fireball was blocked by a wall of spores just before it touched his body. All the front and blind spots were guarded. She can't even find a wound, let alone bleeding, on Noah's slashed wrist. Noah, I can't move another step. A puddle of blood has formed under Ootsuka's feet. It would be difficult to stand without support. Run away. I'll buy you some more time. But so, you've been spreading charm everywhere for a while now? That's pretty useless. Lily elf's flirty tricks only work with your old friends. If the two of you die here, Abechi and Master will kill me anyway. Ms. Ootsuka. So go now. You're not going to escape. At the same time that Ootsuka held out her hand in front of her, Suzuyama also produced a hypha ball on his fingertips. Yellow, Thunderball. It's a relatively rare ability. And you have both. But they're useless. A thunderball with a faint sparkle of spores flew and rained down on the three. When the three of them regain consciousness, they find that the area is filled with the smell of burning flesh. Noah and Ootsuka, who had been hit by multiple blasts, fell on their backs, and Tamiko, who had flown out of Noah's hand, lay limp and motionless. Oh, that still didn't stop your heart, huh? Small fries are the most annoying things in fights. Noah hears a man's voice above her head. Her vision is blurry, and she can't see well, but it's probably that devilish smile again. Well, I was going to revive you even if your heart stopped. I think I still have some use for you. Suzuyama's hand grabs Ootsuka's head. So, let's go to the next test. Fingers digs into Ootsuka's temple. This is the next twist. Let's see. Can a princess with the blood of a villainous royal family shed tears over the death of a friend? Wahahaha. Stop. Noah desperately reaches out and grabs Suzuyama's ankle. She has no strength left. No strength left to use any fungal skill. Hey, you're looking like you're about to cry. That's not a lie, is it? Don't do that. Will you, please? Because you're changing the test? Ootsuka's skull creaked and her blonde hair was reddish black. Think carefully. I want your heartfelt opinion. Are your tears real? Is your grief a deception born of hypocrisy? Tell me. The last of the bloodline of the Ikebukuro dynasty. Please. Already. Please stop. This person. Anyone. Ootsuka's skull must be shattered, the fingers reaching her brain as he squeezes her head like an apple. Just before Noah sees a black flash, at the tip of Suzuyama's hand, a black iron-colored sword collides with the barrier, and the sword easily slashes through the barrier and passes through! Suzuyama backsteps and just barely avoids the first blow that breaks through the barrier. However, the swinging up of the returned sword follows, cutting off his right arm that holds Ootsuka. Suzuyama, who slid roughly on the floor and landed, caught a glimpse of his missing right arm from the elbow down and clicked his tongue. The man who appears slowly lays Ootsuka's body on the floor after catching it in midair and readjusts his sword to his right eye again. The strongest Haifa sword on Earth. The indestructible sword that only one person in the entire hunter community can possess. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's all right now. Can yosh it soon, the wielder says in a cool voice. Ootsuka Su, 48, illusionist level 37. Fungal skill, fireball iceball white staff charm. Fungal ability, guidance. Can yosh it soon, 21. Holy Knight level 57. Fungal skill, indestructible sword, chapter 130. Extreme third-person perspective. Kyuku, Kaihi. Suzuyama, whose right arm has fallen, is laughing as he giggles creepily, not showing any sign of pain on his face. The other side, Kan Yoshitsune, is holding the indestructible sword and not moving as he is looking at the opponent's move. Noah crawls under Yoshitsune's feet and tries to move to the corner of the corridor, pulling the battered Tamiko and Jutsuki with her. I don't want to get caught in the middle of this. We're one step ahead of you, though, says Yoshitsune. Backup will be here soon. I don't know who or where you are from, but it's over. Cords to pieces. No, mochi on shelves. Games are quite fun. No matter how strong this person is. Yoshitsune's strength was witnessed by Noah in today's game. Even though he is a level 57 fighter, Noah knows that this enemy is so fierce that even a bunch of experts cannot match him. Still, the opponent is too dangerous. This Suzuyama-shaped man is not an opponent beyond that level. He is a man with an unfathomable darkness in his body, just as horrifying as the demon they met in Uji. Suzuyama extends his left hand to the side, and with a shake, produces a katana. I watched the match. You are Tugu's disciple, right? I'm sorry. If you keep talking like this, I'll go along with you. I'm sure we'll be chatting for a few dozen more seconds. In the meantime, I'll give you a little taste of the best swordsmanship of our time. Be careful. Yoshitsune didn't show any reaction to Noah's squeezed voice. His back is sharp like a blade. He poured his entire body and soul into the opponent in front of him. I'm the one who's wasting time, so I'll go first. In the middle of Suzuyama's words, Yoshitsune's back disappears, and by the time Noah notices, they are within sword range of each other. It was as if he had jumped through space! But Suzuyama barely reacts. He is wielding a small swinging katana. The walls of the corridor are shaken by the sound of the collision as they were grinding against each other. Noah doesn't see the clash at that moment. It just looked like a gush of black and white lightning around the two of them. And it was Suzuyama who stepped back. He jumped back after being repelled, and once again skidded on the floor on the soles of his feet. Hi. So you really meant it? Yes, I am serious. Yoshitsune let out a heavy exhale and brushed away the blood that had adhered to the indestructible sword. There is a pool of blood where Suzuyama was standing. There is something left behind, the left arm still holding a katana. Ha. This guy is a masterpiece. Blood is spilling mercilessly from the cross-sections of both arms. How much bullshit is this, even for a small fry? If the sword fools Tatagami and Ryuzaki were alive, I bet they would have shitted lead balls, but Suzuyama is still laughing, like he has gone insane, like he can't help but laugh. Tatagami, Ryuzaki, you speak as if you know the legendary Master Threadweaver. I admit it, you're not just the best of your time, you're the strongest swordsman in New Tokyo history, but it's just swordsmanship. I'm still good and you've made your debut as a new Diochi. How can you believe you still have some leeway? Can I believe it? That's right. This is where you fall down. The next moment, Yoshitsune's back trembled. With a groan of anguish, he collapses forward. He presses down on his stomach with his left hand, but a large amount of blood spills from there. From Noah's angle, she cannot see what is happening. With a snap, he swings the indestructible sword with his right hand. Suzuyama's left hand dodges it and is sucked into the body, flying through the air. The two cross-sections of the arm are glued tightly together, and Suzuyama holds up the arm that has been restored to its original state. His fingers, glistening with blood, are holding what looks like a tiny piece of flesh. Yes, I got your sporanium. Sporanium. On the human body, there is a sporanium spaced about 10 centimeters across, about halfway between the navel and the genitals. The left arm, which had just been detached from the body, had snaked its way into Yoshitsune's lower abdomen like a snake and gouged out his sporanium. It looked as if it was connected to the left arm that had been pulled in by a thin thread. Like a string communicator. Was that thread used to remotely control the missing body? Such a fungal skill. I've never heard of one. If so, did the man intentionally have his left arm severed in order to create that opening? Yoshitsune is on one knee. He thrusts the indestructible sword into the floor and barely manages to keep himself from falling down. You know what this means. Stay still until you die. Suzuyama plays with it in his hand as if looking at a jewel. Well, you can't die even if you have just one ball. A single ball is a medal for a man who fights, you know? Ha 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 ha. He sticks out his tongue and places it over it. He rolls his tongue, takes it in his mouth, and gulps it down. I'm sorry, but that piece of stick of yours is no longer the only one. Ha 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 ha. Now you cannot beat me. Yoshitsune is still trying to stand. Not only blood, but also a lot of sweat is pouring on the floor. Noah has heard that it is hellish suffering to have the sporana removed while alive. If that were true, he would no longer be able to fight, but he still has the mental strength to remain undaunted. On the other hand, Suzuyama, has lost both of his arms, but is still able to attach them with a mysterious power. And even with one arm missing, he is still excited and shows no signs of pain. It is hard to believe that he is a human being. Oh? Are you still going? I don't have much time, but I might as well just kill you and make you mine. Hi hi hi, ha ha ha. At this rate, Yoshitsune will be killed. Noah strains her arms as she tries to get up, but her arms can't support her upper body. Even her feet won't listen. The man is right. Even if she could stand up, would she be able to save even herself from the hands of that devilish man? She doesn't have that kind of strength. What is the point of risking her life by fighting hopeless losing fight? She has been taught since she was a child. As a hunter, she must protect her own life first and foremost. And that this, in turn, would lead to the benefit of the whole. It's different. If he is, even so, that person would surely stand up. He would stand up, no matter the predicament. No matter how strong the enemy, he could fight not only for himself, but for someone else. He taught her that this is the true form of a hunter. She raised her elbows and raised her face. Then, tears welled up in Noah's eyes. My savior who gave me new strength, can I at least have a moment to think of you? Huh? Suzuyama half turns around as he stops in his tracks as he walks toward Yoshitsune. Mr. Shuu. There stands Abe Shuu. Shuu's perspective. Oh dear, is it you? And at this timing, the one who turned round and said that was Suzuyama, the mayor's secretary, the gentlemanly old man. He has no right arm and is holding a katana in his left hand. The man kneeling across from him is Kang Yoshitsune. He seems to be injured in the stomach area. Furthermore, crawling on the floor behind it is a tattered bloody Noah. Tamiko and Ootsuka collapsed beside her. The moment my eyes captured them in view, my blood boiled. Rage filled my eyes. The back of my borrowed jersey bursts open, and 4 my Keeley arms extend. Gah! Like an enraged beast, sadness kicks the floor. The fists of the Haifa arms, aimed at Suzuyama's face, slam into an invisible wall in midair. A barrier, huh? Hey, let's talk first, human to human. Shut up, you bald fuck. Die. Iron fist that I slammed down with force broke through the barrier and grazed Suzuyama's cheek. As a counter, the tip of the katana extends from diagonally below, The hardened right fist flicks it up, and using the twist, the right high arms make a double uppercut, catching Suzuyama in the stomach and chest, sending him flying against the wall. Damn it! This is just a waste of time. I'm not going to have a fight with you. The severed section of her right arm is pointed at me like the barrel of a gun, and the countless white tentacles that were created entwined me. Is this also a fungal skill? Iron fist-clad fists are transformed from a clenched fist into a hand sword, and covered with a light blade, it cleaves away. The severed tentacles sprinkle sticky liquid, and as soon as it touches my cheeks and arms, I felt a searing pain. It's like acid. Mr. Abe Shuu. The voices belong to Amoto and Kura. There are other backup rushing into the range of sensory spores. Time's up. Kaboom. And the great protected window blows away. The tip of the charred hole is connected to the outside of the martial arts center. Wait. Suzuyama looks back for a moment, his feet on the floor. He smiles, mutters, "See you later, Junior," and jumps down. Don't you dare say that. Read the atmosphere. A white bullet released from my high arm grazed Suzuyama's shoulder, gouging his side, and dug into his collarbone. Gah! Suzuyama's breath caught in his throat and he frowned in frustration. Shut up, don't miss it. The white bullet fired from the mycelium arm grazed Suzuyama's shoulder, gouged out his side, and burrowed under his collarbone. Suzuyama choked and frowned in frustration. The tentacles of the hypha are closing in. He dares to entangle me and my hypha arms, but I pulled back, my muscles working at full capacity. At the same time, I pulled back my right hand and pulled out a katana. The edge of the sword runs straight. At the same time, Suzuyama's left arm, which is aimed at me, is compressed like a spring. Small fry. Go away. The next moment the arm pushed back. Bam! A shock pierced through my chest and I was blown high along with my body. Gah! What was that? A shock that penetrates to my back. Air cannon. Shockwave. Sensory spores catches the wall of the martial arts center, sticking with the hypha arms just before I crash. Wiping the blood oozing from my mouth, I looked down. Below, food stalls are lined up along the martial arts center, and many citizens are crowded around. There are screams coming from all over the place, and some people are looking up at me to see what is going on. His figure is nowhere to be seen. I clenched my so hard that my molars shattered. I turned my simmering anger into a shout and released it into the night sky, returning to the site through the hole that Suzuyama had vacated. We found the site in a flurry of activity with the security and staff who had rushed to the scene. When I return to the infirmary with Kura, I find that nurses and people with healing abilities are also busy in and out of the infirmary. Noah is on a bed at the front, and Tamiko is lying on a table next to her. Mr. Shuu. Noah has a bandage wrapped around her head and bandages all over her body. Although she is visibly weakened, she seems to be conscious. She looked up to me and her eyes were moist. Noah, it's okay. I touched her head and she took my hand in hers and touched her cheek. Her body temperature seems a little lower. I'm sorry. Sis and Ms. Ootsuka. Noah shouldn't apologize. I'm sorry for being late. The carbuncle here is fine. A man wearing a white robe, who seems to be a healer, said so. The injuries to the internal organs and the broken bones in the limbs were within the range that could be treated with holy healing. They are all in one piece, so I'm sure they will wake up soon. Tamiko was washed of the blood stains all over her body, bandages were cut into small pieces, and she was lying on her belly. As the words were spoken, her belly was expanding and contracting with firm breathing. Tamiko is finally able to exhale the leaden breath that has been clutching at her chest. Thank you. What about those two over there? On the bed on the other side are Ootsuka and Yoshitsune. The staff is surrounded by a large number of people. It seems that they are more seriously injured than these two. The elf woman has stab wounds and burns all over her body, as well as a fractured skull. She's lost a lot of blood. The sages and doctors are working together to treat her, but the situation is not stable. Haku is snuggling up to Ootsuka. She clings to her hand and continues to call out, "Sister, sister," with a tearful voice. The Mr. Kang seems to have had one of his Sporangium gouged out. I don't think he'll recover anytime soon. Sporangium? Are you serious? That man must have done it. But why bother doing that? Simul species of Sporanium cannot be used to level up or acquire skills. What happens if the Sporanium is taken away? In the case of humans, the sporana are said to be located in the lower abdomen, but fortunately, I have never been injured in that area. If both are destroyed or removed while alive, it will almost certainly result in death. Even if the injuries themselves are not fatal, they can cause severe immunodeficiency, dysfunction of the mycelium in the body, and a variety of other symptoms that can last as little as a week. In the case of one, the destruction of the sporanium is said to outweigh any other pain in the human body, whether it is both or one of them. It is said that this is an infernal suffering, beyond the reach of skills such as pain reduction. It will continue for a while, at least a week or more at the shortest. I shudder to imagine a man could associate it with another's balls. I shrivel up involuntarily. But in the case of one, it is not fatal as long as the proper treatment is administered. There are also cases where the hunter's ability to hunt is not greatly affected, although there are some cases where stamina and resilience are somewhat diminished. Even for those who do not possess abilities such as self-regeneration, there are cases where they can be created again in the body over time. I see. I'm glad I don't have any interaction with him, but he was the one who saved Tamiko and the others. The good news is that he wasn't life-threatening. Next to me, Kira also has a somewhat softened expression. Tamiko's sleeping breaths have turned into snores. When I gently stroke her belly with my finger, she clings to me tightly with her small hand. The strength of the hand is a breath of relief. Noah, what happened? I ask again. That guy is an imposter who pretended to be Mr. Suzuyama. False face, or a disguise skill that can even mimic body shape. False face is the skill of soft hypha, so to speak, a special makeup using hypha. The skin texture is reproduced by covering the face and skin with hypha to be able to impersonate someone else. He came to kidnap Hagumi, killed the guards. We let her escape. Then he attacked. The three of us were totally useless. Noah hangs her and slumps despondently. Why should she feel guilty? As for me, I left the infirmary on standby for the closing ceremony and was on my way to the entrance. The people around me suddenly became busy, and when I asked what was going on, I heard bits and pieces of information such as bandits on the third floor and a friend of the young ladies, and rushed in, overcoming the staff who were trying to stop me. Damn it, that fucking bastard. When I recall the twisted smile plastered on Suzuyama's face, my gut churned and I began to sweat. He has been using all kinds of abilities, most that I don't know. Even though he lacked composure, he even seemed to have seen through the onslaught of my true Azura. Who in the world was he? And Mayor Shigamo rushed into the doctor's office. He is out of breath and shaking his chubby body up and down. Dr. Nomaguchi was standing beside him. Mr. Abe. Finding Sho and Noah, they rush over. I haven't been able to ask you any details, but my daughter and my secretary are. What in the world is going on? No, we're also still confused. Mr. Abe. Amoto suddenly appeared next. We'll take care of this. You go to the closing ceremony. Huh? Closing ceremony? I couldn't believe my ears. There was an attempted kidnapping, and not only were people seriously injured but also dead. But to allow the event to continue, no matter how tough-minded New Tokyo may be, is insensitive. We are still in pursuit of the bandits. Leave it to my uncle, Mr. Shimoinagi and Mr. Karasawa. But, no matter what happens, we will not stop until the closing ceremony. That is the will of His Excellency and His Eminence. I don't know the details either, but I was notified of it beforehand. I've already reported the matter I just mentioned, but I haven't received a request to cancel it yet. Are you serious? Looking at Amoto's dubious expression, she must have the same concern as me. No matter what. Literally, it's as if they expected this to happen. So, the mayor interjects timidly. Hagumi? Where is Hagumi now? The mayor looks around the room, and I looked around the room, but she is gone. I thought they said that the staff who protected her would take her to the mayor. The mayor shook his head at Amoto's reply. No, she didn't come to me. The medical team and staff are hurriedly coming and going. Among them, only the Ponderers are silent, as if time has stopped. Chapter 131, Closing Ceremony 1. Third-person perspective. Up. Wake up, senior. He was shaken so much that his neck felt like it was going to fall off. NG. What? Gurren mumbled and cursed. He had just pushed Kami to the point where he knew about the color of today's underwear. He was so weak that if he lost one more time, he would have no choice but to take off his fur. Wrong. He gets up and shakes his head. Drool splatters all around him, but he has no time to worry about it. Was I asleep? When did it happen? Hey, Tomato. Senior? No. It's nothing. This was not the time to be having dreams. The king is in the middle of a preliminaries match, and there's a king next to him who he should be guarding. Where is? In an instant, the blood in Gurren's body froze. Where is the king? He was about to wake Gurren up when he was attacked by his junior guard, Tantomato. He is a large man with a sloppy appearance and shakes his head with his eyes wide open. By the time I woke up. What? The empty waiting room fell silent. The king, Donta, who was supposed to be sitting there until just a moment ago, is nowhere to be seen. How long have I been asleep? Gurren's memory of how long he was asleep before he lost consciousness is hazy. After the match with Amoto Rin, he was here chatting with the king and his juniors. They were talking about how they had to get back to our seats before the final match, etc. That's all Gurren can remember. I don't know. I just woke up a little while ago, too, and he woke me up, ahead of Tomato's line of sight. A young man who looked like a member of the management staff was standing there with a frightened look on his face. The young man seemed to have been scared off by Gurren's angry voice earlier. The closing ceremony is about to take place, but the Akabukuro tribe members haven't returned, so I went to pick you up, but you were asleep. Tomato, let's go find them. He stood up and hit his foot on the table. The paper plate of yakisoba and grilled corn on the table was pushed up and shook with a clatter. It seems to have already cooled down. As soon as he saw it, vague memories came back. Suika, the other escort, Mizutani Suika. They came back with yakisoba noodles and grilled corn, and Gurren accepted them. Just as he turned his back on the watermelon to place it in front of Donta, his mouth and nose were covered with the palm from behind. And, before he could shake it off, his consciousness. It was some kind of fungal skill. It was able to put me to sleep. Yes, said Tomato, also pale. They got me, too. After she put us all to sleep. Where did they take the king? What a blunder. Blood trickles down his gums as he bites down on his fangs. The hairs of his whole body are raised to the sky by the resentment towards himself. I have poison resistance. How could I faint in an instant? Moreover, it was deep enough he dreamed. The content was also terrible. It's a hypnotic ability with a strong hypnotic effect. Perhaps it is different from hypnosis under the dust skills, but more powerful than that. It is hard to believe that the Night Suika had such an ability. Even if she has been hiding it all this time, what is the purpose of her abduction of the king? Personal grudge, complicity with other forces, or revenge for the old regime? This isn't the time to think. It is hard to believe that Suiko is the kind of person who would be involved in such a dark plot, but the king himself has too many good reasons to be kidnapped. Gurren believed it will all become clear when they find the two of them. Follow me, Tomato. Yes. Despite the staff's confusion, the two men kicked open the door and left the room. Gurren hasn't used his werewolf ability for decades. Even without it, it's not so difficult to follow the scent of the king, who is familiar to his nose, and he also has an enhanced nose that enhances his sense of smell. He is ready to chase him to the ends of the earth. Gurren's legs, which started running with such enthusiasm, suddenly stopped before he had advanced more than 10 meters. Senior Tomato, do you remember what Suiko said? As soon as they started running, a question suddenly crossed his mind. Why didn't she kill them? He had fallen asleep so deeply that he was indulging in silly dreams. It should have been a no-brainer. Even so, I'll keep you alive. Just before Gurren lost consciousness, Suiko's voice whispered in his ear, as thanks for killing me back then. Who is she? Shu's perspective. Even though it was just before the closing ceremony, the venue was filled with an indescribable atmosphere. The incident in which Noah and my friends were attacked earlier was not announced to the general public. Even so, the fact that the closing ceremony had not started even after the scheduled time, and the sight of the management staff and security personnel scurrying around behind the scenes created an atmosphere of disquiet, as if something was going on, that oozed from everywhere in the venue. As I stood there at the center of it all, standing idly by the announcer's side, I felt slightly, or perhaps very, very uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Mr. Abe. Please wait a little longer. Oh, sure. The announcer also looked uncomfortable. He was an old man in his late 30s with a naturally permed hair, and as he said, he looked apologetic and bowed down. I was to attend the closing ceremony as a representative of today's contestants and receive a certificate from the governor of Tokyo and a word of thanks from His Eminence. It was almost 10 p.m. and time was running out, so I was allowed to enter the venue ahead of the others, without any announcement. I mean, I don't know why I'm doing this. I would have preferred to stay with Tamiko and the other members of the staff who had brought me along, or I'd like to join the search for Hagumi and Suzuyama. Real Suzuyama, imposter? I am not sure if that man is connected to the Ootsuka Metro guys that we were initially on the lookout for. Nevertheless, although we only had a brief encounter with him, I know that he is no ordinary hunter. This unknown villain may be plotting something somewhere while hiding in the shadows. Aomoto said that she had been told by her superiors that they would never allow the event to be cancelled. However, the incident actually took place, and there were even deaths. How much sense does it really make to continue this event in such a carefree manner? Is this to save face? Well, two heads of state and religion. This is not the peaceful Japan of the past. As an unshakable stronghold for the people, there may be times when they should choose to take a firm stand, even if it means taking a few risks. However, I feel that the situation has already progressed to a rather bizarre point, or to the point where there is no turning back. If that is the case, what if the decision to continue was made in anticipation of that, and the noise in the hall grew louder? Hey, hey, I looked up, too, as the announcer's shocked voice is heard. Are you serious? The governor and founder are walking in the air, floating like they're taking a stroll, shocking the entire audience from the VIP seats on the Upper East Side. The spectators looking up overhead are open-mouthed, and the people in black and monks' robes who seem to be escorting them on the guest of honor's side of the stage are looking nervously. Yes, His Excellency the Governor of Tokyo and His Eminence the Founder are about to enter. Please welcome them with applause. The closing ceremony will be held now. The announcer was in a panic as he seemed to have made a mistake in the arrangements. The puzzled audience slowly applauded. The moonlight, or perhaps it was the light from the lights, reflecting off the path the governor was walking on. I thought they were floating in the air, but it seems they were walking on a thin thread. Is this the ability of the governor walking in the lead? When I checked with the sensory spores, I found that the bridge of threads is reaching the arena in a gentle arc like a rainbow. Following the path, the governor and founder alight in the arena. The applause and cheers, which had grown even louder, suddenly stop as the governor raises his hand. Thank you. That's enough. The governor said to the announcer. We'll take care of the rest, so could you step back? Oh, lend me that loudspeaker. Huh? Yes, sir. Stand back. The announcer handed the megaphone with a loudspeaker mushroom on it to founder with a pale blank face. Without looking back, he left the arena with a thud toward the entrance. What remained in the center of the deserted arena were the governor, founder, and me. Yes? Two heroes who laid the foundation of New Tokyo, the legendary master threadweavers who live 100 years from the old civilization, Governor Nemuro Gawatsuto and Metro Church founder Schumann. Unexpectedly, this reunion with people who lived in the same world was realized in such a way. However, it was awkward. It was 100 times more awkward than being alone with a strange old man who was the announcer. With the announcer also gone, how would the closing ceremony proceed from here? Confused and nervous, I had no choice but to stumble around on the spot. Hello, Mr. Abe. Nice to meet you. The governor smiled at me, which made me involuntarily jump. Huh? Yes. Nice to meet you. He wished he could have given a more formal greeting like it is a pleasure to meet you. But neither compulsory education nor employee training in the Heisei era had taught me such a thing. There's nothing to be nervous about. Good day to you too. I am Nemuro Gawatsuto, the governor of New Tokyo. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He asked me to shake his hand, and I immediately agreed. It is a small hand, like a child's, or rather, like a child's. It is soft and a little warm. Yes. I'm Shugama's Abe Shuu. I'm honored. The fact that the other party is a boy in the Shichigo-san festival look with a bow tie may be one of the reasons for my confusion. The fact that he looks 10 years old and has a formal and calm tone of voice gives him a different kind of shock from Ootsuka. I wonder if I should treat him as if he were some famous detective. I don't know, Mr. Conan. That match was amazing. The other day, you did a great job. I never imagined that Aruki could defeat that tomboy. Yeah. I'm sorry. What kind of time is this? Was this a time for chatting? The audience's eyes were focused on a single place, and yet Founder was taking a step forward. The Founder was standing one step away from the audience, staring at me with a stern look in his eyes. There was not an ounce of friendliness in his eyes. I think it was the same atmosphere at the opening ceremony. In contrast to the governor of Tokyo, he is quite tall when you get close to him. He was probably about 190 centimeters tall. He had long hair and a beard, was slender and tall, and wore a white robe. The necklace around his neck is in the shape of the church's symbol, which looks slightly familiar, two M-shaped mountains superimposed over an eyeball. How may I help you, Your Excellency? I thought it was the first time Founder had opened his mouth, but her tone was quite formal. Oh, yeah, that's right. The governor's reply was curt. I had heard that the two were almost equal in power, but I wondered if their actual relationship was different. So, Mr. Abe, I think it's time to get started, but would you mind being a witness with me? Eh? That's a strange way of putting it. Witness? Aside from the announcer, but it would be reassuring to have you there. Ha, yes. I don't know what was reassuring about it. And why he was using Mr. or polite words for someone like me. The governor clears his throat and brings the loudspeaker closer to his mouth. Well, I've kept you waiting, so let's close the curtain. Curtain call. Again, a poor choice of words, but the audience seemed to take it as the start of the closing ceremony and applauded once more. The governor spread his arms lightly and closed his eyes thinly. He remains still in that posture. Before the audience begins to stir again, I realize the significance of this action. Are those also threads? Threads so thin that they are invisible to the naked eye, even at very close range, are flowing from the palm of the governor's hand like a stream of water. My sensory spores catch the threads crawling along the ground and spreading in all directions. Sensing with threads, is he doing that? It tangles itself around my feet. It breaks off without leaving any sensation when I lift my foot lightly, but it is soon reconnected with another thread, intertwining with it. It's a little horror story-like, but fortunately, it only goes up to my ankles. Good eye, said the governor. I detect my surroundings by the tactile sensations and vibrations transmitted by the threads. It's not fast enough to be used in combat like the sensing dust techniques of you and Mothra Hag of Nerima, and it's not very fuel efficient either, but it can detect a wide area in great detail. Well, I didn't say anything, right? No. I've been told that you think in this way. In addition to his excellent answer, he is even convinced of the existence of sensing spores. Then came the unknown phrase Mothra Hag of Nerima, but I had a feeling it would be a bad idea to respond, so I'll let it slide for now. The governor's shoulders twitch. He opens his eyes, takes a breath, and waves his arm lightly as if brushing off dust. The thread connecting me to him is severed, and in the blink of an eye, it is reduced to broken dust. Metro. No, underground. Do villains like to hide in damp places? In the next moment, my whole body froze. The profile of the governor of Tokyo has abandoned the calmness he had just displayed and has taken on a vicious, murderous intent not unlike that of a child's. I know you're there. Come out. He throws a cold voice toward the sandy ground of the ring. A small shudder under their feet and a dimple appears more than a dozen meters ahead of them. The sand sinks to the ground as if caught in a whirlpool. The sand explodes and rises like the spout of a whale. Shielding my face from the sand, which was falling like rain, I stared into the sandstorm. Kua, Patoi, Patoi. A voice spills out of the gaping hole. A figure climbs out of the hole, clutching the sand. "Oh God. I've come up with a grand entrance." "You're such a little brat." The two who slinked out of the room like a mole were Suzuyama, temporary, and a petite girl whom I had seen before, Tiroko. Suzuyama looks around at the stunned crowd and smiles. He puts the loudspeaker in his hand to his mouth. Mic test. "It's a beautiful day here today. So, let's start the closing ceremony." Everyone clap. Chapter 132, Closing Ceremony 2. I was worried that you would cancel the closing ceremony because I had given you a lot of hints beforehand. As expected of the two most powerful rulers on the country, I am grateful to you for coming out and not running away. You would have taken action regardless of whether we were there or not, if you are who I thought you are. Well, it's our very first meeting, isn't it? It should be nice to meet you, right? That's why I wouldn't let them call it off until you came out. I didn't want a repeat of the Nipperi City. Now that I think about it, you must have been involved at that time too. What are you talking about? I don't know about that whole thing. The conversation between Suzuyama and the governor of Tokyo was disturbing. The founder took a step back and watched in silence. Despite this bizarre scene, the buzz in the hall was at its peak today. A mysterious intruder suddenly appears from the basement of the arena. Though some citizens may know him as Mayor Shugamo's secretary, the man announces the start of the closing ceremony. Even I, who was right in front of him, could no longer comprehend the situation. It is only natural that the audience who witnessed this would be speechless, confused, and frightened. But then, who the fuck are you? Suzuyama, what the hell are you doing? You're not in charge. Get off the stage. The shouts came from everywhere. As expected of residents of a world where dungeons and monsters exist, they were very brave. Suzuyama looked around at the audience and shrugged his shoulders in disgust. I know I am not wanted here, either. But, let me talk to you for a moment, all you wise citizens of Shugamo. As for me, watching Tiroko who was standing next to him, she's wearing the same jersey as the management staff, but is it possible that she's trying to disguise herself? Although I feel that the way of misdirection is clever, is it that it was unexpectedly effective? Suzuyama, temporary, attacked Noah and the others, aiming at Hagumi. The fact that this girl is connected to the mysterious man who was behind the event suggests that the incident at Ootsuka Metro is also connected to today's event. The artificial outbreak of the Baphomet colony. The creation of family matured individuals. If it is this man who has been pulling the strings behind the scenes, then, could it be? Impossible. A demon? Oh, yes. I haven't introduced myself yet. Kin. White sparks scatter near Suzuyama's head. The things repelled by barrier, bullets that lie on the sand. Hey, people are still talking, aren't they? You pricks who can only shoot pea shooters should stay out of it. Hey, Mr. Governor. The governor quickly raises his hand. He raised his hand to signal to the snipers in the audience. I should have told you not to touch them until I give the signal. What if we hit a hostage? Hostage? I immediately noticed the presence of a hostage. The sensory spores have caught this unseen outline. The moment Suzuyama, who was grinning, waved his left arm holding a loudspeaker, the noise suddenly changed into a collective gasp. Suzuyama's right hand grips the man's collar as if he is dragging a carry-on bag. He is a small, slightly plump, well-dressed young man. Next to him is Tiroko, also holding a small girl in his arms and holding a knife to her neck. Hagumi. I hear the mayor's voice screaming in distress from somewhere. Visually, it looked as if it had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Perhaps it was a fungal skill called invisibility with the ability to become invisible by literally covering itself with spores. This is the first time I've actually seen it. No, our hope is just dialogue. In order not to be disturbed like before, I was accompanied by the two individuals who are very kind to me so that I could not be disturbed like I was just now. Mr. Margame Donta, the chief of the Ikebukuro tribe, and Miss Hagumi, the daughter of the mayor of Shugamo. Oh, don't worry, they're both just sleeping soundly, for now. You targeted that girl as a hostage for this? I can't help but feel the vileness in the fact that he went to the trouble of hiding her with invisibility. Well, I was in the middle of introducing myself. I'm the leader of an organization called the Cross-Border Brigade, so you can call me the commander. By the way, for some reason I'm borrowing the face of Mr. Suzuyama, the secretary to the mayor of Shigamo. But I'm not Mr. Suzuyama himself. He is probably sleeping somewhere right now. The Cross-Border Brigade, that's the name that Shimoinagi once mentioned. I'm sure you've all heard rumors about the Cross-Border Brigade, right? It's one of those urban legends, albeit a bit minor one. They are a terrorist group that wants to get to the other side of the wall that covers this country and secretly conduct subversive activities against the government and religious order that advocate the three major taboos. Well, the actual situation is a little different, but I'll explain that later. The murmur turned into muffled groans. The founding of the organization is 8 years ago. The founding members were a former hunter from the city of Asakusa and 9 children from a certain free folk village who adored him. Toroko, who is standing next to me, is one of them. Yeah, except I'm not the ex-hunter. Toroko, who was introduced, does not look back at the commander, nor does she pay attention to the crowd surrounding her, but simply stares up at the governor, or at the founder behind him. In fact, they didn't even name the group at first. It was only about 3 years ago, after the publication of a book talking about the dark side of New Tokyo, that they began calling themselves the Cross-Border Brigade. What are you talking about? But no one follows. The commander clears his throat and continues. The book contained the urban legend of the Cross-Border Brigade that I told you about earlier, although it was not entirely eyebrow-raising, though the episode of The Purge was based on an actual incident that took place in the past. Yes. The founding members of the brigade were involved in that incident and became the model for a phantom terrorist group called the Crossing Border Brigade. The atmosphere in the hall was changing, and Suzuyama, the leader of the group, looked around and chuckled with satisfaction. The incident took place in the village of Hikafune, a free folks community on the eastern edge of New Tokyo. It was their hometown, a tragic village that disappeared from the country 8 years ago without anyone knowing about it due to a horrific purge by the public authorities. Here she is, one of the survivors. The dull, stifled groaning turns into a hustle and bustle again. I joined them about a year ago when they asked me to help them, like a hired hand, so to speak. I took pity on their situation, and I helped them in order to take revenge on the people who brutally slaughtered their families and compatriots, and even covered up the fact. The ringleader is here in this hall right now. He is right in front of us. The leader of the group puts the loudspeaker near Toroko's mouth. After a short pause, Toroko points the knife in his hand forward and points with the tip of the blade. You are the one who gave the order, right? The one who attacked our village. Walls surround the entire perimeter of New Tokyo. The height and thickness vary from place to place, but it is said to be at least 500 meters high and 100 meters thick. It is a rugged grayish-brown structure with a texture similar to concrete. It was not built by human hands. It is one of the structures brought about by something beyond human knowledge, just like the Metro flood and large-scale land movements that occurred during the Tokyo Judgment 100 years ago. 100 years after the cataclysm, the wall is said to be slowly changing and expanding without people's knowledge, just as structural changes in the metro areas and the birth of new metro areas are still occurring. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the Metro Church, both of which are the central government of the country, have established contact with and interference with the wall as an inviolable taboo for all the citizens of the country. Specifically, entry and residence within a 500-meter radius around the wall is prohibited, as is direct contact with the wall, such as surveying, damaging, or climbing the wall. Although the prohibition is stated, in reality there are only a few people in total who monitor the wall, and direct contact, which is the most serious offense, does not lead to execution. Nevertheless, very few are willing to commit them, no matter what the motive. There is only one reason for this. The threadweavers, or any animal with spirana in its body, is not supposed to be allowed near walls. Although there are individual differences between individuals and between species, as soon as they get within about 500 meters of the wall, they develop a definite physical condition: nausea, chills, fatigue, general aches and pains, and so on. The symptoms rapidly worsen as the distance to the wall shrinks, and in some cases, death may result. This is believed to be caused by the malfunctioning of the mycelium and spirana in the body. However, it is still unclear why such symptoms appear when people approach the wall. Various theories have been put forward, such as some kind of special electromagnetic waves are emitted, or psychological suggestions instilled in us at an instinctive level that affect our bodies, but none of these theories has been proven. This also works in the sky. Birds and insects cannot fly over the wall. Domestic flying animals do not need to migrate outside the wall to pass through the changing seasons. The same is true for human beings. Before the Demon War, there were some who tried to force their way over by balloon or other means of flight, but at least no one returned to the wall or let them know that they were safe. At any rate, the state authorities were warned. At any rate, the wall has been an untouchable taboo for creatures in this country from the very beginning, even if the state authorities did not warn them. But there are exceptions. There were a few creatures that could live in the vicinity of the wall without being affected by it. Most of them were common species widely distributed throughout the country, and individuals born in other areas did not show the same characteristics. Only populations born in areas near the wall had acquired tolerance to the wall, due to factors such as genetic predisposition and adaptability to the environment in which they were born and raised. Most of the resistant individuals were insects and small animals, which have fast reproduction and growth cycles, but a few cases of medium and large beasts were also observed. And some humans as well. The village of Hikafune, with its modest dwellings near the boundary of the off-limits zone, the free folks living quietly there were all a group of resistant people who could operate even near the wall. The metropolitan government and the Metro Church confirmed their existence in the year 91 of the Tokyo era. Although surveys of the entire area near the wall had been conducted long before that, the discovery of the group was delayed because the area was like a hidden village deep in Okigahara. The two organizations decided to investigate and monitor them in secret, keeping their existence a secret from the public. The villagers lived in a place where the observers could not stay for long periods of time, and they hunted and gathered without any change. This was unthinkable according to conventional wisdom. They tried to make direct contact with the villagers, but they were unwilling to have anything to do with outsiders, and they could not be lured with goods or money. They lived a modest life relying on the bounty of the surrounding land and the nearby metro and wanted nothing more. It was a completely closed world, a world that was complete only to them. About 5 years after they began monitoring them, they discovered that as the generations advanced in the village, they tended to become slightly more resistant of the wall. The children were approaching the walls competitively and even trying to show off their growing distance to the adults. Upon receiving this report, both organizations took action at about the same time. The metropolitan government proposed a move to a more inner-city location with the guarantee of a more affluent life. The Metro Church tried to preach its doctrine to them and welcome them generously as blessed ones of the Metro. Naturally, the villagers rejected both proposals. They said they could not leave the land where their ancestors had been born and raised, and that they begged to be left alone. The Tokyo law, which forbade access to the wall, was a rule decided by someone far away for those who did not have a family register, or, even if the rules and ideas behind them were for the safety of the people and protection of their lives, they were just useless concern for them, as they were less susceptible to the wall's influence than anyone else. Still, they were more than a little uncomfortable with the stubbornness with which it was imposed on them. They wondered how getting any closer to the wall would be detrimental to their religion's deity. Negotiations continued in parallel, with neither side giving in. Both organizations sometimes hinted that they would take strong-arm measures to carry out the eviction, but the villagers remained unyielding. They were able to remain strong because of their geographical advantage and, in a sense, their pride in being protected by the wall. Then December of the 99th year of the Tokyo calendar arrived. On that day, a group of people entered the village without a sound, clad in pure white like snow. Chapter 133, Closing Ceremony 3. Third-person perspective. It was a cloudless sunny day, and the sun was so warm that it was hard to believe that it was December. The village of Hikifyun was in turmoil. Suddenly, an eerie group of people dressed in white appeared in the center of the village. A young girl sneaked a peek at them from the shadows of the adults surrounding them. Their clothes were as white as the freshly fallen snow, making it hard to believe they had walked through a steep forest. Their faces were not visible from a distance due to the deep hoods they wore, and none of them were tall enough to be distinctive enough to be identified by gender. Or they even seemed to be some kind of alien mystery, like winter's messengers. "We are from the Metro Church," the one leading the 8 of them interrupted with a familiar voice. It was a man's voice. "In accordance with the church's recommendation, we ask that everyone in this village leave the area. For the time being, you will be coming with us to the headquarters of the Order in Akihabara, so please prepare to leave now." The hustle and bustle suddenly took on danger. The eldest son of her next-door neighbor, whom she knew very well, yelled, "Don't be ridiculous. For household goods that cannot be carried, the church will provide equal compensation. In addition, we ask for your cooperation in giving priority to those who are not confident about traveling long distances." One man from the village said, "Get out," and reached out a hand to grab the fluffy white garment. Huh? He found himself being thrown up into the air with his arms pointing to the earth, and he was slammed to the ground, his stomach first. Even the young girl's fungal skill-gifted eyes couldn't catch the way the white-robed man had handled the old man. "I'm sorry, but this is not a request. It is neither an order nor a directive. It is an execution. You are not free to refuse it, and you can either comply peacefully or be forced to comply by order of His Eminence. We will certainly do it." Those people, they're strong, she realized, as did the adults around her. This village is near the boundary of the range of suppression effect of the wall. If it's a normal threadweaver, just staying there will reduce their strength and damage their physical condition. Even so, the white-robed men were quite skilled. Perhaps they are not the same as the villagers who are skilled at hunting beasts, but specialize in dealing with people. They need time to discuss this together. The elders called for this, and a brief respite was granted. She didn't miss the beastly slump of the adults' backs and the burning bloody gazes as they walked to the village chief's house to discuss the matter. "Why don't you hang out with your friends at your usual hideout?" Her father said something like that to her when she got back to their house. "Go play outside until we're done talking. I'll pick you up when it's over." There were a few girls close to her age, but she preferred to hunt and gather food outside the village with the older boys, who were fungus workers by outside standards. The 9 of them gathered, led by 2 15-year-old boys, decided to head for their hideout. They must be trying to drive out the cultists by force. "This is our land. We won't do as they say." If they're going to send the kids out, they should have done it with the ones without fungal classes, not us. Rather, it's because if we stayed, they thought it would be annoying to say, "Let's do it together." "We could fight, and the strongest one is you, the shortest one, the only girl and the youngest, but also has the highest level." But even though she is over level 20, she is still a 7-year-old girl. She herself was most aware of the fact that she was still no match for an adult in terms of skill and physical strength. And those white-robed men were no ordinary men. She doesn't think they would go so far as to kill each other, but if they really went at it, neither of them might get away unscathed. "Father, I hope they don't overdo it." Eventually, they arrived at an entrance to an underground cavern, a metro, located closer to the wall. It is a secret metro, hidden from the government and the church, and only the villagers go in and out of it. The children had built their own little hideout in a certain place on the first underground floor. "Hey, you naughty kids, did you bring me something to eat? I wonder if staying here really heals my injuries?" No, they were not alone then. A week ago, a man wandered into this place by chance. He was a shady-looking self-proclaimed hunter with dark glasses who came from a large town to the east. They hid the man without telling the adults until his injuries were healed. Like hiding a kitten abandoned by its parents. Shortly before the closing ceremony began, Kawataro is frantically thinking. He is tied to a chair with a sturdy rope, his wrists and ankles are bound, and he can't even pick his nose. It's a little noisy outside. The chair directly in front of him, with his cheekbones resting on the back of the chair facing forward, was occupied by Shimoinagi. I don't know what's going on. The closing ceremony is about to begin. Indeed, there was a bit of a flurry of activity outside the room. It was not simply because they were busy preparing for the event. Something dangerous might be going on. I'd like to just finish up right away and go straight to the bar or something. We haven't even found your fungal genius girl yet. Hey, tell us where she is. Communication with Whispering has also been cut off. Even Kawataro has no way of knowing what Toroko is doing right now. If it stays like this, she's going to do something reckless, isn't she? Kawataro doesn't care about a monster like the commander, but if she is going to participate in the final scene with that man, no matter how many lives Toroko has, it will not be enough. Kawataro believed he was the one who should have been there. Please release me. I'm the only one who can stop her. I'm not naive enough to take your words with a grain of salt. So, spit out your intentions first. Let it all out. He is right. Except that Kawataro doesn't have time for a long, drawn-out conversation. Our goal is revenge. We want the people who took their parents and their families away from them to admit the truth and apologize. Well, that was quite classy. That's enough. It's enough to undermine their authority. If they don't admit it, we'll kill them and the hostages in front of the crowd. Wait. Hostages? Who are you talking about? But that's what we're here for. That's not that person's goal. That person? Wait, let me understand it first. I don't know what he really wants. We just match our means and interest, and he had the power to make us do what he wanted. That's why we took him under our wing. He said he had several plans. I don't know where we're going from here. Hey, there's a lot of incomprehensible things in rapid succession. Damn. Let's call Miss K. Ike. The door suddenly opens. Kawataro looks up and Shimoyonagi looks back. It's been a while, Shimoyon. A young man entered. He was tall and thin, with dark hair, glistening white skin, and a sweet face that seemed to be popular with the ladies. In contrast to the freshness of his fresh grass-colored jersey, the countless ring piercings on his nose, lips, and the corners of his eyes create an odd atmosphere. And the most distinctive feature is its ears. Covered with fluffy white fur, the ears are longer than those of elves. They are rabbit ears. A demi-human, a rabbit man or a rabbit. So you came too. Spooky. If I remember correctly, he's a top ranker belonging to headquarters. Just in case, I'm escorting His Excellency. Senior Jubai is in the middle of an expedition to Shinjuku. Bjorn, you don't have to force that in the end. Why this guy? At this time, this place. Somehow, I heard that Shimoyon was uncharacteristically enthusiastic about his work, so I came to make fun of him. Or rather, to visit him. Haha. Thank you very much. But it's about time for the closing ceremony, right? Shouldn't you be at His Excellency's side? But I can't just abandon my juniors. Junior? Kawataro opens his eyes. When Shimoyonagi took his eyes off him for a moment, Spooky raised his hand. I'm from that village too. Bayan shows perspective. When I returned to the village that night, the village was on fire. And all the villagers, every single one of them, my father and mother. Toroko's faltering tone was still heard with bated breath by the crowd of 5,000 people. The rest of us survived with only 10 people. And the matter of our village is now the subject of a baseless rumor. Cross-border brigade. When we learned that, we decided to become such a terrorist group and dare to call ourselves Cross-border Brigade and take revenge on you. She is still as expressionless as ever, even now as she talks. At the very least, I don't think she's talking nonsense. Yes, that's why, Suzuyama puts the loudspeaker back in his mouth. 8 years ago, the church took the lives of over 200 people in a brutal purge. Even though they were free folk without a family register, they were still citizens guaranteed certain rights under New Tokyo law. Our fellow people of the Thread, they made unreasonable and one-sided demands on them, and when they saw that they were refused, they set the whole village on fire and destroyed the truth. He turns his head from side to side, his tone gradually becoming more passionate. The limp body of Ikibukuro's chief, who had been grabbed by the collar, swayed in time with his gestures. There are rumors, Founder Schumann, that there is an intelligence unit under your direct control called the White Mole in the church, isn't there? In terms of the scale of their military power, I suspect that they may have been the ones who initiated this massacre. Do you have any words, Your Eminence? The eyes of the crowd turn to the founder, who had remained silent the entire time. He takes a short breath, without changing his expression or looking around. It's true that the church had dispatched diplomats to Hikifune village on that day 8 years ago. Even without the use of a loudspeaker, the voice reached the audience that had been so quiet. I will also admit that they were people who were engaged in espionage activities to the outside world. However, if innocent victims of the Hikifune village are stigmatized by unsubstantiated rumors after their return to the Metro, then in the name of the Metro Church founder, I will clear their names. Founder continued in a hushed tone, and then closed their mouth. Taroko is frozen with his eyes wide open. That's all? What about that massacre? The founder exhales and shakes his head slowly. I am aware of the destruction of the village of Hikifune. However, the diplomats who were sent there were not assigned to kill or injure the villagers. There is no evidence of their, or our, involvement in that matter. You lie. Taroko's small body begins to tremble. Don't you like to us? You fuckers. Taroko's murderous rage swells as her angry shout echoes through the air. Unintentionally, I brace myself, and the governor spreads his arms out to the side to protect the founder. But it seems to be a gesture not of protection, but of control over the church members who have descended into the arena. Give them back. Give them back, the people of the village. My father and mother. With the hostages in her arms, Taroko is still about to attack. She is breathing hard, teeth bared, tears in her eyes. Suzuyama, next to her, guides the hand that grips her knife. The tip of the knife is held against Higumi's bare throat. Admit your guilt, apologize and release our captured comrades. If not, this child. Suzuyama grimaces with satisfaction, as the loudspeaker picks up her ultimatum. Like an uninstructing his own child on how to behave badly. Hey, you know, that child is Ino. Shut up, Smoothface. I'm sorry for being smooth-faced, you jerk. I knew it was out of conduct, but I couldn't help but interrupt. I regret it a little. I asked myself about 100 times why I had to be present in such a scene of carnage in the first place, and then the governor stepped forward a step or two. He held up his hands lightly, as if to show that he had no hostile intentions. It's just as His Holiness said. I swear to you, what happened in that village was not done by the church or the government. Liar. Who else but you guys? Have you checked the number of bodies left in the village? It was a week later that the next batch of men was dispatched. Most of the bodies were too charred or eaten by animals to identify, but some of them were bodies they knew. They were victims of the tragedy, too. Taroko was speechless. Next to him, Suzuyama's eyes glared like a cat's. The governor takes another step toward him and extends his hand. I will tell you the truth about that day, as best we know it. I want to save you and your childhood friends in captivity. I want to save you all. So let the child go. That. I don't believe you. The smile on Suzuyama's face, which is contorted into a happy grin, grows even more wicked, to the point that I shudder. Oh you. How far have you fallen? Izanagi's apostle. Apostle? Izanagi? The one Ootsuka was talking about? Another set of mind-racing words came up, and I felt like I was being left out of the loop. I see. So that's how you got the rookie there to be present, huh? I thought, and suddenly a new topic was brought up. Well, the timing of was too good, but Mr. Abe is not an apostle. He's just a master threadweaver like the rest of us. My eyes widened. Yes, I knew I was found out. Should I honestly admit it myself, or should I be defiant and thoroughly deny everything? While I was hesitant, the governor and Suzuyama kept staring at each other and kept their mouths shut, as if they were thinking about something. Taroko, let's go home. The first one to break the silence was Suzuyama, who turned his head languidly and continued to address the stunned Taroko. Your targets for revenge are not here. I have a reason why I can't use up all my strength here. Now that we've had a good haul, let's go home and eat. But do you really think you can just say goodbye after all the trouble you've caused and all the important events you've ruined? Ha ha ha. Don't be strong. We're both suffering from indigestion, so why don't we fight until one of us collapses? If it's okay for this city to become a vacant lot for the 30th anniversary, The air between the governor and the commander is distorted. A dense bloodlust spreads, roughly stroking the skin. It seemed that not only me but also Toroka had cold sweat all over her body. I thought that, but even the founder behind turned pale. Even though he was expressionless until just a little while ago and had leaked out a large amount of big fish air, his expression was clearly terrified. Even though he is a legendary master threadweaver, is he not good at fighting? Events are living creatures. What's important is the mood of the moment. I'll kill you later, but I'll take the favor as it comes. I appreciate the advice. But, I'm done. Huh? You, Suzuyama suddenly thrusts his hostage forward. I caught it with sensory spores. From above it, from under its feet, from left and right, countless invisible threads are surging in like a wave. I saw through the gap in the barrier. I've bought enough time. Each strand is so thin that it cannot be seen by the naked eye, but they bundle together into a huge white cocoon that envelops Suzuyama. The thread has been spun. The right arm holding the hostage snaps off, and the hostage falls out of the cocoon. Commander, in that opening, I began to run. Toroka senses this and tries to point the knife at Hagumi again. My white bullet scraped Toroko's cheek as soon as I read her move. The opening that was created like that made me reach right in front of me. Give her back. With my left hand, I grabbed the hand holding the knife, and with my right hand, I grasped the hand holding Hagumi, hitting her with the four arms growing from my back. Toroka flew away, and Hagumi moved into my arms. Having successfully felt the warm and soft girl, I involuntarily roared yeah. Toroka, who had quickly regained her stance, stands low. At the same time, her figure blurs. That slipping, silent movement. Is it possible even on sand? Sorry, but a knife that rushes at me from the lower left corner is hit with an iron fist-clad arm flicking it away. If I can use my fungal skills, I can't lose. And my arm is buried into Toroka's belly. Toroka immediately stands on one knee while rolling on the ground. Still, I hold her stomach and coughing painfully. It's over. Your boss is now a ball. If you resist, I'll have my revenge for the other day. Since you were quiet for some time, I'll have to be a little more active at the end. At that moment sensory spores caught a foreign object, and I moved my head back. Even so, I couldn't fully dodge it, and my forehead was grazed by something hard. The fist of my arms, which was released on the spur of the moment, cuts through the air. But then, I saw someone was clinging to my arm like a frog on all fours. He is a handsome man of about the same age. He is wearing a hunter's jersey. The edges of his rabbit ears are slightly illuminated by the moonlight. Is he a demi-human? Please don't tease my junior. Okapian? Just as the weight on my arm disappeared, an impact hit my cheek. At the same time, I grabbed the chest of his jersey with my arm, and with the momentum kicked his face. His body spun and slammed the opponent to the ground. Slam. It makes a dull thud, but he bounces like a rubber ball and lands effortlessly. This guy. Yeah, he's strong. Spooky. Why? Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm coming for you. Bayan. The man called Spooky responds to the governor without looking back as he confronts me. And it's not over yet. Bayan. With a shudder, a black rod-like object protrudes from the giant cocoon. The black rod swam across the white surface like a shark's fin, and then the thread scattered, and Suzuyama appeared from within. Today is a bad day for my right arm. While gazing ruefully at his right arm, the tip of which had been torn off at the forearm. But indestructible sword this thing. It's fun. Shooter's prided threadweaver is just yarn. Hi. Suzuyama still laughs. Come on, let's get out of here. Come on. Toroka and Spooky immediately rush over, and the three of them float away. It was as if they were suspended by invisible balloons. It's the last show. Shall we make it flashy? Suzuyama grabbed his own face with his regrown right hand, and his body undulated and squirmed. His face, skin, and shape of his body undulate and change shape. What is that guy? Eventually, the undulations converge, and there he is, a young man with colloids on the left half of his face. This suit is too tight. Third-person perspective. Gurren was sitting in the front row of the audience, leaning forward to watch the movement. He had moved the moment the situation changed, and had taken off with the chief in his arms at the same time that the Tokyo governor had locked Suzuyama in with Threadweaver. Angeran is now looking up at the man who was Suzuyama floating in midair, alongside the founder who was being protected by the church members. Its eyes are glued. Still stunned, his mouth spills out. The former king. Third-person perspective. Noah could only hold her breath at the entrance of the arena, along with the mayor and others. Higumi had been rescued by Shun, and at the same time, she and Amoto and others had poured into the arena. Noah now looks up at the man who used to be Suzuyama and falls to her knees, grumbling to the ground. Tears welled up in his eyes. Great Gran. The mumbled words spilling from her lips were lost on the ears of everyone around her. Shu's perspective. Well, here I am. This is my handsome face. The man who used to be Suzuyama shouted overhead through a loudspeaker. Well, even if you do, 90% of the people here don't know about me. The leader of the fake cross-border brigade is a temporary figure that is hidden from the world, and my true name is Jiro Minato, one of the original master threadweavers and the first head of the Ikebukuro tribe. I'm home, Ikebukuro. The crowd's excitement quickly swells. I pretended to be dead for various reasons, and half of me died in the coup 8 years ago, but I'm fine. So, here I am, the fourth master threadweaver is back. Oh, am I the fifth? Ha ha ha. I, who had no choice but to endure the unexpected twist, shuddered for a moment when I saw the profile of the governor biting his lip in disgust. I'll tell you what I wanted to do tonight. Why did the village of Hikifune have to be suppressed by the government and the church in the first place? Why was it tied to the taboo vow of non-interference with the wall? There was another big reason hidden there. Besides the subject of protecting the health and lives of our people, the self-proclaimed Jiro Minato makes a little pause, then spreads his right arm wide. The world outside the wall has not been destroyed, and the wall is still standing tall and majestic, sealing us, the people of the thread, with our super fungi and metro beasts, in this land. With a shock as if his heart had been grabbed, my mind goes blank. Outside the wall, people, they're still alive? We are not birds in a cage. My real purpose is to tear down that damned wall and free us, the people of the thread, from the box garden that is draping us with false peace. To that end, I, the master threadweaver Jiro Minato, hereby announce the formation of the new cross-border brigade. The self-proclaimed Jiro raises his right hand in a flurry. Spooky applauds next to him. Toroko seems to not understand the situation from the expression on her face. Threads are curses, the wall is a prison. I will never forgive the government and the cult for binding us to that wall that takes away our freedom with false empty laws. The cross-border brigade will fight them, and we will win. Awake, people, follow me. The hall is silent. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape, unable to say anything. So, doesn't sound good, huh? Even if you suddenly say a lot of things, they'll just get confused. I see. Well, it takes time to educate people. So, this is the end of today's closing ceremony. Bye, thank you. The governor's body softly leaves the ground and flies like a bullet toward the self-proclaimed Jiro. He is lifting himself up by a string. Oh, by the way, this is the one I was going to use today. Here's a sample. The self-proclaimed Jiro pulls out bluish spheres from his pocket and scatters them on the ground. As soon as the spheres are buried in the sand, they grow branches and turn into beasts with blue-black bodies, like plants growing in fast forward. A scream echoes through the hall, and all the hunters who had descended to the arena immediately readied themselves. A rushing animal runs up to the arena. A squirrel on my shoulder says in my ear, "Abe Shuu, be careful, squeak. They're all level 60 squeak." Tamiko. How are you alright? Made from the Sporangium family using mistletoe skill. If you don't go on like this, the subordinates I've deployed all over the city will spread it around. What are you going to do, Chuta? The governor, facing the self-proclaimed Jiro in midair, shrank back grinding his teeth, and yelled, "Get rid of them quickly. Everyone else should return to the city and watch out for the appearance of the metro beasts. Go, hunters." Ha ha ha, the self-proclaimed Jiro laughed happily. "See you later, Chuta and Abe. Next time we meet, Let's talk about the old days." With these words, the three people, who call themselves the Cross-Border Brigade, pass over the arena roof and disappear into the night sky and its crescent moon. Wary of the blue beasts that seemed ready to attack at any moment, I looked up at the governor of Tokyo, who remained alone in the air. His annoyed, angry voice echoes in the night sky. The blue beasts were as strong as Tamiko had predicted. It looked as if they would be a good match for the boss Met. The venue was in chaos with some of the spectators running for their lives. After somehow managing to defeat them in cooperation with Grun and the hunters at the headquarters, they were sent out into the city by the irate governor, who kept them on guard duty throughout the night. I had hoped that the participants in the game would at least be exempted, but not going against a grumpy president is the most elementary of life-prolonging techniques for working people. Kawatro and the other members of the Cross-Border Brigade captured by Shimoinagi and his team were released by Spooky. Then Shimoinagi, who joined us to guard the city, had a bandage on his head and looked as if he would turn anyone into Swiss cheese if they spoke to him wrong. The city was full of people on the eve of the festival, but there was nothing more than drunken skirmishes and money troubles between street thugs, and there were no terrorists anywhere to be seen. Naturally, there were no metro beasts. It would be a catastrophe if even one appeared. However, not everything was uneventful. The bodies of Suzuyama himself and one of the people who had been guarding the Ikebukuro chief were found. So, the self-proclaimed Uruhashi had killed them at the venue and then pretended to be them through mimicry. Also, the mayor's mansion was broken into by bandits during the grand tournament. It is said that he was robbed of everything he had, including cash, household goods, and medicines he had been collecting for his daughter. Aomoto said it was a premeditated crime aimed at the timing when security was lax. However, the mayor didn't seem to care that much, and I felt he was quite the saint when he said, "I'm glad no one was hurt." I secretly worshipped him. Then the long night dawned, and the sky turned bright. The hunters, exhausted from being worked so hard, sit slumped in front of the guild's entrance, looking out at the quiet street where the traffic has finally died down. The fact that they are waiting for the order to disband in this manner is a reminder of the Japanese genes that have been passed down from generation to generation. Tamiko is lying on her stomach, her head hanging over my shoulder, and Noah is swaying, leaning on her knees. Kura has been trying to lure me to his lap, so I keep my head pressed against the wall. Someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around, but there was no one behind me. I was tapped again. Sensing the identity of the invisible person, I placed Tamiko on Noah's lap and quietly left the place. "Thank you for your hard work." Standing in front of him is a boy who looks like he's on his way home from Shichigo-san Festival. He is the governor of Tokyo. "We have a lot to talk about." "But you are from the same era as I am, aren't you?" The question is straightforward, and I know there's no way to cover it up now. I just nod. "Yes. I'm also someone born in the Heisei era." "Fufu," the governor laughs. "I was prepared for this. But too much has happened today. A new enemy has been born in this country, and a disturbing truth has been revealed to the people. The people will be more than confused, and the nation will be facing a time of great upheaval. The same is true for me. Although I won the tournament with flying colors, I let the villain slip through my fingers in the end. All that remained was a sense of regret and mystery. And finally, I was exposed. The days of peace and quiet may be over. Or maybe they were never there." Can I ask you one thing?" "Yes?" "At that time, when that Uruhashi was flying in the air and giving his speech, why didn't you stop him?" "I think he was waiting until that speech was over before he started. In the first place, I also feel like he dared to take it head-on, even with Droko's case." "Well, I don't know." The mature gesture of vaguely shrugging doesn't look like a performative action. "After all, he is much older. There are a lot of problems. But a new hope has also been born. The 13th Master Threadweaver." A small hand is held out, a soft-looking hand with fingers that haven't fully grown yet. "Welcome to the land of Threadweavers." Aware that my face was burning, I grabbed it. "Yes, thank you very much. However, I should probably make sure you're the real deal. It doesn't necessarily mean you're not a big crook." "I wouldn't want to be fooled more than once a day." "Eh? The governor takes a few steps away and produces a string in his hand. It took the form of sword, a katana. He also put slight blade on it. Hey, this will confirm if you are really from that era or not. Come on, Mr. Abe. I did as he said and created a katana with light blade, but to be honest, I was very upset. What do you mean by confirm? Like I should prove my skill by fighting? Or is it like he wants me to show him immortality by getting cut? At this stage of the game, I don't have the strength left to engage in a full-fledged mox battle. I don't want to get hurt any more than I already have. Oh, that's wrong. Raise your sword high. Yes? Put the blade back as instructed. Then, the governor of Tokyo brandishes his battle sword and swings it down in anguish very slowly. It is not a sound of cutting through the air, but an onomatopoeia emanating from the governor's mouth. It's slow, so if I dodge sideways, it will slowly come sideways, and as I dodged it with my head tilted back, I finally understands. He understands everything. I also take my stance, lifting the hilt to the side of my face and swing it down slowly. The governor receives the sword sideways. At the moment before the edges collide, we both say backhun at the same time, and then we chuckle at each other. Backhun. A space sword fight unfolds at a speed that was able to catch a fly. Feeling the force running through my body as we do meaningless backflips and spins. Q, ho, dot. No, I am your father. Backhun. Backhun. Ha. The governor raises his hand. Me, who took it seriously, threw myself back, saying gah. It's fun. I can do this for another hour. I look back and see Tamiko and Noah peering at me from the shadows with blank eyes. Intermission 1, an adventure over Acorn 1. There is a mycelium plant called acorn dandelion. As the name suggests, it looks like an acorn attached to the center of a pretty yellow flower. It's easy to say, but no matter how you look at it, it's far from the conventional plant ecology. Acorns are the fruit, not the seed, of trees such as Konara, Kusirata, and Kunugi, sawed oak. Chestnuts are also acorns in the broad sense of the word, and I remember that acorns are a general term for the hard fruits of trees belonging to some family. As I recall, the reproductive strategy was to have squirrels and rodents bury them in the ground as a preserved food source, and then germinate the ones they forgot to dig up. As for the acorn dandelion, it is a mystery why the flower and the fruit appear at the same time, and it is also unclear why the dandelion would hang such a heavy object on its head since the whole flower is often dislodged by a familiar critter. On the other hand, as far as when I have tried to grow acorns in my hideout, they have never sprouted, even when I buried them in the soil and tried watering and fertilizing them by trial and error. So, I guessed that this acorn-like plant is not a fruit or seed. If so, how do they reproduce? Contrary to what you might think, even after the acorn-like tree is fallen and the flower has withered, it does not produce fluff. The stems and stalks will simply wilt, and that's it. Although it will respawn after a while, the ecology of plants and animals in the metro area is full of mysteries. To the untrained eye of a liberal arts major, they seem absurd or irrational, and one might ask, why do they have those colors and shapes? What's the point of that? It seems to me that it's all absurd or irrational. It is as if the rational system that life on the surface has nurtured for hundreds of millions of years has collapsed, and the surface is filled with chaos, dark clouds, and absurdity. This was the New World transformed by superfungal contamination and metro flood. It has been a little over 3.5 years since I woke up to the New World. One morning while living in the Ootsuka Metro with Tamiko. Abe Shuu, hurry up and let's find breakfast. Squeak, I'm hungry. My cheeks are sunken. While I was washing my face at an oasis near our hideout, Tamiko, who had just finished picking flowers, came tugging at my clothes and rushing me. How long is it going to take you to clean up the dirty face? Squeak. Stop being a slowpoke. Squeak. Let's go. Come on. I know, just wait a minute, and don't touch my face. From the start of the day, the water area, which the two of us called an oasis, was overgrown with colorful mycelium plants. There were flowers, shrubs, mushrooms, moss, and even things a little weird like coral and sea anemones. One of them was the acorn dandelion, a staple of Tamiko's diet. Tamiko's steps were exciting as she led the way to the area where the dandelion was growing densely. Freshly harvested is the best in the morning, although the ones that have been softened on the earth are hard to beat. Squeak. Aren't you some May? It tastes bitter for me no matter how many I try. Hey, if you don't understand the matureness of this bitterness, then you're still a child. Squeak. I'm going to let you try some. I'm that. The two of us looked around and our heads were full of confusion. What? Impossible. Squeak. There were no pretty flowers with acorns attached to them. Normally, there should be at least 2 or 3 dozen blooming around here. It's a mess. Squeak. As Tamiko said, all the flowers and berries had been ripped off, and the stems and leaves had been trampled to a pulp, as if a hoarding swarm of greedy critters broke out. Well, it's a common occurrence in the metro, right? The rise and fall of the metro's flora and fauna is dizzying. Although we can't feel the change of seasons because of our location deep underground, it is not uncommon to see a familiar flower or plant suddenly turn into a creepy mushroom one day. Well, I guess they didn't spring out of thin air, so the point is that plants and mushrooms are in a fierce struggle for survival. Maybe they're blooming somewhere else? Having said that, I searched all over the oasis and couldn't find the same flower. After searching for a while, Tamiko stumbled and leaned on a mushroom. Her tail was limp and fell to the ground. Acorn. My acorn. He seemed to be so crushed that he had been told that the earth was going to end. No. Well, there are other things we can eat, like mushrooms and wildflowers. The red ones like the gummy fruits over there are pretty good too. Didn't you say those red things are pretty good too? They're too bitter and not for me good at all. Acorns are cruel. Squeak. I'm sorry. It's a metro plant. Even if it's completely dead, it decays quickly and revives quickly. In a few days, it will be back to its original state, appearing out of nowhere as if nothing had ever happened. 2 or 3 days passed while I was thinking about this. Unfortunately, the acorn dandelion did not appear again at the oasis. The trampled colony had been overrun by a newcomer, a purple clover-like plant, and there was no place for that yellow flower anymore. We searched for the yellow flowers on the side of the road, but could not find them, even after expanding our range of search. Well, let's just be patient and look for it. I'm sure we'll find it sooner or later. That's right, we'll make a stockpile. Squeak. Stockpile. It's times like this when you have to save as many. Squeak. A treasure hunt in the name of acorns. There should still be around a dozen more. Squeak. He rummaged around in the hiding place and gathered up a total of 7 acorns. It's not much. Squeak. Even if it's one a day, is it only for a week, huh? But there's only so much I can do. Squeak. I'll eat them little by little until I find them in bloom somewhere. Squeak. Tamiko had been despondent since the disappearance of the acorn dandelion, but she seemed to have accepted the reality and looked forward to the future. She became an adult. I felt happy about her growth, and I couldn't help but smile. Hey, Tamiko. Squeak. I scratched my nose shyly and continued. Well, you see, something happened. Squeak. What if? The other day I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, and I was so hungry that I stumbled upon an acorn and ended up eating a few of them even if they were bad. Would you be angry? The last thing my eyes caught was a small demon's front teeth and murderous intent that was jumping at me. 3 days later, I'm home. Tamiko. When I returned from hunting to raise my level, Tamiko was still curled up on her back in the corner of the room where she had claimed. She was in full furball mode. I picked up some pine-cones on the way home. I also caught a gecko, so I grilled it a little with a burning ball. I thought you said you liked the smell of roasted gecko. I don't like them. Squeak. It was a slightly lisping reply. She was sulking and in mad baby mode. I'm sure you're hungry though, right? I brought back some spirana from nearby. And you have to eat these. Tamiko did not look back and accepted the spirana with her tail, a trick that made me wonder if she was using sensory spores. After she finished eating, she began patting the 7 acorns she had laid out on the floor beside her lovingly. They were too precious to touch. It was a sad sight to see. Are acorns that good? I have asked the same question before. According to her food review, the bitterest bitterness and fragrant. She seems to be more tolerant, engaged by astringency and bitterness, tannins or something like that, unlike my tongue, and it is not so much about whether they are exceptionally tasty. Body wants it, squeak, and the nose wants it, squeak. I don't understand. In short, for these women, it is their motherland's taste, rooted in their instincts and DNA. Just as Japanese people's bodies are made of rice and Indian people's veins are made of curry. Abe Shuu, give me an acorn, squeak. I can't stop my body from trembling, squeak. That's not it. You're just a junkie. Still, if she stays like this, that's it. The goal of our group is to get off this floor. To do that, we need to get stronger, hunt more, and eat more spirana. I can't let her stay here forever. However, I feel that it is not right to force her to pull out of this place with her motivation at rock's bottom. She is still a child, after all, and even though it was also a coincidence, I was the cause of the problem. After I told her that the acorns I ate in my sleep-addled actions were bad, she wouldn't talk to me for 2 weeks. Even after I turn every stone. Seriously, I can't find it. Although there were not many, I have seen them outside of the oasis from time to time. The probability of finding them is not zero, but when it comes down to it, I can't find them at all. My treasure sensor is working too hard. 100 years ago on Earth, even in Tokyo, I could have found at least one in a park or vacant lot. Most of them are dotted with dandelions, which have the vitality to emerge from cracks in the asphalt and reproduce using self-fertilization, sending out fluff with a bang. I wish they could have shared their toughness with their junior. Acorn dandelions are in unprecedented short supply. Not only Tamiko but also other small animals must be at a loss. The only thing to do now is to wait for the acorns to come back into stock naturally, but I wonder when that will be. Hey, Tamiko, are there other places like this oasis? The 50th underground floor of the Ootsuka Metro is huge, and the area that we have set foot on is only a small part of it. The possibility of acorn dandelion paradise remaining in some undiscovered place cannot be ruled out. There's another. Ooh, Tamiko stood up and turned around. I know, only one other place. It's a place just like this oasis, squeak. Seriously? Then let's go. But I can't, squeak. Eh? The look on her face cleared up, but then it clouded over again. You're going through a very dangerous place, squeak. The place my mom said I shouldn't get too close to. What's scary? I've already fought most of the major metro beasts on this floor. Will there still be unknown strong enemies at this stage? Pipe forest, squeak. Eh? That's what mother calls it. Pipe forest. It's a very wide place, and it's the home of monkeys. The 50th floor has been crowded with wolves and monkeys for many years. The hideout where Shell and the others were staying was right near the border between the two camps, and it was lucky that it was a relatively safe area because it was a little far from their territory. To the right of our hideout were a series of areas infested with ape-like metro beasts, including a goblin village and an ogre meadow. Tamiko's pipe forest was just beyond these areas. Incredible. As Tamiko's mother implies, it was indeed a pipe forest. The scene the pipe forest paints is a huge gas plant facility left behind after the collapse of civilization. As far as the eye can see, there are countless metal pipes running up, down, left, and right, with mycelium vines crawling through them as if they were trying to cover the entire area. The visibility is poor due to the fog, and it is impossible to see how far the pipes go. In addition, we could not see up and down, the ceiling or the bottom of the earth. The airflow and sound reverberation that I could feel on my skin indicated that the area was quite large. Tamiko, the only way to get to that other oasis is through here, right? Tamiko nods on his shoulder. The sulking furball mode was temporarily put to rest. I've only been there once, but it's not live before, squeak. Sometimes the metro is strange, and I end up in a different path, squeak. I see. The labyrinth that is the metro changes its shape from time to time. One day, an unfamiliar room suddenly appears, and the passage that was connected yesterday is suddenly blocked. Although it doesn't happen often, it seems that such a mysterious phenomenon is called metro shift. but Tamiko says that she does not know the principle or regularity. My mother told me that she went through here by herself, squeak, but she was not able to come back because it was a place monkeys stay. And it was dangerous, squeak. But I can get to another oasis from here, squeak. I hope that loophole hasn't been destroyed by the metro shift. Abe Shuu, be careful, squeak. This is a busy place with all kinds of metro beasts, and beasts are always getting into fights, squeak. That's troublesome. Let's go carefully. We decided to go down to the very bottom. It was indeed tough to walk across the top of the pipe, not knowing how wide it was. I jumped on a pipe and it creaked ominously but did not collapse or break. The pipe was covered in rust, but it seemed to be a solid foothold. Checking the footholds one step at a time, I slowly made my way down. After about 20 to 30 meters, I finally reached the ground. However, it was an ankle-deep marshy area, making it more difficult to walk than on the pipe. We had no choice but to climb up the pipe again and go straight to the end. It was like walking through a huge jungle gym. If we had been in a private space, I might have enjoyed it a little more, but unfortunately, we didn't have the time to do so. The top of the pipe was slippery due to the humidity, and if I accidentally stepped on moss or leaves, I would slip, and there were beast-like cries coming from all directions. Seriously, there are various presences detected by my sensory spores. I wish I had learned what the white acorn is. It was more than half a year ago that I challenged the boss slime and got turned back. I've been training hard for revenge, and I've raised my level 3 times since then, to 58 now. I have learned one new fungal skill, but the 14th one, a mysterious white acorn made of hypha, was sealed up, not knowing how to use it or what its purpose was. Like it would work on that slime. I wish I could learn something with high firepower. Abe Shuu, Tamiko shouted in my ear. My sensory spores caught it at the same time. A presence approaching at breakneck speed from above. Jia, Gidjaja, 2 red goblins. They kicked at the pipes and came at us from overhead, accelerating using gravity. It's a maneuver born from mastering this athletic environment. I repelled the first one, which was holding a hypha knife, by striking it with my hypha shield. At the same time, I calculated that I would use my hypha sword on the second one, but at the first blow, my foot slipped, and the sword cut through the air. Oh no! The second with a hypha club fell down towards me, and I twisted my upper body to dodge it just in time. At the same time as my dodge, I pressed the blade against my opponent's stomach, swung it out, and pulled it back. With a biting sensation in my palms, I sliced the body of the second one in two, up and down. Whoa! The momentum was too much for me and I almost fell off the pipe. I hopped over to the next pipe, rested my back on the vertical section, and readjusted my stance. I still hadn't finished the first one. Abe Shuu, on the right. I know. Before I knew it, I found myself surrounded. The sensory spores only caught small presences of the goblins, which was a blessing, but they are a menace on this foothold until I get used to it. The advantage of the field is more than I thought, and even though the difference in level is as great as the difference between heaven and earth, I can never let my guard down. Jia, a well-organized assault was coming from the front, back, left, right, up and down. Shifting my footing, I dodged the encirclement, intercepting them one by one, and making sure to finish them off. A strange feeling came into my mind. I also used beast repellent spores, right? Or rather, I'm still spreading them. Normally, low-level goblins would not attack us. Is it because of the fog? That may also be it. The sensory spores are a little noisy, and the beast-repelling spores may be less effective. However, maybe that's not all. A chill ran down my spine. From beyond the fog, something flew at high speed and without a sound, piercing through the area of the sensory spores. The hypha shield, which barely caught it, was knocked back, and my stance collapsed, my legs slipping. NGH. At the moment I was thrown into the air. I hooked my hypha shield on a nearby pipe and spun around in reverse like a reverse ascent. I jumped up and landed on another foothold. I was so brilliant in my recovery that I was extremely proud of myself and said, "Wow, I'm awesome." Abe Shuu, I know. The attacker's outline was captured by the sensory spores. Also, It was already visible to the naked eye. A huge ape with pure white body hair, reminiscent of a ghost, was standing above the heads Tamiko and me. It was a monster that boasted the strongest class of killing power on the 50th basement floor of the Ootsuka Metro. It was a wraith. That guy. My heart began beating faster. No way, Bobo. In response to my murmur, it cried out a short menacing cry. The face was badly burned and scared, and one of its eyes was hollowed out. Intermission 2, An Adventure Over Acorn 2. This was the 4th time I encountered the wraith in my activities in Ootsuka Metro. Over the past 3.5 years, the first time was during a 2-bit traumatic incident in the past. The second time was when I was in my 30s and suddenly attacked by the wraith. I panicked and managed to escape by scattering as many mycelium balls as I could. The third time, a little after I reached level 50, I fought with determination and won the battle, albeit grudgingly. And now, for the 4th time, we faced him. But the opponent was no ordinary wraith. The burn marks on its face are horrific, at least for me and Tamiko. There's no doubt that guy from before, a fateful encounter who carved the trauma of incontinence into both Tamiko and me. It's still alive, Babu. It was standing on a pipe higher than the others, looking down at us with its remaining right eye. It's a rather unique feature. Babu. The low, mumbled voice still seemed to resonate in my gut. It sounds like a curse filled with resentment. No, I am not imagining it. This one, does it remember us? Does that mean that both of us can't forget the other? Most of all, for me, it was a bone-chilling, terrifying memory, and the other seemed sees as anger or hatred-filled memory, seeing that the normal right half of its face was distorted and twitching. Damn. This is scary. I can't be scared. If just on level, the current me is stronger. Abe Shuu, that guy. Just before Tamiko could finish, I jumped back to the side. A white arm, stretched out like a snake, pierced the spot where I had been standing a moment ago. Damn. I didn't hear any sound. It was the same with the unicorn, Old Man Uni, or the other wraiths that I had defeated. It's a fungal skill that muffles the sound of movement. The surprise attack that I had just received was also a blow from this. I landed sliding on a pipe. Feeling the slickness of moss and vines on my feet, I backstepped to avoid the second blow, which came at me without a moment's pause. Without looking back, I could see where the pipe was, and this time I stopped it by thrusting my Haifa sword. Tamiko, just now? Oh, it's level 60, squeak. He's stronger than you, Abe Shuu. Hey, seriously? The wraith jumped down from overhead and stood almost at the same height as me. It squinted its remaining eye as if to give a clear answer, let out a bow, and threw its arm towards me. Wraiths don't seem to have territories or haunt spots like goblin villages or ogre meadows. Perhaps their populations are also quite small. In other words, they are rarer than other metro beasts, and are grim reaper-like monsters that appear and disappear in dungeons. How could I have survived so many encounters with such a thing? On our third encounter, with Tamiko's assessment that the level of our opponent was about the same as Abe Shuu's, I decided to give it a shot. The result was a hard win. Although it was my first time to fight against it, I had the impression that it was much more difficult to fight than Ogre and Authoress, which are at a similar level. Its main means of attack were blows and grapples using its long forearms. The difference in reach alone was a nuisance, but its power was as great as that of an ogre, and its agility was on par with that of an Authoress, despite its large stature. In addition, it was difficult to grasp its behavior and timing due to its excessively quiet actions. At that time, I dodged an onslaught of relentless swings and jumped into the bosom of the enemy and brought them into an infighting. In the end, the fierce and bloody battle was finally won by Psycho. I remember well the sense of accomplishment and mightiness I felt at that moment. I had grown confident that I could beat it in a fight. Since then, I have become even stronger. If I fought normally, there was no way I could lose. If it was a normal opponent and this was a normal place, without even a sound of ripping through the air, an extended arm attacked. The wraiths that I had defeated had never pulled off such a rubber-like trick in the first place. If muffling is a race-specific ability, then extending arms is a unique ability of this individual. The The moment I dodged it by stepping sideways, the other arm was released toward my head, which was in an unstable position. When the hypha shield caught it, its arm pushed me back from the momentum and flicked me off. As I was about to step off the pipe, I saw an arm swing out of the corner of my eye. Hey! I caught a glimpse of Wraith's arm, which had already been pulled back to its original length and was held in a raised position. The outstretched arm swung down vertically, and the pipe, which seemed to be about 1 meter in diameter, was bent into a V shape. A rumbling sound of destruction echoed through the air, and dust flew around. I, who had kicked the scaffold just in time, landed on the pipe 1 step below, and at the same time, with a swing of my sword, released a burning ball from my fingertip. Bew! The red sphere, which had once caused it pain, forced the wraith to dodge it by jumping back farther than I expected. With outstretched arms, it grabbed the pipe above its head, pulled itself up, and leapt with all its might into the air above my head. Something is coming. Something different. From the position where its back was bent, its arms, and at the same time, its legs, were extended and released. 4 streaks of white stabbing approach while undulating. I felt that it was dangerous and moved to dodge just before, but even so, the opponent's left arm changed its trajectory and grazed my side. Abe Shuu. No problem, just a scratch, I said, a line I wanted to say while landing roughly on the other pipe, but I was just being stubborn. My clothes was slashed down to the flesh and bone. It will heal eventually, but the pain and bleeding will still be terrible. Huh. How unreasonable. The arm extends and retracts so fast that I can barely dodge it. In addition, the range is far and the trajectory changes, so it will probably follow me even if I am more than 10 meters away. I mean, level 60 isn't easy to reach. The power and speed are different from the wraiths I had defeated before. Just like the stray gargoyle and the boss slime, this one is a mature individual that has fought many battles in the past. The wraith, as if proud of its victory, twisted the edges of its mouth into a grimace and let out an eerie voice. Boo, boo, boo. It probably does not doubt the fulfillment of its long-cherished wish in the face of its sworn enemy whom it has met again. Surely it was not wrong. Its level was higher, and in addition, the geographical advantage was also theirs. Abe Shuu. I backstepped at the same time as Tamiko's warning. A ball of flame, similar to mine but not, was thrown towards me. Kiki. When I looked up, I saw that the red goblins from earlier had taken up positions overhead behind me before I knew it. 3 of them in total. No way. An arm reached out from in front of me. The moment I was knocked back, I was hit by a flying object from behind me. A suicide attack by the 3 goblins themselves. And I dared to throw myself to the side, falling down, and retreating to the pipe a few meters below. Hey, wait a damn minute. Before I can catch my breath, the wraith's arms and the goblin's suicide attacks and throws come rushing in. No doubt, they're coordinating with wraith's attacks while desperately defending and evading. Stop. Time out. I threw out a smoke screen ball. The gray smoke disperses as if to push away the fog, and as soon as the vision is cut off, I hide myself behind a nearby pipe. Damn it, is it a team play between monkeys? I had never experienced such a thing before, where several species of monsters attacked in parties like in an RPG. Even if they are the same species, or even related to each other, such as wolves or apes, they are rivals for survival if they are different species. Although they do not seem to engage in aggressive territorial battles, I often saw the higher-ranking species eating the lower-ranking species. However, these 2 species are clearly in league with each other, even though they are different species. In all probability, the red goblin is following the wraith. It is by the power harassment intimidation of the boss that I could not escape with the beast repellent spores. Seriously, I hate black companies. Whether this is due to the unique ability of the wraith or whether it is an agreement of servitude by force, I don't know, and it doesn't make sense to think about it now. What's important is that the wraith alone is formidable, and the harassers are coming in from above to distract me. Do we get rid of those guys first? The risk of them taking advantage of that opportunity is high, but is it better? Or there may be an option to just run away. but there is a high possibility that they will attack us in the back and kill us. Abe Shuu. I was slapped on the cheek. It was Tamiko. I'll take care of them, squeak. Eh? I'll fight the goblins, squeak. No, but Tamiko was already over level 30. However, she is not the type who is suitable for combat, both physically and in terms of skills. Although she has the experience of single-handedly defeating a red goblin, as expected, taking on 3 of them would be too risky. But if I don't do anything, we'll be in trouble, squeak. Not only is your level low, but the impact of your face is also low, squeak. I don't need to talk about my face right now. Don't underestimate me, squeak. Those noisy small fries are too weak for me, squeak. Weak, huh? With a slightly uneasy face, trembling a little, but Tamiko was unusually determined. I pondered for a few moments and nodded. Don't be unreasonable, okay? If it gets dangerous, run away first. Promise me. Tamiko nodded, keeping her eyes straight ahead. This is it, squeak. This is a memorable fight. Abe Shuu. Hit them where it hurts. You heroic squirrel. The smoke cleared, and both Tamiko and I jumped out at the same time. I stepped forward. Tamiko moved me with the sensory spores. We knew where they were, and I released a burning ball and an electrics ball. Just before the balls hit, the huge white body jumped back at high speed, avoiding the small explosion and the electric current. As soon as it landed on the pipe behind, it swung its arm, and it stopped with a snap. It seems to be on alert. If so, it was right. Tamiko wasn't the only one who is confused. Screeches, squeak. Tamiko's voice rang out above her head. The red goblins were not attacking me, and Tamiko was facing them. Here's an old grudge. Leave it to me. Shuu. Seeing the dependability of my partner who entrusted her back to me, I smiled to myself. Hey, do you know? While calling out to the wraith, who was silent like a ghost, I quickly took off my wolf pelt clogs. It's too slippery on the pipe. Bare feet is more stable. Our goal, it's not about winning against this guy. We have something to look ahead to. It's still far away, in the Ootsuka Metro. It's not until we've lost once that we can really start to get it right. If that is the case, now is the time to pull out the thorn on my side, stinging me for a long time. That's all I think about. And that's all I do. Let's settle this, no hard feelings. The trembling had long since subsided. I gritted my teeth and held my Hypha shield in front and my Hypha sword behind. Boo! An arm extended toward me, either from the front or bending around the pipes. The tips of its fingers were aligned like a knife hand, as if it were earnestly seeking my guts. I sharpened my nerves and started racking my brain at full speed. It avoided being hit by the balls by watching the initial movement and trajectory of the attack. It even grasped the foothold beyond which it had jumped back and linked this to its next move. This is not the usual flat battlefield, but requires 3-dimensional movement and thinking. I have to concentrate so hard that my nose starts bleeding. It's already hard, though. The wraith is bizarrely wary of letting me close the gap between us. That's how they stand. It is constantly changing its footing to maintain a certain distance from me, slowly driving its prey into checks and attacks. It is too cunning and calculating to be a monkey. Do monkeys have very well-developed toes? They have the foundation to continue to launch powerful attacks even on unstable footholds. This is directly related to their mobility and evasiveness. In other words, this is overwhelmingly their home turf. While defending my head properly, I was still getting hit here and there. If I jump in carelessly, attacks will only be dodged or counterattacked. If this is the case, it will always be Wraith's turn, and I will only be tortured and killed from a long distance. No. A swing of the Hypha sword changes the story. The Wraith hurriedly pulled back its arm, which was stained red around the wrist. What are you looking surprised for? There is actually nothing for me to say. I was just buying time to reach a reliable footing. Time to grasp the speed and timing of the opponent's attack. The moment you can sit down and swing your sword, it is no different from what I have been doing. I just kept patiently enduring, recognizing the attack pattern, and waiting for the opportunity to strike back. For the Wraith, it was a single move. For me, a split-second chance. I've only returned one hit, You know, the tension in the air was thick enough to cut a slice, but the wraith's fur and bones were harder than expected. Still, it was a fact that I had inflicted a wound. I know that it is not by luck or coincidence that I have been able to survive this long without sustaining any serious wounds in the face of an opponent that I could not even reach 3 years ago. The things I have accumulated over the past 3 years have allowed me to reach this point. With a low, roaring rage, the wraith swings its arms around. It's like the whipping of a giant tree, as it is blown by a raging storm, cleaving the area and scattering fragments of pipes it struck. The sound of intermittent destruction is mingled with the screams of the crumpled and creaking pipes. It's a bad move, a frenzied attack. I was already behind the wraith. The second strike, which was supposed to slice through the back, was dodged just before the full force of the swing, and only grazed the shoulder. But finally, I was able to grab an opening. It was now time to take my turn. The wraith tried to push me away, swinging its arm as it retreated, but I closed the distance and clamped down. If I fold at this point, we'll be right back where we started. The arm that is brought out at close range is packed with more danger than at long range. The wind whistling past my ear is minimal, but if I am hit directly, it's powerful enough to blow my head off. However, what I do is the same. Anticipate movement, evade and defend. I can see it. I open my eyes. Don't be afraid. I don't worry about scratches. Go. Hold on tight with my footwork. Don't be afraid to jump in. There it is. And then, I slash into the glimpse of the opening. The arm that caught my sword was as stiff as if it were filled with lead. Even if I slashed at it with all my might, the blade cannot penetrate the bone. Even so, the damage is definitely accumulating. Its arm is not made of steel or concrete, but of flesh and blood. Blood splatters and pieces of hairy flesh are torn off. The left half of its face, like in a mask, is distorted with pain and impatience. It's working. Both of us are punching and scraping each other at close range. Even so, we are able to close in with each other without retreating even a single step. They are on a higher level. Moreover, they are going up against a foe with whom I had a history of being beaten to a pulp once before. 3 years ago, I would have been scared to death just facing it. What about my 3 years? I wasn't wrong, was I? I've also gotten used to the slipperiness of the pipes. Stomping firmly with the soles of my feet, diving low into its chest, and strike a horizontal sweeping blow. A red line runs horizontally across its pure white side, and blood spurts out. The wraith makes a big step back and jumps up to the pipe overhead. I grabbed the pipe with hard that my fingers were sinking into the pipe, and I climbed up by swinging my body on a reverse climb. Don't run away. I danced above its head with my enhanced leaping ability. Aren't you stronger? As soon as I landed in front of the wraith, I gave it a firm smash with my toes. That's the trick. Even if I don't have the long toes of a monkey, if I have the toe strength included with the level 58, I discard my Hypha shield, grabbing my Hypha sword with both hands, and taking a big swing at it from the bottom. At the same time, the wraith, who had regained its stance, unleashes its arm. Just before it reaches my stomach, I swing down with all my strength. I swing down, with all my strength concentrated, drawing a perfect arc. The wraith's wrist gave away, spattering blackened blood. I dodged the powerful arm of the wraith, who swung at me with desperate fury. I was strangely calm. It was not that I was relaxed, and in fact I had been hit here and there, but my vision was still strangely clear, and my thoughts were somehow cool. It was Tamiko who dominated my thoughts. She was not within range of the sensory spores, perhaps because I was too focused on the enemy in front of me. I could not hear her voice or the sounds of her battle. But the goblins have not come to join. Tamiko is still holding them off. I hope she is not being reckless. I was worried, but more than that, I trusted her. Seeing that look on her face, she was a little uneasy but made up her mind, and I thought she had become stronger. Of course, I'm not the only one who has grown. Like a different squirrel than when we first met. I became stronger and more reliable. Her impertinence and foul mouth are from the beginning. The both of us definitely got stronger. The wraith swings its fist down, gouges an ear that just barely misses my side. until we get out of here. I, who had slipped into its bosom, raised my sword. The tip of my sword goes straight through the wraith's right eye, then into the back of its head, cutting its face in two, top and bottom. The sword's swing traces the ceiling, clearing the fog that had settled in. Tamiko. Tamiko. The sudden quietness of the area made me feel uneasy, and I raised my voice. I was so relieved when I caught the tiny shape with my sensory spores rushing down the pipe, and my whole body relaxed. Abe Shuu. A ball of fur falling from overhead landed on my face. For a moment, she looked like a flying squirrel, but then she landed butt first. Abe Shuu. I crushed them. Squeak. Me too. When I grabbed and peeled her off my face, Tamiko was covered in blood and wounds here and there. Not Tamiko's own, but splashback. Hey, those small fries. I'm the best. I got the first. Squeak. But the rest ran away from me. Squeak. I see. But you held on well against the three of them. It was a great fight. Abe Shuu also did it. It's revenge for the time. Squeak. Well, the acorns did get us in a lot of trouble, but I held out my fist to my partner on my shoulder. It's a win-win for the two of us. Tamiko bumped her own fist against mine. Well, in the first place, you did take what was mine. Squeak. You're still holding a grudge, huh? As expected, after taking some time to carefully cross the pipe forest, we soon arrived at the other oasis that Tamiko had mentioned. It was a slightly smaller space than the oasis near us, but it was very similar in appearance. There was clean water, lush mycelium plants, and no sign of dangerous predators. After a few minutes of searching for the thing we were looking for, we easily found it. The familiar, pretty yellow petals and an ill-fitting nut wrapped around them. Acorn dandelions were blooming in tight clusters. There it is. There they are. Squeak. My acorns. Tamiko is so excited that she bites my ear for some reason. Are you some dog? I'll take it all. Squeak. There is no price equivalent to this. They are all mine. I know what you mean, sort of, but calm down. I mean, you can't take all of it. Eh? A genuinely shocked expression painted Tamiko's face. Was she really going to replant all of it? If we take all of it, it will be just like the oasis near our place. But everything over there is gone. Squeak. That's true, but that kind of thing doesn't happen very often, so Tamiko doesn't have to do it. But there are others who need them. Rats, birds, insects. That's how the metro goes around, so even these acorn dandelions are here. But if we take it all away all at once, it's going to affect a lot of individuals, just like it's affecting us now. I don't understand. Squeak. It may have been a little difficult to explain. I, myself, wasn't even sure if that was the correct answer. Still, I may not be wrong. The way of thinking about only oneself will come back to bite you sooner or later. Therefore, it is better to share a little with everyone so that it does not happen. So, let's just take 7 for the time being, just enough for 1 week. You can eat 1 a day, and when you run out, we can come back here again. If the next time we come back, Squeak's here won't be gone, too. That's right. I patted Tamiko's head and nodded. I'll even look with you again, somewhere else. I was embarrassed to say that, but it was still my dear partner's favorite food, so I kept it to myself. That's right, even the flowers were plucked over there. Don't you eat the flowers, Tamiko? My mom said I shouldn't eat the flowers of the acorn dandelion because they will make me sick to my stomach. Squeak. I see. Well, I've been eating and drinking tea several times, but why didn't you tell me? Look me in the eye and answer me. After that, 2 or 3 days later, it was back to normal in the oasis, and the acorn depletion problem was solved. It's a daily blessing. Squeak. It's been a tough time. I mean, really, all the souvenir stories from the Ootsuka Metro are hard ones. I'm getting sick to my stomach just thinking about it. Hey, Noah, I never succeeded in home-growing acorn dandelions. Do you know how those are propagated? Yes. If you're interested. Oh, are you serious? Let's grow them in the yard. Squeak. I'll eat it all. Squeak. Pidgeot. It spreads by sending out fluff. Haven't you seen it? No, I don't think so. It is through the carcasses of the fruit-eating animals. The fruit is a mass of mycelium, and when the animal dies with it undigested in the stomach, the mycelium uses the animal as a nursery to multiply and produce fluffy spores. Finally, the stomach swells up, bursts open, and they spread. Oh, it's all right, as long as you're alive and can digest it. The flowers are poisonous, by the way, and if you eat them with the fruits, animals with a weak immune system or tolerance will die. I guess that is also a survival strategy to expand its habitat. Abe Shuu, I am a poison eater. Squeak. What a coincidence. I thought so too. Intermission 3, Underground Tournament 1. Third-person perspective. With the recent founding festival, Shugamo celebrated the 30th anniversary of its founding. Although it is a relatively young city, it has grown to become one of the top 10 largest cities in Japan with a population of 50,000. Although the city has no special major industries, it has become a center of trade through the opening of the northern, southern, and eastern highways, attracting people and goods from neighboring areas. The city is safe and there are no dangerous metros nearby. Citizens are generally affluent, and many are kind, probably due in part to the personality of the city's mayor. Newspapers and magazines often feature articles ranking the city as a desirable place to live, and for the past 10 years or so, the city has been a regular on the list. It may sound like a utopia if you only list the positive aspects, however, the city of Shugamo is no exception to the rule that under the light is a shadow. The center of the city's northwestern district is the busiest shopping area in the city, with many restaurants and waterman's stores. But if you go deeper into the city, you will find a completely different face from the front Shugamo, an area called Uramaki, or Backtown. Rowdy, damp, and moldy houses stand side by side. A group of dangerous-looking people, whom you would never see in Kuo Ward, are drinking on the side of the street from noon. A couple of hoodlums are trying to blackmail a wandering civilian with a false accusation. This man can't just turn a blind eye to them, so he gently stops them and separates them from each other. The young man who had been entangled in the situation bows his head and runs away like a rabbit. Well, he doesn't mind, because he doesn't expect to be thanked. As expected, the man asks for his wallet, so Koichi Amada tells them that he is a hunter belonging to the city. When he showed them his ID, they flinched and retreated, grumbling that he was just a noisy kid with a big mouth. It might have been quicker if he had worn his jersey, but today was a completely different matter. Kahahaha, if you get tangled up with those gangsters, it's a sign that your ears are still a little wet, Mr. Shugamo Hunter. Koichi could do nothing but shrug his shoulders and nod his head in agreement with the person he met in the usual back room of the usual tavern. Hamada Goran, an old man in a happy coat, is the leader of the Hamada clan, the largest faction in control of the Shugamo underworld. He must be over 60 years old, but the dignity and intimidation that emanates from his body have hardly diminished since our first meeting. Koichi, how old are you? How long have you been in and out of this place? I will soon be 20 years old. I've been working here since I was an apprentice, so it's been about 5 years. I see, that little pissy boy is now 20 years old. How time flies. It gets faster and faster every time the coffin gets closer. Such small talk is becoming popular as a side dish for shochu. Even though it's midday, I still think that I was right to expect you to look forward to the future. But I lost the match the other day. Koichi is 16 years old, has been a hunter for 5 years, and is currently level 24. Compared to colleagues of the same age, such as Noto Ishii, level 21, the son of a rice ball shop, and Atsushi Kurano, level 18, who he met on a quest in Rikugi village the other day, his growth rate can be said to be favorable, but Koichi himself is growing at a favorable rate. Koichi himself does not think he is living up to Hamada's expectations. One of Hamada's main sources of income is the recruitment of players in the Shugamo underworld tournament. Koichi is one of the players who will participate in this club as a protege of Hamada. Koichi is one of Hamada's proteges, but his record is not good at all, as he mainly competes in handicap fights against higher-ranked opponents. Well, Most of the time you're acting unreasonable. I've said it many times because I don't care. The important thing is to make it raw and crawl forward. Then at least by the time you're an old man, you'll be one of the best. Just like me. I understand. I didn't call you here today to talk about that. I'm here to ask you for a favor. The Hamada clan is a group that calls itself the Advisor of the Northwest District. Their main source of income is a fee they collect from stores in exchange for maintaining public order and resolving problems in the downtown area, apparently called a protection fee. The city of Shugamo has a bylaw that prohibits them from doing so, but in reality, they are given a pass because of adult circumstances. Koichi himself is not involved in any of the details. Is it a match? No. It's a different matter this time, and I'm not asking you to help me with this side of the business. Huh? I don't like going around in circles, so I'm going to tell you straight to the point. I'm going to have a fight with the Shebes from Strangely Naked signboard. The loser promises to be under the winner. It's our bet. Koichi purrs loudly. It's finally here, and why at this timing? Crossed at the same time. It's going to be a battle that I can't lose. So, I'll borrow your strength, or rather, your face. Huh? My face? He can't read what's between the lines. He doesn't know where he was supposed to be when the curtain rises. You were pissing me off the other day. You said you became the apprentice of the hero of Shugamo. Huh? It doesn't matter if it's the person himself, his friend, or someone else. I want to talk to him. I heard a big fish is coming. When he passed through the familiar rusty gate, the children who were kicking a ball in the yard immediately came running up to him, saying, "Oh, there's Koichi." They were like a swarm, snatching a paper bag full of souvenir sweets and taking Koichi's hand. They pulled him inside the orphanage. As soon as she saw Koichi's face, Director Fujiwara's expression suddenly brightened, then quickly clouded over. She accepts her words. Let's eat together. And they have dinner with the children. The staple meal consists of a loaf of bread, a soup with meat, stir-fried bean sprouts, and pickled spinach. He doesn't know if this is just a coincidence or if this is the menu every day, but it seems to be even more frugal than the last time he was here. Well, when he lived here, there were often times when the food was even worse. Yeah, lately it's been a bit difficult to make ends meet, Koichi asked the director after lunch, and sure enough, that was the case. The festival was suddenly cancelled, and we couldn't hold the bazaar. The sad faces of the children who had been working so hard to make our products were more painful than the fact that we didn't make the sales we had hoped for. I put the children in the bath, played Hanafuda played cards until late at night, and left after everyone was asleep. No matter how much I walk on the road to my house at night, the damp heat follows me. In the Northwest Ward, it may be at its peak around this time, but this is outside the East Gate, outside the wall that surrounds the city. Entering from the East Gate, I continued to trudge, and when I returned to the run-down apartment where young hunters gathered, I collapsed on the futon as it was troublesome to change clothes. I'm going to be okay, right? I'm not going to get crushed, am I? Koichi thinks to himself as he looks up at the dusty ceiling. In Shugamo, there are 3 facilities that take care of and raise children without relatives. The first is a municipal orphanage. The second is a children's dormitory run by Metro Church. The third is Yoshimoto Garden, where Koichi grew up. Yoshimoto Garden is a private facility funded and operated by Shugamo City Councilor Okio Ozaki. It is a valuable place that accepts children with disabilities and children from neighboring communities. Ozaki is one of the wealthiest men in Shugamo, though apparently not nearly as wealthy as the mayor's family. He is well known in the city and beyond for his warm personality and philanthropic activities, but few people know that his true character is the complete opposite. He is a shrewd merchant, sensitive to the smell of money, and a miser who will not pay a single penny for anything that does not benefit him. His investment in the garden, which he does to save taxes and make himself more appealing to the public, is minimal, and he has even said, but there is no proof, to have pocketed most of the goodwill donations that come his way. And there is another reason he has a hand in the operation of the garden: to collect and train a private army. Only about 10% of the total population of the Threadweavers have fungal classes, Those who have mastered their fungal skills and can attain level 10 or above. Although there is a disparity in the number of fungal classes by region, according to the number of members in the guild branch, the number of Shugamo is slightly smaller than the others. Ozaki has been training the orphans he has gathered in his garden as his own offspring. Some, like Koichi, are made to work as professional hunters, while others are kept on hand as guards or henchmen. Although the total number of these men must be less than 10, it is probably far more cost-effective and more efficient than employing 100 peasants. However, Koichi himself is seldom asked to take care of Ozaki. This is because Hamada holds the reins of his collar. The connection between Ozaki and Hamada is deep. Hamada is tolerated by Ozaki's advocacy of necessary evil, and Ozaki accepts bribes from Hamada. It is no exaggeration to say that these two practically run the underbelly of Shugamo. How much do the mayor and other city council members know about this? Do they know about it, and do they just dismiss it as a necessary evil and turn a blind eye to it? At any rate, Koichi was accepted by Hamada from the time he was an apprentice, and he became Hamada's protégé as Ozaki had handed him over to Hamada. Rather than being used by that old crook, this is 100 times better. Even if he becomes an outlaw, he is more likely to be treated by an underworld boss who values honor and humanity than a man who is an incarnation of an abacus, a man who can only measure everything in terms of profit and loss. In fact, Hamada has always looked out for him, and Koichi is able to send money to the garden because he gives him more reward for his underworld work. It is also true, however, that he has been beaten half to death many times because of the reckless fixed matches he has been involved in. The Hamada clan too at the brink of eating or being eaten, the battle that will take place in a week's time. It will be a big match that will determine the survival of the clan and the future of Shugama's underworld. The Strangely Naked is a semi-grey group that has emerged as a major force in the Shugamo underworld over the past few years and has now become the second largest group. They are 100 to 1,000 times worse than the Hamada clan. Their leader, Sakota, is rumored to be a wanted criminal in another town, and the members of the group are all bad guys in terms of behavior and appearance. Just like their boss, they commit violence in downtown and back streets, regardless of whether they are professional hunters or not. And yet, they are even better than Hamada at sniffing out and handling money and are not bad at being remembered by Ozaki and the town's influential people, so they are hard to deal with. The Hamada clan engages in a match for the survival of the organization with such guys. Each other's representatives will compete, and the losing side will be under the umbrella of the winning side. Why would they do that? And at this time, whichever side wins, the situation in the back alleys will change drastically. No, if the Hamada clan loses, it will be more than that. Yoshimoto Garden 2, Koichi. What will happen to Ozaki's financial power and influence when the Hamada clan, which has supported this town from the shadows for many years, disappears? For Koichi's work. Above all, the operating funds for the garden. We can't lose, can't we? For the director who raised him. For the sake of his younger brothers and sisters who adore him. But what can he really do? I don't think Abe Shuu will go. If I ask him to, maybe? The next day, Koichi headed for the Shugamo branch office. According to Hamada's story, Strangely Naked had invited a prominent player from the outside for the next bout. Koichi himself had been in and out of Underworld Tournament, so he had at least heard of the name. The Tokyo Underworld Tournament is a mysterious fighting organization that organizes underworld tournaments in various parts of the country. One of the fighters hired by the Strangely Naked is one of the legends of the Underworld Tournament world, who has won the championship belts in the rings of many cities. It's hard to imagine how Strangely Naked managed to get such a superstar on their side, but at least there is no one among Hamada's protégés who can compete with him. Shugamo, which is always short of talent, has only 4 masters to begin with. So now, the entire Hamada clan is searching for a promising player. The reason why they went out of their way to ask Koichi for help was probably because they were clinging to a straw. It is not so easy to expect that they can really invite the hero of Shugamo, but still, I might at least give him a call, just in case. But what should he say to him? He stopped in front of the entrance of the guild and pondered for a moment. It is true that he knew Abe Shuu. He had only met him once in the village of Rikugi and called him Abe bro. He might not even remember his face. Shugamo's golden rookie suddenly appeared, and now he has become the man of the hour thanks to his victory over the infamous Witch of Komagom in the concluding match of the recent Grand Tournament. Indeed, that match, it was a very emotional moment for us. Koichi was one of those who were watching the fight. When he recalled the moment when he raised his arms to the night sky, he almost cried. He can only vaguely recall his face, though. His popularity has skyrocketed to such an extent that it dominated the conversation of the children at the garden last night at dinner. He's so handsome, he's got the strongest magic beast on his shoulders, brother Koichi. What is a virgin? He wants him to participate in an underworld, an almost completely illegal, black market? He wants the hero of Shugamo to get involved in a dispute between thugs? It's impossible. If they find out, he might lose his livelihood. But is there anyone else who could win? Still hesitating, Koichi pushes the door open. It was lunchtime, and the ground floor eating area was busy. No alcohol is served, with a few exceptions, but everyone is talking, chomping down on sandwiches from the signature menu. Koichi looks around the restaurant, exchanging a quick hello with his friends of the same age. At first glance, Abe Shuu doesn't seem to be here. He was relieved to see that Abe Shuu was not here, but he shook off his hesitation and looked around the restaurant. He wandered around weaving his way between the standing tables, and he is met with quizzical stares from the senior staff, as expected. Then, one man caught Koichi's eye. Him. This person. He is alone in a corner of the space, resting his cheek on the table and chewing on a piece of fried chicken. He has red hair, which is uncommon to this branch, and a face so well defined that even someone of the same sex would be unable to not look back. If you look closely, you can see through his jersey that his pectoral and brachial muscles are well developed. Him. He unconsciously called out to him. The first time he saw him, he was surprised to find himself a beat behind, but he couldn't back out now. What is it? He looked up with a graceful gesture and brushed his hair to the side, which had spilled out. It's so elegant that it doesn't even annoy Koichi. No, you're Mr. Kura from Senju, right? You were in the match. Oh yes. What is it? I'm Imada Koichi from Shugamo. Can I have a few minutes of your time? Oh, I don't mind. I'm all alone right now, as you can see, and it will take me a few more minutes to finish my meal. Koichi faces Kura across the table. He swallowed down his hesitation, struggled to formulate the words in his head, and took a deep breath. Mr. Kura, you are an acquaintance of Abe Br, Mr. Abe Shuu, right? Kura's eyes widen, and then nodded slowly. Acquaintance, that's right. And then he chuckles softly. Certainly. I know Shuu, and I want to pour my love in his butt. Maybe it's just a weird expression in Senju. Intermission 4, Underground Tournament 2. Third-person perspective. So, you brought him here, huh? That brother there? Yes. After leaving the guild, Koichi went to the same tavern with Amada as yesterday, accompanied by Kurazuho. Hey, it's a fairly normal-looking storefront. Though it seems like it's hard to enter alone, so it might be a good opportunity. Kura is curiously looking around. Without refusing, he sat down across from Hamada and stared at the menu on the shoji paper hanging on the wall, and made an order. Boss, salted gizzards and liver skewers. Brother, do you know what kind of person the old man in front of you is? He's a member of a criminal group, a despised ruffian who lurks in the shadows of the city. To put it bluntly, he is a yakuza, isn't he? Hey, as expected of a fighter in the previous grand tournament, you don't have any obligation to bend because of a thug. Even in the middle of the day, Koichi can't stop sweating. He can't look straight at the face of the attendant who waits behind Hamada. I thought you were the one who wanted to see me. Oh, Koichi. Hey, what did you say to this guy? What happened to the hero? Well, the hero of Shugamo, Abe Shuu, is not in Shugamo at the moment. He left the city 2 days ago. Shuu said he's been feeling a little down lately. He couldn't stand the way people were looking at him, or the difference in temperature of the gazes, or something like that. To tell the truth, it was only the city people and some of the hunters who admired Abe Shuu unreservedly. The other hunters, especially the old and middle rank and veteran hunters, are the exact opposite. They are apparently distant. It was not because of envy or jealousy toward the newcomer who had just made the headlines, but rather a reaction to his alleged fungal class fraud. Koichi himself did not notice it until it was pointed out to him, but the fungal skills that Abe Shuu used in his match was a combination that would not normally be possible with his fungal class as a Holy Knight. The rare skill Light Blade of the Knight system and the evolved fungal skill True Azura, which is said to be the pinnacle of the fighter system. Other fungal skills that were not disclosed at the time of the interview were also apparently used. Is Abe's fungal class really a Holy Knight? It was only natural that some of the hunters who noticed this would raise such suspicions. It may be true to say that there is simply no precedent for this, but it is also true that he is unusually versatile even for a general-purpose type and that he is a maverick who can use two different systems deeply. It is said that the upper management of the branch interviewed him immediately after the convention, but the contents of the interview were not made public to general guild members. The plausible reason was to protect individual privacy, but it aroused the suspicion of others. Shuu is a surprisingly timid boy. Before he left, he was muttering, "I don't want to get flamed. I don't want to get flamed." So, after receiving a few novice-friendly requests that even a rookie can do, he should be touring the neighboring towns and metros by now. Along with his buddies. "Mr. Kura, why didn't you go with him? He's a companion." The moment Koichi carelessly spilled such a thing, blood vessels bulged on Kura's temples. His expression barely changed, but the bloodthirst from his whole body made Koichi so scared that he was prepared to be killed. "The night before, Shuu lent me his futon." "Huh?" He said, "I'll get sick if I always sleep on the kitchen floor and catch a summer cold." He was so kind that I almost screamed. Naturally, I suggested that we share the bed, but he said that it was too small for two men to sleep together and that I should take a good rest alone today. So, I decided to take him up on his offer. "Huh?" It was the moment when their doubts turned to certainty. Wrapped in the softness and warmth of the futon and the cloying scent of Shuu, I couldn't help but alternate between an unprecedented excitement and the comfort of being held in the lovely embrace. I can't fall asleep because my head is boiling. As I was feeling restless, Shuu lit a candle with some aromatherapy mushrooms to help me get a good night's sleep. Somehow, I fell into a comfortable sleep, and when I woke up, there was a note saying leave it under a potted plant and a key to the house. That was the day before yesterday morning. So, it was a trap? It's not like I was left behind. I didn't say anything. He entrusted me with the peace of this city. Just like the terrorists at the tournament, there is no guarantee that threats will never come to this city again. For times like these, the most reliable, is the strongest. He left a trusted companion in this city. He had the eyes of a fanatical Metro Church believer. After telling himself that so many times, it must have become true to him. Hamada was about to cut the conversation short and leave, but a strange idea occurred to him. When Kura began to talk in a bloodthirsty manner, "I'm bored to death. I'm itching to move my body as much as I can, and if possible, I want to fight the city's most powerful people." He was convinced that there was no other effective way to get him involved, so he said the perfect words. "I heard what you said. I'll let you fight a strong guy." While grabbing the grilled skewers that were brought to them, Kura grinned happily. They followed Hamada to the riverbank, and the destination was Hamada's mansion in the same district. Koichi had visited the house several times, as a guest. It is an old two-story house surrounded by high hedges, and since it also serves as an office for the clan, there are many people coming and going. Just when they thought they were entering the mansion, Hamada sat down in the lantern garden and whispered into his attendant's ear, "Brother, I'm sorry for bothering you in such a difficult place. By the way, did I introduce myself? I don't think that's necessary. You must be Hamada Goran, the head of the Hamada clan, the biggest underworld organization in the back streets of Shugamo." Hamada glanced at him, and Koichi shook his head. "In the guild, they didn't talk that deep. I'm looking for someone who can fight against a certain formidable enemy. If you can fight, you'll receive a suitable reward." As expected, in the middle of the guild, Koichi didn't have the guts to hint at a connection with underworld organizations. No. There's a nameplate there that says Hamada on it. You look like a Yakuza boss, and so, there's no need for you to say your name anymore. I'm famous now that even the outsiders know my name. Have you been in Shigamo for a long time? I've only been here for about a month. I've had a chance to look through the newspaper and circulars, and I've seen some of the guild's notices, so I've become somewhat familiar with the town. Once I see something, I never forget it. Hamada gently stroked his chin and grinned. You're funny, brother. I've heard a little about you too. Senju's Kurazuho. I'm sure about your fungal class and level. Fighter. Level 52. Oh. Yeah. I heard that you were a kid who jumped into the match. I didn't get to see the match, but I was busy preparing for the festival that day, so I was busy here until midnight. Hamada glances toward the front door, and as if in response, the valet from earlier and several others come outside. The large man at the back is someone Koichi is familiar with. But I've heard about it. Even when one of your arms was cut off, you still fought until the end. You're a man in the middle of nothing, aren't you? I like you. Let the people learn from you. The actual match was dominated by his opponent, Kang Yoshitsune, from start to finish. And it was a match where he won the match and dominated it. This is the commentary of the senior hunters. Both were absolute monsters for Koichi to discuss them lightly, though. When he saw him at the guild, Koichi thought there was no one better suited for the job than him. He had the fighting skills to go toe-to-toe with the best swordsman in the world without the use of Haifa weapons. And he had few ties to Shigamo. Koichi was convinced that it was no coincidence that he met him there. Koichi must have told you that we are looking for a good guy. We're planning a bit of a fighting tournament. It's an underworld tournament, right? And you guys are looking for a good stand-in. Koichi's eyes widen. That's information he hasn't explained to him yet. I have a pretty good idea what you're doing. I'm not an idiot either. You're from Senju, aren't you? A true hunter would not have any connection with underworld tournament. I am not interested in the truth of the urban legend that the founder was the first Chief Lord Oyama Masuo, who wandered from place to place. I know for a fact that the Tokyo Underworld Tournament exists. Don't tell me you've been in the ring before? I was a spectator at Tabati once last year. I wanted to participate in the tournament, but it looked like a lot of hassle to prove my identity and go through the formalities. So I jumped in, choked out the champion, and ran away. Oh, you're so bold. Are you serious? Kura nodded at Hamada, who stared at him. Koichi chopped loudly. The point is that the rival camps have prepared a lot of skills for the black market, and they are looking for people who can beat them, right? Yakuza are creatures who put their honor above everything else, so the fact that they are in a hurry to find a substitute is a sign that there will be a prize or penalty for winning or losing. Hamada scratched his wrinkled nose. Koichi knew that it was a gesture when he was seriously evaluating the person in front of him. Well, I'm not going to pry into the details, and I'm not going to step into your territory. I'm sure all your problems will be taken care of. I will solve it. You've got a good eye for small details, brother. You're too good to be a hunter. But, Dago. Yes. In front of him is a skinhead man who is more than 2 times larger than Kura. His face is as rough as a child's doodle, with a scar under his left eye and a chipped front tooth peeking out when he smiles. Dago is not a legitimate hunter. He is a rough ex-free folk who was kicked out of the village where he was born and raised due to his bad behavior, wandered around the country to hone his skills, and was adopted by Hamada here in Shigamo, where he drifted to. He is a brawny man who still cannot read, write, or do simple multiplication at over 30 years of age, and is Koichi's senior in the Underworld Tournament. He takes care of him a little, but to be honest, he is not Koichi's favorite. He is not a scoundrel by any means, but he is single-minded, and has a strong sense of humor, but is rough, short-tempered, and violent. He is in a good mood as long as he is coaxed, but once he loses it, he becomes as difficult to handle as an animal that has had its food taken away from it. However, his ability is real. Dago, a level 54 fighter. He's our #1 winner, and he was the Shigamo tournament champion last year and the year before. In other words, I've got all the pieces I need. Koichi did not miss the gleam in Kura's eye. Ha, Then why am I substituting here? It's a simple matter. Even with Dago, they are opponents that we have no chance of winning. As you say, there are circumstances where we can't afford to lose to them. So I'm going to throw away my shame. It doesn't matter whether it's relatives or strangers, just send someone who has even the slightest chance of winning to the ring. Just because my old man is being cowardly, Dago said. There's no way I'm going to lose, you know. At least, I want you to trust me more than this woman-looking buster. Dago leaned forward and brought his face close to Kura's, probably meaning to call him a bastard, but whatever the case, a throbbing vein appeared on his temple. Please, brother Dago, calm down. Shut up. Shut up. He is clearly in a bad mood. The air is filled with a sense of immediate conflict, and it would not be surprising if he were to strike at Kura right now. Dago is certainly not amused. Even though it is a big deal for the clan, no, it is natural for him to be frustrated with his adoptive father, who does not trust him and seeks out a replacement for him. Perhaps because of the trauma of being abandoned by the people of his hometown when he was an adolescent, he is a man with a strong sense of family and love for his clan. As for Kura, he never breaks his cool face. Even though there is a man in front of him who is clearly hostile, he takes his criticism head-on and even has a faint smile on his face. By the way, may I ask the name of the opponent? At that moment, Hamada answered. Hi. There was no way that such a thing was possible in reality, but Koichi still sees it clearly. Kura's lips are curving into a smile up to his ears. A black mist-like air blows up from its whole body. A sinister murderous haze like that of a demon materialized. And it seems that Koichi wasn't the only one. When Koichi saw Dago, who was facing him up close, opened his eyes wide. He let out a scream-like gasp. He readied his fist. It was an instinctive defensive attack, as if he was trying to push back the dangerous creature in front of him. The fist, which is twice the size of a normal person's fist, catches Kura in the face, and instantly, the fist goes right through him. The afterimage of Kura's nose punched through disappears, and Kura's head is suddenly next to the fist. Before Dago can pull back his outstretched arm, Kura presses down on his wrist from above. Dago's body collapses forward. Kura spins his head halfway round on its axis. At the same time, his other hand twists Dago's wrist. Dago's huge body flies through the air, spinning once vertically, and slams back down to the ground with a heavy slam. Dago could only choke out a gasp. Unable to catch himself, Dago must have felt a considerable impact from the weight of his own body. Still, Dago, unfazed, immediately turns himself around, shakes off his right hand, which is bound by force, and grabs Kura by the ankle with his left hand. However, Kura is not there. Even to Koichi, who was watching closest, it looked as if he had vanished, and then he realized that he was behind Dago. Kura's legs are wrapped around Dago's right arm, and his right arm is wrapped around Dago's torso, that left arm entwined with Dago's left arm. Then his right arm strangles Dago's neck. After only a few seconds, the time it takes Dago to flail his legs and struggle, his left arm slumps down, powerless. Dago's left arm hung limp, and at the same time, Kura released the restraints and stood up. He gave a small sigh. Please forgive me, it was him who started it. Dago is still lying on the ground. His eyes are white and reddish foam is spilling from his mouth. He was really strong. If it was a proper match, I might have struggled a bit more, but I don't think the result would have changed. Koichi, Hamada, and the other clan members could only stare in amazement as he brushed the dust off his jersey with a casual sweep. The level and the fungus job are not enough to determine the winner. I can assure you that I am the only one in Shigamo right now who can beat that man in the ring in the Underworld tournament. Kaha. Hamada laughed dryly. Okay, please do it for me. You're the one who's going to participate in the next Underworld tournament. Master Kura, please do this one thing for us. I honestly don't care if it's for your sake. He walked up to Hamada and held out his hand. Our interests and methods are the same. Please leave it to me. I will definitely win. A firm handshake is exchanged. Thus, the contract between the Yakuza seeking power and the monster seeking a fighter was sealed. Hey, Koichi. Yes. You're going to be the master's assistant. What? Of course. I'll get you whatever you need. I'll take care of it. Why me? It is certainly a natural thought. Thought Koichi, who is a hunter, younger and, probably, his junior, and he's also the one who brought him here. Koichi's shoulder is tapped from behind. Koichi's neck awkwardly turned like a rusty screw. When he turned around, Kura was standing there. It's been a week since we met. Nice to meet you. I have a lot of things to ask of you. Koichi has no choice but to respond with a smile and handshake. Koichi had no choice but to comply. Taking care of this person? What am I going to do? In this short time, he realized how much he didn't understand this person. And at the same time, he knew some things about this person. What am I doing? To his brothers and sisters, Koichi sends a prayer that may be forced to climb the stairs of adulthood unexpectedly. Well then, shall we go now? Huh? Koichi's shoulders crawled. Where to? Isn't it decided? Despite Koichi, Kura smiled happily. I'm going to get the duplicate key I ordered yesterday. Intermission 5, Underground Tournament 3, third-person perspective. The floor shakes and creaks as they move violently. Sweat splatters on the floor, and the heat is rising like a fog. The other man's strong arms pinned him down, and he was leaning from above. Kura slides over Koichi's body, who struggles to shake it off, as if sailing through a rough wave. The two of them are entwined in a dizzying array of positions, and before he knew it, they're nose to nose with each other, and there's a sly smile on Kura's face. Well, it's over. Give up. Along with Koichi's death scream, the rose petals arranged in the vase fall. Soon the room is quiet as if a balloon has burst. Kura stands up quickly, glancing at Koichi, who is still crawling on the floor and breathing heavily. He wipes the sweat from his muscular, marble-like upper body with a towel. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Shall we take a break? Koichi is lying down on his back. He accepts the towel and water bottle from Kura, but he is not able to immediately get up. This is a detached building on the grounds of the Hamada mansion. The group members and guests use it as a sleeping area, and on the first floor, there is a wooden training room. Normally, it's around the time Wendigo has too much free time and is busy with the underlings, but for the past few days, it's been mostly reserved for Kura and Koichi, who trains with him. Is your elbow okay from the arm hold earlier? Hey, I'm fine. I tapped out before it broke. The technique of tapping at high speed just before the end of the game has become a part of Koichi's repertoire. Though it is not something he is proud of. Let's go for the next 10 taps. Shall we? Okay. It was a game of how long Koichi could hold out before Kura took the first 10 taps. The first time they did this, Koichi was able to get a lot more than just a few minutes of sleep. After the break, Koichi's movements were sharp for the first few strikes. His body was light, and his vision was clear. He is aware of the sharpness of the fists and kicks he delivers. Nevertheless, damn it, even so, he still can't hit Kura. 90% of his attacks are handled, and the remaining 10% are blocked. At first, he was hesitant to aim at Kura's face in practice, but now he has no hesitation in swinging his fist through Kura's face. I see, your steps are slow. Kura, who had blocked Koichi's charge, took a light step and moved out of the way. He was now being told he was too slow, and that he was not to be afraid to take a step. Koichi followed up with a short exhale and a left thrust, extending his fist at the same time as he stepped forward. Kura then swung his hand and was rebuffed. Then, Koichi came in close to the opponent until they were nose to nose and landed a series of body blows. This, too, was blocked quickly with folded arms, and he received a shoulder throw. Why, not a single hit. A front kick, a spinning kick, a short hook, and an elbow strike. The techniques taught to him by his seniors in the Underworld tournament are easily deflected, as if they were child's play. For fighters who do not have the ability to use Haifa weapons, hard Haifa, they may prepare other weapons, but they are usually not cost-effective, even more so for beginner hunters like Koichi. Therefore, they inevitably hone their fighting skills using their own body as a weapon. Koichi is an orthodox fighter who uses his hands and feet in a well-balanced manner, what is commonly known as karate style. He has honed his skills through the teachings of his seniors and through the killing blow rule of the underworld tournament. He was aware that he was still lacking in ability, but at the same time, he was proud that he had experienced enough to be competitive with hunters of the same age and in the same level range. But now, he struck once again with a left-hand thrust. The moment his wrist was grabbed, here it is. Koichi twisted his arm to tighten the side and pulled it in, forcing the restraints to come off. Now Kura's eyes widened as he was knocked out of his stance, and he followed up with a right hook to the face. With perfect timing, a semicircular fist is sucked between Kura's eyebrows, cutting through the air. In a split second, Kura closed in. One foot was caught, and Koichi was knocked to the floor. His fist is twisted around and forced to lie flat on his back, the soles of his feet almost touching the back of his head. He couldn't resist and tapped the floorboards at high speed. Somehow, Kura let him go before they break his lumbar vertebrae, but this is the second time that the puny confidence he secretly held in his heart has been crushed. Yeah, well, normal or a little above normal, or something like that. Koichi casually asked about his evaluation, but the answer he got was a refreshingly frank answer. Kura is rather absorbed in groping his right wrist. Then, is it okay if I'm here? Mr. Kura's opponent should be Brother Dago or someone like him. No problem. It's just a matter of getting my body back in shape, so someone like you would be fine. Is that so? It seems like it's being said too bluntly, but the fact that he was able to fulfill his role was enough for him to be satisfied for now. So, that's the end of sparring today. I'm going to dive in a nearby metro area tomorrow to prepare for the real thing. That's a bit. Hamada has strictly ordered Koichi not to let Kura out of this city. There's no need to worry about fleeing in front of the enemy or a sudden cancellation, but if something happens to Kura, it will affect the survival of the clan. If you want to get ready for the tournament, wouldn't Brother Dago be better? The metros round here don't have such high-level metro beasts. Kura puts his hand over his mouth and makes a gesture to hide his smile. Well, there are some techniques that can't be tested against humans. Koichi was too horrified to reply. On the other hand, he is questioning whether Kura is going to use that technique in the coming fight. Going back to what I was talking about earlier, you are not bad at all. If you continue to accumulate experience, I think you will become a reasonably good hunter. Thank you. Koichi's confidence didn't even recover a bit, but if he thinks about it, he's only about 4 or 5 years younger than Kura. However, the difference in level is around 30. This is the difference between geniuses and normal people. How harsh reality is. That's why. Well, I really didn't mean to get into your situation, but I'm just wondering why a promising young man like you is hanging out with gangsters. You're still young. Can't you at least turn your own food? It was the first time on the third day that Kura had asked Koichi a personal question. Koichi wondered how he should answer. He might as well prolong the conversation to regain his strength. I need money. I need money to maintain the place where I grew up. I see. Judging from Kura's expression, it doesn't seem like the question was just a casual conversation. Then Koichi began to talk as if he had just opened the dam. He talked about the Yoshimoto garden, where he grew up, the principal who took over for his parents, his younger brothers and sisters who live there, and the circumstances surrounding them. The management of the place also involves the director and other important people. If we lose this fight and lose the clan, I don't know what will happen to the garden. So, for the sake of the director and the kids there, we can't lose. I see, so that's what it is. Interesting. Sensing Koichi's displeased expression that it wasn't such an easy conversation topic, Kura hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Sorry. My bad. I didn't mean it that way. I didn't care about the troubles between the Yakuza, but I found 2 interesting things." This case is all about, let's make it clear which side is under which. The idea of black and white in a gray area tournament, but I was wondering why it was at this time of the year. I thought maybe the cancellation of the festival the other day had something to do with it. The recent Shugamo founding festival was cancelled for all subsequent dates due to one incident of terrorist infiltration on the eve of the festival. The neighboring cities were notified promptly, But this did not stop the influx of visitors who were unaware of the situation, and the people of the city could not throw away all the preparations they had made for this day. The rest of the day's events were organized by the peasants. The rest of the day was consumed by the revelry of the citizens. Most of the stores did not even make half of their original sales estimates. The city council and the various associations are currently discussing compensation and indemnification, but this is an unfortunate case to backstreet residents such as the Hamada clan. Originally, the festival had been heavily guarded, although thorough inspections were carried out to enter the city, including luggage checks, identification, declaration of address for free folks, and an increase in the city entry tax. This did not prevent terrorists and bandits who attacked the mayor's residence from entering the city. As a result, checkpoints were further tightened after the eve of the festival, and all free folk and those with stamps indicating criminal records were prohibited from entering the city. The stores in the back streets and the events that Hamada clan had planned were completely deserted. Hamada complained that he had not been able to get the 30% of the earnings he had hoped for, and the strangely naked was probably in a similar state of shock. I was imagining that they were having financial difficulties and were trying to conclude a territorial dispute, but there was no reason for your boss to agree to that, was there? It didn't seem like he was in that kind of trouble unless he was after them from the start. I've never heard of that. Hamada disliked the strangely naked guys who didn't care about tradition, saying, "Yakuza bastards can't even be on the windward side of chivalry." It is hard to believe that Hamada has any intention of bringing them under his control, but if his intention is to restore the good old order in the back streets by restraining them without causing any trouble, it would be just like Hamada to do so. I don't have any evidence to support this, but I have a feeling that the bigwigs as you call them are involved in this. Well, it's none of my business. Koichi has not been told about the background of the incident. If Ozaki is involved in this case, what does that mean? Koichi has no idea. He was tempted to ask Hamada, but even if he knew that, it would not change what he had to do. What about the other one? Oh, I meant you. Me? I've been thinking about you since the first time we met. You look somewhat like someone I know well. Koichi is bewildered by the unexpected flow of the conversation. The feeling grew stronger the more we sparred together, and the earlier conversation convinced me of it. You are, just a little bit, but you are alike. You resemble the person I love most in the world right now. It's that person. Koichi thought. He is not sure what to say, and is hesitant to say it out loud. Yeah, that's right. It's Shuu. I see. When Kura put it into words with a straight face, Koichi felt like he was hit with something hard. He too, in terms of innate talent, I don't think he's as blessed as the people around him are. Are you serious? He's such a talented guy. Well, I don't doubt that he is extraordinary to some extent. Even so, if you ask me if he has enough sense to stand shoulder to shoulder with geniuses who stand on the top stage like Hakumo Ryu and Kang Yoshitsune, I don't know. It is a surprisingly serious assessment, but Koichi understands that Kura is neither flattering nor slanderous when it comes to this sort of thing, so he gives no exception to the rule when it comes to Abe Shuu. Then, is it because Abe Bro is gifted in fungal class or fungal skill that's why he is strong? I'm not going to deny that, and on the other hand, it can also be said that this is one of his talents. But that is not his essence. Kura heads to the porch and opens the shoji door. The door was closed during practice to prevent noise from leaking out, to prevent complaints from the night workers in the neighborhood, so the breeze coming in felt cooler, if a little lukewarm. He knows his weakness and mediocrity. That is why he keeps thinking desperately, keeps trying, how to win, how to survive. No matter how difficult the situation, no matter how powerful the enemy is, no matter how much he wants to despair, no matter how many times he gets scared, breaks down, and falls to his knees, he can get up again and keep struggling. And there is his determination and desire to do so for himself and for those he cares about. I believe that is the essence of his strength. Looking back at Kura's profile, perhaps because of the sunlight streaming in from the west, he has a look on his face that Koichi has never seen before. It's only been 3 days, but I thought I saw a little bit of that sparkle in your eyes during our training. No matter how many times you have been knocked down and how many times you have given up, no matter how many times your confidence has been shattered, you have been able to get up and come back at me again. Even though you knew the difference in strength between us, you still kept thinking and devising ways to get back at me. You took advantage of my weakness earlier, too, when you should have noticed it long ago. I see. It made sense to me to know that you are one of those people who are trying to be strong for something important. It's a spark that I didn't have in me. If you can continue to be like that, you will be stronger and a better man, I assure you. I guarantee it. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it's a compliment he gives to the, but is it self-consciousness that makes my buttocks itch? Oh, I hope you don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I'm often misunderstood. I see. I've noticed recently that I seem to be subconsciously attracted to people who have qualities that I don't have in myself. Regardless of gender or race. I'm curious about the word race, but it seems to be anything goes. Or there, the image of the person who was most important to me. No. That's fine. Forget it. Once again, I catch a glimpse of the same expression as before, the same look again, envy or fragility, but there is a difference between longing, envy, and love. I have someone in mind. I can only see his backside now. You were about to say but right now. You'll understand when you know true love. You only need one. But to make you strong. I won't be doing that. The next day, shaking off Hamada's protests, Kira went out to the metro. Koichi had no choice but to accompany him. They spent 3 days in a small metro, known as the West Shugamo Metro, a short walk from the west gate of Shugamo. The two spent 3 days there. Kira mentioned, a technique that can't be tested against humans. Koichi is scared to death when he sees the tragic end of the Green Goblin who was used as a test subject, at the same time as he is glad that it wasn't him or Dago who will be targeted by this. At the same time he felt the strength of the opponent who he knows very well that he had no choice but to lift the ban on the technique that he has sealed until now. Koichi was left worried. The Tokyo Underworld tournament in Shugamo is located in the basement of an old, abandoned factory on the outskirts of the industrial district outside the North Gate. The stage is far cruder than that of the Martial Arts Center. The stone floor and walls are damp, the air is musty, and the venue is so small that it could only hold 200 people and be packed like sardines. In the center is an octagonal ring surrounded by rusty wire mesh. The audience is a wide variety of people from neighboring cities, ranging from the wealthy to politicians. Those who don't want their identities known are usually wearing masks or disguises, as if it were a costume party. They are wearing masks that are in poor taste. Huh? Sure. Kira, wearing a goblin mask just like at the grand tournament, receives Hamada's cheers of please. After climbing over the wire mesh and standing in the center, cheers erupted from the audience. The floor is concrete with a hard layer of sand on top. It felt similar to the ring at the Martial Arts Center. After entering the ring, Kirizuho checked the size of the ring, the feel of the wire mesh against his back, the angle of the lights, and waited for his opponent to come to him. Eventually, the clown-masked referee, a professional judge who is a member of the underground tournament, extends his hand and points. The man is just about to come down from the wire fence. Sorry for the wait. Once again, cheers fill the hall, and in the midst of them, Kira calmly observes. Like Kira, he is bare on top and wears flashy colored trunks underneath. He wears white bandages on his hands and feet. If Kira's memory serves him right, he is now 46 years old. His brown skin, covered with scars, looks more resilient than his age, and his hair is still dark and youthful. He is about 178 centimeters tall. The difference in height is about 2 or 3 centimeters, but the difference in reach is clearly more than that. His limbs are long and slender, as if he were an insect. Conversely, his muscles are generally thinner, and Kira is probably 7 or 8 kilograms heavier. The difference in weight is not going to be much of an advantage here, though. Kira sure that he's not mistaken in remembering that his body shape looks different from what it used to be. Perhaps this current body shape is a direct reflection of his fighting style. According to preliminary information, he is level 63, which is almost the limit for a normal fungal class. In other words, he is definitely in the top class of all fighters. Long time no see, Azuho. The scars on his face are numerous. The streaks running from the corners of his eyes look like tears as he grins. You're wearing something weird. Are you still the same old weirdo? It's been a long time, uncle. He calls himself Kazama Tommy now, but his real name is Kura Tommy. He is the adoptive brother of Kura Azuho's father, Hijiki, who is to become the second head of the Kura-style martial arts. Intermission 6, Underground Tournament 4. Third-person perspective. I was watching the game the other day. You watched it? I almost cried a little, thinking how great you've become. I was a little bit moved when you continued the match even though you had your arm chopped off. His friendly smile is the same as it was 10 years ago. Even if he has changed his name to Kazama Tommy and is leading a new life, it is still his uncle who stands in front of him. Did you come forward knowing that your opponent was me? I didn't know you were bent on revenge against this old man. Uncle, I think you've gotten bad at jokes. Haven't you? Ha ha, isn't it? If you were just a cute and normal kid, I would be the head of the family by now. It is said that his grandfather, Kura Eric, who gave up on his son's lack of martial arts talent, bought a child from a poor family of an acquaintance of his disciple, neither an illegitimate child nor a relative's child. He was literally a child completely unrelated to the Kura family. I want to talk frankly with this person someday. Kura secretly thought so. Was it what his uncle wanted, to be invited into the Kura family as the successor? Was it what he truly wanted, to be the head of the Kura-style martial arts? Was the unusual witnessing that resulted in my grandfather's death really an unfortunate accident? If my uncle had murderous intent, was it motivated by his resentment at being deprived of even the title of second head? Or was it directed at my grandfather personally? My father's illness and death had nothing to do with you, and that man's grandfather death was just a matter of him being weaker than you in the end. I don't have a shred of personal resentment toward you, and I rather thought that I was the one who was resented by uncle. It was his grandfather who made a mistake in promising that the second generation would be succeeded by his grandson, not his adopted son, because he was obsessed with blood. Although Izuho himself does not feel responsible for this, he is also aware that positive conversations are not the only thing that can affect his feelings. Don't worry. At the time and now, I've never held a grudge against my cute nephew. It's not a lie. Ah, the cute part is a lie. Kura is surprised to find himself feeling so light-hearted with just that one word. He is rather fond of his uncle. He is not a good person, but rather a liar, a coward, and a cheapskate. He has never given his an allowance or a New Year's gift, and yet he has a natural charm that Kura cannot help but like. If it weren't for their complicated circumstances, he is sure they would have made a delightful uncle-nephew relationship. Then why did you go out of your way to go on a business trip to the black market? You knew I was going to be your opponent, right? It's simple. Kura quickly peels off the mask and throws it over the wire mesh. It fluttered in the air and fell into Koichi's hand, or so he thought, but instead landed on Hamada's bald head next to him. I want to fight with the legendary champion who won in 5 different cities. What more reason do I need? Tommy's scarred face formed into a smile. Ah, it's those eyes. It hasn't changed since my brother brought you 20 years ago. He had that look on his face when you challenged a student nearly a year. His junior and suddenly broke his arm. You looked so happy and innocent, it was truly horrifying. Then he stepped away from Kura and began to roll his shoulders in a circle. The fist that he swung into the empty space made a whistling sound. I've never held a grudge against you, but all this time, I was scared of you. I was jealous of your talent. It wasn't only because of blood that the old man stopped letting me take over. He knew he was done with me when you came along. You resent me? On the contrary, I'm grateful to you. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. I would have been sitting on my half-assed talent and acting like a naked emperor, or I might have been fighting with you over the succession of the dojo. Whichever way you look at it, it's going to be a shitty life. He turned to Kura and threw his fist through his hair. The fist stopped just in front of his nose and hit him in the face with wind pressure and a whoosh. I know more than anyone else that you're a real genius, but even so, a half-genius who has trained himself to death is better than you. So today, I'm going to let you witness the dignity of your uncle, so get ready. This match will be held according to the Death Arms rule. The referee in the clown mask gives the final confirmation to the two fighters. Any use of fungal skills or weapons will result in immediate disqualification. The duration of the match will be a 15-minute bout. The match will end when a fighter gives up, or I deem the fighter incapable of fighting. The same applies if the opponent dies, but please note that if you intentionally cause the death of your opponent, you will be penalized as stipulated in the rules for subsequent fights. If the match cannot be decided within the time limit, I will decide the winner. While the Grand Tournament is a no use of specific types of fungal skills, the Underground Tournament is a Death Arms rule, meaning that both fighters fight barehanded. The use of fungal skills itself is a disqualification, and the referee who judges it is said to have the appropriate ability and eyesight, as well as rare fungability such as mind's eye and perception. It is a waste of human resources to be part of an underground organization. However, this does not include the always activated fungability, such as Kira's self-regeneration and Shu's immortality. These abilities, which cannot be controlled even by themselves, are tacitly approved. What the management and the audience are looking for is a flesh-on-flesh contact, so the minor discrepancies are trivial. According to preliminary information, Tommy has self-regeneration and pain reduction. This is an ideal combination in the Death Arm rule, but from Kira's point of view, it is not that threatening. All you have to do is break his limbs, strangle him, and drop him. That's not what I should be concerned about. It's his uncle's personality and a special environment called the Underground Tournament Ring. If it's this person, he will definitely do it. The question is, what abilities will he use and how will he hide them? Come on, let's do it. Izuho. Yes, Uncle. Kira, who had moved away from the center to take his starting position, checked his surroundings, removing from his mind the clamor of the crowd, a mixture of cheers and jeers from the audience. Koichi, who is taking second position, looks like he is praying to the gods. Hamada, who was standing next to him, looked the same. Diagonally behind Hamada, there is a man wearing an eye mask that resembles a butterfly, which is in poor taste. According to Koichi, that is the city councillor, Rokyo Ozaki. And there was another person he was looking for on the catwalk on the second floor. He could tell at a glance that he was wearing a flamboyant red jacket. That short man in his 30s is Sakota Toshimaki, the leader of the Strangely Naked group. The actors are all here. What was the purpose of this arrangement? What is waiting for us after this match? Even though Kira thought it has nothing to do with him, it's true that he has become a little more interested in it since he came here. You think you can afford it, huh? Kira looked back at the front of the room and saw Tommy scratching his head and chuckling. Concentrate. If this ends before you've had a chance to taste my growth, it won't be worth all the hard work I've put in until now. He's right. What's done is done. Now is the time to concentrate all of yourself on the battle in front of you. The joy of their reunion will be conveyed by the sound of bones shattering, and the proof of their growth will be expressed in the way one looks down at the other lying on the ground. That is all he needed to think about and seek. Kira Izuho, I'll beat you. The referee swings his arm down, and the sound of a heavy gong shakes the hall. In the center of the boiling gazes, the two men brace themselves, staring at each other. As usual, Kira puts his hands loosely out in front of him and lowers his center of gravity. He is poised like a cat, ready to pounce on its prey. Tommy, on the other hand, lightly clenched both fists in front of his chest, half crouching and swaying his upper body. His stance hasn't changed. No, he seems to have become more forward than back then. What? Why are you not coming? Then I'll go my way. He takes advantage of the moment when the opponent's words are at the middle of his delivery, when he is most vulnerable. It is the usual method of Kira. Jumping close to the chest with minimal movement, he was going to do it. But before Kira knew it, his eyes were shaking, and his head bent greatly by the impact. Exclamation mark. Before he can even think about what was happening, His body reflexively forms a defense stance. Numerous gravels are thrust into his arms, shoulders, or through them, into his head. He backsteps to distance himself and wipes the blood from his numb nose. Just now, it's just a greeting, nephew. Tommy chuckled, his loosely clenched left fist swinging. Just when he thought his hand has disappeared, it's close enough to block Kira's view. He pulled his head back slightly just before he was struck, but still felt the impact as if a white light was exploding behind his eyes. While desperately holding his guard, he's faster, twice from 10 years ago. All that comes to Kira's mind is praise and admiration. The Kira-style martial arts originated from the idea of building a new integrated martial art by combining the best of the martial arts and weapons arts of the Senju territory. Among the many techniques incorporated in this art, Tommy excelled in the Kento style, or boxing, as he called it. This style, which specializes in nimble footwork and fist strikes, was popular in Senju a decade ago, but its users are few and far between these days. The reason is simple. The techniques and philosophies are too much focused on the human body. In order to deal with metro beasts, whose body shape and physique differ greatly from one species to another, the karate style, which uses various means of attack such as kicks and hand chops, is considered more effective. In fact, fake karate like Koichi's is in overwhelming majority. Even Tommy's signature fast fist jab would only serve as a check against a metro beast if used by a normal user. However, hard, heavy, the fastest fists that pierce Kira's body are heavy and fast as if he was throwing iron balls. It's powerful enough to make him wonder if Tommy is using Iron Fist. Even metro beasts tougher than humans may be knocked out with that alone. The physical ability of level 63, the high level of skill in adding his own weight on each shot, and the sophisticated repetitive movements that enable him to strike in an unimaginable barrage of blows. This person's 10-year growth, the fists raining down like rain, smashing Kira's body little by little. He feels a heavy weight accumulate in the core of his body, though it is not on a vital spot. Behind him, Koichi is yelling something, but he can hardly hear it due to the whooshing of the fists. Izuho, this is the end. Smack, and Tommy's fist is repelled with a hit. Kira's parrying, swiping with the palm of his hand. Fast and heavy, I've seen that trajectory. With a click of his tongue, Tommy fires a follow-up right jab but it, too, slips past Kira's face. Kira slipped down and grabbed Tommy's ankle and twisted it up with an upward momentum. But just in time, Tommy twists and shakes him off with a spinning kick. On second thought, I won't use that old man's tricks. The rain of quick fists resumes immediately. Kira tried to keep his guard up, but he was hit from above, and as he backed away, his back hit the wire fence. Mr. Kira, here, I'll return the favor. Koichi and Tommy's voices overlap. Tommy's kick with all his weight hit Kira in the side of the head. Kira-style life or death technique, Dragon Whirl. The next moment, Tommy was the one who was blown away spinning. Just before the opponent's kick hit him, Kira slipped through past the skin-deep impact, grabbed the kicking leg, and threw Tommy into the air with a spinning throw. Although he could have predicted the kick, it was literally a hair's breadth away, and had he been hit a few millimeters deeper, the match would have been decided. Tommy was knocked onto his back, but he still absorbed the hit and quickly got to his feet. Kira approaches him in a low tackle position. A counterattack knee thrusts up from below. A swinging right hand is deflected to the side and dodged. He can't evade in time and takes it with his left arm. The bone in his forearm creaks. Once again, a punching distance is reached, and at the same time, a quick jab attacks Kira. Hardening his guard and handling it carefully to brush it off from the side. Kira aiming for a tiny space between blinks. His outstretched fingertip caught Tommy's collarbone. Rake drop. The rake drop is a technique that involves grabbing Tommy's collarbone, pulling his head back, and then choking him at the side or holding him around the waist for a throw. Exclamation mark. Tommy's head, which was about to be greeted with a choke, sinks just before that. His body rotates forward, and his heels fall above Kira's head. Kira guarded himself by moving his left arm just in time, but his left arm screamed from the weight of what felt like a blow from the warhammer. From the pain, It seems that the bone has cracked. This man, I knew it. Tommy stood up immediately and waved his left fist in a curve. The knuckles of his fist carved Kura's skin and smashed his flesh. Finally, his upper body is drenched in blood. One of the hits grazes the tip of his chin, and Kura's body shakes unsteadily. He dared a big swing from the right rod. Kura snatches it away with his hand and takes the wrist at full extension. Tommy's elbow remains vertical and swings at the back of the head. From this back-to-back position, Kura swings down with his arm and pulls the back of his opponent's head down to his feet in a four-way throw. I know that. Tommy squeezes his body tightly and shakes off the grabbed arm. Damn, he couldn't backstep in time. Tommy's left elbow, which was brought out from a close contact, pierced into Kura's side. Goo! Kura jumps back with momentum and falls on his buttocks, then falls backwards to one knee. He realizes with a sharp pain that his bottom ribs are broken. Tommy, on the other hand, does not immediately come after him. He is probably trying to avoid taking the fight to the ground. The two men stand still for a moment, and when the dizzying attack is interrupted, the cheers swell as if the audience had just remembered themselves. Through Tommy's eyes, Kura could see the audience on the other side of the room excitedly flailing their arms in the air. Kill them. Die. Kura believes that such cheers are only allowed in the underground tournament. You've gotten stronger, Izuho. I am happy for you. Uncle is twice as strong as he was back then. There is no trace of those days when he was treated coldly by his grandfather, when he was his frustrated self. The shackles have been lifted, his talent has blossomed, and he has sharpened his skills. He is truly worthy of being a ring champion. But that's not all. But I'm only going to fight with my father's skills. I knew it. This man knows. He knows my father's techniques. The grappling technique is a relic technique that is rarely used in Senju these days. Furthermore, Dragon Whirl and Rake Drop were close to the original Kura-style life or death technique. Even though he was his uncle, there was no way he would be able to handle them so well on the first try if he did not know them beforehand. It was 5 years after his father's death that Kura learned Kura-style life or death technique from Hijiki. It was after his grandfather died in the presence of this uncle. Kura found his father's voluminous will and testaments in the storage room of his parents' house. They were his secret book of techniques and principles that he had developed. His son, Izuho, who had read the book in one night and memorized it all in one reading, hid the book, along with his own treasured books, in a place where no one would find it, and left Senju to master the techniques. There is no way Tommy could have found that book after that. In all honesty, Kura doesn't think his uncle could have read and understood such a long book. If so, it means that he had direct contact with his father and saw his techniques before that. I didn't know that they had a connection. His uncle is furrowing his brow in a sloppy manner as he rewraps the bandage on his knuckles tighter. Your right arm, the one that was cut off the other day. He seems to have noticed. Kura doesn't change his expression, but inwardly realizes that the odds of winning this bout have changed. Izuho, your grip of your right hand, it is dead, isn't it? Yeah, now it's settled. Unable to hold back, Kura's lips loosen. I am going to win. Intermission 7, Underground Tournament 5. Third-person perspective. The right arm that was severed by Kang Yoshitsune in the previous match was immediately treated by a sage of the church in the infirmary. The treatment was not divine healing, a super rare skill that regenerates the entire missing part, but holy healing, a treatment that joins the cut section of his arm. In the former case, new skin sticks and rough bones resembling tree branches grow. It is said that a considerable amount of time will be required for rehabilitation to restore muscle strength and nerve function, and the Shishikawa sisters were concerned about this point. During that time, they would not be able to drink alcohol as they wished. In the latter case, the rehabilitation period would be much shorter than the former, provided that no time has elapsed since the amputation and the cross-section is clean. On this point, he can only be thankful for Yoshitsune's skill and his two sharp sword skills. However, it was explained to Kura that in rare cases, the nerve connections may not be properly connected, leaving after effects such as numbness, pain, or even paralysis in the worst cases. This was up to the skill of the practitioner. or perhaps just luck, and it seemed that Kira had drawn the unlucky lottery ticket. As Tommy and Koichi had discovered, Kira's right hand was now suffering from numbness in the tips of his fingers, impaired movement, and a significant loss of grip strength, which are not minor symptoms. According to the sage who performed the treatment, those symptoms would disappear or be alleviated depending on the rehabilitation. It was said that the possibility was high considering the fact that Kira himself had self-regeneration, but, as expected, he couldn't make it in time for today's match. Use your father's Kira-style martial arts, Izuho. Tommy says, your style is the result of forcing your father's flawed technique and rationality into reality with your own physical ability and sense, isn't it? I can't believe you've managed to take a bunch of girls' self-defense techniques and hone them into such a state of perfection that it's too ridiculous. Your efforts are bringing tears to my eyes. It is surprising that Uncle is so familiar with my father's techniques. Hey, it's a rare trick that doesn't have a user these days, but if the seed splits, it's not a big threat. What's more, your dominant hand, which is the foundation of that technique, is a bit of a mess. I don't care what you have to say, drop my brother's trick and use the old bastards. Otherwise, there's no point in this fight anymore. Saying that, Tommy readied his posture. I left my hometown to master my father's techniques and make them known to the world. Kira slowly stood up. If I throw it away here, there's no point in living. As always, Kira keeps his posture low. I'm relieved to hear that. Because my victory is decided. I agree, Uncle. I'm just about convinced, too. I'm winning this fight. A flash of white bursts behind Kira's eyes, interrupting his thoughts. Before he could return his head, which had been punched out on the nose, a right straight jab was thrust into his chest, and a left hook was thrust into his right arm that protected his side. I see. A right knee aimed at Kira's solar plexus is blocked by his crossed arms, but both arms creak. He is immediately grabbed by the hair and punched repeatedly with savage jabs. A dull gurgle echoes directly behind his ears. Koichi's sorrowful voice pulled back the dazed Kira. Kira grabs his hair, wraps his fingers around his little finger, pulls it back, and takes his wrist. So, Tommy tightens his arm at his side and twists his arm to open Kira's hand. It won't work. A full-force right jab pierces Kira's face. No. It slips through the place where Kira's face used to be. Kira moves to a crouch and clamps his legs between Tommy's knees and thighs. The crab pinch. The principle of leverage, breaking Tommy's center of gravity and making him fall on his back. Just before he moves from the side with a grapple, he receives a hard punch on the tip of his chin. My vision wavers. His brain is shaken. Again. Another quick jabs from the left. From an unstable position, just raising his upper body with his right elbow. And yet it has this power, this growth. A blind spot. For the moment, the referee's gaze was blocked by Kira's own body. So, Tommy used it quite boldly. He could see it clearly in his eyes. He quickly rolled over backward and got down on one knee while falling on his buttocks. Tommy, in front of him, was already on his feet and about to come at him with his canines bared. Oh my! He's strong. Kira thinks so. While he is bombarded by quick left hooks and right jabs, it is not only the difference in physical ability due to the difference in level. He is showing the improvement of his technique as if he is a different person from 10 years ago. And there is something that is being conveyed from his fists. The belief that this is where he belongs, and the persistence that he will never be defeated by Kira alone. Well, I too, can't lose. The future of the younger brothers and sisters of Kira's cute junior who we have just met recently depends on it. Just like Kira and his uncle, in order not to throw children into unwanted situations. Something to protect, huh? Kira Izuho isn't a dreamer. He doesn't just believe that goals alone can make him stronger. No matter how hard he tries, the power he can wield is only within his own limits. That is reality. However, Kira also knows that his determination can be the spark that draws out all of his power. He knows a man who fights ready to burn his life for the sake of those he wants to protect. I am ready. As soon as he was knocked out of his defensive stance, Tommy's eyes glinted dully and Kira did not miss it. A right fist filled with killing intent to say that Kira's end is approaching. It was a downward hook that was going to knock Kira's temple out and sew him up on the ground. He knows. It's a bluff. Sure enough, the fist lands diagonally downwards, grazing Kira's guard. The next moment, the ceiling lights go down, and the real punch comes down. Using the rotation of his hips as he swings his fist out, he delivers a shifting rising spinning kick from a very close range. This was also one of Tommy's best techniques. Kira knows it well, both its destructive power like a steel axe and its illusory trajectory, which is sucked into the neck and side of his head when he noticed it. In his current collapsed position, he could not dodge it. A direct hit would blow his neck off, and if he took it, his left arm would be broken. Either way, Tommy will win, at least that's what Tommy seems to believe. However, Kira's resolution was already set. Kira guards his head with his left arm. At the same time, Kira felt his arm fracture. He thrusts his right hand forward. It can't be used for striking. If Kira grabs him, Tommy will just shake him off. The right hand that had been belittled by Tommy, that he had become less vigilant. Kira's hand does not move into a grabbing curve, does not extend his fingertips like a stabbing hand, and leaves the palm open carelessly as if scratching at the sky. Tommy's right shin snapped Kira's guarding left arm, and with the force of momentum, it dug into Kira's neck. At the same time, Kira steps forward diagonally to support his collapsing body, his right palm straining against Tommy's chest. Perhaps his uncle was right and Kira's father's Kira-style life or death techniques are just self-defense tricks for the girls. Abandoned by his grandfather, Kira's father devoted himself to establishing a martial art for the weak suitable for the powerless peasants in order to affirm himself. In the process of this endeavor, which was cut short halfway through, there was an empty theory in the name of profound principles that my father continued to pursue, calling it the strongest fang that even the weak can possess. Most of the creatures in this country that have mycelium inside their bodies, such as the people of the Thread and Metro beasts, have an organ called a mycelial vessel. They are spread throughout the body like blood vessels, connecting the mycelium produced in the Sporangium to the cells. It can be a muscle cell, a nerve, or the brain. All living things in this country have the power of mycelium in their bodies. Even the peasants, who do not have fungal classes. What Kira's father was trying to practice was the art of directly outputting this power without relying on fungal skills. The theory was never completed by the end of his father's life, and it was buried in a page of a book of secrets as a secret technique without a name. And his son, Izuho, realized this phantom technique. Within 3 days of his recent stay in the metro area, he had easily accomplished it. He even managed to develop it to a level where it could be used in actual combat. Oh well, I thought I could do it from the beginning. What I learned from actually trying it was that, contrary to his father's intention, whether or not he could master the technique depended greatly on Kira's own personal qualities and sense of style. In fact, Koichi could not reproduce even a glimpse of it in 3 days. Even a hunter who usually have the ability to manipulate the mycelium inside their bodies are like that, so there are probably only a handful of people who can reproduce it. Kira wondered if he could add something that went against his father's philosophy to the list of techniques he had left behind. It's true that there was a feeling of hesitation in Kira like that. But well, this match, he discarded his grandfather's skills. However, with his broken right hand, his father's techniques alone cannot beat his uncle. That's why, due to various things, I can't afford to lose. Replacing the word resolve with the excuse of pretending to be. It was a last-minute compromise, so he decided to accept it. What Kira is conscious of is, to communicate, to get the message across. The image of connecting the mycelium of the whole body and the making it vibrate. The image of concentrating the vibrations generated in one place. The image of transmitting the collected power to the opponent's body. And then the image of letting it burst inside the other person's body. Tommy's first sensation, or in the eyes of the audience, palm. It's probably just a light palm strike on the solar plexus. But, just with that, bam, a heavy, dull sound explodes. Tommy's back bends. Dust dances around in the air from the shockwave that pierced through his body. Tommy slams and rolls around the ring while throwing up bile and blood. Amidst a roar of cheers, Kira looks down at his uncle. not even bothering to follow up. Or rather, he can't. The damage done by Tommy's kick is more than Kuro expected. The blow to his neck, more than the fracture in his left arm, has struck him in the core, making him weak and dizzy. Izuho, you. Tommy kept his distance and sat up. Just now. Fungal skill. Vibration. No. Different. Referee. Tommy looks up at the referee with blurry eyes. That's not true. That's not my fungal skill. It's my father's legacy. Kura answers to his uncle, or rather to the referee. It's a technique that even peasants can use if they want to. Kura's eyes meet the eyes of the referee peering through the two holes in the clown mask. The referee nods once and crosses his arms, urging him to continue. It's a gesture of get up and fight. That's a lie. Oi. Tommy can't believe it, but he's still trying hard to get up, because he knows the referee's judgment is absolute in the underground tournament. Well, even if it's a fungal skill, I don't think Uncle should say anything about it. Tommy's sweaty face scrunched up. This kind of easy to understand nature is one of the things that make him so hard to like. Tokyo Underground Tournament is a place that eschews fungal skills and shows a clash of raw skill between fighters. However, the reality is that the higher up the ladder one goes, the more effort and ingenuity is spent on cheating to block the eyes of the spectators and judges and use fungus ability. The fact that the management seems to be enjoying this makes it even more of a farce. Of course, it is impossible to fool the discerning audience with half-baked skills. For example, how many people in the audience noticed that Tommy's left fist extended unusually long after Kura's stance collapsed? The subtle and instantaneous control of using just a few centimeters extended arm in a split second of swinging his fist is something that even a master hunter would not be able to easily imitate. The fact that his right fist became unusually stiff and heavy in the middle of the swing was probably due to the instantaneous use of the iron fist. This can only be speculation since Kura could not confirm it with the naked eye, but the bandage wrapped around his wrist was probably not to protect his fist, but to camouflage it. Also the Itabashi champion, they did something similar. It's not match fixing if it doesn't get called out. That's a fair argument. But this was one of the reasons why Kura didn't really get into the underground tournament. Anyway, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Is it accepted that Kura's secret technique is not fungal skill and Tommy's foul play is tacit or unnoticed? Either way, the referee, who is now in charge of the situation, urges the continuation of the match. Then there is one thing to do. Let's get this over with. Tommy finally stands up as he says this. His legs are still wobbly. The results of an experiment showed that the Green Goblin who had been hit by a test blow died in agony, with blood spurting out of every orifice in his face. Not only would he have suffered severe damage to his internal organs, but he would also have had difficulty breathing, judging from his complexion. Since Tommy, who has pain reduction, was in this condition, unless he was bluffing, Kura think it is safe to say that the winner had already been decided. But that's right, we have to finish the match properly or the guests won't be able to leave. Tommy held his heavy arm in the upright position, and Kura bent with his broken left arm behind his back. Without waiting for the referee's signal to resume the bout, the two kicked the ground simultaneously. If it had been an exchange of techniques, if it had been a pure clash of strength and power, Kura might not have had a chance to win. However, a match is all about the result, and victory or defeat has already been decided. Even so, neither of them stopped. Both sides stretched their arms forward, trying to seize what lay ahead. Kura, who had evaded the curtain call of the left jab, which had lost its momentum, thrust his second deep strike into the opponent's body. He comes around behind Tommy, who is on his knees, slumped, and wrapping his right arm around its neck. Kura grabs him with his broken left arm and squeezes Tommy behind his back, squeezing with his last ounce of strength. Let's do this again, Uncle. Hey, you're horrible. Kura's uncle, swearing in a muffled voice, did not show any willingness to give up until the very end. The moment his hands fell to the ground and the referee crossed his arms over his head, the audience exploded with cheers so loud that they shook the air. A stretcher was brought in through the opening of the wire fence, and Tommy, who was bleeding so profusely from the mouth, Kura became a little worried, was placed on it. Even so, He still seems to be conscious, so meta level is indeed tough. He also has self-regeneration, so Kira believed he won't die. At the center of the ring, the crowd of masked men and street thugs applauds and cheers for the fighter. Kira didn't really like it, but he knew it was his duty as the star of the show to respond by raising his arms in the air. Hamada and Koichi with teary eyes are holding each other's hands at the wire fence, their heads together. Behind them, Ozaki, the city council member, claps his hands fretfully. And on the second floor, in the work corridor, the man who seems to be a subordinate of his is cursing in a distraught manner as Sakota, leader of Strangely Naked. There is one more person of interest, a man wearing a mask resembling a chicken or rather a cockatrice. When his eyes meet with Kira's, he turns on his heel and walks quickly toward the doorway. He seems to have finished his business. Well done. Well done. Amazing. Impressed. Woo. Out of the ring, they are mobbed without any consideration for the injured. Even the tough-looking Dago was crying behind him, so it must have made him nervous. With this, our group has been protected. Those Strangely Naked group will be suppressed, and the peace of Shugama's underground will be restored. This is also thanks to you, Mr. Kura. The garden won't go away with this, right? Amazing. I'm really grateful. Mr. Kura. No Kurabro. Oh well. Though I'm sure there will be at least one more trouble. But those words didn't leave Kura's lips. If the cockatrice masked person from earlier was shooting Willow as Kura thought they would be, the person who was glared at by him wouldn't be able to escape easily. Well, that's none of the business of a hired fighter. Kura's work is done. He's tired today. He wants to go home and sleep under the covers as soon as possible. That would be the best medicine. Why didn't you show that amazing technique until the very end? I was worried that you might get knocked out at any moment. Well, it's a mystery because it's done at the end. There is one obvious drawback to that technique. It requires a momentary pause between contact and impact penetration, in order to hit Tommy, who has superior defensive skills and speed. With that one, he had to be prepared to dare Tommy to believe that his right hand was dead by making him aware that he was not going to use it for attacks, by reducing his alertness to Kura's right hand, and by sacrificing his left arm. The depths of the attack finally reached him. Not enough. There is room for improvement. The way of the martial arts is not learned in a day, is it? The world is interesting that way. Ah, by the way. Yeah? What is the name of that technique? Let's also decide now to celebrate the victory. Yeah, that's right. The technique was not a technique under the martial art, and Kura was not given a chance to name it. But now that it has seen the light of day in front of so many spectators and has brought them victory, it would be impossible not to give it a great name. I've been thinking about it for a long time. The key to this technique is to transmit power. And when this technique is truly perfected, the martial name of Kura-style life or death technique should be widely known to the world. With that in mind, I named it, Booty Way of Life. Is that so? The day after, or rather, it was the day after the underground tournament, as Kura had guessed, Ozaki, the city councillor, was arrested. However, the charges were a little off the mark. He was accused of supporting the terrorist activities of the Cross-Border Brigade on the eve of the recent festival and of being involved in the robbery of the mayor's mansion. Originally, Ozaki was from Ikebukuro, and was said to be an ardent follower of the old chief. At this point, they do not know whether he was seduced by the self-proclaimed Juruhashi Minato or whether he volunteered to cooperate with him. At the very least, he helped the Cross-Border Brigade into breaking and staying in Shugamo and provided them with information on the security of the mayor's mansion. The councillor is said to have had an axe to grind against the mayor, as well as a financial motive for receiving a portion of the looted money and goods. And the current black market deal to unify Shugamo's two big underground clans was, as expected, also orchestrated by Ozaki. Ozaki had long been involved in the operation of Strangely Naked, and was said to have secretly planned the integration of the two organizations' turf and operations. In addition, he was aware of the approaching investigation and needed to prepare a sacrifice. The winner was to be the new leader of the Dark Alleys, and the loser was to be cut off by making up evidence of his involvement with the cross-border brigade. That seems to have been the scenario that Ozaki had drawn up. In other words, in the end, the fight was a real farce, and from Ozaki's point of view, it made no difference which way the fight turned out. As expected, Mr. Shimoinagi. Looks like you had a lot of work to do. It is said that Shimoinagi Hiyu, also known as Shooting Willow, who was at the venue, took command of the series of investigations. On the eve of the festival, he was made to swallow his weakness and mistakes, and it seems that he promised that he would dedicate his life as a hunter to the annihilation of the brigade. I'm embarrassed to think that I've been under such a vile bastard until now. I want to jump into a hole. Hamada was the one who blurted this out. In the end, the plan to merge with Strangely Naked was scrapped, and now they are in the middle of a messy cleanup. As for Yoshimoto Garden, Ozaki's privately used, or rather, misused, facility will be overhauled, since the investor in its management has disappeared. Koichi didn't seem to care, but he could only hope that things would go smoothly, such as finding a new investor and manager. Oh well, it is none of my business. Kura is lying alone in the living room, recovering from the wounds and fatigue of the fierce battle. The open window lets in a cool breeze and the soothing sound of wind chimes, but summer heat shows no sign of abating yet. Before summer ends, I hope they come back. Yutsuki, who was abducted by her half-sister as soon as she was healed from the serious injury she suffered on the eve of the festival, has a hunch that they won't be able to return for a while. But what about the tenants of this house? Kura doesn't know how many quests they has received, so he can't predict when they'll be able to return home. However, Kura is not that worried. Kura is sure they will come back here. It's a strange feeling, waiting impatiently for someone's return. It may be the first time Kura experienced in his life. It was not bad either, so Kura smiles to himself. The words "I have something I want to protect" may be nothing more than sophistry that creates an illusion of strength. Even so, it is not a bad feeling to have someone you wish to protect. The Bon Festival has arrived, the height of summer has passed, and the rainy days are increasing. And when the sun begins to slowly fade, the time finally arrives. Sensing someone outside, Kura jumps up and heads for the entrance. On the other side of the wide-open door there are those who he has been impatiently waiting for. "Welcome back, everyone." Kura greets them with a somewhat relieved smile. She is a girl with a strong head on her shoulders and a mature mind, but works harder than anyone else and has a bright future ahead of her. The daughter of the Carbuncle tribe, who is a little rough and impertinent, but extremely charming. And the main pillar that supports them. The man that Kura trusts the most in this world, who is charming even if he is a little goofy. His most important person in the world. For some reason, he carries a brand new futon set under his arm. His beloved friends. They are all back together, just as they were that day. And another one? There is another person behind the three. It is a young man in work clothes holding a toolbox. Kura remembered that face. After giving a light bow to Kura, he asks Shu, do you want to replace the key to this door?" "Yes, please replace it." End of Volume 3.